Chapter 121 The young master of the Holy Church returns to his position. It is not me who betrayed the righteous path, but the righteous path that betrayed me. It is no exaggeration to say that Ji Chongqing's words have not only spread to thousands of households, but also to many people's hearts. For a moment, the master of the temple wanted to pick up the sword and chop Yi Jianxian to death. But he quickly realized that he was not a senior sister, and he could not do it. She once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword, but gave up the plan because she was too weak. The master of the temple could only control his anger. Not only the disciples of Xuandu Temple, but anyone who had a little sense of right and wrong. After listening to Ji Chongqing's confession just now, thought that what Ji Chongqing said made sense. He did not betray the righteous path. The more people have a conscience in their hearts, the more they can understand Ji Chongqing's betrayal. The whitewashing effect is perfect. Even more perfect than expected. When Chao Ziming heard what junior brother Ji said, he almost couldn't control himself and stepped out of the crowd to defend junior brother Ji. Ying Hongye grabbed him and whispered, "Brother Chao, don't do stupid things. It's not your turn to perform. The stage is too high and now you can't play it." The reason why Ji Chongqing could show off in front of so many powerful people is mainly because the major immortal sects were originally rushing to punish Ji Chongqing. Chao Ziming is still too weak, and he has no role in the eyes of the big guys. Chao Ziming said unwillingly, "Junior brother Ji is right. He did not betray the righteous path. It was the righteous path that betrayed him. I want to stand with junior brother Ji." Ying Hongye glared at Chao Ziming. "I just praised you for your progress. Why are you going back again? Do you think it is more useful for Chongqing to stay in Danqing Pavilion? Or is it more useful for Chongqing to say a few words to him now?" Chao Ziming. Ying Hongye reminded in a low voice, "Chongqing has killed Du Zongqing. If we help you secretly, you will have a 50% chance of becoming the young master of Danqing Pavilion. When you take charge of Danqing Pavilion, you can help Chongqing more. But if Chongqing is expelled from Xuandu Temple..." Chao Ziming was a little worried. Ji Chongqing did not tell Ying Hongye and Chao Ziming about his entire plan. He only told Yu Qingqing. The main reason was that he needed Yu Qingqing's cooperation. And Yu Qingqing knew that he suspected that even if he didn't say it, Ying Hongye could actually say that Ji Chongqing believed in Ying Hongye's ability and IQ. But Ji Chongqing didn't have time. He was really too busy. As for senior brother Chao, although he made rapid progress, the time for progress was too short after all. Ji Chongqing wanted to wait for senior brother Chao's mind to stabilize. Ying Hongye was actually a little worried about Ji Chongqing's safety. But she knew this dogman better. So she always felt that something was wrong. If Chongqing wants to morally bind Xuandu Temple, Xuandu Temple can protect Chongqing with the blooming of the merit golden lotus. Otherwise the cohesion of the sect will be gone. Ying Hongye said in a deep voice. Chao Ziming nodded. Xuandu Temple must recognize the merit golden lotus. If Ji Chongqing insists on using the merit golden lotus to protect himself, then Xuandu Temple will have to slap itself in the face in front of the whole world and admit that there is something wrong with Xuandu Temple's pursuit. Otherwise, even if it is an enemy of other sects, Xuandu Temple must protect Ji Chongqing. Otherwise, the sect will immediately become disunited. If the sect cannot protect Ji Chongqing, a disciple who has condensed the merit golden lotus, how can other disciples be willing to die for the sect? Ying Hongye's eyes gradually understood. So, Chongqing deliberately wanted Xuandu Temple to expel him. Chao Ziming was moved again. Junior brother Ji is really great. He doesn't want to implicate Xuandu Temple because of his righteous actions. Ying Hongye, looking at senior brother Chao speechlessly. Why does she feel that Chongqing wants to cling to Yu Laomo's thigh? Now that Fairy Linglong has not ascended yet. Xuandu Temple is of course the strongest thigh. But everyone knows that Fairy Linglong is about to ascend. And the next strongest thigh is Yu Laomo. With Chongqing's style of doing things, it is very reasonable for him to want to switch to Yu Laomo now. And Chongqing is indeed very suitable for Tianma sect. Senior brother Chao seems to be quite smart recently. Why does he automatically beautify him when it comes to Chongqing's issue? Is this the power of a licking dog? Junior brother. What do you mean? Li Chengxi fell from the sky. She was originally in seclusion on the mountain. After Ji Chongqing's guidance, she recovered some of her memories of Taiying Xingjuan. Ahem. Her realm had a small breakthrough on the spot. As for her current strength, Ji Chongqing couldn't tell anyway. Ji Chongqing made such a big fuss that Li Chengxi couldn't even concentrate on her retreat. When she first received the news from the master of the temple, Li Chengxi almost went crazy and thought that the master was harming her. when she confirmed that all this was really done by Ji Changsheng. Li Changxi was speechless. These young Daluo are really amazing. They really fought their way to the sky. Back then, these old Daluo knew how to talk about human relationships. In her junior brother, Li Changxi saw her own Daluo heart, which had been a little slack. The efficiency is too low. Junior brother's realm is almost catching up. Li Changxi quickly stabilized her realm, and then also caught up with Shenghua. Don't tell me you want to quit Xuandu Temple? Li Changxi frowned and said, I don't allow it. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi looked at each other, thinking that senior sister, your acting is pretty good. Li Changxi and Ji Changsheng exchanged glances, meaning that of course. Otherwise, how could a normal person like me make so many people think I was mentally ill? It's all acting. I'm mentally normal. After exchanging glances, Ji Changsheng was about to speak, but was interrupted by another person. What? Li Maizhu is protecting Ji Changsheng. The murderer? The person who spoke was a middle-aged woman. Ji Changsheng didn't know her. Li Changxi looked at her carefully and felt a little familiar, but she didn't remember who she was. So she said strangely, Who are you? Are you qualified to talk to me? You? The middle-aged woman took a deep breath and didn't bother with a mental patient. Mainly, she didn't dare to bother. As the only mentally ill patient in the world who has obtained a special license to kill from Fairy Linglong, Li Changxi's status is very special. In Fairy Linglong's words, Changxi has mental problems. Do you still want to bother with her? Fairy Linglong has said so. What can others do? Some people are not afraid of bothering with Li Changxi. They are afraid that Fairy Linglong will bother with them. Middle-aged women are also afraid. She can only introduce herself. Chao Yutian is my son. Li Changxi and Ji Changsheng suddenly realized. The hatred of killing a son. That is indeed irreconcilable. Li Changxi quickly said, What did you say in the last sentence? Middle-aged woman. Master Li wants to protect Ji Changsheng. The murderer? Li Changxi said seriously, Of course I won't protect a murderer. The middle-aged woman, including many people in Tantian Chamber of Commerce, breathed a sigh of relief. If Li Changxi really wants to protect Ji Changsheng, it will be difficult to deal with. But Li Changxi's next sentence made them feel numb. But can the people killed by my junior brother be called human beings? They are called beasts. Li Changxi, don't go too far. The middle-aged woman was completely angry. Others are afraid of you, but they are afraid of the Linglong fairy behind you. My son is dead. Do you think I am still afraid of you? Li Changxi sneered. And the crescent blade appeared and was ready to attack. I think you have been possessed by the devil. If you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. Ji Changsheng once again confirmed that he and his senior sister were destined to be together in the previous life. But Li Changxi's crescent blade was not swung out in the end. It was stopped by other masters. Yi Jianxian also spoke in a deep voice. Master Mu, have you had enough of the nonsense of the children? With his qualifications, it would be beneath his status to argue with Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi. So he talked directly to the master. The Xianmen Convention was jointly formulated by all the major immortal gates, and Xuandu Temple was also one of the drafters. Master Mu, Xuandu Temple will not take the lead in violating the Xianmen Convention. Right? The speaker this time was Lu Yonghui, the president of Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Compared to the middle-aged woman, who was so emotional that she lost her composure before, Lu Yonghui's emotions were relatively stable, because he has other children. Chao Yutian is the only son of the Chao family in this generation. Even so, Lu Yonghui could not accept that his daughter was killed by Ji Changsheng. Lu Xingzhen's cultivation talent is not inferior to his. Most importantly, this is a very dangerous signal. Lu Yonghui continued, Du Zongxing is the first person in the Jindan realm of Danqing Pavilion. Xingzhen and Yutian are also the best of our Tantian Chamber of Commerce. They should have become the mainstays of the righteous immortal gate in the future. But they were all killed by Ji Changsheng without teaching. Master Mu, Ji Changsheng dares to kill them now. Who he dares to kill in the future? I dare not think about it. Lu Yonghui's words aroused the fear of others. Xuandu Temple is already the best in the world. There is an invincible Yu Linglong, who has suppressed the whole world for hundreds of years. Everyone wants to overthrow Xuandu Temple, but they can't do it. But Yu Linglong is about to ascend. Mu Xian is obviously a little short of qualifications and strength. The bitter days of Xuandu Temple dominating the world are about to end. If another Yu Linglong appears at this time, who can accept it? Lu Yonghui's words directly saw through the weakness of human nature. Someone immediately agreed. President Liu is right. Even if they really deserve to die, they should be investigated by the major immortal sects before being judged. To punish without teaching is the style of the demon sect. Everyone, Xuandu Temple has always set an example, and will definitely not shelter the vicious and evil people. Voices rang out one after another. Some criticized Ji Changsheng. Some morally blackmailed Xuandu Temple. And more directly took sides. This made Ji Changsheng have a better understanding of the ecological niche of Xuandu Temple. Xuandu Temple is indeed invincible in the world. But the more glorious it is, the more people will hate it. The defense of Xinhuang Merit Tower is indeed invincible. But this can only make Xuandu Temple invincible. It is the credit of Fairy Linglong that this group of people dared not speak out. And even now, they only dared to play moral kidnapping from the side. The Xinhuang Merit Tower is the mountain guardian. And the Linglong Fairy Sword and the Jade Whisk are the deterrent force of Xuandu Temple under the mountain. The mother-in-law is really powerful. Master, you have to work hard. The master's face was uncertain. He really felt the shame. Power is power. And strength is strength. If you are not strong enough, even if you become the head of the world's largest force, you will still be despised. The master knew that if the senior sister was here, none of these people would dare to say anything. It was only because he was here that these people dared to be weird. But the senior sister will leave one day, and he will have to stand up for himself sooner or later. At this time, what happened in Shenghua helped the master out. Please be discerning, all immortals, and do not wrongly accuse Elder Ji. This is a petition from the people of Sheng. Everyone in Sheng is willing to testify for Elder Ji. Elder Ji is willing to die for the country and the people. If Elder Ji gets into trouble, who else in Sheng will dare to uphold justice from now on? Please think twice. Ji Changsheng did not arrange for the people of Sheng to be extras. So he was also confused by these people who suddenly appeared and the so-called petition from the people. However, Ji Changsheng reacted immediately and glared at the Empress Dowager and Wei Zhongxian, who were standing in front of the people. It must be these two people who did it. All the major immortal gates came together, and they were a little panicked. If something happened to Ji Changsheng, they would also be dead. So they arranged this. Take the people back and put away the petition from the people. Ji Changsheng said in a deep voice. Don't involve the people of Sheng. This is not something you can solve. The Queen Mother rarely went against the Master's will. Elder Ji, you have done so much for the people of Shenghua. We have to do something for you too. If the Master has problems, how can I be the mother of the country? The Queen Mother also risked her life. She still has the Master's tonic in her body. So she cares more about Ji Changsheng's situation than Ji Changsheng himself. Ji Changsheng glared at the Queen Mother again. It's useless. Go back. For these high and mighty righteous immortals, when have they ever cared about the wishes of the people of Shenghua? Ji Changsheng had a sneer on his face. Probably only Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion care. But unfortunately, in the eyes of many people, the smiles of all the people of Shenghua combined are not as important as the life of the daughter of the president of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. This is the truth. Even the Queen Mother and Wei Zhongxian thought so to some extent. Ji Changsheng was too lazy to change their ideas. He flicked his sleeves, showing the control of a Yuanine cultivator, and directly sent this group of ordinary people back to the nearest city, keeping them away from the fight between gods and immortals. Then Ji Changsheng explained to the Master, Master, I came to Shenghua with an original intention. When gods and immortals fight, mortals should not suffer. But mortals should get more benefits in the competition between gods and immortals. This petition was not arranged by my disciples. I am not so stupid as to think that the righteous masters would care about the so-called people's thoughts. At the end, Ji Changsheng's tone became sarcastic again. But no one refuted. Everyone believed that Ji Changsheng would not be so stupid. The master of the temple even gave the final conclusion to this matter. This was spontaneously formed by the people of Shenghua. And it naturally has nothing to do with you. Ji Changsheng thanked the master. And then continued, I have read history books for thousands of years. And I have come to the conclusion that the government will cease to exist when the ruler dies. The master was silent. He knew this was the truth. It will probably be the same in the future. All history will be contemporary history. Or even future history. After I came to Shenghua, I killed demons and monsters, did good deeds, and did a lot of things. The changes in Xinghua's luck totem have explained everything. But I am about to leave. And these are what I am most worried about. Ji Changsheng looked at the master and said seriously, after I leave, There will definitely be people who will counterattack. I never overestimate some righteous immortals. Even if I give the spiritual stones that belong to the people of Shungwa to them, those righteous immortals may be able to take them back. Shungwa is nominally protected by Xuandu Temple. I dare to ask if Xuandu Temple can seriously protect Shungwa and supervise the implementation of the current new policy after I leave. The master said, Chansheng, don't worry. Xinghua's luck totem has changed from a dragon to a dragon, which means that Xinghua is now on the right path. If anyone dares to mess around after you leave, I will kill him. No one objected. Although many people want to make trouble for Xuandu Temple, it is not worth it for Xinghua, especially since Xinghua's luck totem has turned into a dragon. It is unreasonable to be hostile to Xuandu Temple. The righteous immortal sect must be open about morality. Ji Chansheng breathed a sigh of relief. On behalf of the people of Xinghua, I thank the temple master for his protection and Xuandu Temple for his protection. This matter was decided in public today, and basically no bigwigs in Xinghua dared to intervene. As for some small-time people, Xuandu Temple did not take them seriously. There will definitely be problems, but the future is bright. Ji Chansheng also gave an explanation to himself and Xinghua. He came to Xinghua not to satisfy his desire and leave. Although he got the merits, he still had to do things. He always had to leave something behind. And as long as Xinghua continued to develop, his merits would continue to increase. This was not a one-time deal. That's why he did this. Ji Chansheng had more experience than the average person, whether in reality or in film and television dramas. He had seen many heroes full of justice helping the disadvantaged groups to uphold justice. But most heroes only uphold justice and have no awareness of aftermath. Many heroes thought that getting justice in public was enough. According to what Ji Chansheng had seen and heard, if they did this, after these heroes left, the disadvantaged groups they helped would suffer even greater retaliation. Only when the aftermath was arranged well could things be truly completed. Hongya, come forward. Ing Hongya didn't know what Ji Chansheng was going to do, but he still went forward as he was told. Ji Chansheng explained, Hongya followed my instructions, and used Xinghua's technology to block Xinghua's contact with the outside world. This is all my business, and has nothing to do with Hongya. If you want to seek revenge, come directly to me. Master. Pavilion Master Jiang. Although Hongya was born in Yinghua, she first worshipped in Xuandu Temple, and then went to Danqing Pavilion for exchanges and learning. You too should be able to protect Hongya from revenge. Right? The master nodded. Jiangxi also nodded and said, I have never heard of Hongya committing any crime. Danqing Pavilion will naturally treat her and other disciples equally. On the other side, Ing 3, who hurried over, was very emotional. This little guy really has deep feelings for Hongya. I recognize this son-in-law. Your Majesty, should we protect Ji Chansheng? Ing 3 said helplessly, I would like to protect him, but I don't have the ability. Then Princess Hongya will probably be very sad. Let's see. If Xuandu Temple wants to protect him, we will also do it together. It's not just Hongya's problem. I think this boy should be a citizen of my Ing Kingdom. With his achievements, if he were in Ing Kingdom, I would even be willing to give him a throne. Ing 3 liked this son-in-law. He is a talent. What is commendable is that he does not shirk responsibility, and is very responsible. He is relieved to leave his daughter to such a man. Ji Chansheng didn't know that he had accidentally brushed the impression points of his cheap father-in-law. After helping Ing Hongya to pick it up, Ji Chansheng continued to whitewash the next person. Sister Qingqing, it's your turn. Yu Qingqing didn't need Ji Chansheng to whitewash her. She just took a look, then hugged Ji Chansheng in front of everyone, and then left Xing Kingdom smoothly, leaving a sentence that made Ji Chansheng and others speechless. My last name is Yu. It turns out that the last name Yu is really amazing. The people of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce dared not say a word. The people of Danqing Pavilion also remained silent. What can Ji Chansheng say? He just wants to change his last name now. Unfortunately, this is not realistic. So he can only continue as Ji Chansheng. Princess Yin, come forward. Sheng Jiayan also walked to the front of the crowd. When a nun in Guanyin Hall saw Sheng Jiayan, her expression was obviously fluctuated. The Liantian projection was made public last night. Sheng Jiayan stood on Ji Chansheng's side, which made the current situation of Guanyin Hall a little embarrassing. I wonder who is the master of Guanyin Hall. The nun stepped out from the crowd. I am Niankong. Jiayan is my disciple. I have met Niankong. After Ji Chansheng saluted, he began to whitewash his other slave, Niankong. Princess Yan attacked Qiao Yutian. It was all my idea. She was controlled by my poison. Niankong was not angry, but her expression eased, and her favor for Ji Changsheng increased greatly. Although Ji Changsheng controlled her disciple, it was obvious that Ji Changsheng was saving Sheng Jiayan. Otherwise, Lu Xingzhen's fate would be a lesson for Sheng Jiayan. Moreover, Ji Changsheng explained this matter in public, and Guanyin Hall could take advantage of the situation to pick Sheng Jiayan out. It could also eliminate the potential conflict between Guanyin Hall and Tontian Chamber of Commerce. So even though Ji Changsheng poisoned their disciples of Guanyin Hall, Niankong wanted to say thank you to Ji Changsheng at this moment. It was because she practiced for many years that she controlled her impulse. Ji Changsheng took out an antidote, a sugar pill prepared in advance. One low-grade spirit stone can buy hundreds of them, which are not worth much. It's embarrassing to say that I killed Princess Yan's father, Ji Changsheng said frankly, but her father deserves to die. After I killed Princess Yan's father, my merits increased, so I don't regret it. At this point, Ji Changsheng glanced at Sheng Jiayan and continued, father is father, daughter is daughter. Xuandu Temple does not have the saying that father's debt is paid by daughter. And I never implicate my family in my behavior. But if I don't kill Sheng Jiayan will be my enemy. She started practicing in Guanyin Temple a long time ago. And even if she shared the benefits of Cihong blessed land, she is not guilty of death. So I only poisoned her and did not kill her. Master Niankong, do you accept my explanation? Niankong nodded and said seriously, what Ji said is reasonable. There are standards for rewarding and punishing good and evil. I accept it on behalf of Guanyin Temple. Sheng Jiayan is still in Ji Changsheng's hands. So Niankong certainly doesn't dare to say no. And she really believes from the bottom of her heart that Ji Changsheng is reasonable and not a bloodthirsty person. Otherwise, Ji Changsheng has killed Lu Xingzhen. So would he care about killing Sheng Jiayan? Sheng Jiayan's status is theoretically much worse than Lu Xingzhen. From this, it can be seen that Ji Changsheng is not killing innocent people indiscriminately. He will show mercy to those who do not deserve to die. Ji Changsheng's favorability towards Niankong also increased greatly. It seems that there are many good people in Guanyin Temple. That means Sheng Jiayan should be pushed up. Otherwise, if the good people in Guanyin Temple are harmed by the demons of the demon sect, wouldn't it cause the fall of Guanyin Temple? As cultivators of our generation, we should take the responsibility. Ji Changsheng handed the antidote in his hand to Sheng Jiayan, and said in a deep voice, Princess Yan's crime is not punishable by death. But after all, she has obtained part of the profits of Cihong blessed land, which is a fault for Shenghua. But Princess Yan opened the door of the Shenghua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce for me, and helped me control Qiao Yutian. In my opinion, Princess Yan's merits and demerits offset each other. This is the antidote. Take this medicine, and from now on, Princess Yan and I will be even. If Princess Yan is stubborn and seeks revenge from me again, I will not hold back. Niankong nodded slightly, and felt that Ji Changsheng, this young man, was very reasonable. What he said was the truth. She accepted it completely. Sheng Jiayan did not dare not accept it. Sheng Jiayan took the antidote from Ji Changsheng and ate it immediately. Then, as expected, she tasted the taste of sugar pills. She grew up in Sheng country, and was very familiar with the sugar pills produced in Sheng country, and sold everywhere on the streets. Looking at her righteous master with resentment, Sheng Jiayan took a deep breath and bowed to Ji Changsheng, saying, Elder Ji, we met again in the mountains and rivers. So let's say goodbye now. It was impossible to fight. If she did, she would kneel down and call him daddy. Sheng Jiayan didn't want to embarrass herself in public, but reconciliation was impossible. Sheng Jiayan was a smart person. She knew what Ji Changsheng meant. He wanted to create an illusion of opposition with her, so as to help her get a position in Guanyin Hall. Although this still needed to be controlled by Ji Changsheng. But, in this way, Ji Changsheng would definitely not kill her, and would definitely help her. Sheng Jiayan could only comfort herself in this way. Of course, she would definitely look for a way to solve the poison in Guanyin Hall. Ji Changsheng also knew this very well. It all depends on how powerful the Devil Desire Sutra is. Based on his trust in the Holy Maiden Hawan, Ji Changsheng let Sheng Jiayan go. Judging from the energy of the Holy Maiden Hawan, Ji Changsheng believed that the effect of the Demon Desire Sutra should be far beyond his imagination. So he watched Sheng Jiayan cross the border of Sheng State and return to Master Niankong. Master Niankong checked Sheng Jiayan's condition and found no problems. And immediately felt certain. Ji Xiaoyu is a believer. Master Niankong said directly, Guanyin Temple will not participate in this Sheng State incident. As for the Cihong blessed land, monks are compassionate. And gold, silver and treasures are just external things. Since Ji Xiaoyu has used it to compensate the people of Sheng State, Guanyin Temple is also happy to see it happen. This is just a nice talk. Gold, silver and treasures are of course very important. And it is absolutely impossible to live without money. However, Guanyin Temple naturally has other income. It is just a blessed land of Cihong. And Guanyin Temple can afford the loss. And the main thing is that Ji Chansheng did a very decent job. He took care of the inside and outside of Guanyin Temple. Niankong had a very good impression of Ji Chansheng. So she returned the favor. Anyway, Ji Chansheng offended Tontian Chamber of Commerce and Danqing Pavilion. Their Guanyin Temple only damaged a few spiritual stones. Why rush to ask for punishment? Ji Chansheng achieved his goal and saluted Niankong again. He said that the demons of the demon sect were not everywhere. And Niankong was obviously a righteous person. After solving Sheng Jiayan's problem, Ji Chansheng looked at Chao Ziming. Brother Chao, it's your turn. Chao Ziming didn't expect that there was still something for him. Hurrying to Ji Changsheng's side, Chao Ziming scratched his head and said, Junior brother Ji, I'm afraid it's not easy to refute what I did. Ji Changsheng smiled slightly. Senior brother Chao, release your righteousness. Chao Ziming immediately released his righteousness. The pure white light shot up into the sky, magnificent and upright, making countless Danqing Pavilion elders' eyes light up at this time. Ziming's righteousness has improved so much. His cultivation has also reached the peak of the golden core. Not only that, he is only half a step away from being promoted to the nascent soul. And Ziming obviously has his own understanding of the use of righteousness. And he has already walked out of his own righteous way. From the use of righteousness alone, Ziming seems to have surpassed Du Zongsheng. The righteousness can be understood as internal strength. Combat power includes more than just internal strength. Du Zongsheng's strength before his death was naturally higher than Chao Ziming's at this time. But in terms of righteousness alone, he was indeed inferior to Chao Ziming. This gave many elders of Danqing Pavilion new hope. The death of Du Zongsheng is a big problem. Because Du Zongsheng's talent is recognized as the king of the same level. No one else can replace him. Which is of great significance to Danqing Pavilion. But if someone can replace him, then the death of Du Zongsheng will actually be a much smaller problem. Ji Chansheng naturally understood this. That's why he wanted to help Chao Ziming. Brother Chao, you don't need to argue. Your righteousness has already explained everything. The group of righteous masters outside are not here to judge you. They are all here for me. Ji Chansheng patted Chao Ziming on the shoulder and chuckled, Brother Chao, it's nice to meet you. Young man with chivalry, loyalty and courage, sticking his neck out for friends, and risking his life for righteousness. You meet all my beautiful imaginations of Danqing Pavilion disciples. Chao Ziming's eyes were red. Brother Ji, you exceed my beautiful imagination of Xuandu Temple disciples. Ji Chansheng smiled and hugged Chao Ziming, then pushed him out of Shenghua. Linglong's current ban is for Yuanning cultivators to enter Shenghua, and leaving Shenghua is naturally not included. Master Jiang, I will take sole responsibility for Shenghua's affairs. Senior brother Chao is just doing noble things with the noble heart of a Danqing Pavilion disciple. There should be no problem for Danqing Pavilion to protect senior brother Chao from retaliation. Right? Jiang Shi said directly, of course there is no problem. Ziming is an excellent successor of Danqing Pavilion. Ji Chansheng is really hard to protect. But saving Chao Ziming is no problem for Jiang Shi. After all, Ji Chansheng took all the responsibility. And none of those important figures were killed by Chao Ziming. Where is Zongsheng? An elder of Danqing Pavilion spoke. Du Zongsheng has a large number of supporters in Danqing Pavilion. Being strong enough, evil enough, being the best in the same level, and being the best in Jin Dan, is the biggest political correctness for Du Zongsheng in Danqing Pavilion. Moreover, Du Zongsheng has no evidence of guilt in public. Danqing Pavilion needs an explanation for Zongsheng's death. Ji Chansheng was silent for a moment and waved to the back. A moment later, a woman who made everyone feel unfamiliar appeared beside Ji Chansheng. But the elders of Danqing Pavilion were all brightened. Is this Qin Xi and Jian Dan? The same talent as Qin Lian. It is indeed Qin Xi and Jian Dan. If she joins Danqing Pavilion, she will become a golden elixir within 10 years. Ji Chansheng, For a moment, he could not tell whether the elder of Danqing Pavilion was praising Zhuo Fanghua for her high or low talent. After all, it took him less than 10 days to become a golden elixir. Ahem. This woman is naturally Zhuo Fanghua. Thank you, Bao. Although Madame Hawan felt that she could not protect Ji Changsheng and asked Ji Changsheng to find Linglong Fairy to hug her thighs, she still assisted Ji Changsheng. Zhuo Fanghua is Madame Hawan's help to him. Ji Changsheng got Zhuo Fanghua from Madame Hawan, which was no less than a death-free gold medal from Danqing Pavilion. Zhuo Fanghua, tell your story to the masters of Danqing Pavilion. Zhuo Fanghua told her story expressionlessly. When Zhuo Fanghua finished speaking, Danqing Pavilion fell silent. Ji Changsheng did not remain silent. He spoke calmly. Of course, it was not Du Zongxing who said that Du Zongjiang created Zhuo Fanghua's tragedy. But without Du Zongxing, Zhuo Fanghua should be practicing righteousness in Danqing Pavilion at this time. I don't regret killing Du Zongxing. If Danqing Pavilion wants to retaliate against me, I will take over. But Zhuo Fanghua is a man of courage and bravery, and she was born to be the successor of Danqing Pavilion. 2 years ago, Danqing Pavilion missed such a seed of Tao. Today, I am the recommender in public. Pavilion Master Jiang. Does Danqing Pavilion need such a disciple? Jiang Shi nodded. Of course it is needed. Child, from now on you are a disciple of Danqing Pavilion. No. Pavilion Master. She died suddenly and suddenly resurrected. There must be something sinister behind this. Puff. A figure flew backwards. Jiang Shi retracted his right hand and looked at Zhuo Fanghua with some apology. Child, I don't know what happened 2 years ago, and I don't want to know what you have experienced in the past 2 years. I just want you to know that Danqing Pavilion welcomes you. I am the current Pavilion Master of Danqing Pavilion. Danqing Pavilion. I keep my word. Zhuo Fanghua was slightly moved. Ji Changsheng also looked sideways. No wonder it is said that after Fairy Linglong ascended, Jiang Shi would be the leader of the righteous immortal sect. Master, you have to learn. Master and Ji Changsheng looked at each other, and instantly guessed the meaning of Ji Changsheng's eyes, and then wanted to hit him. I also want to learn. The premise is that you have to be more obedient. Jiang Shi can't cover up the things you did. Master is right. Jiang Shi only dared to say that he would protect Zhuo Fanghua and Chao Ziming. Jiang Shi was powerless against Ji Changsheng, although he really admired Ji Changsheng. But this guy was too capable of causing trouble. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng advocated self-struggle and never flattered others. He clapped his hands cheerfully and let out a long sigh. Everything has been arranged, and I can leave with peace of mind. I should have lived up to my friendship, the sect's teachings, and the human race's fortune. Ji Changsheng smiled and looked at the master. Master, Xuandu Temple probably can't protect me. The master gritted his teeth and said, Senior sister can. Senior sister is invincible. Ji Changsheng waved his hands and smiled very sunny. Forget it. Linglong Fairy and I have a personal grudge. What's more, Linglong Fairy is about to ascend to heaven. By then, even if there is the Xianwang Merit Tower to guard the mountain, Xuandu Temple will certainly not be as glorious as before. I was taught by Xuandu Temple, and my senior sister and the master have protected me. I can't bring disaster to this sect. Everyone has their own actions, and I will not implicate Xuandu Temple. The elders and disciples of Xuandu Temple were all moved. With such a state and such a broad mind, if Ji Changsheng is not worthy of being a disciple of the righteous path, who is worthy? But Ji Changsheng said that I don't want to mix with you righteous people anymore. I have joined Xuandu Temple for a short time, but I have seen the true face of this cultivation world, especially the true face of the righteous immortal sects headed by Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, fellow righteous sects have gone from weak to strong, from closed to open, from hegemonism to letting 100 flowers bloom, from a stagnant pool to 100 schools of thought. Today's righteous immortal sects allow disciples to express their opinions directly, and everyone takes the people of the world as their own responsibility. Seeing today's grand scene, it really makes me feel excited and full of infinite hope for the future of the righteous path. After hearing Ji Changsheng's words, many people lowered their heads. At first, some people really believed that Ji Changsheng was praising them, until the more they listened, the more something was wrong. I am not worthy of being associated with such a righteous path. Ji Changsheng smiled and looked in the direction where Yu Lao Mo was hiding. Master Yu, I want to change my way of life. Does the Holy Church welcome me? Yu Lao Mo showed his true form, and laughed loudly. The Holy Church welcomes you. The young master of the Holy Church has officially returned to his position. Chapter 122. My mother-in-law is invincible. My father is second. And I am naturally third. Yu Lao Mo? How dare you show up? Fairy Linglong is about to ascend. And Yu Lao Mo has started to stir up trouble again. To deal with Yu Lao Mo, there is no need to follow the rules of the immortal sect. Everyone should work together. Puff. Ji Changsheng couldn't hold it back. He knew that his mother-in-law was invincible. And he also saw the deterrent power of Fairy Linglong to the people of the world from the reactions of everyone around him. But it was the first time for him to face the deterrent power of his own father. Apart from Fairy Linglong, it seemed that his father was really strong. He only showed his face. And these righteous masters were all scared. Ji Changsheng looked carefully. And even Jiangxi took a breath when Yu Lao Mo appeared. Obviously, as the next leader of the righteous immortal sect, he did not have much confidence in Yu Lao Mo. Sure enough, this guy was right. At this time, Ren Suqiong no longer concealed, and walked straight to Ji Changsheng, standing side by side with Ji Changsheng, and then turned his head and whispered, "The leader has arranged people to meet in front, and the fight will start soon. Follow me, and the leader will stop the hypocrites from the righteous path who are chasing here." Ji Changsheng was moved. Yu Lao Mo is a good person. He really goes all out when there is something. Ji Changsheng decided that as long as Yu Lao Mo did not pursue the matter of him killing Bing Zipping, he would be filial to Yu Lao Mo and maintain a father-son relationship with Yu Lao Mo. Yu Lao Mo cared about him. And of course he cared about Yu Lao Mo too. Ji Changsheng always exchanged sincerity with others. So he cared. Will the leader be in danger? Ren Suqiong said confidently. If Yu Linglong doesn't make a move, the leader is invincible in the world. Ji Changsheng. Okay. Being the second in the world is also worth being proud of. No problem. I'll just think you are praising my adoptive father. Don't move yet. Someone is watching you now. Wait until the leader makes a move. Then we will act. Ren Suqiong reminded. She is not afraid of being seen now. Because until now, the ban on Fairy Linglong has not been lifted. And she can be promoted to the nascent soul realm at any time. In Shenghua, Ren Suqiong is invincible. Outside Shenghua, Yu Lao Mo has come in person. So she doesn't need to worry. Anyway, the leader has spoken. And Ji Changsheng has taken the initiative to express his willingness to join the Holy Church. So she naturally doesn't need to worry. As expected, someone has been watching Ji Changsheng. When Yu Lao Mo and Ren Suqiong appeared one after another, Chao Yuntian's mother, who had just accused Li Chengxi, immediately sneered and said, Ji Changsheng, you have been saying that others are demons from the demon cult all day long. Now you have finally revealed your true colors. You are the real demon from the demon cult. Ji Changsheng thought that you knew too much and was afraid that he would be killed to silence you. As soon as Ji Changsheng had this thought, he saw a flash of blood in the air. Among thousands of troops, Yu Lao Mo broke into Longtan alone, and Yu Wanjun cut off the enemy's head from the army. The description was a bit exaggerated, but the meaning was the same. The masters of the 5 major righteous immortal sects gathered together. Although not all the elite were present, there were also many powerful people present. But Yu Lao Mo brazenly swung his magic sword. With one sword, only blood remained in the sky. Chao Yuntian's mother quickly went to see Chao Yutian. Yi Jianxian actually reacted, and was also trying hard to protect Chao's mother. He directly met her with a sword. Then, Yu Lao Mo directly chopped Yi Jianxian away. With the remaining force, he directly chopped Chao Yuntian's mother in half. The demon flames were surging and arrogant. Ji Chengxing's eyes lit up. The leader is indeed mighty. Ren Suqiong was very calm. I said, if Yu Linglong doesn't make a move, the leader is invincible in the world. Facts have proved that there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Linglong Fairy is invincible in the world, which is recognized by the world. Yu Lao Mo is the second in the world, which is also recognized by the world. They are all worthy of the name. After killing Chao's mother, Yu Lao Mo looked at Yi Jianxian, who was chopped away by his sword, and said disdainfully, Tian Jizi, you are worthy of being a sword fairy. My lifelong reputation is actually on par with a waste like you. It's a shame. Yi Jianxian opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. He didn't have time to feel the shame, and looked at Yu Lao Mo with horror. Your strength has improved again? How is that possible? Everyone was instantly moved, because Yi Jianxian had just fought with Yu Lao Mo a few days ago. Yi Jianxian did not mean that Yu Lao Mo's strength had improved compared to 20 years ago, but that it had improved again compared to a few days ago. And Yu Lao Mo's attack just now did show his overwhelming strength, as both are sword immortals. Normally, Yi Jianxian is not Yu Lao Mo's opponent, but he is not a match for him. What's going on? Yu Lao Mo sneered and said, "Last time I just wanted to teach you a lesson. This time I am going to kill someone." The Holy Church opens the door to convenience and welcomes all young talents to join. But if there are obstacles, this is the end. The actual situation is that Yu Lao Mo also tried his best last time in Chipon Mountain, at least using 70% of his strength. If it weren't for the Holy Maiden Huan, he would have knocked Yi Jianxian down long ago. But this time he used 100% of his strength. For a demon master like Yu Lao Mo, using all his strength in front of others would easily expose his true colors, which would be very detrimental to his safety. He would not do this normally. Moreover, with Yu Lao Mo's strength, he generally does not need to use his full strength. And the opponent is not his opponent. Except for escaping from Yu Linglong 20 years ago, Yu Lao Mo has never used so much strength. This time the situation is different. Chansheng is watching. Yu Lao Mo knows that he and Ji Chansheng are only related by blood, and there is no family affection. So he has to work hard from now on. First of all, he will establish a strong image of Chansheng as a father who is invincible in the world, and increase Changsheng's respect and admiration for him. This is very important, because Ji Changsheng's actions have caused a great shock to Yu Lao Mo. And Yu Lao Mo even felt that he was like this son. The son is too outstanding. And the pressure of being a father is also very high. After all, being a father requires majesty, no matter what. Today he had to convince his son, so that he could be disciplined in the future. Even if he couldn't discipline him, Ji Changsheng would still respect him more. Otherwise, he was worried that Ji Changsheng's lawless nature would not even give him face as a father. So Yu Lao Mo risked his life. Tian Jizi, if you touch a hair of Changsheng today, I will kill you on the spot. Yu Lao Mo held the bloody magic sword and said arrogantly, "If you are not afraid of death, why don't you try?" Ji Changsheng was moved to tears. The leader is so powerful. Godfather, let's make a deal. Just pretend that there is no bing zipping. As long as we can put aside our past grudges, I will treat you the same way I treated the master in the past. This godfather is so awesome. Ren Suqiong didn't quite understand Ji Changsheng's reaction. In her mind, it was normal for the leader to be powerful. And being the second best in the world was not just a boast. Others didn't quite understand Yu Lao Mo's reaction either. When Lu Yonghui, the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, saw that the top master of his Chamber of Commerce had been humiliated, he quickly stood up to support Yi Jianxian. "Yu Lao Mo, you actually made such a big fuss for a mere young man. Is he your son?" Ji Chansheng glanced at Yu Lao Mo. As expected, he found that Yu Lao Mo's eyes flashed with murderous intent. So Ji Chansheng silently mourned for Lu Yonghui in his heart. "You know too much. If you just keep your mouth shut, Yu Lao Mo may not kill you." Lu Yonghui was completely unaware that he had spoken out of his own fault. He continued, "Today, all the wise men and the righteous have gathered, and Master Mu of Xuandu Temple is here. Yu Lao Mo, if you want to accept the traitors of Xuandu Temple, you have to ask Master Mu if he agrees." Yu Lao Mo was full of murderous intent. "Lu Yonghui, I want to kill you, so I don't need to ask Master Mu if he agrees." After all, Lu Yonghui is also a big boss, and he still needs to save face. Although he knew that he was definitely not Yu Lao Mo's opponent, he still said proudly, "The righteous immortal sects are of the same blood. Yu Lao Mo will not allow you to be so arrogant today. Master Mu, Xuandu Temple is the leader of the righteous. Now Yu Lao Mo wants to accept the abandoned disciples of Xuandu Temple, and Master Mu will definitely not sit idly by. As long as Master Mu gives an order, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce will definitely support it with all his strength." Yu Lao Mo sneered, raised the magic sword and prepared to take action. To be honest, he looked down on people like Lu Yonghui from the bottom of his heart, because he never thought that the other party was a cultivator. From Yi Jianxian, Lu Yonghui and Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, Yu Lao Mo saw how the spirit stone corroded a group of cultivators. Such forces should be wiped out. Just treat it as a gift to Changsheng. But at this moment, he and the master of the temple looked at each other. Then Yu Lao Mo controlled his murderous intention. "Mu Xian, do you want to protect Lu Yonghui?" Yu Lao Mo asked in a deep voice. The master of the temple shook his head. ignored Yu Lao Mo, and ignored Lu Yonghui, but looked at Ji Changsheng. Cha Sheng, do you want to join the Tianma sect? Ji Changsheng nodded calmly. The heavenly demon sect is recognized as the leader of the evil ways. With heinous crimes and demons gathering here, you should think twice before you act. Ji Changsheng said loudly. This righteous sect is also full of heinous crimes and demons gathering here. It seems to be no different. Besides, I will naturally lead my fellow disciples to do good deeds and punish evil and promote good when I join the holy sect. Speaking of this, Ji Changsheng released his golden lotus of merit again. The righteous way and the evil way are not based on the name, but on the heart. Wherever I, Ji Changsheng, am, there is the righteous way. Master Yu, I will join the holy sect and will work hard to make the name of the heavenly saint sect deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Do you have any objections? Yu Laoma laughed again. I have clear rewards and punishments. If you can really make the name of the holy sect spread all over the world, I will make you the young master. This is obviously a private offer, but to outsiders, it is reasonable. If Ji Changsheng can really make everyone in the world agree with the name Tiansheng sect, then Ji Changsheng is definitely the leader of the revival of Tianma sect. He deserves Jiangxi's position in Danqing Pavilion. After getting Yu Laoma's promise, Ji Changsheng smiled slightly, thanking his foster father for his support. And then he bowed to the master of the temple and said, Master, I have no attachment to this righteous sect. From now on, I am a disciple of the holy sect. Please spare me. I really don't want to fight with Xuandu Temple. Yu Lao Mo nodded, expressing his appreciation. The disciples of the Holy Church should also distinguish between gratitude and resentment. Mu Xian, Xuandu Temple has done Ji Changsheng a favor, and he does not want to be an enemy of Xuandu Temple. I will not make things difficult for him. But if Xuandu Temple insists on cleaning up the sect, I will not stand idly by. The disciples that Xuandu Temple cannot protect, we will protect them. What Xuandu Temple dare not do, we will do. Those who Yu Linglong dare not kill, let me kill them. Yu Lao Mo felt a little regretful at the end, but when the words came to his lips, he was too excited to say it, and he still couldn't stop. The master of the temple looked at Yu Lao Mo again, gave Yu Lao Mo a look that told him to take care of himself, and then raised his hand and said, Disciples of Xuandu Temple, listen to my order. From now on, Ji Changsheng will withdraw from Xuandu Temple. His life and death in the future will have nothing to do with Xuandu Temple. There is only one thing. Xuandu disciples, if anyone harms Ji Changsheng in the name of killing demons and eliminating evil, he will be regarded as a traitor and killed without mercy. Disciples, obey my order. The people in Xuandu Temple responded in unison. After all, Xuandu Temple cultivates merits, which is different from those cultivators in Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, who are engaged in petty pursuits. Who is right and who is wrong is in their hearts, and they are all on the golden lotus of merit. Today, Ji Changsheng has lived up to Xuandu, and everyone knows it. So even if Ji Changsheng joined the Tianma sect in public, no one in Xuandu Temple would feel resentful towards Ji Changsheng, but would feel guilty instead. Ji Changsheng's manipulation is indeed a master of Piyue. Of course, it was also because the temple master cooperated well and Fairy Linglong was generous enough. If the top leaders of Xuandu Temple were from the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, they would not tolerate Ji Changsheng's behavior. As expected, Lu Yonghui strongly protested against the temple master's actions. Master Mu, what do you mean? Is Xuandu Temple going to cooperate with Tianma sect? Mu Xian said coldly, President Lu, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce wants to teach Xuandu Temple how to do things. Lu Yonghui's face changed slightly. It's okay to offend Yu Lao Mo. The strength of the righteous camp is stronger. Yu Lao Mo can't kill him like he killed Chao Yunqian's mother. But if he offends Xuandu Temple, he will be in real danger. Fairy Linglong has not ascended. It's just that as a big boss, he and the master are nominally on the same level. Lu Yonghui can't bow to the master in front of so many people. He can only forcefully explain, I don't mean it. But since ancient times, good and evil cannot coexist. When Fairy Linglong was here, she has always been at odds with Yu Lao Mo. Does Master Mu want to change his ways? You use my senior sister to pressure me? The master's voice became more and more indifferent. Lu Yonghui's face changed again. Something is wrong. What happened to Mu Xian today? She was never as irritable as she is today. Could it be that driving away Ji Changsheng really violated Mu Xian's bottom line? Lu Yonghui couldn't grasp the master's thoughts. and didn't dare to speak easily for a while. At this moment, the master's sword energy flashed. Yu Linglong's voice came from the jade sword in the master's hand. Junior brother, how is the situation? Lu Yonghui's face lit up. Yu Linglong came out of retreat. As everyone knows, Ji Chansheng killed Yu Linglong's husband. Although it was later confirmed that Bai Shizhi deserved to die, the Merit Golden Lotus also proved that his daughter Lu Xingxin deserved to die. And Lu Yonghui still wanted revenge. Even if Yu Linglong's realm is higher than his. Can she really repay evil with virtue? Lu Yonghui judged others by himself. So he naturally didn't believe that Fairy Linglong was so magnanimous. It's not important that Mu Xian admired Ji Chansheng. But it's important that Fairy Linglong didn't admire Ji Chansheng. But he underestimated Fairy Linglong's heart. The master of the temple reported the latest situation to Fairy Linglong. Ji Chansheng condensed the Golden Lotus of Merit and entered the nascent soul realm. And Xinghua's luck turned into a dragon. But he also admitted to killing Lu Xingxin, Du Zongxing and others. Yu Linglong's voice soon continued to come from the jade sword. Since you condensed the Golden Lotus of Merit, you have no faults in merits. If you have any objections, you can come to me. The voice was understated. There was no smoke and fire. But it was more domineering than the demon flames of Yulao Mo. Lu Yonghui's face was livid this time. But he didn't dare to say a word. Only the master's voice continued to sound. Senior sister. Cha Sheng said that he was very disappointed with the righteous way. So he asked to withdraw from Xuandu Temple and join the Tianma sect. This time, Yu Linglong's voice was silent for a moment. Then, the jade sword escaped from the control of the temple master and floated in the air. Lu Yonghui. Come here. Cold sweat appeared on Lu Yonghui's forehead. He sensed something was wrong. But when Fairy Linglong spoke, he did not dare to refuse. So he could only grit his teeth and stand in front of the jade sword. Fairy Linglong, please allow me to report that Ji Chansheng left Xuandu Temple on his own initiative. And I did not force him. Yu Linglong said him. I'm in a bad mood today. Lu Yonghui? Before he could react, the jade sword shone brightly, and the colorful sword energy burst out. And at the same time, it pierced through 7 major acupoints on Lu Yonghui's body. It directly nailed Lu Yonghui to the spot, and blood flowed from all 7 orifices. Throughout the whole process, the president of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, the leader of one of the 5 major immortal gates of the righteous path, had no power to resist. It was not until Lu Yonghui started bleeding from all 7 orifices that the others reacted. The whole audience was in an uproar. But still no one dared to move. Even at the first moment, no one dared to raise any objections. Ji Chansheng was shocked. He subconsciously looked at Yulao Mo and found that his cheap father's eyes were also filled with shock. Obviously, Fairy Linglong's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. Master, what's going on? The master and Ji Chansheng looked at each other and replied to the message of the sound transmission note calmly. I don't know. Senior sister didn't tell me. It seems that she is not in a good mood? Yu Linglong also said the same thing. Lu Yonghui. Do you know where you are wrong? Lu Yonghui's eyes were about to burst. Please tell me. Fairy. Yu Linglong said calmly. I am in a bad mood and need to take it out on you. Lu Yonghui. Others. Everyone in the world says that I am about to ascend to heaven. They all think that I am considering Xuandu Temple, and dare not kill people before ascending to avoid making enemies for Xuandu Temple. Yu Linglong chuckled lightly. And her laughter was full of disdain. Ji Chansheng. Come out. Ji Chansheng thought to himself. Mother-in-law is mighty. Then he walked out of Xinghua swiftly. No one dared to touch him. Fairy Linglong's deterrence is much greater than that of Yulao Mo. Since you have already left Xuandu Temple, I can't keep you. If I ascend and leave one day, you stay in Xuandu Temple. It is not a good thing for you and Xuandu Temple. Ji Chansheng agreed deeply. After you leave, the master of the temple can't protect me. It's all because the master is too weak. It has nothing to do with me causing trouble everywhere. If you were here, wouldn't you be able to handle this kind of thing if I caused it? It can be seen that it is all the fault of the temple master. Your life and death in the future has nothing to do with me. But during your time as a disciple of Xuandu Temple, you have done good deeds and accumulated virtues. And you have been recognized by the way of heaven. You have condensed your merits and virtues into an infant. And you are an excellent disciple of Xuandu Temple. As long as I am here, anyone who dares to bully the disciples of Xuandu Temple will die. If anyone forgets this prohibition, let the world remember it again. Ji Chansheng. Hold the jade sword. Ji Changsheng held the jade sword in the air as he said, "Kill Lu Yonghui. And the merits you get will be the reward you deserve for doing good deeds and accumulating virtues in Shengbo this time." Wait a minute. Fairy. Puff. The jade sword automatically bloomed with colorful sword energy and immediately killed the person who just spoke on the spot. Seeing this, Ji Changsheng didn't say anything, picked up the jade sword and beheaded Lu Yonghui directly. Swish. The sky appeared strange, and merits were everywhere. A brand new golden lotus of merits bloomed above Ji Changsheng's head. The flowers are in full bloom. Yu Linglong's voice continued to sound. You have not let Xian Du down. And Xian Du has not let you down. In this case, do you have any complaints? Chapter 123, If you can't solve the problem, solve the person who created it. Ji Changsheng felt his heart beating a little faster. Oops. It's a heart-thumping feeling. Senior sister, can we make a deal? Before Fairy Linglong ascends, she will become the biggest one. After she ascends, I will marry you as my wife. My heart is true to you. But I suddenly found that Fairy Linglong's heart is too broad. I killed her husband, but she still protected me. And she could have killed Lu Yonghui directly, but she was willing to find an excuse of being in a bad mood. Her heart is too kind. Ji Changsheng is also a kind-hearted person, so he is naturally attracted to kind-hearted people. Of course, he will be attracted to rich women. Feeling the golden lotus of merit blooming again on his head, Ji Changsheng felt that he could directly advance to the late stage of yuanying in this wave. Who said that the later the realm is, the harder it is to advance? It can be seen that rumors cannot be fully believed. Of course, there is a rumor that can be believed. Fairy Linglong is invincible. Ji Changsheng saw it with his own eyes. And Fairy Linglong's invincibility is not just a boast. Thank you for the gift. Fairy! I have no complaints about you and Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng's answer came from the heart. If there is still a complaint, Ji Changsheng feels that he is too conscienceless. Fairy Linglong gave too much. This Lu Yonghui is much more valuable than Chao Yutian and Lu Xingzhen. Killing him is better than killing hundreds of people. Ji Changsheng was very satisfied, even very surprised. But Yu Linglong was very calm. It's just killing. Even if the other party is the leader of the righteous immortal sect, Yu Linglong has no emotional fluctuations. It's a relationship between a master and a disciple. As long as you are satisfied, as long as I am here, I will not let the disciples of Xuandu Temple suffer any grievances. But I can only protect you until today. Disciple understands the fairy's kindness. The disciple will remember it in his heart. Well, you can leave. Ji Changsheng did not hesitate and directly protected Yu Lao Mo in front of him. At this time, the others finally reacted. Many people couldn't sit still. After all, the person who just died was nominally one of the mainstays of the righteous immortal sect, the president of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, and the boss among the bosses. Yu Linglong dared to kill Lu Yonghui, so she dared to kill all of them. For a time, everyone was in danger. If Yu Linglong really went on a killing spree, no one would be sure to be spared. Many people looked at Jiangxi, Master Jiang, as the next leader of the righteous immortal sect recognized by the righteous immortal sect after Linglong Fairy. You have to stand up. Jiangxi smiled bitterly in his heart. It's really not easy to be the successor of Linglong Fairy. Mu Xian couldn't shake the prestige of Fairy Linglong in Xuandu Temple. He was also unsure, but he still stood up to stabilize the army. If you want to be a boss, you must take the lead when something happens. Otherwise, how can you convince the crowd? Fairy. Lu Yonghui is the president of Tontian Chamber of Commerce after all. You killed him like this. You must give a reason. Right? Jiangxi asked. Yu Linglong gave Jiangxi face. She was still reasonable. The merit golden lotus on Ji Changsheng's head just now is the reason. Jiangxi couldn't refute it. This is a very solid explanation. If Ji Changsheng used this explanation, no one would listen. But Yu Linglong used this explanation, and everyone in the world would listen. Here comes the problem. Fairy, if you do this, everyone in Tontian Chamber of Commerce will be in danger. And it will also cause endless troubles to Xuandu Temple. Jiangxi reminded. He was not threatening Yu Linglong. Danqing Pavilion and Xuandu Temple are of the same blood. He can be the leader of the next generation of the righteous immortal sect thanks to Yu Linglong's support. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Yu Linglong's support, Mu Xian couldn't be the master of Xuandu Temple. Without Yu Linglong's support, Jiangxi couldn't be the leader of the next righteous martial arts world. After all, Fairy Linglong has a veto power. After the veto power expires, Fairy Linglong still has the Linglong Fairy Sword. Just ask if you are afraid? Jiangshi is not afraid. He is really worried that Fairy Linglong's killing spree will affect the future situation of Xuandu Temple. Yu Jian nodded in a very anthropomorphic way in the air. What you said makes sense. Junior brother, come forward. The master came to the center of the stage. He was a little confused and a little panicked, because this is different from the script he had planned before. According to his previous plan and the tacit understanding between him and Fairy Linglong, Fairy Linglong is about to ascend to heaven. So she really needs to reduce her presence. Not to mention making enemies everywhere. Today's stage seat position is to be left to Yu Lao Mo, so that Yu Lao Mo can show his love for his son. But Yu Linglong suddenly jumped out and stole the show. Something must have happened. Could it be that the senior sister confirmed that Changsheng is really the reincarnation of the southern Changsheng emperor? So she and Changsheng have such a great good result? This idea suddenly popped up in the master's mind. Before he could sort things out, he heard Yu Linglong continue to speak. Junior brother, you heard what Pavilion Master Jiang said. If I kill Lu Yonghui, the disciples of Xuandu Temple will naturally be convinced and proud to be in Xuandu. But they will also be worried about the consequences in the future. As for the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, they will definitely be dissatisfied and want to take revenge. If I ascend, the disciples of Xuandu Temple will inevitably worry about their lives if they go down the mountain again. Junior brother, do you have a way to have both? Master of the temple, Muxian is dull. Please teach me. Senior sister. He thought he was not a fool, but he really couldn't think of a way to have the best of both worlds. In fact, there is no way to have the best of both worlds, unless Yu Linglong stops ascending and keeps protecting Xuandu Temple. But how is this possible? Yu Linglong has no obligation to do so, enjoying immortal blessings forever, living as long as the sky, a higher realm, a more magnificent scenery, and a longer lifespan are the pursuits engraved in the bones of these great practitioners. In addition, Xuandu Temple is the direct lineage of the Taiqing lineage, and it also stands at the top of the food chain in the prehistoric fairyland. Fairy Linglong ascends to the prehistoric fairyland without starting from scratch, and the Taiqing lineage is everywhere. A genius like Fairy Linglong will only get better training if she goes to the Taiqing lineage in the prehistoric fairyland. Therefore, everyone thinks that Fairy Linglong should keep a low profile before ascending. Yu Linglong told the master that there was another way to live. Since the problem cannot be solved, then solve the person who created the problem. Destroy Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, and everything will be fine. The faces of all the people in Tongtian Chamber of Commerce changed suddenly. This is indeed a good idea. But for them, it is a disaster. Jiangshi and the master of the temple were also confused at the same time. Fairy, are you too fierce? That is Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Theoretically, it is a fairy sect at the same level as Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion. You say to destroy it? Yu Linglong told them that it means to destroy it. Yu Bihai. Yu Laomo took a deep breath. It was finally his turn. Yu Linglong had not even appeared, but she had already taken away all the limelight. Let all the heroes of the world bow down. Only he can compete with Yu Linglong. The heroes of the world are only Yu Linglong and me. Linglong, I'm not afraid of you. Yu Laomo aggressively encouraged himself. His voice was like a bell, full of arrogance and confidence. Ji Changsheng was protecting Yu Laomo in front of him at this time. He looked at Yu Laomo's back wet with cold sweat, and almost believed his cheap father's words. Yu Linglong seemed to be amused by Yu Laomo. Don't worry. I won't kill you. Yu Laomo's body began to relax visibly. He said that he had only provoked Yu Linglong verbally at most, and he had never done anything to really offend Yu Linglong. And he had been beaten by Yu Linglong all the time. If there was any hatred, it was between him and Yu Linglong. But Yu Linglong had no hatred with him. Although he was relaxed, Yu Laomo's voice was still full of arrogance. Linglong, don't think I'm a waste like Lu Yonghui. It may be a pipe dream to defeat you, but you can't stop me if I want to leave. Yu Linglong chuckled again. The voice was crisp and pleasant, without any contempt. But everyone could hear the domineering and powerfulness of Fairy Linglong. People who are not strong enough need explanations. Yu Linglong doesn't need it. Yu Bihai, did you sense the movement of Huangquan before? Yu Linglong's question made Yu Laomo frown instantly. You also sensed it? What happened to Huangquan's sect? I haven't had time to investigate yet. Ghost immortals descended to the world, and the three paths entered the sea. What? Yu Lao Mo was shocked. Whether it was the ghost of mortals descending to the world or the three paths entering the sea, it was a major event that could affect the situation in the world. But Yu Lao Mo reacted very quickly. The three paths have entered the sea, and the Yellow Spring's death energy will inevitably overflow, gradually polluting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy disappears. The death energy permeates. The Yellow Spring sect is seeking death. Yu Lao Mo burst out with murderous aura. The leader of the demon sect is Tian Mo cult. Huang Quan cult is trying to usurp the throne. As the leader of Tian Mo cult, he certainly can't stand it. The reaction of Guanju and Jiangxi was only slightly slower than that of Yu Lao Mo. Their IQ is not lower than Yu Lao Mo, or even a little higher, but their strength is weaker than Yu Lao Mo, and they are far less sensitive than Yu Lao Mo and Linglong Fairy. When Linglong Fairy and Yu Lao Mo talked about the ghost fairy going down to the world and the three paths entering the sea, they knew what happened. Then, the two immediately understood why Yu Linglong wanted to attack Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Jiangxi's face suddenly changed. If the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is polluted, the cultivators will have to rely on spirit stones for cultivation, and the importance of spirit stones will be infinitely magnified. No wonder the fairy wants to attack Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Jiangxi did not say this, but he had understood the true meaning of Linglong Fairy's attack on Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Not only that, murderous aura began to appear on him. The ghost fairy descended to the mortal world, letting the three paths enter the sea. The dead air filled the air, and the spiritual energy was polluted. This was threatening the entire world. When Danqing Pavilion disciples encountered such a thing, there was no need to consider a second option. Yu Linglong continued to talk to Yu Lao Mo. The ghost fairy in the lower world is, as expected, the protector behind the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Yu Lao Mo's face was solemn. I will deal with this ghost fairy. You be high, and the Huangquan sect will be left to you to deal with. Is there any problem? No problem. Yu Lao Mo said coldly. The Huangquan sect wants to die. I will make them wish for life, but not death. In terms of protecting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Yu Lao Mo and Yu Linglong have a common appeal. The Tianma sect is just bad at most, but they don't want to die. Death Qi is for the dead. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect don't need too much. I don't have much time to stay. After I deal with the ghost fairy, I will no longer be able to control my own realm and must ascend to the prehistoric fairyland. Before I leave, you must grow up quickly. You be high. You will be my junior brother's sparring partner. He needs combat experience. So let Tianjizi be my junior brother's sparring partner before he dies. In return, I promise not to cause trouble for the heavenly demon sect before I ascend. Deal. Yu Lao Mo agreed immediately. Yi Jinxian was in a trance. He was stunned by Yu Lao Mo as soon as he came up. Later, Yu Linglong appeared and killed Lu Yongwei again. Yi Jinxian, who had planned everything, felt that everything was beyond his expectations. Until this moment, he heard that his life and death were clearly arranged. And finally, he was furious. Yu Linglong. Tontian Chamber of Commerce has 800,000 cultivators, and the headquarters is full of masters. Do you really think you can wipe out Tontian Chamber of Commerce by yourself? The jade sword was silent for a moment, and suddenly a projection appeared in the sky. Tianjizi looked at it intently, and his face suddenly turned pale. At this moment, Fairy Linglong was outside the headquarters of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, holding a jade whisk. Not only Tianjizi, everyone in Tontian Chamber of Commerce felt like they had lost their parents when they saw this scene. Even Yu Lao Mo took a breath of cold air. Ji Changsheng hadn't reacted yet. He looked at Ren Suqiong, who had secretly protected Yu Lao Mo in front of him, and whispered, "What happened? Why are they all reacting so strongly?" Ren Suqiong explained in a low voice, "This is the ultimate combat form of Fairy Linglong that the world has never seen." Ji Changsheng? Ren Suqiong's tone was full of expectation, and her eyes were full of undisguised enthusiasm. Although she was a disciple of the heavenly demon sect, and Yu Linglong was from Xuandu Temple, it was natural to worship Yu Linglong, regardless of good or evil or race. Everyone knows that although Fairy Linglong is one of the 5 great swordsmen, she is not best at swordsmanship. Fairy Linglong holding a whisk is her strongest state. But in the past 100 years, no one has ever forced Fairy Linglong to use the jade whisk. Not even the leader. Now, Fairy Linglong is holding a whisk. This means that Yu Linglong is going to go all out. Ji Changsheng finally understood the seriousness of the matter. In the projection, Yu Linglong's own eyes seemed to be somewhat expectant. I also want to see if I can kill all the masters of Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Muttering to herself, Yu Linglong looked towards the direction of the Sun to River of Huangquan sect and sneered with murderous intent. A ghost fairy who came to the lower world for no apparent reason led the sun to into the sea and laid a net of heaven and earth in Huangquan sect, just waiting for herself to come to the door on her own initiative. With such an IQ, it's no wonder that she can only be cannon fodder in the conferred God tribulation. As long as all the people of Tantian Chamber of Commerce are killed, and all the spiritual stones of Tantian Chamber of Commerce are robbed, the so-called deadlock will break by itself. The ghost fairy will go back to support Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Can those nets of heaven and earth in Huangquan sect hurt her in the slightest? Let's go together. Fairy Linglong can't kill all the people of our Tantian Chamber of Commerce. The Tantian Chamber of Commerce headquarters is just as Yi Jianxian said. And there are many masters. They have received the news. Countless high-level practitioners are gathering here. Yu Linglong shook the whisk in her hand, and 3,000 silver threads grew in the wind. The next moment, the entire Tantian Chamber of Commerce was surrounded. Yes, tens of thousands of practitioners in the Tantian Chamber of Commerce headquarters have been surrounded by Yu Linglong. The siege of justice has begun. Ji Changsheng wanted to continue to admire the heroic figure of the mother-in-law, but Ren Suqiong pulled Ji Changsheng and retreated quietly. What happens next is a fight between gods. We can retreat. The leader has arranged a retreat. The young master of the Holy Church has finally returned to the loyal Holy Church. Chapter 124, Master. My wife and I are innocent. Ji Changsheng was a little reluctant to be pulled away by Ren Suqiong. He wanted to continue to see the invincible heroic figure of Fairy Linglong. From what Fairy Linglong said, it seems that she will ascend to heaven after solving the Tantian Chamber of Commerce. In this case, every time you see her, you will see her less. The candidate, who originally had the hope of competing for the first wife, gave up on herself. To be honest, Ji Changsheng felt a little bad for Fairy Linglong. She originally had the opportunity to become the main wife. It was all Tantian Chamber of Commerce. At this time, Yu Laomo also said, Suqiong, Chasheng, you go back first. This place will soon be in chaos. In fact, it was already in chaos. When Fairy Linglong was killing people at the headquarters of Tantian Chamber of Commerce, Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion had already attacked the people of Tantian Chamber of Commerce here. The Ghost Fairy descended to the mortal world. The three paths entered the sea, and the Ghost Fairy was still the master behind the scenes of Tantian Chamber of Commerce, which had already infringed the interests of most people. If the Ghost Fairy succeeded in his goal, Tantian Chamber of Commerce would become the leader of the righteous path in the future, and the Spirit Stone would become the lifeblood of the cultivators. But few cultivators were willing to closely link their cultivation with the Spirit Stone. Cultivators cultivate the Great Way and seek freedom. If they spend all day hustling for Spirit Stones and running for survival, what kind of cultivators are they? There are many cultivators in Tantian Chamber of Commerce, but not all of them. So many people have already taken action. However, this little chaos is not a chaos for Yu Laomo. He is confident that he can suppress everything. The premise is that Changsheng leaves first to prevent him from being distracted. Ren Suqiong nodded, pulled Ji Changsheng and prepared to retreat. Ji Changsheng, in the spirit of a loving father and a filial son, took the initiative to care about Yu Laomo. Master, please be safe. Don't let the villains hurt you. It seems that Fairy Linglong is about to ascend. Dad, you will soon become the thickest thigh. You must learn to protect yourself. Yu Laomo heard the words with great pride. Don't worry. The villains are like chickens and dogs in my eyes, and they are vulnerable. Ji Changsheng glanced at Fairy Linglong, who was still at the headquarters of Tantian Chamber of Commerce, and surrounded all the people of Tantian Chamber of Commerce with her own strength. If his cheap father had half the strength of Fairy Linglong, he could really rest assured. After expressing his concern for this cheap father, Ji Changsheng did not forget to send a message to his senior sister before leaving. At this time, Li Chengxi was also happily brushing merits. Yu Linglong has already taken action. Why should she be polite? The aura of the crescent blade shines. The blood shadow is heavy, and the merits are everywhere. At first glance, she was following the same path as Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng didn't see that his senior sister was in danger, so he quickly sent a message to her through the sound transmission note. Senior sister, I'm going to the Heavenly Demon sect first. Fairy Linglong is about to ascend. So please be careful in the future. I will miss you in the heavenly demon sect. Although I was shaken for a second before. I thought about making Fairy Linglong my first wife before she ascended. But I still love you, senior sister. This has nothing to do with Fairy Linglong's upcoming ascension. It's purely Ji Chongqing's true love for Li Chongqi. Li Chongqi received the message. And in the midst of her busy work of brushing merits, she glanced at Ji Chongqing. And then nodded slightly. Ji Chongqing made a heart shape. Ji Chongqing. What are you doing? Why don't you leave? Ren Suqiong didn't understand the meaning of the heart gesture. But she followed Ji Chongqing's gaze and saw Li Chongqi. And understood what Ji Chongqing was doing. Ji Chongqing quickly said, right away. After greeting his senior sister, Ji Chongqing sent a message to his concubine. Hongya. Stay by your father's side honestly. We don't need to take the lead in this matter. After the war is over, it will be our chance. In fact, without Ji Chongqing's reminder, Ing Hongya is now staying by Ing 3's side honestly. She is not Chao Ziming. Her judgment of the situation is still very clear. Although she knew it, Ing Hongya still felt warm in her heart after receiving Ji Chongqing's reminder. Chongqing is a bad guy. But he has me in his heart. Don't worry. I know what to do. Contact me as soon as you settle down in the demon sect. Ing Hongya replied. In the crowd? Ji Chongqing nodded slightly to Ing Hongya. The concubine was also comforted. Think about it. Is there anyone else who needs to be confessed before leaving? Where is Sister Qingqing? Ji Chongqing glanced around and did not find Yi Qingqing. He no longer hesitated and immediately followed Ren Suqiong to the teleportation array to the heavenly demon sect. As for the pleasure slaves like Meng Jinjin and Sheng Jiayan, they are not worth mentioning. A pleasure slave is a pleasure slave. For them, it is only necessary to improve the progress of practicing the Devil Desire Sutra. Ji Chongqing made a clear distinction. After an instant's stick of time, Ji Chongqing returned to the familiar headquarters of the heavenly demon sect. In total, he did not seem to have been away for too long. But it always felt like many years had passed. After all, when he left the heavenly demon sect, he was just a small chi refining shrimp. Now he is a Yuanying cultivator. Although he is still not worth mentioning compared to big guys like Linglong Fairy Yulao Mo. He is already a backbone force in the Tianma sect, which is full of masters. Cha Sheng, you have just been promoted to Yuanying. Go to my cave to retreat and stabilize your realm first. Ren Suqiong took the initiative to say. For an outstanding talent like Ji Chongqing, he must wait for Yulao Mo to come back and arrange his treatment personally. Now Ji Chongqing has no foundation in the Tianma sect. Ren Suqiong is worried that Ji Chongqing has nowhere to go. So he simply took the initiative to invite him. Ji Chongqing was about to agree. And then he saw a familiar figure. No need. I will help him stabilize his realm myself. Ren Suqiong's face suddenly changed. He immediately bowed to the Holy Lady of Hahuan. Meet the madam. The person who came was naturally the Holy Lady of Hahuan. This was the first time Ji Chongqing saw the true face of Saint Hahuan. Damn. Where is her true face? Why is there a white veil covering her face? Saint Hahuan's realm is higher than Ji Chongqing's. If Saint Hahuan deliberately hides it, Ji Chongqing can't see through Saint Hahuan's true face under the white veil. Ren Suqiong saw Ji Chongqing's doubts and reminded him in a low voice, Madam's skills are quite special. If you go out with your true face, it may cause chaos in the world. So you usually cover your face with a white veil when you go out. Ji Chongqing. Saint Hahuan's skills are indeed very special. He is a gentleman, but he has repeatedly had different thoughts when facing Saint Hahuan. All this is because of Saint Hahuan's skills, and has nothing to do with his own character. Saint Hahuan glanced at Ren Suqiong and nodded slightly. Suqiong, you have already polished the foundation of the Golden Core realm to the extreme. It is a waste of time to continue polishing. You can start to promote to the nascent soul. Ren Suqiong bowed and said, Madam, you have a good eye. Suqiong will start preparing to advance to the nascent soul realm right away. For monsters like her and Du Zongxing, it is actually possible to advance to the nascent soul realm at any time and anywhere. They are just deliberately suppressing their realms, wanting to polish their foundations to perfection. They are exactly the opposite of Ji Chongqing. But now Du Zongxing is dead. Ji Chongqing is almost at the late stage of the nascent soul. Ren Suqiong asked herself that she had already polished herself to perfection in the Golden Core realm. So she was not going to waste time in the Golden Core realm. Saint Hahuan said, the right choice. Troubled times are coming. Everyone needs to become stronger as soon as possible. Suqiong, you go and get promoted. Leave Ji Changsheng to me. I will naturally train him well. At the end, Saint Hewan looked at Ji Changsheng with a smile. Ji Changsheng, I heard that you changed Danqing Fudi to Huanyan Fudi in Shenghua, and I am very relieved. Ji Changsheng, would you believe me if I said I didn't think so much? Ren Suqiong was also a little panicked. If the leader doesn't come back, what if Ji Changsheng is really confused by the lady and becomes a general in the ladies' camp? How can she explain to the leader? Ren Suqiong quickly said, Madam, Ji Changsheng was appointed by the leader to join our holy religion, and the leader should have special arrangements for Ji Changsheng. The implication is that you should not touch the leader's people. Everyone knows that Saint Hewan and Yu Laomo have a deep grudge, but they did not tear each other apart publicly. At least not on the surface. The Holy Lady of Hewan cannot defeat the Demon Yu. The Demon Yu is also afraid of the power of the Hewan sect and the Holy Lady of Hewan herself. The two sides have been maintaining a fragile balance and a superficial husband and wife relationship. According to the previous tacit understanding, Ji Changsheng has been included in Yu Laomo's people, so Hewan Saint will not come to snatch him. But this time, Hewan Saint did not abide by the tacit understanding. The leader and I are husband and wife, and the leader's people are naturally my people. Hewan Saint continued with a half smile. Why? Ji Changsheng, you are willing to serve the leader, but not me. What can Ji Changsheng say? He could only ignore Ren Suqiong's anxious eyes, and saluted to Hewan Saint. Madam has an order, and the disciple dare not disobey. Changsheng, you? Ren Suqiong was very anxious. Ji Changsheng smiled and patted Ren Suqiong's jade hand, and smiled and comforted her. Speaking of which, I still have a connection with Madam, and Madam will definitely not harm me. Ren Suqiong looked puzzled. What connection can you have with Madam? Ji Changsheng said that it was true. My senior sister, well, now I should say my former senior sister Li Changxi, is from the same clan as Madam. Ji Changsheng chuckled and said, in this case, should I call Madam Auntie? It's a pity that I don't want to be Guer. I just want to be in Jiping. Not many people know about the relationship between Li Changxi and Li Huanyan, but in fact there are quite a few. So Ji Changsheng and Saint Hewan didn't take this matter too seriously. Let Ren Suqiong know. It's no big deal. Saint Hewan came here to pick up Ji Changsheng, and she didn't have much interest in Ren Suqiong, so she didn't talk too much nonsense with Ren Suqiong. Just said, I took Ji Changsheng to the Soul-Breaking Palace. If the leader comes back, let him go to the Soul-Breaking Palace to find me. Ren Suqiong couldn't stop it, and could only give Ji Changsheng a look of wishing him the best. Ji Changsheng waved his hand calmly. He didn't mind getting closer to Saint Hewan and the Heavenly Demon sect, because Ji Changsheng probably didn't know about their father-son relationship with Yu Laomo. Then it was reasonable for Ji Changsheng to get together with Saint Hewan. Yu Laomo even knew that Ji Changsheng had worked with Saint Hewan before, so Ji Changsheng had to get close to Saint Hewan. Otherwise, it would arouse Yu Laomo's vigilance. He could know that he was Yu Laomo's illegitimate son from Saint Hewan and from Yu Laomo, but he couldn't know it himself. And then now, he regarded himself as Yu Laomo's illegitimate son. Ji Changsheng thought very clearly, and Saint Hewan also thought very clearly, so they got together in public without worrying about being misunderstood. A moment later, the Soul-Breaking Palace. After entering the palace, Saint Hewan sat on the cloud bed and stretched lazily. Little guy, tell me what's going on. Saint Hewan went straight to the point. Ji Changsheng knew that Saint Hewan was asking him why he wanted to return to the Heavenly Demon sect and what all this was about. With Saint Hewan's intelligence, even if he didn't say it, Saint Hewan would probably figure it out. And Ji Changsheng seriously suspected that Saint Hewan and the master of the temple had cooperated in many things in private. Perhaps Saint Hewan already knew everything, and now she was testing how sincere he was to her. So Ji Changsheng didn't hesitate and told her all the truth directly. After listening to Ji Changsheng's explanation, Saint Hewan was not surprised at all. She said with satisfaction, I didn't expect you to be so honest this time. Ji Changsheng said it honestly, Madam, I have always been very honest when facing you, and I have always exchanged sincerity with you. Really? Saint Hewan suddenly laughed. Why don't you call me treasure? Ji Changsheng continued to speak the truth in front of Madam. I dare not. I am afraid that Madam will blow a breath and I will be gone. We young people in the new era are mainly timid in reality, but I will hit hard on the internet. Saint Hewan laughed at Ji Changsheng's honesty. Ji Changsheng didn't know that the master of the temple was also so sincere in front of Fairy Linglong. So he won the trust of Fairy Linglong. Sincerity is indeed the biggest killer. Saint Huan felt all of Ji Changsheng's sincerity, and she had no reason not to believe it. I like honest people, Saint Huan said. Ji Changsheng did not comment on this. According to his life experience, women never like honest people. They like handsome, rich, kind and honest people. The key point is the advantages in front. Honesty is a gift. Of course, at the level of Saint Huan, the preferences may be different. After all, looking at the world, it is really hard to find someone stronger and richer than Saint Huan. Ji Changsheng didn't care. Anyway, he focused on sincerity. Little guy, there is no conflict of interest between us, right? Saint Huan asked. Ji Changsheng nodded immediately. Yes. That's good. I'm a little afraid of you. Saint Huan looked at Ji Changsheng with 9 points of curiosity. And 1 point, which was fear that Ji Changsheng didn't see. She was not lying. Linglong actually protected you so much. I suspect she knew something. Saint Huan said bluntly. I am beginning to suspect that you may really be the Southern Changsheng Emperor. Even if not, you and the Southern Changsheng Emperor have a huge cause and effect entanglement. Ji Changsheng blinked. He and the great Emperor of Changsheng of the South Pole had too many causes and conditions. According to the information he had learned, the great Emperor of Changsheng of the South Pole was the eldest son of Yuanshi Tianwang, and was the great Emperor of Daluo Tiendi, who was killed in the conferred God Tribulation. Such a big man, whether alive or dead, could not be cleared from the causes and conditions he had established. So Ji Changsheng lay flat. Since it was already unclear, let's make the water muddy. The great Emperor of Changsheng of the South Pole probably has fallen. Even if he is not dead, I will behave well. With the mind of the great Emperor of Changsheng of the South Pole, he should be able to accommodate me, and maybe accept me as a disciple. So Ji Changsheng said directly, Madam, I have said long ago that I am the reincarnation of the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. But you don't believe it. A Huan saint. Forget it. Let's not discuss this issue. As long as you and I have no conflict of interest, whether you are or not, it has nothing to do with me, apart from the cause and effect of the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. A Huan saint also thinks that Ji Changsheng is worth winning over. The only point where you and I may have a conflict is just one person. A Huan saint is here to eliminate hidden dangers today. Normally, it should be Ji Changsheng who takes the initiative to express his loyalty to her. But A Huan saint is more prepared for danger in times of peace. Besides, Ji Changsheng has changed Danqing Fudi to Huanyan Fudi, and has taken the initiative to express his position. So it is reasonable for her to explain. My son may become the only place where we have a conflict. Ji Changsheng did not deny it when he heard A Huan saint talking about her adopted son. He came to the Tianma sect to be the young master. There can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. One male and one female is not acceptable. In a place like the demonic sect, men and women must be treated equally. So in Ji Changsheng's view, there are only 2 outcomes for the other party. Take him in as a dog. Go to see Bing Zipping. But if he really sends him to see Bing Zipping, he may completely hate the Holy Lady of Huan. However, Ji Changsheng has always had a suspicion. Madam, are you sure you have a son? Ji Changsheng stared at the Holy Lady of Huan for a moment. But he rarely saw anything. Before, Fairy Linglong was not on guard against him at all. So he saw through her. And the Holy Lady of Huan is probably more powerful than Ji Changsheng in this regard. In addition, she deliberately hides it. Ji Changsheng can't see through her true background. Holy Lady of Huan smiled and said, Call the young master in. Ji Changsheng held his breath and concentrated. Prepare to meet his dear brother or younger brother. I hope it will be a brotherly friendship, not a brotherly killing. After a moment, Changsheng, you are finally here. I missed you so much. Ji Changsheng was hugged by a man he hadn't seen for a long time, crossed out. A few days, and he was completely stunned. He was overwhelmed by the Holy Lady of Huan, and this guy who suddenly appeared. Wait. Ji Changsheng pushed his nephew away, looked Li Dalian up and down, and then looked at the Holy Lady of Huan. Suddenly, he was a little terrified. Madam, don't tell me that you arranged Dalian to be by my side? This is a cheap nephew with a high IQ. Could it be that he was pretending? There are people in this world who are better at disguising than me. Ji Changsheng didn't see it at all before. The holy lady of Hawan was laughing on the cloud bed. Little guy. This is the first time I see you scared. It's so cute. Ji Cha-shung. He can accept being suppressed by women like the holy lady of Hawan, Fairy Linglong, and his own senior sister. But if Li Daoyan is an old silver coin hiding beside him, but he has never found it, then Ji Cha-shung really can't accept it. Fortunately, it turns out that his judgment of his cheap nephew is not wrong. Li Daoyan said dissatisfiedly, Cha-shung, what are you talking about? How could I be lurking beside you? Then what is the situation? Ji Cha-shung asked curiously. Li Daoyan complained, I am also desperate. I was taken to the Tianma sect when I was young, and Yu Lao Mo has always been eyeing me. Fortunately, I was sent back to the Li family for safety reasons. Otherwise I don't know if I can live to adulthood. Then you joined Xuandu Temple. Li Daoyan burst into tears. Yu Lao Mo wants to kill me. If I don't go to Xuandu Temple, where else in the world can I feel safe? Ji Cha-shung couldn't refute. It was only after killing Bing Zipping that he joined Xuandu Temple wholeheartedly. So, madam, you took Daoyan from the Li family to the Tianma sect when he was a child, saying that this is your child with Yu Lao Mo. Ji Cha-shung looked at the holy maiden of Hahuan and was shocked by this operation. Will Yu Lao Mo believe it? The holy maiden of Hahuan sneered. Of course he doesn't believe it. He didn't even dare to touch me. So it would be a miracle if he believed it. No wonder Yu Lao Mo is very dissatisfied with his son. No wonder we have almost never seen the young master of Tian Mo show up. No wonder Daoyan went to Shunbo with Ing Hongya last time. Ji Cha-shung explained a lot of things. Madam, why did you choose Daoyan? Ji Cha-shung could understand that Saint Hawan wanted to hold a child. But why did you choose your cheap nephew? His ability is not up to the task. Saint Hawan's explanation made Li Daoyan burst into tears. Among the young children of the Li family, Daoyan is the least talented. Yu Bihai has a chance to kill people when he is angry. Of course, I have to choose a child whose death will not have a big impact on the Li family. Otherwise, I will not be able to explain to the family. What can Ji Cha-shung say? He could only pat his cheap nephew's shoulder to comfort him. Children of a big family, who accept the family's training, must bear the corresponding risks. He is an outsider, and has no comment on this. So, we have no conflict of interest at all. Saint Hawan clapped her hands and said, not to mention that this silly child Daoyan has nothing to do with me. Even if he is really my son, he is not a threat to you at all. Ji Cha-shung nodded in agreement. Li Daoyan. Saintess is fine. Cha-shung. Can you respect me? Ji Cha-shung said, when I have time, I will teach you how to distinguish girls from women. Really? Li Daoyan's eyes lit up. Dad, you are so good to me. Ji Cha-shung. This is why he doesn't respect his cheap nephew. When Saint Hawan heard Li Daoyan openly call Ji Cha-shung dad, her eyes twitched. She flicked her right hand and threw Li Daoyan out of the palace. Ji Cha-shung expressed his understanding. Madam's idea of the fool is right, but it damages your image. Saint Hawan. So I asked him to try not to show up. Madam, it's not easy for you either. Ji Cha-shung sighed. The eyes of the Saint Hawan moved, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her lips. Cha-shung. Come and sit down. The Saint Hawan patted her cloud bed. Ji Cha-shung took a step back. He felt something was wrong. Madam, it's getting late. Come and sit down if I tell you to. A strong force surged from behind Ji Cha-shung, pressing Ji Cha-shung directly onto the cloud bed. The Saint Hawan leaned over. Her eyes were full of smiles. Bang! Yu Lao Mo kicked open the door of the soul-breaking palace. Madam, I heard that you brought Ji Cha-shung to the Chapter 125. Father is kind and son is filial. Linglong Juxian. Yu Lao Mo didn't finish his words. Looking at Ji Cha-shung, who was pressed on the cloud bed by Hawan Saint, Yu Lao Mo's face quickly turned livid. Undisguised murderous intent began to appear in his eyes. Ji Cha-shung covered his face. He knew it would be like this. When Hawan Saint asked him to come over and sit, Ji Cha-shung had already noticed that things were starting to go wrong. Mr. Lu Sun once said that boys must learn to protect themselves when they are outside, especially handsome boys like him. In this regard, Ji Cha-shung has always been very vigilant. But in this world, it is useless for him to be vigilant. Hawan Saint's realm crushed him. He had no power to resist. Ji Cha-shung guessed that it should be Yu Lao Mo who came back. What can he do? Ji Cha-shung could only defend himself helplessly. Master, my wife and I are innocent. Yu Lao Mo took a deep breath, his face still livid. But the words quickly warmed Ji Chongqing's heart. Which? He is still a child. You actually used the Demon Desire Sutra on him. You can do it. Yu Lao Mo was very sad. Chongsheng is not clean. Ji Chongsheng? Yu Lao Mo was so smart that he saw through that I was the victim at a glance. He Wan Saint did not expect Yu Lao Mo's reaction to be like this. She was a little stunned. Master, this is your reaction? Yu Lao Mo said coldly. What else can I do? Do you want me to believe that Chongsheng, a child who is powerless, dares to harm you? At this point, Yu Lao Mo sneered. Which? You might as well do the whole show next time. You didn't even let go of the veil. And you want to alienate the relationship between me and Chongsheng. It's ridiculous. This vicious woman really did everything she could to alienate the relationship between father and son. Yu Lao Mo was filled with murderous intent. He didn't want to completely break up with Li Huanyan before because he was not sure that he could maintain his position as the leader of the demon sect after both he and Saint Huan were injured. It's different now. The world has changed drastically. And his time is coming. Moreover, for the sake of Chongsheng and his own safety, he can't let this witch stir up trouble. Otherwise, with the witch's means and cruelty, it is really possible that their father and son will kill each other. Saint Huan really sensed the murderous intent coming from Yu Lao Mo, and she was too lazy to continue the show. This guy is too tolerant. In other words, he values Ji Chongsheng, the illegitimate son, more than his face. This made Saint Huan reevaluate the weight of Ji Chongsheng in Yu Lao Mo's heart, and had a new calculation. After letting Ji Chongsheng go, Saint Huan smiled and said, "It was just a joke with the leader. Why is the leader so angry? Chongsheng and I hit it off right away. And I like him very much. So I couldn't help but want to get close to him. The leader shouldn't mind. Right? I do mind." Saint Huan was surprised and said, "How could that be? Doesn't the leader never care about my private life?" The look in Yu Lao Mo's eyes was full of undisguised disgust. "As long as you don't bring discredit to the Holy Church, I really don't care about your private life. But stay away from Chongsheng. I'm afraid Chongsheng is not clean." "You?" Saint Huan was angry. She glared at Ji Chongsheng fiercely. "Isn't she cleaner than this scumbag who always calls her treasure?" Ji Chongsheng looked innocent. It can be seen that these two are typical representatives of political marriages that turn into enemies. And their emotional foundation is negative. Saint Huan doesn't mind that Yu Lao Mo has an illegitimate child outside. And Yu Lao Mo can also hold his nose and let Saint Huan raise a child who was inexplicably brought over. This love is really touching. He is standing between such a loving couple and feels very insecure. Fortunately, his adoptive father is reasonable and has a fatherly heart. He saw through that he was the victim at a glance. "Master, madam, since it is a misunderstanding, don't delve into it." Ji Chongsheng took the initiative to be a peacemaker. He didn't want Yu Lao Mo and Saint Huan to really fight. These two are his thighs. And Ji Chongsheng's biggest expectation for them is not to reconcile or fight. Be your thighs quietly. When I need you, you come out and let me hug your thighs. That's enough. Of course, Yu Lao Mo and He Huan Sheng Nu would not cooperate with him. Ji Chongsheng could only think about it in his heart. But Ji Chongsheng spoke and paved a way for both of them to step down. He Huan Sheng Nu said meaningfully at the end, "It seems that the leader is very optimistic about Ji Chongsheng. He is willing to turn against me for him." Yu Lao Mo said coldly, "Chongsheng is young, and he has already achieved Yuaning. He killed Bai Shiji, Chao Yuntian, Lu Xingzhen, Du Zongqing, and even Lu Yongwei." Yu Lao Mo showed Ji Chongsheng's record, which really made He Huan Sheng a little silent. This record is really scary. Although there is some water. But if you cut off the water, it can still scare many people to death. Shouldn't I value such talents? Xuandu Temple doesn't know how to cherish talents. And the Holy Church must seize the opportunity. Cha Sheng, do a good job in the Holy Church in the future. I have clear rewards and punishments. Although you are from Xuandu Temple, as long as you make great contributions to the Holy Church, you can still be honored as an ancestor. Ji Chongsheng blinked, hesitated for a moment, and decisively blew himself up. "Master, in fact, I am not from Xuandu Temple. I was born in the Holy Church." After that, Ji Chongsheng talked about his origins. Anyway, the town where he traveled to this world had been slaughtered, and the several disciples of the heavenly demon sect who slaughtered his town had been crushed to ashes by him. And Yu Lao Mo could not disprove it at all. and Ji Changsheng estimated that Yu Lao Mo must have found his information. What the holy lady Huan could find in the heavenly demon sect, Yu Lao Mo couldn't find? Ji Changsheng didn't dare to underestimate his adoptive father's brain. Sure enough, seeing Ji Changsheng so sincere, Yu Lao Mo felt a little more comforted. Although Changsheng is lawless, he still respects me. He did not try to get away with it. It can be seen that my previous bravery and invincibility in front of the border of Shengwei gave Changsheng a huge shock. I already know what you said. Yu Lao Mo nodded slightly to Ji Changsheng. Changsheng, I have checked your origins. As for the massacre in your hometown, it's a bit complicated. Changsheng, you can investigate it yourself in the future. Yu Lao Mo glanced at the holy lady of Huan, sneered, and did not continue. Ji Changsheng was startled when he heard this, and also looked at the holy lady of Huan. What do you mean? Could it be that Saint Huan was behind this? Saint Huan saw Ji Changsheng looking over, frowned, and said unhappily, What are you looking at me for? Although I am a beautiful lady, don't forget your identity. Ji Changsheng. Saint Huan continued, Don't listen to someone's indirect criticism. The town where you were born is our Li family's territory. How could it be related to me? Use your brain and think about it. Old demon, you said faintly, yes. A few outer disciples of the Holy Church dared to kill people on the territory of the Li family. A wealthy family of cultivation. They are really bold and generous. Changsheng. When you killed those trash, did you feel that they were nothing special? Ji Changsheng told the truth, as the leader said. They are just trash. He started as an ordinary person and practiced for half a year, and killed all those people. Yu Lao Mo began to criticize him. These few trash can actually do such a big thing. Madam, this is really a coincidence. When Yu Lao Mo said this, Huan Saint's face turned ugly. In terms of IQ, she asked herself that she suppressed Yu Lao Mo. But Yu Lao Mo's questioning made sense to her. What's the situation? This matter has nothing to do with me. Huan Saint confirmed that she had not arranged this matter, nor had she designed Ji Changsheng. In her life, Ji Changsheng suddenly jumped out. He suddenly appeared and killed by Guanlin. From then on, Ji Changsheng entered her sight. Heh. Yu Lao Mo sneered and didn't believe a word. The town where he had once taken the essence of a woman was massacred. Changsheng almost died in that massacre. Yu Lao Mo felt that his IQ was insulted when he said that this matter had nothing to do with Saint Huan. Ji Changsheng looked at Saint Huan's ugly face, but his heart moved. He thought of his mother-in-law's handwriting. Yubwang Luohuan. Practice the false and become true. Ji Changsheng whispered in his heart, but still couldn't believe it. Because if all this was really the work of Yu Linglong, it would not just be a false practice. It's more like the result is the result. Even, is there anyone in that town? Will Fairy Linglong be so powerful that she can modify reality directly? It shouldn't be the case. If Yu Linglong, who hasn't ascended yet, can be so powerful, how powerful must the ghost fairy in the lower world be? By the way, how is grandmother-in-law? Ji Changsheng remembered the business and quickly changed the subject. Master, may I ask what's going on at the border of Sheng country? Yu Lao Mo was very kind to Ji Changsheng and basically answered every question. Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion jointly attacked Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Guanyin Temple and Wanyao country are temporarily neutral. With this seat in the battle, Tontian Chamber of Commerce will naturally be annihilated. Mu Xian successfully killed Tianjizi in the battle formation and became one of the top practitioners in the world. When he said this, Yu Lao Mo glanced at Saint Huan. Saint Huan had a calm face and did not have any emotional fluctuations due to the death of Yi Jianxian. It was expected, although dogs of Yi Jianxian's level are rare. They are dead. Ji Changsheng still won her favor. Ji Changsheng was not surprised by this result. What about Fairy Linglong? It's not over yet. But, the overall situation has been decided. What overall situation? Yu Lao Mo's voice was 50% admiration and 50% pride. Yu Linglong is about to kill all the practitioners at the Tontian Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Ji Changsheng was certain in his heart. Although he had said it many times, he still repeated in his heart, Grandma is mighty. Huan Saint heard Yu Lao Mo's pride and complained, Yu Linglong is about to kill all the practitioners at the Tontian Chamber of Commerce headquarters. What does it have to do with you? Why do I hear that the leader is a little proud of it? Did he surrender to Yu Linglong? Yu Lao Mo said disdainfully, What do you know? Yu Linglong can break through the Tontian Chamber of Commerce with her own strength and kill them all. What does this mean? What does it mean? He Wan Saint really didn't understand. Yu Lao Mo proudly explained. This means that Yu Linglong has the strength to kill a top sect on her own. But 20 years ago, Yu Linglong chose to retreat outside the gate of our holy church. The only difference between the holy church and the Tontian Chamber of Commerce is that I am here. Yu Lao Mo raised his head and chest. And the aura of the giant of the magic way enveloped the entire Broken Soul Palace, leaving Ji Chansheng and the holy maiden Huan speechless. 20 years ago, the value of the battle between Yu Linglong and me continued to rise. Who would have thought that Yu Lao Mo had been dominating the world for hundreds of years, with a glorious record and raging magic flames? But his most valuable masterpiece was surviving the sword of Fairy Linglong. 20 years ago, Yu Lao Mo regarded this as a lifelong shame. 20 years later, Yu Lao Mo regarded this as the greatest honor of his life. But in fact, Yu Lao Mo was right. The gold content of the battle, in which he was unilaterally beaten by Yu Linglong 20 years ago, has risen far beyond his imagination. Look! This is a battle between immortals. Yu Linglong is fighting immortals. Outside the Broken Soul Palace, there was a heated discussion. Yu Lao Mo and He Huan Saintus changed their expressions at the same time, and took Ji Chansheng with them, and appeared outside the Broken Soul Palace in an instant. Ji Chansheng looked up at the sky, and then took a deep breath. As the leader of the demon camp, the Tianma sect naturally pays attention to major events in the world, and also has the means to monitor what is happening outside the mountain gates of major forces in real time. At this time, the scene of the headquarters of Tontian Chamber of Commerce was being broadcasted in real time above the Tianma sect. The jade whisk in Yu Linglong's hand has turned blood red. Above the white bones, a beautiful woman with icy skin and jade bones is dressed in a Taoist robe, standing alone from the world. Opposite Yu Linglong is a ghost immortal surrounded by black air and ghostly aura, the real master behind Tontian Chamber of Commerce. When an immortal descends to the mortal world, he is naturally majestic. But at this time, the ghost immortal is coughing up blood. Rain is falling everywhere in the sky. This is a sign of the immortal's fall. Heaven creates all things to nourish all spirits. When all spirits return to heaven, they will also feed all living things. Therefore, the great catastrophe is a catastrophe for all spirits. But it is a necessity for heaven. This is Tai Whisk. You can actually use Tai Whisk. The ghost immortal shouted that Yu Linglong's magic weapon was exposed. Ji Chansheng clearly saw that Yu Laomo's face turned red, and he was obviously abnormal. He expressed his understanding. If the Tai Whisk in my mother-in-law's hand was really Tai Whisk, then my cheap father was really lucky to survive from Linglong Fairy. No wonder the whole cultivation world is rumoring that the sword-wielding Linglong Fairy is not Linglong Fairy's true strength. The rumor is true. Tai Whisk is the top-tier spiritual treasure in the prehistoric fairy world. It is naturally inferior to the Linglong Tower of Heaven and Earth Xian Wang Merit, or the Four Swords of Zhuxian. But it is as famous as the three treasures Yurui and Qingping Sword. Cold knowledge. Qingping Sword is the sword worn by Lingbao Tianzuan, Tontian Jiaozhu, before he became a saint. The three treasures Yurui belongs to Yuan Shi Tianwang. And Tai Whisk is the personal belongings of Tai Ching Saint. Yu Linglong is the most outstanding successor of Xuandu Temple in history. And Xuandu Defashi, the founder of Xuandu Temple, is the only direct disciple of Tai Ching Saint. It is reasonable for Tai Whisk to appear in Linglong Fairy's hands. The question is why Linglong Fairy can use Tai Whisk freely. This is a question that can scare ghosts to death. Children can't dance with big swords. Yu Linglong, hand over the Tai Whisk, and I will spare your life. Yu Linglong looked at the ghost fairy with the same eyes as she looked at an idiot. During the great catastrophe of the conferred god, you were just a cannon fodder that was easily crushed to death by the southern emperor of Chansheng. The holy lady of Huan subconsciously glanced at Ji Chansheng when she heard this. Ji Chansheng looked innocent. You should cherish the fact that you can crawl out of the pile of dead bodies and cultivate into a ghost fairy. If you insist on going to the lower world to seek death, then I will fulfill your wish. Yu Linglong shook the whisk, and the fire power was fully opened. Born in the universe, return to the stars. Under the starlight, all beings are equal. The next moment, the sun and the moon dimmed, and the stars shone brightly in the daylight. Yu Linglong bathed in the starlight, and the Tai Whisk activated the first form, with 3,000 feet of silver threads, each inch soaked in immortal blood. Yu Linglong used the life of the ghost fairy to redefine the 4 words invincible in the world. Fairy Linglong is invincible in the world, translated as long as she is in this world. Fairy Linglong is invincible. Even if you are an immortal in the lower world, it is still the same. Yu Lao Mo is recognized as the second best person in the world. So he understands the mystery better than others. The world has its limit to its endurance. So we will choose to ascend to the prehistoric immortal world only after we reach the stage of crossing the tribulation. Because if we continue to stay there, we will be rejected by the whole world. The immortals in the lower world, with their powerful cultivation and Taoism, can only maintain their strength at the immortal realm one realm higher than crossing the tribulation. The gap of just one realm is not enough for Yu Linglong to fight. Yu Linglong is a peerless genius that appears once in 10,000 years. Yu Lao Mo took a deep breath. Despite this, in order to kill the ghost fairy, Yu Linglong could no longer control her realm. And the combat power she showed had far exceeded the endurance limit of this world. Yu Linglong is really about to ascend this time. A new era is coming soon. There was an excitement in Yu Lao Mo's tone that could not be concealed. Ji Changsheng heard it clearly and understood it very well. The ascension of Fairy Linglong to the prehistoric fairyland means that the era of Fairy Linglong and Xuandu Temple dominating the world is about to end. The next era, if nothing unexpected happens, belongs to Yu Lao Mo, belongs to the Tianma sect, belongs to his dear father. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng, in line with the idea of fatherly love and filial piety, immediately opened his mouth to show his filial piety. I didn't expect Fairy Linglong to be so strong. She killed the immortal with immortal, shocking the world. She is really a peerless fairy. With the help of a loudspeaker from a young master named Ji, who did not want to reveal his name, the two sentences just now spread all over the place, attracting many disciples of the heavenly demon sect to look over. This trick was learned by Ji Changsheng from Li Chengxi. The effect is very good. When Ji Changsheng attracted everyone's attention, he immediately congratulated Yu Lao Mo. Fairy Linglong is so strong that she can easily kill immortals. But she failed to kill the leader back then. When Ji Changsheng said this, all the disciples of the heavenly demon sect cursed in their hearts at the same time. Damn! You can flatter someone like this. Ji Changsheng said that I was just expressing my filial piety, not flattering someone. It can be seen that the leader's strength is above that of ordinary immortals. Under the leadership of the leader, our holy sect will surely prosper. The leader is a man of both literary and martial virtues, and he benefits the people. He will enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the sky. Yu Lao Mo was flattered by his good son's praise. There is a reward. Chapter 126. I can tell at a glance that you are a righteous demon. There are actually quite a few flatterers in the Tianma sect. But Ji Changsheng's flattery from this angle really made those flatterers in the Tianma sect feel a sense of crisis. Can you still brag like this? Ji Changsheng said, of course. And he has a reason. It is known that Fairy Linglong killed the ghost fairy one-on-one, but failed to kill Yu Lao Mo. It can be seen that Fairy Linglong Yu Lao Mo ghost fairy. It is not shameful to be inferior to Fairy Linglong. It is very honorable to be stronger than ghost fairy. Yu Lao Mo deeply agrees with this. Cha Sheng, you will choose a true disciple cave later. With Ji Changsheng's strength in the nascent soul realm, he is qualified to be a true disciple in the Tianma sect. But after all, he has not made any achievements and has just joined. In theory, he still needs to prove himself. Yu Lao Mo said that he does not need it. My son, what's wrong with using the back door? Not to mention that he speaks so nicely. Ji Changsheng was not polite to Yu Lao Mo either. My father gave me a house. Isn't this a basic operation? What qualifications do others have to be dissatisfied? Thank you, master. Well, let's all go. The overall situation has been decided. Yu Linglong is about to ascend. So be quiet these 2 days. Yu Lao Mo said this to all the disciples of Tianma sect. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yu Linglong in the air brazenly killing the ghost fairy. Then the heavenly tribulation of Linglong fairy descended. Then, the 3,000 silver threads of the whisk in Yu Linglong's hand soared into the sky, directly smashing the tribulation thunder. The heavenly tribulation will come again in 3 days. And I still need 3 days to arrange things in the world. Yu Linglong seemed to be talking to the heavenly tribulation. Everyone who saw this scene could only express their admiration. Yu Lao Mo's eyes twitched. This woman can even break the heavenly tribulation. Unheard of. Ji Changsheng was also shocked. Like his father, he had never seen such a fierce woman. But he immediately spoke again. Master, you were able to successfully retreat from the sword of Fairy Linglong to the interior of the Holy Church. I am really impressed by you. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect stared at Ji Changsheng. This guy. Why is he so good at flattering? It was Fairy Linglong who was in the limelight. Ji Changsheng pushed Yu Lao Mo's reputation in the heavenly demon sect up a lot. Yu Lao Mo was more and more pleased. Being able to escape from Yu Linglong was indeed the most difficult battle in my life. Yu Lao Mo sighed, now that I think about it. I am still honored even though I lost. He also figured it out. As long as he praises Yu Linglong to the sky, his prestige will not decrease but increase. Yu Lao Mo even has a wild ambition. If Yu Linglong becomes Daluo one day, he will also become a legend. Yu Lao Mo's historical status is deeply bound to Linglong Fairy, because he did not die in the hands of Linglong Fairy 20 years ago. Yu Lao Mo thinks this is not a bad thing. Open the mountain protection formation. Within 3 days, the disciples of the Holy Church are not allowed to go down the mountain. Since Yu Linglong said that it would take 3 days to deal with human affairs, Yu Lao Mo said that the fairy should be busy first. Xiao Yu, I will never disturb you. Ji Changsheng didn't expect that his mother-in-law would scare his own father so much, and whispered to remind him, Master, Linglong Fairy has promised not to cause trouble for our holy church before ascending. There is no need to be so low-key. Yu Lao Mo said calmly, Changsheng, you don't understand the disciples of the holy church. We don't take the initiative to provoke Yu Linglong. So Yu Linglong will naturally not come to trouble us. But there are too many blind disciples in the holy church. He was not afraid that Yu Linglong would cause trouble for him. What he was afraid of was that those blind disciples of the heavenly demon sect would go to provoke Xuandu Temple for no reason, which would lead to unpredictable consequences. Ji Changsheng, no one would be so stupid. Right? Yu Lao Mo pointed out, cultivators cultivate strength, not mind. The ghost fairy who died in Yu Linglong's hands was at least at the beginning of the immortal realm. But his brain was obviously not enough. Ji Changsheng could not refute. That ghost fairy actually tried to get his hands on the Tai Whisk in the hands of Fairy Linglong. His brain was indeed not enough. If the Tai Whisk was fake, it would be fine. If it was real, how did he dare to rob it? The magic weapon of the Tai Ching Saint. Whoever gave it to him had to see the intention of the Tai Ching Saint. He had the life to rob, but he had no life to use it. But then again, according to Fairy Linglong, that ghost fairy seems to be from Jiejiao, and was one of the 10,000 immortals of Jiejiao during the conferred god's tribulation. Ji Changsheng commented impartially, since he is from Jiejiao, this IQ is understandable. Yu Lao Mo and Saint Hehuan nodded. The heavenly demon sect and Hehuan sect naturally have followers in the prehistoric fairy world. They all know the inside story of the conferred god's tribulation in Jiejiao, which was once known as the first sect in the prehistoric world, and was visited by 10,000 immortals. The current heavenly court is just a super low-profile version of Jiejiao. In the prehistoric fairy world back then, it can be said that if there was one stone in the world, Jiejiao alone occupied 8 buckets, and other sects shared the remaining 2 buckets. It is really a clean slate for such a large organization to finally make the land white. Jiejiao, from its leader Lingbao Tianzuan to the 10,000 immortals below, has made great contributions. The biggest problem of Jiejiao is that they only cultivate fists, not brains. They only know how to fight and kill, and don't know the ways of the world. If this great advantage is handed over to Ji Changsheng, Ji Changsheng will not brag. He can defeat the prehistoric world 3 times. If he can appease the elder and second brothers and give enough respect to Nuwa, let alone the 2 lone saints of the Western religion, even the Taoist ancestor can replace them. Unfortunately, the great advantage was wasted. This ghost fairy who suddenly jumped out does look like the style of the third uncle's disciples. He doesn't learn from his mistakes at all. He only knows how to fight and kill as always. The most important thing is that he can't even beat others in fighting and killing. It's so embarrassing. Third uncle, I hope you can learn from your mistakes and don't be like this waste. Ji Changsheng sent a cordial blessing to his third uncle, whom he had never met. Changsheng, I'll take you to choose a true cave. Yu Lao Mo is ready to cultivate a father-son relationship with Ji Changsheng. There are some secrets that I haven't said in front of Saint Hehuan just now. And the most important thing, I must appease Changsheng. I must not let Changsheng go on a killing spree in the holy church like he did in Shenghua. Saint Hehuan glanced at Yu Lao Mo and didn't stop him. Fairy Linglong's invincible heroic posture just now made Saint Hehuan feel a little emotional now. She just wanted to go back to the soul-breaking palace to bathe. Xuandu Temple. Fairy Linglong returned to the temple, and was greeted by respectful eyes from top to bottom. But Yu Linglong was used to it. She walked directly to the main peak. Senior sister, are you injured? When Yu Linglong returned from the battle, the first thing the temple master said was always to care about Yu Linglong's safety. It can only be said that there is a reason why Mu Xian can be the master of the temple. Just like Ji Changsheng can please the Saint Huan. There is also a reason. Sincerity is the greatest killer move. Yu Linglong heard the genuine worry of her junior brother and nodded slightly. It's okay. He is just a waste who died in the great catastrophe of the conferred god. He was a cannon fodder that was easily crushed to death by the southern pole Changsheng Emperor. He is still a waste after returning from cultivating into a ghost immortal. Although I am not as good as the southern pole Changsheng Emperor, it is not difficult to kill him. Senior sister, do you know his origin? The master of the temple was moved. Yu Linglong nodded slightly. I said that before. I used the Xianwang Merit Tower to travel through the prehistoric fairyland. The master of the temple looked at his senior sister and hesitated to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. The master of the temple was quick to respond. Then I'll tell you straight. Why are you so strong? Senior sister? Yu Linglong was a little curious. Haven't I always been so strong? She has been the number one in the world for more than 100 years. She has never lost her position. The master of the temple explained, I have always known that you are very strong. And everyone in the world knows it. But the fighting power you showed this time is still beyond our cognition. Yu Linglong said casually, that's because I have never used my full strength before. I can sweep the world with only 70% of my strength. Why do I have to go all out every time? This time is my true strength. 90%. The master of the temple knelt down with a thump. Senior sister, you have already killed the immortal. But you haven't used all your strength yet? Yu Linglong shook her head and said, this ghost immortal is weaker than I thought. And so is the heavenly tribulation. It seems that the southern emperor Changsheng has really fallen. And the order of the thunder department of the heavenly court is now very chaotic. Otherwise it would not be so easy for me to break the heavenly tribulation. The master could only kneel and listen. Sister, are you using the shattering of the heavenly tribulation to verify your guess? Well, the great emperor Changsheng of the South Pole incarnated as the Nine Heavens Yingyuan Leisheng Puhua Tianzuan in the Nine Heavens realm and lived in the Jade Pivot Palace to rule the thunder department. He is the root of the thunder god department. The power of the heavenly tribulation is in the hands of the great emperor Changsheng of the South Pole. If he were here, I would have provoked the heavenly tribulation like this. And now I would have been struck by thunder. But nothing has happened until now. Yu Linglong's eyes flashed with divine light. Junior brother, do you know what this means? The master guessed. Could it be that Changsheng is really the reincarnation of the great emperor Changsheng of the South Pole? Yu Linglong. This means that the great calamity of the prehistoric fairyland is coming. The calamity that can cause Daluo to fall is at least the level of the great calamity of the conferred god. I am going to the prehistoric fairyland. And my life and death are unpredictable. The master's face suddenly changed. Then you find a way to stay. Senior sister. Before, I have indeed been suppressing my realm and not ascending. Just to see the situation clearly. Yu Linglong said, but the ghost immortals are going down to the world. And the three paths are going into the sea. If I don't take action, this world will surely be devastated. If I take action, the realm can no longer be suppressed. Yu Linglong released her merits. Today she killed people in the headquarters of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. But when she released her merits, the merits filled the entire sky. The Xianwang Merit Tower shook violently. And the rich Xianwang Qi fell from the sky. All absorbed by Yu Linglong in the Tai whisk. Her breath became thicker and her realm became more ethereal. The master was in a trance. Thinking that the senior sister was already a fairy, Yu Linglong told him that he had a low vision. My current strength and realm are stronger than those of ordinary true immortals. And I have more merits. I can't suppress it anymore. Yu Linglong said helplessly, if I suppress it any further, I will explode and die. The master of the temple was in a state of confusion. But the prehistoric fairyland is so dangerous. How can you protect yourself if you go there? Senior sister? The ghost fairy descending to the mortal world means that this world is no longer safe. There is no paradise under the catastrophe. Junior brother, escaping will not solve the problem. I was observing the situation before. And now I have observed it almost enough. Yu Linglong's voice was calm and confident. Xuandu disciples. Even if you go to the prehistoric fairyland, you will have the protection of the great master. It's just that this time the human sect is at the cusp of the storm. And you and I can't escape. We can only fight for a glimmer of hope in the catastrophe. Junior brother, after I ascend, you should not try to shake Jiangxi's leading position in the righteous fairy sect within 5 years. The master of the temple nodded and smiled bitterly. Senior sister, you think too highly of me. I originally expected to take it slowly after 50 years. In a world where you can practice, 50 years is not a very long time. The master of the temple thought he could wait. Yu Linglong shook her head. It doesn't take 50 years. 5 years is enough to change the situation in the world. Within 5 years, Yu Bihai should be invincible in the world. The master agreed. Yu Bihai is second only to my senior sister. So in the next 5 years, the devil will rise, and the Tao will fall. Jiangxi, the leader of the righteous path, will have a hard time. Yu Linglong corrected. It may not be the devil rising and the Tao will fall. How could it be? Can you Lao Mo still bear not to expand the power of the Tianma sect? The master asked in surprise. Yu Linglong's words left the master speechless. After I leave, there will be no Tianma sect in the world. Only Tianxing sect. Yu Linglong added, with Ji Changsheng here. Tianxing sect is likely to live up to its name. The master. What my senior sister said makes sense. Changsheng is really good at doing things. With him, the style of the Tianma sect is likely to be completely renewed. It's not just about the tradition of the sect. I said that 5 years is enough time for the world situation to change. I was also talking about Ji Changsheng. In 5 years, Ji Changsheng can almost ascend. The master was shocked. Senior sister, you said Changsheng can ascend in 5 years? How is this possible? You haven't done it. Yu Linglong looked at the master and asked calmly, how long did Ji Changsheng spend from foundation building to nascent soul? Master, I haven't calculated it. 1 week. Speaking of 1 week, the master's face was extremely wonderful. He really didn't calculate it before. Now thinking about it, the master is a little stupid. What kind of beastly progress is this? If he continues to progress at this speed, how can Ji Changsheng ascend in 5 years? Yu Linglong also said, 5 years is my most conservative estimate. Ji Changsheng may not need 5 years. The master of the temple. Senior sister. Before, Wei Xuandu temple protected him. So he dared to brush merits recklessly. Now that you are gone, he dare not be so reckless. Yes, senior sister. After you leave, Yu Lao Mo will be the best in the world. Then Changsheng may really ascend in 5 years. The master of the temple was successfully convinced. Mainly because he knows Ji Changsheng too well. This guy never knows how to write convergence. Now, junior brother, do you understand why I appeared at the border of Sheng Kingdom before? Yu Linglong asked. The master of the temple began to understand. Sister, you know you are about to ascend to heaven. And you are looking for the next protector for Xuandu Temple. Yu Linglong nodded. Yes. I helped Ji Changsheng. And it has nothing to do with the possibility that Ji Changsheng is the reincarnation of the Southern Changsheng Emperor, or that he has inherited the inheritance of the Southern Changsheng Emperor. I wanted to tell Ji Changsheng that he will not let Xuandu down. And Xuandu will not let him down. In this way, the cause and effect between him and Xuandu Temple will be positive. And his sense of identity with Xuandu Temple will also deepen. The master was deeply moved. Sister, you have paid too much for Xuandu Temple. Yu Linglong was very calm. All dharmas are empty. But cause and effect are not empty. Plant good causes, and then reap good results. I entered Xuandu, showed my talent for cultivation, and was favored by the great master, who gave me the Tai Whisk. I grew up and chose you. Now you have grown up, and it is your turn to start protecting others. You did a good job in protecting Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng is a man who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. He kills those who make enemies with him decisively. He treats those who make friends with him sincerely. What finally made me decide to help him was his arrangement for his relatives and friends around him. Speaking of this, Yu Linglong's eyes flashed with appreciation. That day, he arranged a retreat for Ing Hongya, Chao Ziming and others at the border of Shenghua, and asked you to continue to protect Shenghua after he left. This was the most touching thing. What I admire. It's easy to be a dictator, but it's hard to be a person who is decisive in killing and can also lead his relatives and friends to move forward together. I am sure that he is not the kind of ungrateful person who points the blade outward instead of inward. Therefore, the future of Xuandu Temple can be placed on him. Junior brother, do you understand what I mean? The master of the temple nodded. Don't worry. Senior sister, I have always admired Changsheng, and Changsheng's gratitude to me and his recognition of Xuandu Temple should also be from the heart. After senior sister leaves, I will naturally help Chansheng gain a foothold in Tianma sect in secret, and improve his strength as soon as possible. It's good that you can think this way. Xuandu Temple has you inside and him outside. And I can also rest assured to ascend to the prehistoric fairyland. I can stay for 3 days at most. I will go to Xianwang Merit Tower to retreat for 1 day to consolidate my realm. Junior brother, give me a list at this time tomorrow. List? Write down on the list the people you think will threaten Xuandu Temple and your life in the next 5 years. I will kill them all before I ascend. Yu Linglong stood up and left the main peak lightly. The temple master was still kneeling. It was not a show, but he wanted to kneel from the bottom of his heart. He would bow down to his senior sister for the rest of his life. He was willing to look up to his senior sister forever. No need to own her. As long as he could look up to her. It was the greatest happiness for that cowherd boy. It was then, and it is still now. Demon Cult. Yu Laoimo was having a heart-to-heart with Ji Chansheng and his son. Of course, Yu Laoimo was a little worried about scaring Ji Chansheng. So he didn't tell Ji Chansheng his true life experience directly. Yu Laoimo just tried to ask, Chansheng, do you still remember your parents? Ji Chansheng shook his head and said, my mother has passed away. And my father. I haven't seen him since I was a child. He is nothing more than an irresponsible scumbag. Yu Laoimo's eyes twitched. I dare not tell Ji Chansheng directly about my life experience. Let's cultivate some feelings with Chansheng first. Yu Laoimo quickly changed the subject. You should be careful with Madam in the future, and try to stay away from her. Ji Chansheng was silent for a moment. Then said, Master, Madam has given an order, and if I don't obey, I will be disobeying the order. Besides, I don't have the strength to disobey. Yu Laoimo was so generous that it exceeded Ji Chansheng's imagination. Young Mu Ai. I understand very well. The conflict between me and Li Huanyan is known to the world. So if you really fall into her calculations one day, no matter what happens, I will not care. Ji Chansheng. He has seen such couples on Blue Star. Each of them has his own fun. He doesn't mind his partner's private life at all. But this is the first time he has seen this in this world. Yu Laoimo. There is something. I am just reminding you that Li Huanyan is vicious and has a deep conflict with me. She is friendly with you. And her ultimate goal is probably to harm me and alienate us. Yu Laoimo pointed out. Ji Chansheng pretended to be surprised and said, Fairy Linglong is about to ascend. And the leader will soon be invincible. Even if I have some talent, how can I harm the leader? The leader thinks too much. Yu Laoimo. Sure enough, Chansheng has been brainwashed by that witch. If you want to change Chansheng's concept, you can only do it slowly. Yu Laoimo was not surprised. So he did not force Ji Chansheng to understand his painstaking efforts now. As Ji Chansheng said, Yu Linglong is about to ascend, and he will soon be invincible. So now Yu Laoimo is full of confidence and is not very urgent. The future is his. You will understand one day. Yu Laoimo patted Ji Chansheng's shoulder, and then said, there is another very important thing to tell you. Please ask the leader. In the Holy Church, don't act so violently. Don't easily solve problems that can be solved with words. When you can avoid killing, try not to kill. Yu Laoimo held Ji Chansheng's shoulder slightly, looked at Ji Chansheng, and said seriously, Chansheng, restrain your murderous nature. The disciples of the Holy Church are so unruly. I am very worried that one day when I am not here, you will kill them all. Ji Chansheng felt very wronged. Leader, I feel that you are prejudiced against me. Yu Laoimo sighed lightly. I have no prejudice against you. I know too well what kind of person I am. When he was young, he killed many of his fellow disciples. Among them were some real geniuses. At his current level, Yu Laoimo recalled the past and felt that there were many things that could be taken back. And there was no need to go to such extremes. And Chansheng, this child, is better than his teacher. He is more murderous than when he was young. Yu Laoimo's worries are all true. Although he is invincible, he doesn't want to be a commander without troops. Ji Chansheng patiently explained, Master, even if I want to kill them all, I don't have the strength. Yu Laoimo. By the way, Master, what do you mean by you know yourself too well? It's okay. Suddenly, a red-robed Taoist descended from the sky and said to Yu Laoimo, Master, there are new changes in the sun to river. Yu Laoimo frowned slightly and looked at Ji Chansheng. Ji Chansheng knew that this was a serious matter. and immediately said, Master, go and do your work. Just arrange someone to accompany me. Then I'll let Su Qiong accompany you. Yu Lao Mo didn't bother two masters with one thing. In addition, he still wanted to match Ji Changsheng and Ren Su Qiong. So the newly minted Yuanying cultivator Ren Xianzi gloriously became Ji Changsheng's guide. The two were already very familiar with each other, and there was no need to deliberately introduce them. They walked forward with laughter and chat. And suddenly an uninvited guest came towards them. Are you the trader of Xuandu Temple? It is said that Ji Changsheng is always the weakest in the same realm? Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes, and looked at the young man in front of him, who was dressed in the same clothes as the red-robed Taoist just now. After distinguishing his face, that was 50% similar to the red-robed Taoist just now, he had a plan in his heart. It seems that Yu Lao Mo was called away, and there is something fishy behind this. Where there are people, there is the Jianghu. Ji Changsheng was not surprised, but just turned his head to look at Ren Suqiong. Who is this? Ren Suqiong's face darkened. Lu Shitu, the second person in the Golden Core realm of the Holy Church. His father is the deputy leader of the Holy Church. Your position of true succession was originally meant for him. Cha Sheng. He is likely to challenge you. Sure enough, Ren Suqiong guessed right. Ji Changsheng. I'm Jin Dan. You're Yuanying. Do you dare to fight me in the life and death arena? Whoever wins will be ranked among the true disciples. Ren Suqiong sneered. Lu Shitu. Ji Changsheng's ranking among the true disciples was determined by the leader. And you are qualified to question the leader's decision? What's more, you can break through the Yuanying realm a long time ago. You want to break through on the life and death arena and defeat Changsheng without any mistakes. You have a good plan. Why don't you and I fight in the life and death arena? Lu Shitu ignored Ren Suqiong's provocation and sneered. Ji Changsheng. Do you only dare to hide behind women? Ji Changsheng looked around and saw that many people had begun to gather around. Ren Suqiong whispered, Changsheng. Don't be fooled. Lu Shitu is deliberately provoking you. Ji Changsheng nodded slightly. Of course, he wouldn't be fooled. He would only be furious. Asshole. I can see at a glance that you are a righteous demon. Tell me, which sect sent you to the Holy Church as an undercover? Chapter 127. Competing with fathers? I, Ji Changsheng, hate competing with fathers the most in my life. Puff. Ren Suqiong couldn't hold back when she heard Ji Changsheng put the hat of righteous demon on Lu Shitu's head. It was the first time she heard the term righteous demon. Then she began to quickly reflect on herself. Why am I worried about Ji Changsheng? I clearly witnessed his methods in Shengwu, so I should be worried about Lu Shitu. Looking at Lu Shitu, who was also confused, Ren Suqiong shook her head helplessly. Tom Tian Chamber of Commerce launched the Liantian projection, and the video recording has now been circulated. But last night Ji Changsheng played a decisive and direct killing, and did not show too many methods of turning the tide. Killing Chao Yutian, Lu Xingzhen, and even Du Zongxing. Ji Changsheng just killed them and said they were guilty. And he didn't bother to slander them as demons of the demon cult. So Lu Shitu's intelligence was obviously not collected completely. Lu Shitu probably thought that Ji Changsheng was an impulsive and reckless person who would easily end up in trouble if he was slightly provoked. In fact, Ji Changsheng was indeed easily provoked and easily ended up in trouble, but Ji Changsheng was definitely not impulsive and reckless. Ren Suqiong thought about Lu Shitu's background, and whispered to Ji Changsheng, his father is Deputy Leader Lu. Ji Changsheng is now at least in the nascent soul stage. No matter whether he took a shortcut or not, the weakest nascent soul is still a nascent soul. Lu Shitu dared to jump out and provoke a nascent soul cultivator. So he naturally felt that he was superior to Ji Changsheng in terms of strength and background. Ren Suqiong also thought so. Ren Suqiong simply transmitted his voice, Changsheng. I believe you can beat Lu Shitu to death in private, but in a head-on fight, he can advance to the nascent soul stage at any time. Your nascent soul stage. I'm afraid you don't have the fighting power to match. In addition, Deputy Leader Lu originally had 2 sons and 1 daughter, and the other son and daughter have died, leaving only Lu Shitu. So if you touch Lu Shitu, you will definitely offend Deputy Leader Lu. Although Ren Suqiong knew that Yu Lao Mo admired Ji Changsheng, that was just the leader's appreciation for an outstanding disciple. Lu Shitu is the son of Lu Deputy Sect Leader. The closeness is obvious here. Ji Changsheng smiled slightly. Just because his father is Lu Deputy Sect Leader, can he do whatever he wants in the Holy Sect? My adoptive father is still Yu Lao Mo. My biological father is Yuan Shi Tianwang. Am I proud? By the way, is Deputy Sect Leader Lu the sect leader's man? Or the saint's man? Ji Changsheng asked. Ren Suqiong said, he is neither one's man. Deputy Sect Leader Lu fought with the sect leader for the throne. After he lost to the sect leader, he became the sect leader's deputy, and the first deputy sect leader of the holy sect. His strength is unfathomable. Ji Changsheng smiled. Isn't this an obvious undercover agent of the righteous path? Although I have only met him once, I can see at a glance that he is not a good guy. What era is it now? He dares not to stand on the side. Do you think you can be a fence-sitter just because you are strong? Ji Changsheng laughed. Let me help my father clean up the sect of the heavenly demon sect. The demon sect is the demon sect. These people have no awareness at all. When he was in Xuandu Temple, Ji Changsheng stood on the side of the temple master without hesitation, which led to the temple master's protection. The surname Lu dared to remain neutral. If I want to deal with you, who would bother me? Before the two sides went to war, the first to be eliminated were the neutral faction. So Ji Changsheng calmly exposed the true face of Lu Shitu. Lu Shitu, I see that your actions reveal the style of a righteous disciple everywhere. I have practiced in the righteous way for many days, and can see your true face at a glance. Tell me honestly, which family are you undercover? The headquarters of Tontian Chamber of Commerce was just wiped out by my mother-in-law. I can ask the master to write the list of undercover agents. My brother has already gone back to Danqing Pavilion. It won't be a problem for senior brother Chao to arrange an identity for you. There is no need to say more about Xuandu Temple. Guanyin Temple is a bit troublesome. There are too many female cultivators. The Wanyao Kingdom is not our kind. And it doesn't seem like a force that can send the Lu family father and son as undercover agents. So I have to choose one of the three happiness among Tontian Chamber of Commerce, Danqing Pavilion and Xuandu Temple. No matter which of these three families, Ji Changsheng is sure to prove that the Lu family father and son are the undercover agents sent by them. Lu Shitu was so angry that Ji Changsheng laughed. I was born in the Holy Church, grew up in the Holy Church, and practiced in the Holy Church. You say I am an undercover agent of the righteous path? Ji Changsheng. Are you crazy? Ji Changsheng said calmly. Don't try to resist stubbornly. Confess and be lenient. Resist and be strict. As long as you turn back from your mistakes, the Holy Church will certainly give you a break. But if you persist in your mistakes, you will also be severely punished by the Holy Church. You must know that the law is merciless. Ren Suqiong quietly lowered her head and blushed a little. Changsheng is a little bit naughty. She has never seen this style in the Holy Church before. Not only she has never seen it, Lu Shitu has never seen it either. The demon sects are different from the righteous sections. When fighting in Xuandu Temple, everyone has to say that they have a legitimate reason and occupy the moral high ground before they start. But in the heavenly demon sect, they usually fight to the death if they disagree. For example, Lu Shitu provoked Ji Changsheng. Don't care about life and death. Just fight if you don't accept it. I don't like you. And I feel that my strength and background are stronger than yours. So I want to bully you. This is what Lu Shitu thought. As a result, Ji Changsheng played the art of war. Lu Shitu laughed in anger. Who would believe your nonsense? As soon as Lu Shitu finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately spoke up. I believe it. There is no smoke without fire. It is better to check it out. Junior brother Lu. If you are wronged, I will definitely help you. Lu Shitu. He calmed down instantly. Those who spoke just now were all true disciples of the heavenly demon sect. Apart from his father, the deputy leader, their status was still higher than his. The first person to speak was the person of the holy maiden Huan. The next two were also geniuses, who were qualified to compete for the position of the young leader. Lu Shitu understood that they were not helping Ji Changsheng, but just wanted to suppress him. As everyone knows, the son of Yu Laoimo and the holy maiden Huan was a waste. And Yu Laoimo did not like him. Moreover, Yu Laoimo was in his prime now, and he did not need to consider the issue of succession. So the position of the young leader of the heavenly demon sect has been vacant. But Fairy Linglong is about to ascend, and Yu Laoimo will soon be invincible. At this time, Yu Laomo's mentality is very different. He will focus more on the outside of the heavenly demon sect and expand the territory for the heavenly demon sect. He will definitely put aside the affairs of the sect. Yu Laoimo, who is the best in the world, will not take the little power in the heavenly demon sect too seriously. In other words, the battle for the young leader of the heavenly demon sect is about to begin. He is looking for trouble with Ji Changsheng. And he also wants to step on Ji Changsheng to advance to the true disciple and establish his own reputation. But other true disciples obviously saw his idea. They don't want him to take the position. Lu Zhitu saw the reality clearly and wanted to stop fighting. Ji Changsheng, I think this is a misunderstanding. How about we shake hands and make peace? Although there is a limit on the number of true disciples, Lu Zhitu has a different status after all. With a father who is a deputy leader, he will always have other opportunities to be promoted to the true disciple. Ji Changsheng is not as soft as he initially thought. So he temporarily gave up and took a step back. In the Holy Church, more friends are always better than more enemies. Don't you think? Lu Zhitu took the initiative to extend a hand of friendship, and felt that he had given Ji Changsheng a great face. He was just a traitor from Xuandu Temple. He had just come to the Heavenly Demon Sect, and had no foundation in the Heavenly Demon Sect. Shouldn't Ji Changsheng be grateful for being able to make friends with the only living son of the deputy leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Ji Changsheng's response was the sad demon knife. He killed people violently, but there was no fireworks. Because when Ji Changsheng took action, he also used Yoguang Luowan. What Lu Zhitu and most people around him saw was that Ji Changsheng extended his hand to shake hands with Lu Zhitu. Fortunately, there are many masters in the Heavenly Demon Sect. As the son of the vice leader, many people still pay attention to Lu Zhitu. Ordinary disciples cannot see Ji Changsheng's actions, but they can't hide them from everyone's eyes. Be careful. Lu Zhitu reacted very quickly. He didn't realize what happened. He didn't think Ji Changsheng would dare to attack him directly, but he subconsciously retracted his hand and retreated quickly. The red robe on his body flashed red light, and Ji Changsheng only felt the endless bloody aura coming at him. And then, there was nothing else. Compared with a sea of blood, this bloody aura was just a small witch compared to a big witch. Swish! Ji Changsheng retracted the sad magic knife. Looking at the broken arm flying high in the air, Ji Changsheng felt a little regretful. Using Yoguang Luowan can confuse the opponent, but the true essence and mana allocated to the attack will naturally be reduced. Otherwise this knife can cut off half of his head. Yoguang Luowan needs to spend energy and mana to maintain. Performing illusion and magic knife at the same time will inevitably affect the power of one of them. But there is no way. How can you have both in the world? Fortunately, Ji Changsheng thought that as long as I progress fast enough, these are not a problem. Ji Changsheng, you dare to attack me? Lu Zhitu's eyes were red. You are looking for death. Ji Changsheng sneered, showing the true form of the sad magic knife. Pointing directly at Lu Zhitu, Lu, you have only two endings. The first is to be beaten to death by me. The second is that I will beat you to death after finding evidence that you are an undercover agent of the righteous way. You choose it yourself. I am willing to satisfy the wishes of the dying. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. In Xuandu Temple, Ji Changsheng would definitely choose the second one. Occupy the moral high ground first. But in the Tianma sect, it is not impossible to choose the first one. Lu Zhitu wanted to step on him to advance to the true teaching. Ji Changsheng laughed. Who doesn't need to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys? Lu Zhitu is very suitable to be the chicken. You? Lu Zhitu's body hurts and his brain is stupid. My father is the deputy leader. How come Ji Changsheng is more arrogant than him? Who gave him the courage? Is his father the leader? Lu Zhitu didn't know that he accidentally guessed one of Ji Changsheng's confidence. To be honest, he was a little scared by Ji Changsheng. But he soon sneered, don't go to the life and death arena and kill your fellow disciples for no reason. Ji Changsheng, you have violated the rules of the Holy Church. You are finished. And the punishment hall will send someone soon. Ji Changsheng knew this rule. Although the law of the jungle of the demon sect is more open than Xuandu Temple, internal fighting in broad daylight is also strictly prohibited. After all, you can't use your fellow disciples as training materials. If there is a conflict, go to the life and death arena, or find a place where no one is around to fight privately. As the son of the deputy leader, Lu Zhitu only dared to ask Ji Changsheng to go to the life and death arena for gambling. Ji Changsheng killed Lu Zhitu in public. This matter cannot be washed away, and it must have violated the rules of the Tianma sect. However, Ji Changsheng said that this is not a big deal. It seems that you chose the second way to die. Ji Changsheng nodded and said in a deep voice, who said that I killed my fellow disciples for no reason? I didn't kill my fellow disciples. Lu Zhitu, You are the undercover sent by Tongtian Chamber of Commerce to the Holy Church. Happiness has 3 choices. And I have decided to choose Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. The main reason is that Tongtian Chamber of Commerce has the worst reputation now. And the undercover of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce can be killed. If they are arranged to be undercovers of Xuandu Temple or Danqing Pavilion, then even if the Lu family father and son die, they may still have a good reputation in the outside world. Ji Changsheng felt that they were not worthy. Lu Shitu was once again laughed at by Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng, don't you know that my father's first battle to become famous was to kill the vice president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, the junior brother of Yi Jianxian? Ji Changsheng really didn't know. It doesn't matter if he knew. Ji Changsheng said decisively, it's just a show. You righteous demons. What can't you do to lurk in the Holy Church? Lu Shitu. Ren Suqiong had quietly turned her head away. It was still a familiar recipe. And it was still a familiar taste. Changsheng started again. Although she didn't know why Ji Changsheng was so bold and dared to provoke Deputy Leader Lu unscrupulously, she could be sure that if Deputy Leader Lu didn't show up, Lu Shitu would definitely be killed by Ji Changsheng. Her judgment was correct. You, the father and son of the Lu family, were dazzled by the spiritual stones of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. You were gradually corrupted by the spiritual stone strategy of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce and became undercover agents hidden in the Holy Church. Ji Changsheng had seen through everything. Not only that, your father had long known that the ghost fairy had descended to the mortal world and entered the sea. In fact, your father had always known the background of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Your father thought that the ghost fairy would be invincible in the world after descending to the mortal world. So he joined the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce early. But he never expected that the Linglong fairy was invincible in the world. And even the ghost fairy was no match for her. Lu Shitu, you are panicking now, right? Lu Shitu wanted to curse. It's just nonsense. Hee hee. You are still hiding your identity as a righteous demon. Lu Shitu, give up. Others think that you are looking for trouble with me just for the position of a true disciple. But I have seen clearly that even if there is no position of a true disciple, you will still look for trouble with me. The reason why you want killing me is to avenge Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Ji Changsheng revealed the truth to the world in Lu Shitu's stunned eyes. You are the remnant of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. And you hate me for eradicating Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in Shenhua. So you staged this farce today. Lu Shitu, your crime has been exposed. Just surrender. Lu Shitu, why can you talk nonsense so seriously? It seems that you are still stubborn. Ji Changsheng frowned and said, well, in this case, I will let you die with a sense of conviction. Lu Shitu, dare you let go of the spirit stone in your storage ring for us to verify? Lu Shitu really couldn't keep up with Ji Changsheng's operation. Look at my spirit stone. What can you verify? Of course, it depends on whether it is produced by Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Ji Changsheng said. Ren Suqiong was shocked. Changsheng, can you tell this? Spiritual stones are spiritual stones. What is the difference between the spiritual stones of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce and those of Tianma sect? Ji Changsheng did not explain, but sneered Lu Shitu. Do you dare to prove your innocence? Why not? Lu Shitu took the bait. Ji Changsheng thought that the quality of the disciples of the Holy Church really needs to be improved. You have not done anything. What are you proving your innocence? If you dare to prove yourself, you are in my home court. After all, I am the one who verified it. I have the final right to interpret the conclusion. Sure enough, when Lu Shitu took out his spiritual stone, Ji Changsheng just played with it for a moment, and then decisively said, this is the spiritual stone produced by Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Everyone was silent. Ren Suqiong did not even dare to look directly at Lu Shitu's angry eyes at this moment. She whispered to Ji Changsheng, Changsheng, do you have evidence to prove that the spirit stones came from Tongtian Chamber of Commerce? At this time, everyone was led astray by Ji Changsheng. Because even if Lu Shitu's spirit stones really came from Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, there was no problem in theory. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce was the richest sect, and it was normal for the spirit stones in hand to come from Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. But at this time, they all fell into Ji Changsheng's preset trap. Ji Changsheng said seriously, Lu Shitu, do you have evidence to prove that your spirit stones did not come from Tongtian Chamber of Commerce? Lu Shitu gritted his teeth and said, how to prove this? It seems that you have admitted it. Ji Changsheng made a final conclusion. There are witnesses and evidences. Sister Ren, notify the criminal court to come and kill people. Ren Sucheong. Onlookers. Lu Shitu was so angry that he almost lost his mind. Where is the witness? Ji Changsheng pointed at himself. I am the witness. I saw your name and your father's name in the account book details of the Shenghua branch of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. It can be seen that you have colluded with each other for a long time. Lu Shitu said angrily. Ji Changsheng. Do you know my father's name? Ji Changsheng. I really don't know. So Ji Changsheng was also angry. Asshole. You still want to quibble when you are about to die. You dare to kill me? Lu Shitu trembled all over. My father is the deputy leader of the Holy Church. Ji Changsheng. You will suffer a great disaster today. Thank God. Lu Shitu rarely relied on his family background to suppress others before. His talent is top-notch. In most cases, Lu Shitu can look down on his peers by relying on his cultivation. But facing Ji Changsheng, Lu Shitu used the method of relying on his father. Ji Changsheng sneered. Your father is the deputy leader. So you can betray the Holy Church? Lu Shitu. What I hate most in my life is people who rely on their fathers. So Ji Changsheng decisively took out his sound transmission talisman in front of everyone and sent a message to the master of the temple. Yes, master of the temple. Ji Changsheng was not afraid of others knowing that he had contact with the master of the temple. Anyway, he was born in Xuandu Temple, and his experience of leaving Xuandu Temple was clear. He still had contact with the master of the temple. Isn't it normal? Even if someone is dissatisfied, you can report to Lao Mo. Ji Changsheng said. You are welcome to do whatever you want. Master, is Fairy Linglong injured? Coincidentally, the master of the temple was online and quickly replied, no harm. My sister said that the ghost fairy and the heavenly tribulation were weaker than she expected. By the way, Cha Sheng, why did you contact me? Shouldn't you be in the heavenly demon sect now? Keep a low profile in the heavenly demon sect. If you leave Xuandu Temple, it will be difficult for my sister and I to protect you later. Ji Changsheng smiled slightly. Master, this is the case. I found out that the deputy leader of the Tianma sect, Lu, that is, the one with the surname Lu, is an undercover agent of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. The monsters of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce are punishable by all the major sections. Please tell the master and the fairy to eradicate this scourge before ascending. The master agreed very readily. If it is confirmed that it is an undercover agent of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, no problem. I will tell my senior sister later. Ji Changsheng used voice speaker with the master throughout the whole process. After receiving the master's reply, Ji Changsheng looked at the elder of the punishment hall, who came late. Fairy Linglong said that the deputy leader Lu and Lu Shitu are undercover monsters of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. What do you think? The elder of the punishment hall. The fairy is right. Ji Changsheng nodded with satisfaction and said to Lu Shitu with a smile, I told you. The people I hate most in my life are those who compete with their fathers. So I compete with my mother-in-law first. Chapter 128. Capture the demons of the demon cult in the righteous way. Capture the demons of the righteous way in the demon cult. Lu Shitu's body was shaking. He was already extremely angry. Ji Changsheng. You are framing me. Ji Changsheng was surprised. As a disciple of the Holy Church. What's wrong with framing you? Do I still have to be with you in a clear and bright manner? Lu Shitu was so angry that he trembled all over. It's simply unreasonable. Do you still have any sense of reason? Ji Changsheng was even more surprised. If I want to be reasonable, I can just stay in Xuandu Temple. What's the point of joining the Holy Church? I have to be reasonable before joining the Holy Church. And I have to be reasonable after joining the Holy Church. So I joined the Holy Church in vain. Looking at Lu Shitu, who was completely dumbfounded, Ji Changsheng sighed lightly. This silly child, at first glance, often bullies others, but has never been bullied by others. As a good person who is willing to help others, Ji Changsheng must help Lu Shitu to increase his life experience. So Ji Changsheng gently tapped Lu Shitu's face with the blade of the sad demon knife and patiently explained, what is the true teaching of the Holy Church? Even if I frame you in front of you, you still have to kneel down and thank me for leaving you a whole body. Lu Shitu, you still say that you are not an undercover agent of the righteous path? Everything you say and do is the style of the righteous path. And it can't be hidden at all. Who will reason with you as a true disciple of the Holy Church? Lu Shitu spurted blood to the sky. I didn't know how to refute it. After all, What Ji Chansheng said was the truth. Only the disciples of the righteous path need to be fair, and just on the surface. What's wrong with framing disciples of the Holy Church? Isn't this a basic operation? Ji Chansheng didn't quite understand why these people looked at him with strange eyes. You are the heavenly demon sect. He scratched his head and asked the elder of the punishment hall, Elder, my behavior will definitely be despised in Xuandu Temple. But shouldn't it be regarded as the golden rule in the Holy Church? Why do these people not only have no intention of learning humbly, but also reveal rejection? I am very disappointed with the style of the Holy Church. What can the elder of the punishment hall say? He forced a smile. Ji Chansheng. Right. You do have the style of our Holy Church. No wonder you can't get by in Xuandu Temple. He completely understood. If he was the law enforcement elder of Xuandu Temple, he would not tolerate such a lawless disciple. In fact, as the elder of the punishment hall of the heavenly demon sect, he was a little overwhelmed. But we should also keep a certain standard when competing among disciples in our Holy Church. And try not to kill people. Ji Changqing's face changed slightly. And he said vigilantly, Elder, do you want to protect the undercovers planted by Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in our Holy Church? The elder of the punishment hall, Ji Chansheng, took a step back and took out his sound transmission talisman again. I didn't expect that there were so many undercovers of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce hidden in the Holy Church. It seems that I need to report to Fairy Linglong. Cutting the grass needs to be rooted out. Otherwise there will be endless troubles. The elder of the punishment hall grabbed Ji Changqing's hand and said seriously, Ji Zhenchuan, you misunderstood. This elder and Tongtian Chamber of Commerce are irreconcilable. I dare not take action. It is obvious that Ji Changsheng still has a very good relationship with Mu Xian. And Fairy Linglong still has 3 days of detention. In these 3 days, it is still Fairy Linglong's era. Whoever Fairy Linglong wants to kill, Yu Lao Mo can't stop it. So the elder of the punishment hall said that whatever you said was true. If you said you were my father, I would kneel down to you. I just didn't expect that the Lu family father and son would hide so deeply. The elder of the punishment hall explained. Ji Chansheng nodded to show his understanding. I didn't expect that on the first day of coming to the Holy Church, I would actually find 2 righteous demons. And they were undercover agents of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Elder, since you now understand the truth, please punish Lu Jitu. Everyone looked at Ji Chansheng in shock. What do you mean? Kill people on the spot? Ji Chansheng said that this is what I mean. If you don't use your power, it will expire. If you say you want to kill a chicken to scare the monkey, the chicken must die. Elder, what's wrong? Can't you do it? Ji Chansheng became alert again. When dealing with righteous demons, all disciples of the Holy Church should be able to kill them. Why are you so hesitant? Have you also been dragged into the water by the Lu family father and son? The elder of the punishment hall also began to curse in his heart. This is forcing me to take sides. The problem is that Vice Leader Lu is not dead yet. Even if the elders of the punishment hall do not think that Vice Leader Lu can escape the pursuit of Fairy Linglong, Fairy Linglong is far away. Vice Leader Lu will be right in front of him in the next moment. If he attacks Lu Shitu now, he may go to accompany Lu Shitu immediately. But if he does not attack Lu Shitu, the elders of the punishment hall seriously suspect that Ji Chansheng will also report his name to Mu Xian. He will die the same way. The difference is the death penalty and suspended death penalty. If he regrets it, he should not participate in this matter. The elders of the punishment hall tried their best to persuade Ji Chansheng to take a step back, and the world will be broader. Ji Zhenchuan, Lu Shitu's father, Leader Lu, is in a high position in the Holy Church, and there may be misunderstandings. Why don't you sit down and talk? Leader Lu may give you a satisfactory answer. Ji Chansheng was too powerful, and the elders of the punishment hall said they couldn't protect him. I hope that Master Lu can solve it himself. Ji Chansheng said seriously, what the elder said is unreasonable. I have only heard of Master Yu in the Holy Church, and I have never heard of a master named Lu. The face of the elder of the punishment hall changed slightly. When addressing a deputy in front of others, the word deputy must be removed. This is something that smart people know tacitly. But Ji Chansheng said so, and he couldn't refute it. And once it reached the ears of Yu Lao Mo, the elder of the punishment hall instantly felt very insecure. Puff! The elder of the punishment hall suddenly began to spit blood into the sky. His face as pale as gold paper. Oh no! This seed has reached a critical juncture in cultivation, and I have gone astray. I need to retreat and cultivate immediately. Master, I think the elder of the punishment hall of the Tiansheng Church is also very similar to the Tontian Chamber of Commerce that was corrupted by the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Pa! The elder of the punishment hall slapped Lu Shitu to the ground. He was very angry. Ji Chansheng didn't give him any chance to exploit and forced him to express his position. Isn't he afraid that he will settle accounts with him in 3 days? The elder of the punishment hall didn't know where Ji Chansheng got the confidence from. But he really didn't have the confidence to go against Ji Chansheng. So he could only vent his anger on Lu Shitu. He didn't dare to bully Ji Chansheng. So he could only vent his anger on the son of the deputy leader. The elder of the punishment hall said the next sentence, which expressed his true thoughts. Lu Shitu, why did you provoke him? Isn't it better to live a good life? Why do you have to die? Lu Shitu also looked desperate. If God could give him a chance to start over, he promised not to trouble Ji Chansheng. Unfortunately, there is no if. Ji Chansheng watched coldly, and seeing that the elder of the punishment hall could not bring himself to do it, he shook his head silently. The heavenly demon sect is the heavenly demon sect. The consciousness of this elder of the punishment hall is far inferior to that of the elder of the discipline hall. When I was on the mountain of Xuandu Temple, the elder of the discipline hall cooperated with me without hesitation and almost killed by Guanlin. At that time, they were nominally dealing with the son of Fairy Linglong. Now it is just the son of the deputy leader Lu. And the elder of the punishment hall can't bring himself to do it. If you touch the son of the deputy leader, the leader will certainly trust you more. I gave you a chance, but you can't grab it yourself. Ji Chansheng was too lazy to talk nonsense. Seeing that the elder of the punishment hall had controlled Lu Shitu, Ji Chansheng raised his hand and fell with a knife. Plop! 1 seat for the 10,000 souls banner. Permanent residential property rights. Ji Chansheng put away his knife, looked around, and said with a smile, Everyone, is there anyone who is not convinced by my promotion to the true disciple of the Holy Church? I am the easiest person to talk to. If there are still people who are dissatisfied, just say it, and I will humbly correct it. There was silence all around. On the other side, Yu Lao Mo was talking to Lu Mingyang. Mingyang, after Yu Linglong ascends, our Holy Church will inevitably expand outward. At that time, I will be in charge of the outside, and you will be in charge of the inside. Don't let any chaos occur inside. Especially keep an eye on the madam. Lu Mingyang nodded. Don't worry, Master. I understand the importance. After all, the madam is the saint of the Hahuan sect, and her heart is always with the Hahuan sect. Well, I trust you to do the job, Yu Lao Mo said. As the leader of the heavenly demon sect, Yu Lao Mo still has a clear mind. His younger brother Yu Jidao is also the deputy leader of the heavenly demon sect. But Yu Lao Mo only lets Yu Jidao handle his private affairs and some unimportant matters. When it comes to the major affairs of the heavenly demon sect, he usually hands it over to Lu Mingyang and several other deputy leaders. Yu Lao Mo knows clearly who gets promoted by connections and who gets promoted by ability. So he will also use people according to their abilities. Yu Lao Mo still values Lu Mingyang very much. Before, Lu Mingyang had been maintaining neutrality. But after Yu Linglong ascended, he was about to be invincible in the world. Yu Lao Mo judged that Lu Mingyang would turn to him. So he released goodwill to Lu Mingyang in advance. As it turned out, his judgment was not wrong. Lu Mingyang keenly heard the olive branch thrown by Yu Lao Mo. So after he readily agreed, he also took the initiative to return the favor. Master, are you going to accept Ren Suqiong as your last disciple? Yu Lao Mo nodded. I have this plan. Suqiong is invincible in the Jindan realm. After being promoted to Yuanying, there is a 90% chance that she will continue to be invincible. I am very optimistic about Suqiong. Lu Mingyang agreed with Yu Lao Mo's judgment. Suqiong is indeed a rare genius. So I want to propose marriage for Tuer and let you, Master, be the witness. I wonder if Tuer has this honor. Yu Lao Mo stopped. You want Lu Shitu and Suqiong to become Taoist couples? Lu Mingyang was a little surprised by Yu Lao Mo's reaction. Master, isn't it appropriate? Lu Shitu is his own son. Yu Lao Mo accepted Ren Suqiong as his last disciple. When Lu Shitu and Ren Suqiong get married, he and Yu Lao Mo will naturally be bound together by interests. This was actually Lu Mingyang's act of loyalty. However, Yu Lao Mo's reaction was obviously not happy, which made Lu Mingyang very puzzled. Yu Lao Mo glanced at Lu Mingyang and said helplessly, You should have said it earlier. If you had said it 10 days or half a month earlier, I would not have known that Chansheng was my son at that time. And I might have really agreed. Now, Ren Suqiong is the child bride he favored for Chansheng. She has excellent talent for cultivation and is not interested in power, fame and wealth. She is born to be the protector of the Holy Church. She has the talent of the Holy Maiden He-Wan, but not the ambition of the Holy Maiden He-Wan. What a perfect daughter-in-law. Of course, she should be given priority to Chansheng. Let's change someone. Yu Lao Mo said directly, I have arranged Suqiong's marriage. Lu Mingyang guessed, is it Ji Chansheng who just surrendered to the Holy Church? Yu Lao Mo glanced at Lu Mingyang again, and suddenly his heart moved, and blurted out, where is Lu Shitu? Lu Mingyang was silent. Yu Lao Mo's face gradually became ugly. Mingyang, you deliberately led me away. Don't tell me that Lu Shitu went to trouble Ji Chansheng? Lu Mingyang's face also looked ugly. Master, Ji Chansheng is just a traitor of Xuandu. How can he be so valued by the master? Yu Lao Mo pointed at Lu Mingyang, and he was so disappointed. I'm not worried about Chansheng. I'm worried about your son. Tell me quickly. Where is Lu Shitu now? Lu Mingyang. Yu Lao Mo's reaction was unexpected. Yu Lao Mo became more worried. You are talking. You can't even see your son's ashes if you go too late. He knew his son's methods too well. He never knew how to write the 4 words kindness and softness. Even though it was the first day in the Holy Church. And even though Lu Shitu was Lu Mingyang's child. So what? Seeing that Lu Mingyang hadn't reacted, Yu Lao Mo said angrily, let alone your son. Even if he was Yu Linglong's husband. What would happen? Chansheng killed him if he said so. Your son is nothing. Take me there quickly. Maybe we can still save him in time. Yu Lao Mo didn't finish his words. Sensing the bloody aura that suddenly appeared behind him, Yu Lao Mo sighed to the sky. It was still too late. Lu Mingyang's strength was worse than Yu Lao Mo's. And his trust in his son was much stronger than Yu Lao Mo's. He also sensed the fluctuations of the breath coming from behind. But he just smiled slightly. Master, the young generation's battle, life and death, honor and disgrace should all be left to fate. So we should not interfere. In addition, Tuer should have successfully promoted to the nascent soul stage. I think Ji Chengxing's position of true disciple is very suitable for Tuer. Yu Lao Mo. You are right. The young generation's battle, life and death, honor and disgrace should all be left to fate. So we should not interfere. 1 minute later, Lu Mingyang was holding a corpse and roaring to the sky, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Ji Chansheng only accepted Lu Shitu's soul. He didn't feel like skinning him. So the kind-hearted Ji Zhenchuan left Lu Shitu an intact corpse. He thought Lu Mingyang should thank him. Ji Chansheng, you dared to kill my son. You are looking for death. Lu Mingyang's eyes were red with anger. Ji Chansheng was about to fight back. But Yu Lao Mo coughed lightly and blocked him. Mingyang, you just said that the younger generation should leave their lives, honors and disgraces to fate. So we should not interfere. Lu Mingyang. Master, no one can stop me today. I must avenge Tuer. The boomerang hit me, and I felt the pain. But Lu Mingyang didn't care about that. Seeing Lu Mingyang's reaction, Yu Lao Mo's face suddenly darkened. My son killed your son. You just have to bear it. You dare to take revenge. Give you face? Yu Linglong said that it is not good to bully the weak. And this seat also means this. From now on, it is strictly forbidden to bully the weak within the Holy Church. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Yu Lao Mo said coldly. Question Yu Linglong. Understand Yu Linglong. And become Yu Linglong. Yu Lao Mo deeply realized that the previous bans of Fairy Linglong were necessary. Lu Mingyang, who had experienced the pain of losing his son, roared, I must kill this little beast today. Ji Chansheng chuckled and said casually, having a deputy leader as a father is amazing. Yu Lao Mo softened his heart and became murderous. Chansheng has been wandering and self-reliant since he was a child. So he has developed such a ruthless and resolute character. Lu Shitu got into trouble. And Lu Mingyang backed him up. Chansheng is different. He has to rely on himself for everything. Before in Shenghua, Yu Lao Mo wanted to protect Ji Chansheng so as to cultivate the relationship between father and son. However, Yu Linglong's sword swept across the sky and stole all the limelight. Yu Lao Mo himself was embarrassed to say that he saved Ji Chansheng. This time, he must seize the opportunity to repair the relationship between father and son. What's so great about having a deputy leader as a father? Chansheng, Your father is the real leader. Thinking of this, Yu Lao Mo issued an ultimatum. Lu Mingyang. I said that it is not allowed to bully the weak. Don't you understand what I said? The blood-filled magic sword appeared in Yu Lao Mo's hand. If Lu Mingyang dared to continue provoking, Yu Lao Mo would send him to see his son. Master, you are going to fight me for a disciple abandoned by Xuandu Temple? Lu Mingyang couldn't believe it. Yu Lao Mo said coldly, take Lu Shitu's body and get out quickly. Otherwise you don't have to leave. He can't leave. Ji Changsheng shook his head, and finally walked out from behind Yu Lao Mo. No wonder Yu Lao Mo is not the opponent of Linglong Fairy. In terms of domineering, there is a big difference. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I have killed his son. You should kill his father quickly. And the family should be together. Ji Changsheng saw that Yu Lao Mo still wanted to show mercy. This Lu Mingyang is likely to be really something. Whether it is background or strength. There is something worthy of Yu Lao Mo's fear. But there must be nothing worthy of Linglong Fairy's fear. So Ji Changsheng smiled and said, Master, there is something you don't know yet. Just now, I asked Master Mu of Xuandu Temple to contact Fairy Linglong and report to her that there are hidden undercover agents from Tontian Chamber of Commerce lurking in the Holy Church. And the first to bear the brunt are the father and son of the Lu family. Yu Lao Mo and Lu Mingyang were shocked at the same time. Master Mu replied that he would let Fairy Linglong come to the Holy Church before ascending to kill those hidden monsters from Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Yu Lao Mo's face began to turn pale. Yu Linglong said that I will protect Mu Xian, and she will not cause trouble for the Holy Church before ascending. Ji Changsheng explained, Master, Fairy Linglong is not looking for trouble with our Holy Church, but to kill the monsters of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. It's just that the monsters of Tontian Chamber of Commerce happen to be lurking in our Holy Church. All this is the fault of the monsters of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Yu Lao Mo looked at his son and wanted to give Ji Changsheng a slap. Good boy. The Holy Church is your father's foundation. I want to pass it on to you safely. Can you be Loki? Ji Changsheng told him. No. Who else but me can catch the righteous demons? Master, I just joined the Holy Church and I'm already a true disciple. I feel ashamed that I haven't made any achievements. Ji Changsheng bowed and said, I volunteered to serve as the leader of the Holy Church's demon suppression group, responsible for investigating and arresting the righteous undercovers hidden in our Holy Church. Although the responsibility is heavy, I have the confidence to do it well. What? The Holy Church doesn't have a demon suppression group? Ji Changsheng said that it would be fine to build one now. The first thing the demon slaying team has to do is to compile a list of the Tontian Chamber of Commerce lurking in our Holy Church. This is what Fairy Linglong specifically asked for. She said she only trusts me. Yu Lao Mo grabbed Ji Changsheng's hand, tears welling up in his eyes. Cha Sheng, the Holy Church is also your home. Don't break it up. Ji Changsheng promised. Master, don't worry. I will only catch the righteous demons lurking in our Holy Church who want to harm you, and will never kill innocent people. Chapter 129, The Holy Church only allows one voice. That is my Ji Changsheng. Cross it out. That is the voice of the leader. When Yu Lao Mo heard Ji Changsheng say that he only caught the righteous demons lurking in the Holy Church who were not good for him, he was moved to tears. I, as a father, haven't done anything for my son yet. But my son has already started to care about his life and safety. This really comforted him. Yu Lao Mo once again tightly grasped Ji Changsheng's hand, trying to remind Ji Changsheng, Changsheng, you must remember that the Holy Church is a big family. You are here to join the Holy Church, not to break up the Holy Church. He was too confident in Ji Changsheng's ability to break up the family, especially since Fairy Linglong hadn't left yet. If Ji Changsheng dared to let go and mess around, Yu Lao Mo was really afraid that the Heavenly Demon Church would follow the footsteps of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. In that case, Yu Lao Mo felt that he would die of suffocation. Yu Lao Mo felt that the death of Tontian Chamber of Commerce was actually acceptable. It was nothing more than offending someone who couldn't afford to offend, and he deserved to die. But the Heavenly Demon Cult didn't offend Yu Linglong, and he will be invincible soon. If he died on the eve of becoming invincible, where would Yu Lao Mo go to seek justice? He could only seek justice for his own son, Cha Sheng. In fact, there are not so many people in the holy cult who want to harm me. Ji Changsheng said solemnly, Master, what you said is wrong. As the saying goes, it is difficult to draw the bones of a tiger, and you can know a person's face but not his heart. You only see their respect on the surface, but not their rebelliousness in their hearts. You Lao Mo. How dare you? Are you teaching the master to do things? Seeing Ji Changsheng so arrogant that he didn't even give Yu Lao Mo face, one of Yu Lao Mo's loyalists jumped out. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect still don't know Ji Changsheng well enough. He thought he was speaking for Yu Lao Mo. Ji Changsheng, you are just a Xuandu abandoned disciple. How dare you say that to the leader? Puff. This guy was slapped into the sky by Yu Lao Mo. Yu Lao Mo said angrily, I am talking to Changsheng. Everyone else shut up. I don't dare to offend Changsheng now. Don't you know how to be low-key? Yu Lao Mo himself felt sad for himself. Being a father to this extent is really rare. But he chose to endure. I was sorry to Changsheng back then. Just consider it as paying back the debt. It has nothing to do with my fear of Yu Linglong. After Yu Lao Mo slapped the blind disciple away, he comforted Ji Changsheng. Changsheng, don't take them to heart. They don't know you well enough. Ji Changsheng nodded and said generously, Master, don't worry. I'm not a vindictive person. By the way, what's the name of the man who just spoke? Yu Lao Mo. Changsheng. I have already taught that guy a lesson. I know. But I feel that he is also an undercover agent of Tontian Chamber of Commerce lurking in our holy church. Ji Changsheng patiently pointed out, Master, you are good in everything. But you are too gullible. Let me check it out. If he is innocent, I will definitely not wrongly accuse him. This time, everyone was completely silent. The disciples of Tianma sect finally deeply understood the style of Ji Changsheng. The lessons learned with blood are always profound. Yu Lao Mo sighed to the sky. Let Su Qiong give you the information about that guy later. He can't be saved. Yu Lao Mo had no other options. He had just blown that guy away to save his life. But Changsheng was obviously going to investigate. What could he do? Could he beat Yu Linglong? Or would he be willing to do it to his own son? Yu Lao Mo felt that being the second best in the world was really a relief. Su Qiong, you must help Changsheng well. Yu Lao Mo placed his hopes on Ren Su Qiong. Changsheng was indeed a bit murderous. But Yu Lao Mo read Ji Changsheng's information, and found that Ji Changsheng was very caring towards his relatives and friends. As long as Ji Changsheng treated him as one of his own, he would generally be able to follow Ji Changsheng and enjoy the good life. Ren Su Qiong had a good cooperation with Ji Changsheng and Shenghua. So Ren Su Qiong was now the hope of the holy church in Yu Lao Mo's eyes. Don't let Changsheng kill. No. Don't let the disciples of the holy church bump into Changsheng. Yu Lao Mo reminded. He has realized that it is unrealistic to expect Changsheng to kill fewer people. A place like the holy church is full of demons. Ji Changsheng is still cultivating merit. One cut of the knife is a merit. After killing a round in the holy church, Ji Changsheng might become a god. In this case, asking Ji Changsheng to stop is too difficult. Yu Lao Mo still knows his own limitations. And he certainly can't persuade Ji Changsheng. Ren Su Qiong can only persuade him more. Ren Su Qiong met Yu Lao Mo's eyes, and felt that she had a heavy responsibility. She nodded hesitantly. It's not that she doesn't want to take on this task, but mainly because Ren Su Qiong feels that she may not be able to persuade Ji Changsheng. But the holy church is indeed her home. Yu Lao Mo had given her a second life. Ren Su Qiong had a much stronger sense of belonging to the heavenly demon sect than Ji Changsheng did. She really couldn't bear to watch Ji Changsheng destroy the entire heavenly demon sect. The more people know Ji Changsheng, the more they know his lethality. But people who don't know Ji Changsheng well enough just think that Ji Changsheng is just taking advantage of the power of the tiger. For example, Lu Mingyang. He thought that Ji Changsheng was taking advantage of the power of Fairy Linglong to bully others. Under normal circumstances, he could tolerate it. But now his son is dead. And it was his last son. He became a completely ruthless person. There was one thing Ji Changsheng didn't know. Lu Mingyang was seriously injured 40 years ago, and lost his fertility since then. So Lu Shitu was very important to Lu Mingyang. He couldn't have another child. People without hope are most likely to go to extremes. This is Lu Mingyang's situation now. Looking at the arrogant Ji Changsheng, Lu Mingyang sneered, Master, you actually allowed a young boy to bully others in the holy church without restraint, which really chilled the disciples in the church. Ji Changsheng glanced at Yu Lao Mo, and based on the idea of fatherly love and filial piety, he took the initiative to defend Yu Lao Mo. The bastard finally showed his true colors and began to disrespect the master. Master, I said he was a righteous demon, and he must be an undercover sent by Tontian Chamber of Commerce to the holy church. Yu Lao Mo looked up at the sky. Lu Mingyang still held Lu Jitu's body, his eyes full of cold murderous intent. Ji Changsheng, do you think Fairy Linglong can protect you for a lifetime? She will only stay for 3 days at most. After 3 days, you will definitely die without a complete body. The other disciples of Tianma sect also thought so in their hearts. First, bear with him for 3 days. After 3 days, let him know what the methods of the disciples of the Holy Church are. It's just 3 days. A flick of the finger. For a cultivator, it's really not worth mentioning. So not many people think that Ji Changsheng can stir up a big storm in the heavenly demon sect. I will bear with you for 3 days, and I will kill you after you Linglong ascends. Lu Mingyang's confidence made Ji Changsheng very strange. Who gave you the confidence to survive 3 days? You are already a dead person in my heart. Pu Xinan, steamed shrimp head. Lu Mingyang sneered, you are a young boy. You don't know the height of the world. You think you can do whatever you want with Yu Linglong's power. Do you really think Yu Linglong can kill everyone in the Holy Church? Ji Changsheng looked at Yu Laoimo in doubt. Master, it has been confirmed that this guy is an undercover agent of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce lurking in our Holy Church. There are witnesses and evidences. The master of Muxian Temple has already known about it. Is the Holy Church going to be an enemy of Fairy Linglong for an undercover agent of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce? Yu Laoimo did not speak at the first time. Ren Suqiong pulled Ji Changsheng's sleeve and whispered, Deputy Master Lu has a lot of power behind him. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. He had guessed it just now. It is impossible for fence-sitters to be in a high position without something behind them. Yu Laoimo and Saint Huan are not really good men and women. They did not touch Lu Mingyang. Not because they did not want to, but because the cost of doing so was too high, or even impossible. But Ji Changsheng did not care about these at all. Let's not talk about my father Yuanshi Tianwang. Let's talk about my mother-in-law Fairy Linglong. Will she care about these small problems? Lu Mingyang seemed to think that he would care. Ji Changsheng, I'll give you 3 days to be arrogant, and see how far you can mess up the Holy Church. After 3 days, I'll send you to see to her. Ji Changsheng was confused again. Why aren't you afraid of me? Lu Mingyang? Ji Changsheng glanced at the disciples of the demonic sect around him. No one dared to provoke him, but many people dared to look at him. There was even undisguised arrogance and gloating in their eyes. It seemed that they really thought that Ji Changsheng only had 3 days to be arrogant. The problem is here. Ji Changsheng scratched his head and asked in confusion, even if I only have 3 days, is 3 days short? Yu Laoimo and Ren Suqiong were shocked at the same time. For them, 3 days is indeed very short. They go into seclusion for 30 days at least. Even for most ordinary people, 3 days is very short. But for Ji Changsheng, 3 days is very long. After all, it only took Ji Changsheng a few days to clear Xuandu Temple and Shenghua. Cha Sheng, I now officially appoint you as the leader of the Holy Church's demon suppression team. And let Su Qiong cooperate with you. Yu Laoimo still decided to do something. He couldn't really let Changsheng kill all the property he was going to leave for him. You have the right to investigate all disciples below the level of God transformation, including the true disciples. And the elders above the level of God transformation will be handed over to me. The disciples below can be killed. The cultivators above the level of God transformation are the pillars of the Holy Church. If Changsheng was allowed to kill, Yu Laoimo was really worried that he would become a lone leader. Ji Changsheng did not refuse, but just asked, Master, the demon suppression team can't have only Sister Ren as a member, right? Yu Laoimo thought about Ji Changsheng's style of doing things in Shenghua. And the main point was that if you don't treat him as a friend or a dog, no one will survive. He shuddered in his heart. He really didn't dare to send any powerful assistance to Ji Changsheng. So he chose to be roundabout. You can choose it yourself. Okay. Ji Changsheng didn't make it difficult for Yu Laoimo. He got used to it. For so many years, he has always done it himself and had enough food and clothing. As a disciple of the Holy Church, I naturally have no mutual understanding with the righteous monsters, especially the monsters of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, who must be completely eradicated. Today I issued a recruitment order, welcoming the talents of the Holy Church to join the monster suppression group, rectify the atmosphere of the Holy Church, and return the Holy Church to a bright and clear world. I believe that the disciples of the Holy Church, especially the true disciples, will definitely be willing to assist Ji to contribute to the rectification of the atmosphere of the Holy Church. If those who are unwilling, they will be suspected of being undercover agents of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 130 The Autumn of Life and Death for the Holy Church. Yu Lao Mo's heart twitched. Ren Suqiong covered his face again. As for the others, they were all silent. Ji Changsheng didn't care about their thoughts. They just had to cherish each other. Ji Changsheng thought that his personality charm was enough to impress everyone. If he couldn't impress, he was not a human being. It was merit. Ji Shao. In 3 days, I will make you unable to live or die. Lu Mingyang left with Lu Jitu's body. Ji Changsheng carefully observed Yu Lao Mo and found that there was a flash of murderous intent in the depths of Yu Lao Mo's eyes. But Yu Lao Mo finally chose not to do it. Ji Changsheng did not make it difficult for Yu Lao Mo, but just reminded him, Master, if Fairy Linglong comes to the Holy Church and finds out that Lu Mingyang, the undercover agent of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, has escaped, she will definitely be very angry and will implicate all of us in the Holy Church. This is not a threat, but a kind reminder from a disciple. Ji Changsheng's kind reminder made Yu Lao Mo's heart twitch again. Don't worry. Within 3 days, you could only enter the Holy Church and not leave. Of course, Yu Lao Mo did not dare to take the risk of letting Lu Mingyang go. Yu Linglong would definitely come anyway, and he did not want to do it himself. Let's all disperse. Cha Sheng. Let Su Qiong take you to choose a true teaching cave. Yu Lao Mo quickly dispersed the crowd. Ji Changsheng followed suit. A quarter of an hour later, Ji Changsheng began to talk to Ren Suqiong in his own cave. Sister Ren. Call me Suqiong. Ren Suqiong said. I'm not used to you calling me sister. Okay. Suqiong. Tell me about Lu Mingyang's origins. Ji Changsheng was a little interested in Lu Mingyang, the righteous demon. He seemed to be quite confident. Ren Suqiong told him that he was not just confident. The last leader of our holy church was also surnamed Lu. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. No wonder. It seems that the Lu family has a lot of influence in the holy church. It's bigger than you think. The last deputy leader of the holy church was also surnamed Lu. The Lu family is a long-lasting family in the holy church. At this point, Ren Suqiong glanced at Ji Changsheng and complained. So you said that the father and son of the Lu family were undercover agents of the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. It's completely nonsense. The Lu family has taken root in the Holy Church for thousands of years. To put it bluntly, even if the leader betrayed the Holy Church, the Lu family would not betray. Ji Changsheng waved his hand and said casually, Suqiong, we are all in the Holy Church. What's the point? I said he was an undercover agent of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. And he is an undercover agent of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. If you are not convinced, let him go to Fairy Linglong to protest. What can Ren Suqiong say? Ji Changsheng continued to ask. Just this kind of words will indeed make the leader and his wife afraid. But where does Lu Mingyang get the confidence to survive under the sword of Fairy Linglong? Does he really think that the Holy Church will fight Fairy Linglong for him? After a pause, Ji Changsheng added, even if the Holy Church really wants to fight, it may not be able to win. Fairy Linglong's invincible personality has become a golden rule after Fairy Linglong killed the immortal. The heavenly demon sect is very strong. Definitely stronger than the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. But now no one dares to say that Yu Linglong can't kill all the heavenly demon sect alone. Ren Suqiong doesn't dare to say it either. The Lu family can take root in the Holy Church for thousands of years. And its power is huge. And there are other secrets behind it. I don't know much. I have only heard a rumor. And I can't confirm whether it is true or not. What rumors? Lu Mingyang is not as good as the leader in practicing the holy religion skills. Only in the blood path. Lu Mingyang's attainments are better than the leader. So there are rumors within the holy religion that the Lu family is not of human blood, but of the Azura race. The reason why the Lu family can thrive in the holy religion and produce so many talents is because of their blood. Ji Changsheng's heart moved. Azura race? The Azura race created by the Styx Patriarch? Ren Suqiong nodded. This time, Ji Changsheng took half a minute to digest this information. When Nua became a saint, it was rumored that it was because she created humans and created infinite merits. And the Styx Patriarch was a famous Daluo quasi-saint in the prehistoric fairyland. It was also a rumor that the Styx Patriarch saw Nua become a saint by creating humans. So he also wanted to imitate her. So he created the Azura race, hoping to become the second Nua. But the facts prove that it is not the creation of the race that is awesome, but the creator itself. The Styx Patriarch successfully created the Azuras. But apart from adding a few merits, he still remained at the realm of quasi-saints. If the Lu family is really an Azura, Then Lu Mingyang's confidence seems understandable. Ji Changsheng pondered and said, "Is the foothold of our holy church in the prehistoric fairyland related to the Styx Patriarch?" Ren Suqiong continued to point out the topic. The Styx Patriarch has 4 demon kings under his command, Zizai Paksan, Mahabrahma, Desire and Shiva, as well as 4 demon generals Indra, Vishnu, Rutoro, Ghost Mother, as well as the heavenly concubine Uma, and the 72 Azura princesses. It is rumored that the founder of the Holy Church came from their school. But I am not sure if it is true. Not all the top sects in this world have their own background. Some sects climbed up by themselves. So they found a great ancestor for themselves. Ren Suqiong still can't get in touch with the real secrets of the top. So she is not sure whether the Tianma sect became a top sect first, and then found a great background for itself. Ji Changsheng certainly doesn't know. He doesn't care about these. Chasheng. Will Fairy Linglong support you? Ren Suqiong was a little worried. If Fairy Linglong touches Lu Mingyang, I'm afraid that going to the Hongwang Immortal Realm will also cause karma. Ji Changsheng smiled. Suqiong, you got one thing wrong. The Tai Ching lineage is never afraid of causation with others. It's others who are afraid of causation with the Tai Ching lineage. Can the saint's disciple still be afraid of the Azura clan? When Fairy Linglong is Yu Lao Mo, she is afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. From the fact that Fairy Linglong brazenly attacked the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, Ji Changsheng knew that the mother-in-law was not afraid at all. Fairy Linglong said to kill all disciples of Jeju. A mere rumored Azura clan background is nothing. Only Lu Mingyang and Yu Lao Mo took it seriously. Fairy Linglong didn't care at all. It must be said that there is indeed a big gap between the 2 generations of the world's number 1. Ji Changsheng simply left Lu Mingyang behind. If Lu Mingyang's background is just the leader of the Styx, it is not worth worrying about. The Tai Ching lineage is there to support the prehistoric fairyland. This world is protected by Yu Lao Mo. He is fearless. Lu Mingyang must die. The Holy Church has 2 voices, which is enough. There is no need for a 3rd voice. In fact, the Holy Church only needs 1 voice. And that is my voice. Ji Changsheng. Cross it out. That is the voice of the leader. Ren Suqiong was speechless and said, Chasheng, what you just said is what's in your heart. You just want the Holy Church to have only your voice. It doesn't matter. Ji Changsheng waved his hand and said, Sister Suqiong, I'm very angry now. What are you angry about? Why hasn't anyone come to pledge allegiance to me until now? Ji Changsheng frowned and said, I set up the Demon Suppression Group to eliminate spies for the Holy Church and restore order, which will benefit the present and future generations. I am so devoted to the Holy Church. Why is there no response? Have the disciples of the Holy Church been infiltrated so deeply by the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce? As Ji Changsheng spoke, he had already come to a conclusion. Sure enough, the Holy Church must have a major purge. Otherwise the inheritance will be in danger. Chapter 131 Wife's Invincible 3-Day Trial Card. Ren Suqiong. Chasheng. Can you be a little more low-key? The leader only asked me to help you. Just to keep you quiet. The leader has been deceived by the righteous demons below, and doesn't know that the inheritance of the Holy Church is in danger. This huge Tianma sect has come to a critical moment of life and death. There must be a major change of blood before the Holy Church can regain its vitality. By the way, Sister Suqiong, should the young leader of the Holy Church be selected from the true disciples? Ji Changsheng's topic jumped too fast, and Ren Suqiong didn't keep up at all. After a pause of 1 second, Ren Suqiong finally reacted and nodded, yes. After Fairy Linglong ascended, our Holy Church must expand. Before, the leader had always stayed in the church, and there was no need for a young leader. But in the future, the leader must focus more on the outside of the church. So the competition for the young leader must be put on the agenda. Suqiong, are you interested? Ren Suqiong shook her head. I want to be the Qinglian Sword Immortal of the Holy Church. Not Jiangxi. It is enough for me to do one thing well. I don't have the energy to focus on intrigue. And I am not that material. Ji Changsheng was very satisfied. I like people like Ren Suqiong who are full of talent and sober. But other true disciples must be interested. Ren Suqiong reminded, they are stronger than you and me. After all, they have been promoted to true disciples for a longer time. Ji Changsheng asked in confusion, Suqiong, where are the other true disciples? Aren't there only you and me in the Holy Church? Ren Suqiong was stunned for a second, and then his scalp tingled. Chasheng, don't be impulsive. Fairy Linglong can't attack the young cultivators in the nascent soul realm. We are both in the nascent soul realm. And we can't beat these old-school masters. Ji Chansheng corrected, Suqiong. You are in the nascent soul realm. I may not be. In the nascent soul realm. It is indeed difficult to beat those old-school masters. But Ji Chansheng has accumulated a lot of merits in this wave. Of course, it is not enough to break through the God transformation realm. So, we still have to continue to accumulate merits. The merits in the demon sect are everywhere. And we can't let them go. While Ji Chansheng and Ren Suqiong were talking, the sound of other people visiting came from outside the cave. Junior brother Ji. Can I come in? Please come in. Ji Chansheng did not go out to greet them. As the leader of the demon suppression team, it is reasonable for only team members to pay respects to the leader. He is not Lu Huashu, so he doesn't need to visit him 3 times. After a while, a female cultivator appeared in Ji Chansheng's sight. Ren Suqiong's expression became obviously serious. Chansheng. This is Lan Jujun. Senior Sister Lan. Our holy church now has 5 great true disciples. Not counting you and me. And Senior Sister Lan is one of them. Ji Chansheng also heard Ren Suqiong's voice transmission. Lan Jujun ranks second among the 5 great true disciples, and is Madam's confidant. Ji Chansheng nodded slightly. Ji Chansheng had seen this female cultivator before. After he exposed Lu Jitu's identity as a spy undercover in the Holy Church from Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Lan Jujun spoke up to help Ji Chansheng, although it seemed that he was just trying to add insult to injury to Lu Jitu. Ji Chansheng was easygoing and willing to make friends. It turned out to be Senior Sister Lan in person. Please take a seat. The major sects basically recalculated the seniority after reaching the true transmission realm. Generally speaking, the new disciples of the true transmission have to call their elders senior brothers and sisters. Lan Jujun was not polite. She sat directly below Ji Chansheng, opposite Ren Suqiong. Then she smiled and said, Junior brother Ji. I came here this time to report Wan Rusong's collusion with Tontian Chamber of Commerce by real name. Ji Chansheng was a little curious. Who is Wan Rusong? Ren Suqiong. Senior brother Wan. The leader of the 5 true transmissions of the Holy Church. Known as the enemy of 10,000 people. Ji Chansheng nodded, and did not ask what Wan Rusong was like, and said directly, Senior Sister Lan, I see that you are upright, loyal to the Holy Church, and support my work very much. Are you willing to join the demon suppression group? Lan Jujun. Junior brother Ji. I have a lot of things to do on weekdays, and I have to take care of cultivation at the same time. I am afraid I don't have much time. Ji Chansheng's face sank. Why? Senior Sister Lan looks down on me? Or do you want to use my hand to deal with Senior Brother Wan? Lan Jujun did not expect Ji Chansheng to react like this. Shouldn't you ask me what evidence I have? After all, she is also a true disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Although Ji Chansheng didn't ask, she still shifted the topic to Wan Rusong. Junior brother Ji. I have evidence of Wan Rusong's collusion with Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Wan Rusong is known as the enemy of 10,000 people. He has a ghost fan in his hand, and has slaughtered tens of thousands of monks. The origin of the ghost fan is inseparable from the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. I have evidence to prove that the ghost fan was obtained by Wan Rusong from Lu Xingzhen. Ji Chansheng nodded and continued to ask, Senior Sister Lan, you haven't answered my question yet. Are you willing to join the demon-suppressing group? Lan Jujun. Junior brother Ji. This matter is serious. Can I think about it for a few days? She was not optimistic about Ji Chansheng's situation in 3 days. Of course, she was unwilling to be buried with Ji Chansheng. It was just that Ji Chansheng was now relying on the power of others. If she could use Ji Chansheng to get rid of Wan Rusong, it would be great. Ji Chansheng saw Lan Jujun's vicious idea of borrowing a knife to kill someone, and instantly became furious. Which? You dare to provoke an internal fight between me and Brother Wan? Which shows that you have a vicious mind. Tell me, are you an undercover agent of Tontian Chamber of Commerce? Lan Jujun was stunned. Junior brother Ji. I'm here to report. Suqiong. Please contact Brother Wan to see if he is willing to join our demon suppression team. Ji Chansheng said, whoever joins us, we will give justice to him. Ji Chansheng's words were too straightforward. Ren Suqiong was quite ashamed. Cha-sheng. At least you should pretend. When he was in Shenhua, Ji Chansheng still knew how to pretend. How come she exposed her true nature more and more after coming to the Holy Church? Ji Chansheng told her that it was because she came to the Holy Church that she had to play like this. Every place has its own way of playing. There is no need to pretend in a place like the Holy Church. This woman is playing me as a fool. So I will let her know my tricks. Lan Jujuan's trick of borrowing a knife to kill someone is too blatant. The most important thing is that she is not willing to pay any cost. Who can stand this costless and tough jump? Ji Changsheng originally only wanted her to express her willingness to be loyal. But now, if she doesn't become a happy slave, he will let her accompany Lu Jitu. Ji Changsheng's attitude made Lan Jujun confused. In the Holy Church, no one has dared to be so simple and rough to her for a long time. Not only him, but also Wan Rusong. Ren Suqiong contacted Wan Rusong according to Ji Changsheng's instructions. Only one sentence was obtained. Children playing house. Don't bother me. Ren Suqiong showed the content to Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng nodded slowly. Very good. It seems that the true disciples of the Holy Church are very individual. The Tontian Chamber of Commerce has penetrated so deeply into the Holy Church, which makes me terrified when I think about it. Lan Jujun was laughed at by Ji Changsheng. Ji Junior brother. The Holy Church is not Xuandu Temple. Nor is it Shenghua. Those who can be ranked among the true disciples are all proud and outstanding. You want to use the same tricks on us. But you have made a wrong calculation. Really? Ji Changsheng glanced at Lan Jujun calmly. It is estimated that this woman should be in the late stage of yuaning cultivation now. One-on-one. I am afraid she is not her opponent now. Then I will deal with her later. I am not her opponent now. And everything will be hard to say in a minute. As the reincarnation of the Southern Changsheng Emperor, Ji Changsheng's cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. Lan Jujun certainly does not know Ji Changsheng's calculations. She just sneered, Junior brother Ji. Although you rely on the support of Fairy Linglong, this can't scare the true disciples. What is Fairy Linglong's status? She won't do anything to us small characters. The 5 true disciples of the Holy Church have more experience, higher cultivation, and stronger background than you. You should keep a low profile in the Holy Church. I am willing to cooperate with you. It is a support for you. You'd better know it. Ji Changsheng nodded. Sister Lan, please sit for a while. I'll make you a pot of tea. I'm going back to my hometown Xuandu Temple. I'll be back in a minute. I'll show you a magic trick. Lan Jujun smiled, being arrogant at first and respectful later. Wouldn't it be better to do this earlier? Ji Changsheng also smiled. Wait a moment. After a while, Ji Changsheng came to the Moon Palace. But this time Ji Changsheng did not go to the illusion to earn merit. Li Chengxi was waiting for him, holding a jade sword in his hand. Junior brother. This is what I asked for from my mother. Seeing the jade sword of Fairy Linglong, Ji Changsheng was overjoyed. Sister, is this the Fairy Linglong sword? It is indeed my mother's sword. But it is not a fairy sword. Junior brother. You can use it for self-defense first. But there is a bad news. It can only be used for 3 days. After 3 days, my mother will ascend to heaven, and this sword will be useless. 3 days? That time is indeed not long. But Ji Changsheng said that he was content. Sister, with my efficiency, 3 days is enough to do a lot of things. Li Chengxi could not refute. Since there are only 3 days, I will not talk too much with you. Sister, I have to go back to the demon sect to earn merit. Chapter 132 Demon Girl. Kneel down and call the master. Tea is here. Ji Changsheng returned to the front hall of the cave with a smile. He began to make tea for Lan Jujun. Ji Changsheng said that he was going to the back to make tea for this righteous demon girl. So of course he kept his word. Sister Lan, this is the precious spiritual tea I brought back from Xuandu Temple. Please taste it. Sister Lan. Lan Jujun looked at the bright red tea in the tea bowl, and a desire rose in her heart instantly. It is indeed a specialty of Xuandu Temple. Just smelling it makes me feel refreshed and focused. And even my realm has improved a little. Lan Jujun was very emotional. Everyone knows that Xuandu Temple has the most good things. But outside of Xuandu Temple, few people are qualified to taste the good things of Xuandu Temple. Although Lan Jujun is a true disciple of the Tianma sect, she is just a small shrimp to Xuandu Temple. This is the first time she has seen the treasures of Xuandu Temple. But the rumored Mantua tea? Lan Jujun asked. Ji Changsheng nodded. I thought to myself that this was the first time I heard of the name Mantua tea. It sounds delicious. I'll ask my wife for some next time. It's a pity that Ji Changsheng didn't stay in Xuandu Temple for a few days. He didn't know how many good things there were in Xuandu Temple. But when Ji Changsheng confirmed that it was mantua tea, Lan Zhujun and Ren Suqiong were instantly moved. Ren Suqiong's eyes lit up. Cha Sheng, you actually have mantua tea? Yes. Your senior sister is Li Changqi. With Li Changqi's identity and your merits, you are indeed qualified to get mantua tea. Ji Changsheng was aroused by the two women's reactions. Why? Is mantua tea rare? Of course it's rare. Lan Zhujun looked at Ji Changsheng with some jealousy. You don't know how lucky you are. You don't know the gap between the disciples of Xuandu Temple and the disciples of other sects in the past 100 years. In terms of treatment and benefits, there is a gap between the disciples of Xuandu Temple and the disciples of other sections. Mantua tea is one of the benefits of Xuandu Temple. This is a tea that can only be grown with the flesh of a powerful person above the level of transformation as nutrients. Ji Changsheng was shocked. What kind of underworld thing is this? Lan Zhujun nodded. It's right to say it's an underworld thing. The raw material of mantua tea is red spider lily, which only grows in the underworld places, like the Ghost Cave Palace and the Yellow Spring sect. Later, the Ghost Cave Palace was destroyed by the fairy Linglong. The flesh and blood of many cultivators in the Ghost Cave Palace nourished the red spider lily growing around the Ghost Cave Palace, causing the red spider lily to mutate. And then, there was the later mantua tea. Xuandu Temple accidentally discovered that after the mutation, the red spider lily was used to grow red spider lily. Using red spider lilies to make tea can increase the chances of Yuanying monks being promoted to the god of transformation. Since then, mantua tea has become a special benefit for Xuandu Temple's true disciples. This is also one of the reasons why Xuandu Temple's true disciples are the easiest to be promoted to the god of transformation among all the major sects. In addition, those who have made great contributions to Xuandu Temple or have amazing merits and phenomena have the opportunity to be granted mantua tea. Ren Suqiong added, because mantua tea has a miraculous effect on Yuanying monks. Fairy Linglong personally said that the red spider lilies on the banks of the Sun to River of Huangquan sect must be regularly supplied to Xuandu Temple every year. Of course, Huangquan sect itself can't afford it, because it takes at least the flesh and blood of a god of transformation monk to nourish the red spider lilies, to mutate, and eventually grow mantua tea. Except for Xuandu Temple. Other sects don't dare to hunt god of transformation monks at will to grow this kind of tea. Maybe after Fairy Linglong ascends, our holy church can try it. At this point, Ren Suqiong's eyes had a hint of ambition. Fairy Linglong is the best in the world, so she can let the disciples of Xuandu Temple enjoy the best treatment in the world. After Fairy Linglong ascends, the leader will be the best in the world, and the holy church will also stand up. This is the common idea of the Tianma sect now. Ji Changsheng understood. He felt more sympathetic to himself. He was only concerned with merit, and was only concerned with killing and arson all day long. Cross it out. I was only concerned with doing good deeds all day long, and I had no time to enjoy. After returning to the throne of the great emperor of Changsheng in the South Pole, I must reward myself well. After fighting so many days of battles, I have to enjoy myself. But for now, I have to continue fighting. I'm glad that you are satisfied. Senior Sister Lan, please taste it. Good tea should be paired with a proud girl like Senior Sister Lan. Ji Changsheng's understanding made Lan Zhujun very satisfied. You are still sensible. I will protect you in the holy church in the future. Lan Zhujun nodded, and picked up the tea bowl in front of her. Ren Suqiong wanted to drink it, but when she saw Ji Changsheng's kind smile, she suddenly felt something in her heart, stopped her movements, and began to observe Lan Zhujun carefully. After a while, Lan Zhujun smacked her lips, and was a little surprised. Is this the taste of mantua tea? Why doesn't it taste like tea to me? But all powder? Ji Changsheng explained. Sister Lan, you are wrong. It's not powder. It's ashes. Click. The tea bowl in Lan Zhujun's hand was instantly crushed by her. The next moment, the gray-white ashes floated directly onto her face. Lan Zhujun was a little stiff. Ji Changsheng added, so that Sister Lan knows that you are drinking the ashes of Fairy Linglong's husband. Lan Zhujun. Ji Changsheng still had a kind smile on his face, which, kneel down and call me master. He had given Lan Zhujun a chance to be friends before, but she refused. Then she could only choose between a dog and a dead person. Ji Changsheng still chose to give Lan Zhujun a chance to continue living. He felt that he was too kind. Ren Suqiong wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and felt fortunate. After all, she had been in Shenghua, So Ren Suqiong had a deeper understanding of Ji Changsheng's style of doing things. It was incredible to her that Ji Changsheng could invite Lan Zhujun to drink tea. Ji Changsheng was not a person who could swallow his anger. Facts proved that her guess was right. Fortunately, it was not me who drank the ashes. Ren Suqiong felt fortunate that Lan Zhujun only wanted to kill people. Really ashes? As a true disciple of the Tianma sect, she was familiar with things like ashes. So Lan Zhujun's delicate body gradually trembled. How dare you trick me into drinking bone ashes? The killing intent gradually filled the cave, and Lan Zhujun's late nascent soul might suddenly burst out. But Ji Changsheng was unmoved. Ren Suqiong also stared at Lan Zhujun with pity. Lan Zhujun's current strength is definitely better than hers. But again, based on her understanding of Ji Changsheng would definitely not anger Lan Zhujun for no reason. So that Lan Zhujun would be angry and kill him. Ji Changsheng must have a backup plan. Take a step back and say that even if Ji Changsheng didn't have a backup plan, she and Ji Changsheng would join forces, and it would be impossible for Lan Zhujun to kill them instantly. So Ren Suqiong was not worried about Ji Changsheng and her own safety. On the contrary, she was more worried about Lan Zhujun's safety, because she heard the key point just now. So Ren Suqiong kindly reminded, Sister Lan, what you just drank was the ashes of Fairy Linglong's husband. The key point is Fairy Linglong. Poor Sister Lan. Because she was too angry, she even ignored this heavy news. Sure enough, hearing Ren Suqiong's kind reminder, Lan Zhujun's brain buzzed again, as if struck by lightning. Whose ashes? Ji Changsheng was deeply impressed by the weak ability of the true disciples of the demon sect to withstand blows, and patiently replied again, the ashes of Fairy Linglong's husband. Take a closer look. Ji Changsheng saw that Lan Zhujun was still struggling to death. So he withdrew the illusion. Let Lan Zhujun see Bai Shiji's urn. Ji Changsheng specially found an exquisite urn for Bai Shiji as a home, on which was engraved Bai Shiji's water mirror image. With lifelike voice, appearance and smile, Lan Zhujun obviously saw Bai Shiji's video record. When she saw Bai Shiji's sound, appearance and smile on the urn, her eyes lost focus. She leaned weakly on the back of the chair. She seemed to have lost her soul. Ji Changsheng glanced at Lan Zhujun, frowned suddenly, and said to Ren Suqiong, Suqiong, you testify for me. I didn't touch her. Ren Suqiong didn't react. Changsheng, why do you suddenly say that? Ji Changsheng pointed at Lan Zhujun and complained, she looks like she was played badly. I suspect she is deliberately trying to touch me. I just asked her to eat some ashes. Why is she like this? Her ability to withstand blows is too poor. With this little Tao heart, how can you continue to practice? Of course, Ji Changsheng did not forget that several disciples of the righteous path, such as Du Zongxing, also looked like this after drinking Bai Shiji's ashes. In this regard, Ji Changsheng can only say that the comprehensive quality of the disciples of both the righteous and evil paths needs to be improved. Look at him. He never loses his composure because of such a small matter. What can Ren Suqiong say? She can only silently shed a handful of bitter tears for Lan Zhujun. Senior Sister Lan, you should just retreat well. Why did you provoke him? I was trying to persuade Changsheng to be low-key, but you took the initiative to hand me a knife. And you spoke so aggressively. Who else should Changsheng do if not you? Ren Suqiong shook her head helplessly, feeling that Lan Zhujun was also seeking death. Ji Changsheng, I will kill you. Lan Zhujun screamed and rushed over. A green bamboo sword appeared in Lan Zhujun's hand, and there was a lewd sound constantly rippling out of the green sword, which made Ren Suqiong frown and immediately closed her hearing. She wanted to block for Ji Changsheng, but there was indeed a gap in realm between her and Lan Zhujun. Although Ren Suqiong was a peerless genius, the true disciples of every major sect were all peerless geniuses, and no one was much worse than the other, unless one was as strong as Fairy Linglong. He would be shocked that his strength in the early stage of the nascent soul could not defeat a cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul. Ren Suqiong was now defeated by Lan Zhujun, which she thought was normal. Ren Suqiong only had time to remind Ji Changsheng, Changsheng, be careful. She didn't finish her words, because she saw a scene that she could not forget for a long time. Facing Lan Zhujun's sword, Ji Changsheng did not dodge, and a blood-colored blade light came first and directly pierced Lan Zhujun's left arm. Then Ji Changsheng sheathed his sword and let Lan Zhujun's bamboo sword chop the chair. There are protective magic arrays in the Jinchuan cave, which are enough to eliminate attacks below the level of transformation without causing a large-scale dissipation of mana. Ji Changsheng kindly reminded, which? You are agitated and emotionally unstable. And you can only exert 1/10 of your strength. If you continue to seek death, I will kill you within 3 moves. He was serious. Lan Jujun's strength is not weak. And under normal circumstances, it is still better than him at this time. But Lan Jujun is greatly affected by emotions. She has not completely recovered her calmness. Of course, it is useless for Lan Jujun to recover her calmness. If she continues to fight, Ji Changsheng will at most fight her for 2 more moves to evaluate his current strength. Then, he decisively used the Jade Sword. Lan Jujun finally calmed down. But her silver teeth were still biting and making noises. She didn't even have time to clean up the gray ashes around her body. She just stared at Ji Changsheng and said with gritted teeth, "Why do you want to hurt me like this?" Ji Changsheng said it honestly, which, don't lie. Su Qiong can testify that I originally just invited you to join the demon-suppressing group to contribute to the great cause of the Holy Church's demon-suppressing. But you refused. Ji Changsheng was also very angry when he said this. There was a sincere opportunity in front of you. But you didn't cherish it. If you had joined the demon-suppressing group, we would have been family. But you can't forget that you are from Tantian Chamber of Commerce. What can I do? I have tried my best. Lan Jujun's body began to tremble again. And she said angrily, I have nothing to do with Tantian Chamber of Commerce. Ji Changsheng waved his hand. If I say there is a connection, then there is a connection. If you have no connection with Tantian, why did you drink the ashes of Linglong Fairy's husband? Lan Jujun's silver teeth were almost broken. What is the inevitable connection? Of course there is. Du Zongxing and Lu Xingzhen died on this. Ji Changsheng pointed to Bai Shizhi's urn. You made the same mistake as Du Zongxing. And finally exposed your true colors. Ren Suqiong couldn't listen anymore and reminded Changsheng. A few days ago. No. Yesterday when Du Zongxing and Lu Xingzhen drank Bai Shizhi's ashes. You said they were demons from the demon cult. Ji Changsheng was a little confused. Really? Too many things happened on this day. I can't remember it a little. Who would have thought that he set up the Immortal Gate investigation team? Bloodbath the Shenhua branch of the Tantian Chamber of Commerce. And confronted the 5 major Immortal Gates. And finally joined the Tianma cult. All of these happened within a day. Although Ji Changsheng has a good memory, he will not deliberately remember these details. Ren Suqiong gave Ji Changsheng a positive answer. Absolutely right. You arrested Du Zongxing and Lu Xingzhen on the grounds that they were demons from the demon cult. Lan Jujun's brain was obviously a little slow. And she immediately said, I am the demon girl from the demon cult. I have nothing to do with the righteous way. Ji Changsheng swung out with the sad demon knife, directly knocking Lan Jujun to the ground with the blade. And then angrily scolded, What bastard? What demon cult? We are the Holy Church. And you still say you are not a demon girl from the righteous way? Chapter 133 There are only 2 kinds of people in the Holy Church, Ji Changsheng's friends and the righteous demons. Lan Jujun. Ji Changsheng said to Ren Suqiong, Suqiong, you heard it. She called the Holy Church the Demon Church. And the true face of the righteous demons was revealed. Ren Suqiong. I think she was stunned by you. In fact, she understood Lan Jujun very well. Even if it was her, she couldn't stop Ji Changsheng's flexible methods. When he was in the righteous way, he caught the demons of the demon church all day long. In the Holy Church, he caught the righteous demons all day long. The most bizarre thing is that he used the ashes of Linglong Fairy's husband to frame him. Ren Suqiong can only say that the bolder the person, the more demons there are. Even if Ji Changsheng taught her this method, she didn't dare to use it. Lan Jujun and Ji Changsheng thought of the same thing. How dare you use the ashes of Fairy Linglong's husband to frame me? Aren't you afraid that Fairy Linglong will kill you? Ji Changsheng looked at this stubborn righteous demon girl and fell into deep thought. Although he has never advocated killing women. But can a demon girl be considered a woman? This is clearly a merit. The most important thing is that he feels that Lan Jujun, the righteous demon girl, is a little bit stupid. She doesn't understand that a man of insight is a hero. Is it meaningful for you to find out the truth? It would be much easier to kneel down and ask the master. Ji Changsheng didn't want to talk nonsense with Lan Jujun. So he asked Ren Suqiong, Suqiong, how much merit do you think Lan Jujun is worth? Ren Suqiong took 3 seconds to understand what Ji Changsheng meant. And her face turned pale in an instant. Changsheng, you have to be cautious and don't have such a strong killing intention. Those truly sinful demons in our holy church have all been killed by Fairy Linglong. Those who are still alive don't actually have much merit. Ji Changsheng. You Lao Mo. You are also a waste. How can you not even keep the merits of the heavenly demon sect? Don't tell me that you haven't even practiced the 100 Souls banner? Ji Changsheng looked at Lan Zhujun in disbelief. Lan Zhujun. I really haven't practiced it. Ji Changsheng was angry and wanted to hit someone. I said you are a righteous demon girl, but you still don't admit it. I have practiced the 10,000 Souls banner in the righteous way. No. It is the 10,000 people umbrella. You are in the demon sect. Tell me that you haven't practiced the 100 Souls banner. What use does the demon sect have for you? Lan Zhujun was also furious. Ji Changsheng. A man can be killed but not insulted. If you insult me again, I will fight you to death immediately. Ren Suqiong was too lazy to pay attention to Lan Zhujun. But she grabbed Ji Changsheng. She knew that Ji Changsheng could really kill people, and would not care about Lan Zhujun's background at all. But she had to remind Ji Changsheng, Changsheng. Lan Zhujun is Madame's confidant. So what if she is Madame's confidant? Even if Madame is here today, I will ask her to kneel down and call me master. Ji Changsheng sneered. He was not bragging. With a jade sword in hand. The world is mine. Who cares about the Holy Lady of Hahuan or the Princess of Yingwe? Unless the Lord of the Moon comes. No one can do anything to Ji Changsheng today. Ji Changsheng's bold words scared Ren Suqiong and Lan Zhujun. Let alone Ren Suqiong. Lan Zhujun was stunned. How dare you disrespect the Holy Lady? Ji Changsheng laughed. That's your Holy Lady. Not my Holy Lady. I only recognize the leader of the Holy Church. Who is the Holy Lady? Or are you not a righteous demon woman, but an undercover of the Hahuan sect? Ren Suqiong coughed lightly, and her tone was hard to describe. She is really half a disciple of the Hahuan sect. Ji Changsheng. Looking at Ren Suqiong in confusion. Ren Suqiong explained. Sister Lan was sent to our holy church by the Hahuan sect to exchange when she was in the Golden Core realm. When she broke through the nascent soul realm, Sister Lan used our holy church's skills. So she stayed in the holy church from then on, and became one of the 5 true disciples of the holy church. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. It turns out that the demon cult also has such international students. He is not unfamiliar with this. After all, Ying Hongya went from Xuandu Temple to Danqing Pavilion for further studies. Chao Ziming came from Danqing Pavilion to Xuandu Temple for further studies. As long as they are willing to each other, they can stay and continue to study. It depends on whether you want to recognize the undergraduate degree or the postgraduate degree in the future. Ji Changsheng is now a bachelor's degree graduate from Xuandu Temple, and the postgraduate is studying in the Tianma sect. It turns out that she is related to the Hahuan sect. But the Tontian Chamber of Commerce has secret means and must be guarded against. This which may be a triple spy, sent by the Tontian Chamber of Commerce to the Hahuan sect as an undercover, and then sent by the Hahuan sect to our holy church as an undercover. Ji Changsheng made a reasonable guess. He had seen many spy movies before, and the protagonists all did this. On the surface, he was working for the Japanese puppet number 76. But in fact, he was an undercover sent by the Military Control Commission to number 76. But after the victory of the anti-Japanese war, we found out that it was actually the Military Control Commission that sent him first. Ji Changsheng has a rich knowledge reserve, and he saw at a glance that Lan Zhujun was also this kind of righteous witch. Ren Suqiong and Lan Zhujun's expressions became more and more difficult to describe. Ren Suqiong sighed to the sky. Changsheng, you really can't convince everyone like this. Ji Changsheng didn't care. Very Linglong. Do I need to convince everyone? I just need to kill them. Or accept them. Persuade? Something only the weak can do. Ren Suqiong didn't know Ji Changsheng's confidence, so she reminded him in a friendly way. Changsheng, think about the surname of the leader of the Hahuan sect. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that I didn't know at all. But since Ren Suqiong said so, Ji Changsheng looked at Lan Zhujun. Your Lan. Is it the Lan of the leader of the Hahuan sect? Lan Zhujun proudly raised her slender swan neck. Yes. The current leader of the Hahuan sect is my great-grandmother. Ji Changsheng slapped her with the handle of the knife. My father is the Yuancher Tianwang. You are a Hahuan sect nth generation. Why are you so proud in front of me? No wonder Ji Changsheng always thinks she is not very smart. And her family background really offsets part of her IQ. You dare to hit me? Ji Changsheng directly put the sad demon knife on her swan neck. I think the leader of the Huan sect is also an undercover agent of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. I suspect that she is colluding with the ghost fairy to assassinate Fairy Linglong. Lan Jujuan's face suddenly changed. Nonsense. Fairy Linglong is of such status. How could she believe your nonsense? What is this? Lan Jujuan's eyes widened. Ren Suqiong was also shocked. A jade sword suddenly appeared in Ji Chongqing's left hand. The more they looked at this jade sword, the more familiar it looked. It looked like 20 years ago, outside the headquarters of the Tianma sect. The jade sword that beat Yu Lao Mo to a pulp and suppressed the entire Tianma sect. Linglong fairy sword? Ren Suqiong was also confused. Cha Sheng, why is the Linglong fairy sword in your hand? Isn't this the sword that Fairy Linglong carries with her? Ji Chongqing narrowed his eyes. A sword? It seems that Fairy Linglong has me in her heart. Although it was asked by my senior sister. How could Fairy Linglong's sword be given away casually? Is Fairy Linglong secretly in love with me? It is very likely. She was embarrassed to admit it. So she asked Li Chongxi to send her a token of love. Ji Chongqing felt that he was not a believer. And he came to the conclusion based on facts. Fairy Linglong gave him her Linglong fairy sword. Isn't this a token of love? Ji Chongqing thought so and said so. I said that Fairy Linglong and I are in love. Suqiong, do you believe it? Ren Suqiong. She didn't speak. Silently condensed a water mirror and presented it in front of Ji Chongqing. Ji Chongqing looked in the mirror seriously and commented, the most beautiful man in the world. Absolutely worthy of it. No wonder even Fairy Linglong fell under my beauty. Ren Suqiong covered her face. In any case, she admired Chongqing's face. Lan Jujun finally came to her senses. Her face pale. No matter what the relationship between Ji Chongqing and Fairy Linglong is, she has the Fairy Linglong sword in her hand. And Lu Yonghui has learned from her previous experience. If she dares to continue to be stubborn, the Huan sect may really change its leader. I am willing to join the demon suppression group. Lan Jujun recognized the reality. Ji Chongqing, I am willing to cooperate with you to eliminate the righteous demons of the Holy Church. This was the condition Ji Chongqing proposed to her at the beginning. But she did not agree before. Now Lan Jujun regrets it. Unfortunately, there are all kinds of medicines for sale in this world. But there is no regret medicine for sale. Ji Chongqing said coldly. Joining the demon suppression group was an invitation a quarter of an hour ago. Now the conditions have changed. Kneel down and call me master. Lan Jujun took a deep breath and tried to prove her worth. Ji Chongqing, I am the true disciple of the Holy Church, and the direct descendant of the leader of the Huan sect. Making friends with me will benefit you in every way. You have no foundation in the Holy Church and need friends. Ji Chongqing nodded. You are right. There are only two kinds of people in the Holy Church, my friends and the righteous demons. Lan Jujun quickly said, I am willing to be your friend. Of course I am willing to give you this opportunity. So I asked you to kneel down and call me master. Ji Chongqing smiled and said, dogs are the best friends of humans. Senior sister Lan, don't you want to be my good friend? Then I will treat you to another cup of tea. Okay? Ji Chongqing put the magic knife on Lan Jujuan's neck and smiled and began to make tea for her again. Senior sister Lan, don't be afraid. I am the demon. I am very skilled in killing people. And it doesn't hurt. Master. The righteous demon girl still couldn't stand the intimidation of the old demon Ji. And her mind began to collapse. Chapter 134 The Holy Church only needs to keep my friends. Lan Jujun never thought that she was a good person. She had also turned her face and killed people with a smile. And was feared by the disciples of the righteous and even the disciples of the evil ways. But she never thought that she would be scared to the point of collapse by a traitor of the righteous ways. Ji Chongqing put the knife on her neck with his left hand, and smiled in front of her and made tea for her with the ashes of the husband of the Fairy Linglong. Lan Jujun tried very hard to withstand Ji Chongqing's attack. But she really couldn't. Her heart collapsed quickly. She felt that if it was Saint Huan or her great-grandmother, they would not be able to withstand this wave. It was too scary. I have never seen such a demon. Saint Huan and her great-grandmother are both known as giants of the evil ways. But Lan Jujun dared to swear to the sky that Saint Huan and her great-grandmother were not so scary. Let alone her. Even Ren Suqiong felt a little cold in her heart when she saw the smile on Ji Chongqing's face just now. Cha Sheng, can I give you a suggestion? Ren Suqiong said boldly. Ji Chongqing nodded and said calmly, Suqiong, why are you so polite to me? We are friends. Ren Suqiong looked at another friend of Ji Changsheng who was kneeling on the ground and calling him master. And her body shuddered subconsciously. She didn't really want to be Ji Changsheng's friend. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng was still very polite to her. Ren Suqiong continued to say boldly, Changsheng, can you restrain yourself a little? The Holy Church can't adapt to the devil style like you. Ji Changsheng was amused by Ren Suqiong. Suqiong, you understand? I am adapting to the local customs. Didn't I act like a disciple of the Holy Church just now? Ren Suqiong, weakening you tenfold is almost in line with the conversation and style of the disciples of the Holy Church. The way you acted just now. I'm afraid only Fairy Linglong can be compared to you. The leader is not good enough. Only the leader 20 years ago is qualified to compare with you. Speaking of this, Ren Suqiong persuaded earnestly, Changsheng. The leader was suppressed by Fairy Linglong for 20 years and dared not come out. How can we disciples of the Holy Church have the opportunity to be so arrogant? Ji Changsheng. No wonder the heavenly demon sect is not a force to be reckoned with. I feel that my spine has been broken by my wife. Rebuilding the glory of the Holy Church is our duty. Ji Changsheng was full of a sense of mission. What could Ren Suqiong say? She could only continue to remind Ji Changsheng. Sister Lan is not easy to subdue. I guess she must be thinking of being patient and avoiding her sharp edge. 3 days later, when Fairy Linglong ascends, I will make you look good. Lan Jujun instantly became murderous. Ren Suqiong, you are hurting me. Ji Changsheng coughed lightly. Lan Jujun immediately shut up. She is really a little scared of Ji Changsheng from the bottom of her heart. Ji Changsheng said calmly, Suqiong, you are worried for a reason. So Sister Lan, drink another cup of tea. Lan Jujun's face was pale. Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng's face changed slightly. Lan Jujun immediately reacted and changed her words. Master, spare me. I really don't want to drink ashes. Speaking of this, Lan Jujun even shed 2 tears, especially the ashes of Fairy Linglong's husband. Please give me a way out. Don't worry. This time it's real tea. Not ashes. But I added something to the tea to prevent you from seeking revenge on me in 3 days. Ji Changsheng continued with a smile. Of course. After leaving me, you can and will definitely try various methods to remove the tonic I gave you. Go ahead and try. You'll be lucky if you can remove it. But if I find out, I'll send you to see Lu Shitu. Ji Changsheng handed the clear tea to Lan Jujun. Be good. Drink it. Don't hurt your grandmother. Ji Changsheng's tone was so gentle. It was so gentle that Lan Jujun and Ren Suqiong shuddered. Lan Jujun gritted her teeth, feeling the cold murderous aura coming from the sad demon knife, and seeing the jade sword hanging on Ji Changsheng's waist. She could only grit her teeth and drink up the clear tea that Ji Changsheng handed to her. Ji Changsheng smiled with satisfaction and told Lan Jujun what she had said before, be respectful first and then respectful later. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? What could Lan Jujun do? She could only force a smile. Slave Lan is ignorant. Master, please don't be angry. Don't worry. I'm easygoing, emotionally stable, and never get angry easily. Ji Changsheng said, get up quickly. The ground is so cold. What are you kneeling on the ground for? Ji Changsheng put away the sad magic knife, helped Lan Jujun up with both hands, and performed a show of respect for the wise. Sister Lan, please sit down. Remember, everyone is equal in the Holy Church, and kneeling is not popular. It's not a festival. If you show me such a great courtesy again in the future, I will be angry. Ji Changsheng instructed. Lan Jujun clenched her fist quietly, and then quickly released it, with a smile on her face. Master, I've learned your lesson. I've remembered it. Gods are you. Ghosts are you. But people under the eaves should still bow their heads. Just treat it as a mental patient. Lan Jujun could only convince herself in this way. Otherwise she was worried that she would commit suicide out of shame. Very good. Now we have 3 people in the demon suppression team. Ji Changsheng clapped his hands. I believe that with the help of Su Qiong and senior sister Lan, the demon suppression team will definitely become an important force in the Holy Church. In my opinion, there are still too many disciples in the Holy Church. As soon as Ji Changsheng finished speaking, Ren Suqiong's heart twitched, and she quickly said, Changsheng, there are really not many disciples in the Holy Church, and we can afford them. Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, the quality of soldiers is more important than the number. The reason why the Holy Church has not been able to catch up with Xuandu Temple is because Xuandu Temple implements elite education. while the disciples of the Holy Church are mixed. From now on, the Holy Church will also streamline the number of people. I think the Holy Church has recruited so many disciples, many of whom are undercover sent by Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Ren Sucheong, Lan Jujun. They doubted that Tontian Chamber of Commerce did not know that they were so powerful that they could infiltrate the Holy Church to this extent. But if Ji Changsheng thinks there is, then there is. In the future, the Holy Church only needs to keep my friends. And there is no need to support so many idle people. Only those who can befriend me are the disciples who are devoted to the Holy Church. Sucheong, senior sister Lan, do you think it is right? Ren Sucheong and Lan Jujun dared not say it was wrong. They could only shout 666. However, Ren Sucheong still remembered the instructions of the leader, so she did not forget to persuade Ji Changsheng. Cha-sheng, can we take it step by step? Don't be so anxious first. Okay. Ren Sucheong knew that it was too difficult to expect Ji Changsheng to completely control his killing intent. She just hoped that Ji Changsheng would not start a massacre in the headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Sect. At least, don't touch those high-level people above the level of God transformation, as they are the real pillars of the Holy Sect. If they are all killed, Yu Lao Mo will be left alone. So Ren Sucheong settled for the second best. Let's fight for the position of the young master first. Ren Sucheong looked at Ji Changsheng hopefully. Ji Changsheng nodded slightly. I think so too. I feel that the 5 true disciples of the Holy Sect are all undercover agents sent by the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, why don't any of them come to join our demon-suppressing group? Not giving him face is not giving face to the Holy Sect. If you don't give face to the Holy Church, what else can you be but a righteous demon? Lan Jujun raised her hand weakly. Master, I am not an undercover agent of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Ji Changsheng casually said, it doesn't matter if you are. This young master's style is to be lenient to those who confess. You have accepted this young master's transformation, and the past things will be forgiven. Lan Jujun. She looked at Ren Sucheong and calmly gave her a look. Master, Ren Sucheong is now a true disciple, and has always been favored by the leader. She is also qualified to compete for the position of young master. Ren Sucheong had cheated her just now, and she immediately wanted to return it. Ji Changsheng could only say that a righteous demon girl is a righteous demon girl. Ren Sucheong even sneered directly. Senior sister Lan, don't repay kindness with enmity. I was saving you just now. If I didn't let Changsheng take you in as a dog, you would be a dead man now. She regretted it a little. If she hadn't been worried that the death of this woman would cause Changsheng to become completely hostile to the Holy Maiden of Hahuan, thus causing a deeper conflict between the leader and his wife, and would also cause the Holy Church and the Hahuan faction to be in opposition, she really wouldn't bother to save Lan Jujun. Don't know what's good for you. I don't understand Ji Changsheng's methods at all, and I have no interest in the position of the young master. Ren Sucheong continued to sneer. Senior sister Lan, you are so happy. Do you think you are qualified to be the young master of our Holy Church? You have no self-awareness at all. You, madam, will help me. Now Lan Jujun naturally knows that she has no chance. Ji Changsheng is here, and it will definitely not be her turn to be the young master. But before Ji Changsheng came, she felt that she had a great chance. That's why she wanted to use Ji Changsheng's power to overthrow Wan Rusong, the leader of the 5 true disciples. Ji Changsheng said calmly, Senior sister Lan, you really have no chance. Before the high level of the Holy Church dies, they will not accept an exchange student from the Hahuan sect as the successor of the Holy Church. The purpose of the exchange between the two sides is to learn from each other, not to hand over their own foundation to each other. Lan Jujun had no chance from the beginning, unless the Holy Lady of Hahuan can kill Yu Lao Mo and completely control the power of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Now it seems that the Holy Maiden of Hahuan doesn't have that ability either. Li Huanyan may be more skillful, but she is not Yu Linglong after all. Lan Jujun dared not disobey Ji Changsheng's judgment, but she still fought back cautiously. If the top leaders of the Holy Church can't accept the exchange student of the Hahuan sect as the young master of the Holy Church, how can they accept the abandoned disciple of Xuandu Temple to inherit the foundation of the Holy Church? Ren Sucheong's heart twitched, and she glared at Lan Jujun again, angrily saying, If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Isn't this forcing Ji Changsheng to kill? The problem is that Ren Sucheong really has confidence in Ji Changsheng. She believes that if Ji Changsheng lets go, he really has the ability to kill people in the Holy Church. Ji Changsheng smiled, and gave Ren Suqiong a reassurance. Suqiong, don't worry. I'm not that murderous. I'm different from Lan Zhujun. Lan Zhujun has the support of his wife. That is, the support of forces outside the sect. So he can't cause any trouble. I have the support of the sect leader behind me. With the sect leader, I can sit firmly as the young master. Even if Yu Lao Mo is not Yu Linglong, it is still no problem to suppress the situation in the Tianma sect. Ji Changsheng has confidence in his chief adoptive father. Besides, as long as I kill all the true disciples who are interested in the position of young master, the top leaders will have no choice. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, can they still support the dead? Ren Suqiong was speechless. But Lan Zhujun suddenly became interested. Master, I can lead the other 4 true disciples to your cave. Just in the name of tasting Mantua tea. I can't be the only one to jump into the pit. As long as everyone is unlucky together. I am not unlucky. Master, I promise to call them all. Then you can take this opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. And no one can compete with you for the position of the young master of the Holy Church. Ji Changsheng glanced at Lan Zhujun and commented, she is indeed a righteous witch with a vicious mind. Just do as you wish. This is why I accepted this woman as my dog. Otherwise, what's the point of keeping her? Chapter 135 Rebuilding the glory of the Holy Church is our duty. Ren Suqiong couldn't help but remind him again, Changsheng. Before in the Shenhua Palace, you let Du Zongshen, Lu Xingzhen, Sheng Jiayan and others drink Bai Shizhi's ashes. And just now you used Bai Shizhi's ashes to make tea for Lan Zhujun. Are you sure there is enough Bai Shizhi's ashes? Ji Changsheng thought about it and replied, if it is enough? Puff. Ren Suqiong sprayed. Is it enough? Ji Changsheng was very calm. What are you afraid of? If it is not enough, I will add some seasoning to make it taste better. Ren Suqiong shuddered uncontrollably. Lan Zhujun almost knelt down. But she quickly adjusted her mood and praised, Master is really kind-hearted. Ren Suqiong. Senior sister Lan. Don't be like this. You were quite cold in my mind before. Lan Zhujun blushed slightly and gritted her teeth and said, that's because I haven't met the master before. After meeting the master, I know that I just want to be a good dog for the master. Okay. Send a message to the other 4 true disciples. Ji Changsheng interrupted Lan Zhujun's loyalty. Lan Zhujun's face changed slightly. Master, if I don't visit them in person, it will be difficult for them to come in person. Ji Changsheng looked at Lan Zhujun with a smile and reminded, after you leave me, will you visit the other 4 true disciples? Or ask the master's wife to detoxify you? Lan Zhujun knelt on the ground again with a plop. Master, I have absolutely no such intention. It doesn't matter whether there is one or not. What matters is that I don't want to play a game with you that tests human nature. Ji Changsheng said calmly, I will give you a quarter of an hour to let the other 4 disciples taste the precious Mantua tea. After a quarter of an hour, if one person doesn't come, you will fill that person's vacancy. Lan Zhujun shuddered. Ji Changsheng's voice was filled with laughter again. Although dogs are man's best friends, there are 2-legged friends everywhere. Senior sister Lan, I have confidence in you. And I believe you will not let me down. Right? Master is wise. I will definitely call all 4 of them. Yes. Ji Changsheng was not sure whether the relationship between Lan Zhujun and Saint Hehuan was better than that between him and Saint Hehuan. He knew that his relationship with Saint Hehuan was a relationship of exchange of interests for the time being. And Saint Hehuan was a demon girl of the demon cult after all. Unlikely Changxi and Yu Linglong. Lan Zhujun was also the direct descendant of the leader of the Hehuan sect. And Saint Hehuan would definitely protect Lan Zhujun in the heavenly demon cult. In this case, if Ji Changsheng took action against Lan Zhujun, it would be easy for Saint Hehuan to stop him, which would damage their stable alliance. There was no need to test this kind of human nature. He was in the holy cult now, and he would have plenty of time to slowly cultivate his relationship with Saint Hehuan in the future. Now, let's get the position of the young master first. After the matter is done, a mere Lan Zhujun can't make a big move. In front of Lan Zhujun and Ren Suqiong, Ji Changsheng opened the small box containing Bai Shizhi's ashes and poured Bai Shizhi's ashes into the tea bowl. Ren Suqiong and Lan Zhujun looked at each other. It was the first time for the 2 demon cult witches to see this style of painting. It really made them feel terrified. Ren Suqiong was speechless. Cha Sheng, can you prepare some truly precious spiritual tea for them? What if the 4 brothers and sisters can also be friends? Ji Changsheng said strangely. Suqiong, What you said is wrong. Isn't what I prepared for them precious enough? Ren Suqiong. How is the ashes precious? Ji Changsheng spoke up for Bai Shiji. These are the ashes of Linglong Fairy's husband. The strongest person in the world. No. Du Zongjiang dug them out from Bai Shiji's grave. There is only one of them. And there is no other. Isn't it more precious than Mantua tea? Ren Suqiong couldn't refute it. Although Mantua tea is precious, it can still be mass-produced. Bai Shiji's ashes. Use less and less. In terms of rarity, it is indeed much more precious than Mantua tea. Ren Suqiong could only sigh. Changsheng. There is really a reason why you can't make it in Xuandu Temple. Lan Zhuju nodded subconsciously. Now if someone says that Ji Changsheng is an undercover sent by Xuandu Temple to the heavenly demon sect, Lan Zhuju and Ren Suqiong will definitely beat that person to death on the spot. Are you kidding? Can Xuandu Temple tolerate a demon like Ji Changsheng? Even the heavenly demon sect can't tolerate him. This kind of person can never be a disciple of the righteous way. Ji Changsheng completely cleared himself of the suspicion that he did not exist in the first place. And Lan Zhujun also demonstrated her strong connections and credibility. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 4 true disciples of the Tianma sect came to visit together. The attraction of Mantua tea, Bai Shiji's ashes, was greater than Ji Changsheng imagined. Lan Zhujun took the initiative to introduce the other 4 true disciples to Ji Changsheng. Senior brother Wan Rusong is recognized as the first true disciple. Junior brother Ming Jiayin is the direct disciple of deputy sect leader Lu. Junior sister Wen Renyu is from the Wenren family. Junior brother Sui Tinghuai. Before junior sister Ji Zhenchuan and junior sister Ren were promoted, junior brother Sui was the youngest true disciple, and was once known as the first pride of our holy sect. Ji Zhenchuan and junior sister Ren. I don't think I need to introduce them too much. Ji Changsheng greeted the 4 seniors very politely. He has always been like this. First polite, and then aggressive. And he must be polite when inviting guests to drink. He will only turn hostile when he is sure that the other party does not give him face. Ji Changsheng paid special attention to Ming Jiayin, the direct disciple of Vice Master Lu. It can be basically confirmed that this is his enemy. It can be basically confirmed that this is an undercover sent by Tongtian Chamber of Commerce to the Holy Church. So Ji Changsheng asked directly, Brother Ming, what do you think about the death of Lu Shitu? The righteous demon? Ming Jiayin, Ji Changsheng continued. Deputy sect leader Lu has also been confirmed to be an undercover planted by Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in our holy sect. Brother Ming, do you want to kill your relatives for the sake of justice? Or do you want to betray the sect with deputy sect leader Lu? After Ming Jiayin reacted, his face immediately became ugly. Junior brother Ji, I heard from Sister Lan that there is Mantua tea here. So I came here to drink tea together. And I don't want to interfere in the disputes of the sect. Of course, he couldn't betray deputy sect leader Lu. Everyone knew that deputy sect leader Lu was his master. If he broke off his relationship with deputy sect leader Lu now, he would have no chance to mix with him in the future. Traitors are despised everywhere. Ji Changsheng is different. Ji Changsheng did a good job, and went to finally whitewash himself. The sentence "It's not me who betrayed the righteous path, but the righteous path betrayed me" is definitely expected to compete for the top 10 famous quotes in the cultivation world this year. But there is only one Ji Changsheng in the world. If Ming Jiayin betrayed him, he would not be able to get away with it so cleanly. So he did not dare to betray him. But he did not want to completely offend Ji Changsheng right now. Lu Shitu's death is a lesson for us. Ji Changsheng is now holding the imperial sword. Who knows what he can do? Anyone with a little bit of scheming knows that the best strategy for Ji Changsheng now is to avoid the sharp edge for the time being and settle the account in 3 days. So Ming Jiayin didn't say anything harsh. He came to take advantage. Mantua tea is recognized to have a miraculous effect on Yuanying and Shenhua. But it has been monopolized by Xuandu Temple before. And outsiders have no way to experience the miraculous effect of Mantua tea. Now that he has the opportunity to taste it. Of course, he doesn't want to miss it. Ji Changsheng saw Ming Jiayin's ambiguous attitude, nodded, and didn't investigate further, and shifted his attention to Wan Rusong. Brother Wan, Su Qiong invited you to join the demon-suppressing group just now, and you directly replied to let her go. But now you go over by yourself. Shouldn't you apologize to Su Qiong? Wan Rusong also frowned. Ji Changsheng, are you sure you want me to apologize? As the recognized first among the 5 true disciples, and the one who is most likely to become the young master of the heavenly demon sect, Wan Rusong has not heard such a request for at least 10 years. But Ji Changsheng said very calmly, I am sure. Wan Rusong smiled, ignored Ji Changsheng directly, and walked into the cave. Ji Changsheng maintained his self-restraint. Why bother with the dead? He looked at the next lucky guest and took the initiative to invite Senior Sister Wenren. Are you willing to join the demon-suppressing group? Wenren Jiayu's attitude was worse than Wan Rusong's. He followed Wan Rusong directly into the cave and ignored Ji Changsheng's invitation. Lan Zhujun whispered a reminder. Wenren Jiayu is Wan Rusong's fiancée. Ji Changsheng suddenly realized. So they were going to have a ghost marriage. No wonder they were full of death. Ji Changsheng looked at the last invited guest and invited him again. Junior brother Sui. Are you willing to join the demon suppression group and contribute your own strength to the Holy Church to rectify the chaos? Sui Tinghui looked cold and spoke very directly. If the demon suppression group still exists in 3 days, I will consider it. Now, I just want to taste tea. After saying that, he also walked into the cave. Ji Changsheng allowed the 4 true disciples to walk directly into the cave without waiting for him. The master, to move, and did not stop them. He just sighed to Ren Suqiong, Suqiong. I didn't expect that there are so many righteous evil people hidden in the Holy Church. If it is not thoroughly cleansed, I think the Holy Church will be finished. Ren Suqiong, be gentle later. Ji Changsheng smiled, don't worry. Lan knew. Go and bring them on to a tea. Please have tea with the 4 true disciples. Bai Shiji. You can rest assured and live in Wanmin umbrella. I will take good care of Linglong. And I will also treat your ashes well. Chapter 136 Widow. While Lan Nu was serving tea, Ren Suqiong took the opportunity to tell Ji Changsheng about the forces behind the other 4 true disciples. As the saying goes, in this day and age, 3 points depend on ability, and 7 points depend on background. Only Ji Changsheng relies 100% on himself. The 5 true disciples all have followers behind them. That Wan Rusong's father was once the leader senior brother, and a supreme elder of our holy church. 20 years ago, the leader and Fairy Linglong made an appointment to fight, and the leader fled back to the holy church. But Elder One happened to be outside the mountain protection formation at that time and ran into the sword slashed by Fairy Linglong. Ji Changsheng. So it became the merit of Fairy Linglong's sword? Ren Suqiong nodded with a hard word. But Elder One's sacrifice was valuable. It was because he blocked Fairy Linglong's sword that the mountain protection formation had time to open, and thus preserved the foundation of the holy church. Therefore, Senior Brother One has a special meaning for our holy church. Ji Changsheng understood. This is the descendant of a meritorious official. No. This is the descendant of a demon. Suqiong. Let me sort this out. Ji Changsheng organized his words, and then realized the truth of the year. 20 years ago, the leader had an appointment with Fairy Linglong to fight. He originally planned to completely defeat Fairy Linglong and become the best in the world. But later, Fairy Linglong's strength exceeded the leader's expectations. So the leader strategically moved to the holy church's main altar. This is not a failure, but just a small win. The leader's original intention was to lead Fairy Linglong to the holy church's mountain protection formation, and then kill Fairy Linglong with a surprise attack. Completely kill Fairy Linglong, and eliminate a great enemy for our holy church. The leader had a good plan, but all these calculations were seen through by that Wan. Wan was an undercover sent by Xuandu Temple to our holy church. He sacrificed himself for the safety of Fairy Linglong. On the surface, he protected the foundation of the holy church. In fact, he saved Fairy Linglong's life. If it weren't for this Wan, our holy church would have been invincible 20 years ago. He is the biggest traitor in the history of our holy church. And his son is also a traitor. Everyone in the holy church has the right to kill him. Ji Changsheng understood everything, and his eyes became clearer. Ren Suqiong. I felt more and more that the leader's vision was better than mine. The holy church really needs talents like Changsheng. The only drawback is that talents like Changsheng are a bit useless for the holy church. But the survival of the fittest is probably the law of natural selection in the holy church. Ren Suqiong could only comfort herself in this way. She finally reminded Ji Changsheng, because of Elder Wan's contribution. The leader accepted Wan Rusong as his adopted son, and he is more valued by the leader than me. Adopted son? Ji Changsheng's face suddenly became solemn. Since ancient times, adopted sons have to kill their fathers, and the leader is still too inexperienced. How can you trust an adopted son? The one you can trust must be your own son. Ren Suqiong. The leader's own son was ruined by his wife. The leader must have an illegitimate son. Ren Suqiong, indeed? The leader told me privately before. But he was killed. Ji Changsheng coughed lightly. Suqiong. Don't worry. The leader must have other illegitimate children. This Wan Rusong has a traitorous mind. For the safety of the leader, he can't be kept. Tell me about the background of Wen Renjiayu, who is having a ghost marriage with Wan Rusong? Ghost marriage? Ren Suqiong didn't follow Ji Changsheng's rhythm. Ji Changsheng patiently explained, Wan Rusong is about to die. And Wen Renjiayu wants to marry a dead person. Isn't that just a ghost marriage? Ren Suqiong. Cha Sheng. She really didn't know what to say. Forget it. Don't ask anymore. Ren Suqiong gave up persuading and explaining. I can see that no matter what their origins are, you must kill them. Let's stop talking nonsense and do it quickly. Ji Changsheng continued patiently. Suqiong. As long as they are willing to be my friends, they can live. Even if they really want to die, I have to know the family origins behind them, so that I can continue to investigate. Otherwise, what if the family forces behind them seek revenge on us after we leave the Holy Church in the future? We must be prepared for any eventuality. You make a lot of sense. Ren Suqiong was more and more speechless. Changsheng thought of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots. Thinking long-term, why did Xuandu Temple cultivate such a murderous disciple? She didn't understand, and was greatly shocked. Wenren Renyu is the second daughter of the patriarch of the Wenren family. The Wenren family, like the Lu family, has a long history in our holy religion. Before Ren Suqiong finished speaking, she was attracted by the sound in the cave. Good tea. It is worthy of being Mantua tea. It lives up to its reputation. But the taste is a bit strange. Puff. Ji Changsheng couldn't help it. Suqiong. Let's go. Let's talk inside. Ren Suqiong shook her head helplessly. She felt that after she met Ji Changsheng, the most common emotion she had was helplessness and speechlessness. The two walked into the cave side by side, just in time to see Lan Jujun smiling and watching the other 4 people drinking tea. I have been caught in the rain before, so I must tear up all your umbrellas. A righteous demon girl is a demon girl. It won't be any better. After confirming that the 4 guys had drunk the Mantua tea and seeing Ji Changsheng coming in, Lan Jujun immediately said, Master. Lan Nu has asked them all to drink the Mantua tea. Lan Jujun's words made all 4 people alert. Master? Lan Nu? Lan Jujun. What's going on? After all, they are the 4 true disciples of the Tianma sect. They are not so unresponsive. The problem is that they quickly checked themselves and found nothing. No signs of poisoning. Lan Jujun. What are you doing? Ji Changsheng. What do you want to do? Wan Rusong and the other 4 were ready to take action. But no one took the first action. They were still confused. The main reason was that they couldn't figure it out. Even if this was really a trap, the 4 of them would definitely beat Ji Changsheng, Lan Jujun and Ren Suqiong if they joined forces. I have the advantage. What can the other party use to frame me? Rely on their mouth? Ji Changsheng didn't mean to clear their doubts. He just nodded to Lan Jujun and praised, well done. I will reward you to wash my feet next time. Lan Jujun clenched her fist subconsciously again. Then her face was full of smiles again. Thank you for the reward. Master. The other 4 true disciples looked at each other. Ren Suqiong whispered, Changsheng. Lan Jujun must want to grind you to ashes. Ji Changsheng said calmly, it doesn't matter. It's comfortable to train a fierce horse. I have seen too many obedient ones. But I don't feel anything. I think senior sister Wenren is also like a fierce horse. Especially since she has a ghost marriage with Wan Rusong. I like the identity of an additional widow. Ji Changsheng swore to the sky that his nature was pure. He just had to follow the local customs when he came to the Heavenly Demon Sect, so as not to be out of tune with the demons of the Heavenly Demon Sect. It was difficult for Ren Suqiong to comment on this. When Renjiayu, who was commented on by Ji Changsheng, had a gloomy face, but chose to remain silent again. But it was different from the silence at the entrance of the cave. The previous silence was not taking Ji Changsheng seriously. The current silence was taking Ji Changsheng too seriously. She was not stupid and obviously saw that something was wrong. Ji Changsheng could subdue Lan Jujun, so he had the strength to threaten her. Because her strength was not as good as Lan Jujun, and her background was not as strong as Lan Jujun. Compared with being taken in as a foot-washing maid, she endured this kind of verbal insult. But when Renjiayu thought about it, and felt that she could endure it. But Wan Rusong could not. So when Ren Jiayu looked at Wan Rusong and said quietly, "Wan senior brother, are you going to let Ji Changsheng insult your fiancé?" Ji Changsheng was amused by Wen Renjiayu's misdirection. It seems that senior sister Wenren also has the potential to return to the right path. Suqiong, tell me carefully about senior sister Wenren's origins. Lan Nu, come and massage my shoulders. Lan Jujun gritted her teeth and smiled as she walked behind Ji Changsheng to massage his shoulders and back. Although she wanted to pinch Ji Changsheng to death, but she didn't dare. Lan Juju's scene of swallowing her anger made the four true disciples tremble in their hearts. They still didn't know what happened specifically, but it was obvious that things were beyond their expectations. Ren Suqiong was the most adaptable. She answered whatever Ji Changsheng asked. The holy religion has a long history, and many cultivation families have emerged around us. The Lu family is the most powerful, and the Wenren family is in the second tier, but their strength should not be underestimated, and their foundation and connections are beyond imagination. Cha Sheng, if you want to secure the position of young master, I suggest that you don't kill Wenren Renyu, but take her in as your dog. Lan Jujuan's eyes lit up, and she served Ji Changsheng more attentively. Master, let her serve me, and I will serve you. I came here first. Master, you have to spend a lot of money to buy horse bones, so that you can set a good example for the disciples of the Holy Church. Ji Changsheng smiled and lay in Lan Jujuan's arms, and said calmly, "See what Wen Renjiayu means? If she wakes up quickly, just recognize me as your master like you. If she wakes up slowly, let her serve you." Lan Jujun didn't care that Ji Changsheng took advantage of her, and looked at Wen Renjiayu with hope. "Wenren Junior sister, you must resist. Believe me, the old demon Ji is completely bluffing." Wen Renjiayu looked at Wan Rusong again, and said faintly, "Brother Wan, you are a man." Chapter 137 The True Nature of the Devil. Promoted to the God of Transformation. Wan Rusong clenched his iron fist. At this moment, he didn't even hate Ji Changsheng and Lan Jujun that much. He hated Wen Renjiayu. Damn bitch. She didn't know Ji Changsheng's background, but she wanted him to be the cannon fodder. Do you think I'm stupid? Wan Rusong did not take Ji Changsheng seriously at first, but Lan Nu came out. If he still thought Ji Changsheng could handle it easily, he would not be qualified to be the first person of the Tianma sect. Before he figured out Ji Changsheng's background, he would rather swallow his anger than take the initiative. Ji Changsheng didn't bother to care about the intrigues of the ghost marriage couple. I already know the situation of Wan Rusong and Wen Renjiayu. What about Sui Tinghuai? He can't be a disciple of a big family? Ji Changsheng frowned a little when he said this. How come all the disciples of the holy sect are from noble families? The holy sect should serve the people of the world as its purpose. How can we expect them to serve the people if they are all from noble families? How can they respond to his reform of the holy sect? Ji Changsheng was very dissatisfied with this. Fortunately, Sui Tinghuai's situation gave him a glimmer of hope. Sui Tinghuai is similar to you, Cha Sheng. He has no background and relies on his talent to succeed. Of course, he also had the love of some elders during his growth, but he also impressed those elders with his talent and hard work. And there is no blood relationship. In terms of talent alone, Sui Tinghuai should be the closest to me among the 5 true disciples. Ren Suqiong couldn't help but flatter herself at the end. She is the first person in the Golden Core realm of the demon sect. Sui Tinghuai is praised by many as the #1 prodigy of the heavenly demon sect. Ren Suqiong's benchmark has always been Sui Tinghuai. Ji Changsheng nodded. I basically understand. Wan Rusong is the son of a traitor of the holy sect. His father is an undercover agent of Xuandu Temple. Wan Rusong has always admired Xuandu Temple, so he hates me, a traitor of Xuandu Temple, very much. I deserve to be killed. Wan Rusong finally couldn't help it. When did my father become an undercover agent of Xuandu Temple? When did I hate you? He swore to the sky that he had never had much contact with Ji Changsheng. So where did the hatred come from? Ji Changsheng casually said, there is a list of undercover agents on the mountain of Xuandu Temple. I will ask the temple master to add your father's name in a while. You? Wan Rusong almost bit his steel teeth to pieces. As for when you hated me? Now. Ji Changsheng's tone was a little uncertain. It may be in the future. After all, I plan to take your fiancé as a beauty dog. You definitely can't live in peace with me. It's better to die. Ji Changsheng is not a man killer. Wan Rusong's way of death in his eyes is to recognize Yu Lao Mo as his godfather. Others don't matter. Wen Renjiayu is just joking. But if you recognize Yu Lao Mo as your godfather, who will die if you don't die? This involves Ji Lao Mo's core interests. Okay. Don't talk first. Ji Chansheng sentenced Wan Rusong to death and began to sentence the second one, Meng Jiayin. No background. Just kill him directly. This time Lan Zhujun didn't hold back and reminded, Master. Meng Jiayin is the direct disciple of Deputy Leader Liu. Ji Chansheng looked at Lan Zhujun strangely. Deputy Leader Liu? Does our holy church have a deputy leader with the surname Liu? Everyone understood what Ji Chansheng meant. My heart instantly went cold. It was obvious that Deputy Sect Leader Liu had become a dead man in front of Ji Chansheng. Meng Jiayin forced himself to stay calm and reminded, Ji Chansheng. Although I don't know what you are confident about, but my master is definitely not someone you can easily shake. Even the sect leader and his wife will maintain a certain respect for my master. Unless Ling. Ji Chansheng took out a jade sword with a smile and placed it in front of him. Meng Jiayin's voice stopped abruptly, and his face suddenly turned pale. Wan Rusong blurted out, Linglong Fairy Sword? Why is it with you? Ji Chansheng was too lazy to pay attention to Wan Rusong and Meng Jiayin. Two dead men. He just raised his chin to Wen Renjiayu and Sui Tinghui. Senior sister Wen Ren. Senior brother Sui. Everyone knows that I am easygoing and kind to others. And I never make enemies with others easily. No one in the audience listened. Do you believe what you said? Ji Chansheng believed it. He really felt that he was such a person. Although both of you were disrespectful to me before, I am a generous person and will give you a chance to admit your mistakes. When Renjiayu finally spoke, Junior brother Ji. I have never spoken to you. So how can I be disrespectful? When Renjiayu felt that he was really wronged, she really didn't say a word to Ji Chansheng. So how could I be disrespectful? Sui Tinghui also felt that he was wronged. Junior brother Ji. I have never offended you from beginning to end. Right? Ji Chansheng had invited him to join the demon suppression group before. He just said that he would consider it if the demon suppression group was still there in 3 days. Can't he let people consider it? Sui Tinghui has never met such an unreasonable person in this huge Tianma sect. Thinking back to when several great elders were vying to accept him as a disciple, he also said that he would consider it. Can this be called disrespect? Ji Chansheng explained. To commit an offense against one's superiors is disrespect. I am the young master of the Holy Church. And one of you doesn't talk to me, and the other doesn't accept my invitation. I said you are disrespectful to me. Are you dissatisfied? Or do you disagree that I should be the young master of the Holy Church? Ji Chansheng picked up the jade sword. If you don't agree, just say it. I am a man who can accept all rivers. As long as what you say makes sense. I can also give up my position and let others do it. When Renjiayu and Sui Tinghui felt their knees soften instantly. When Renjiayu said decisively, Junior brother Ji is kind-hearted and decisive. I support Junior brother Ji to be the young master of the Holy Church. Sui Tinghui's face flushed. But under the pressure of the Linglong Fairy Sword, he also lowered his head. I also support Junior brother Ji to be the young master. The teacher taught him that those who do not plan for eternity are not worthy of planning for the moment. Sui Tinghui had always believed in this. But now, Ji Chansheng also taught him one thing. If you don't plan for 3 days, you are not qualified to plan for eternity. If he doesn't recognize Ji Chansheng as his young master today, he will have no future. Ji Chansheng nodded with satisfaction. Wan Rusong and Meng Jiayin stepped into this young master's cave with their left feet first. It must be a secret signal of the righteous demons. They should be killed. Wan Rusong and Meng Jiayin were so angry that they laughed. But Ji Chansheng picked up the jade sword. And the colorful sword energy appeared on the jade sword, which immediately stopped the two from laughing. When Renjiayu, Sui Tinghui, when you encounter a righteous demon, every disciple of the Holy Church can kill him. Let me see your sincerity in being loyal to this young master. Ji Chansheng held the jade sword, and the colorful sword energy protected his body, making everyone present feel the pressure from the Linglong Fairy Sword. Lan knew. You come too. This young master doesn't keep idle people here. Wan Rusong and Meng Jiayin die. And you live. Otherwise, die together. Go ahead. Let me see the quality of the true disciples of the Holy Church. If there is no wife, then let the younger brothers take over. Isn't it for this time to recruit younger brothers? Or let them eat idle meals? The atmosphere was solemn for a moment, and the 5 true disciples looked at each other. After a while, Lan Jujun took the lead to attack Wan Rusong. After all, he has become Lan Nu. She knows Ji Chongqing's ruthlessness best, and dares not talk nonsense with Ji Chongqing. Wan Jiayu followed closely, and stabbed her fiancé directly. Wan Rusong, don't blame me. The Linglong fairy sword is above. Ji Chongqing's words are very clear. She must use her fiancé's head as a token of loyalty. The fiancé dies, not herself. This multiple-choice question is very simple. Sui Tinghuai stood silently in front of Meng Jiayin. Brother Meng, I'm sorry. He didn't want to start the true disciple civil war right now. But being forced to the edge by Ji Lao Mo, he could only let the others die first. Inside the cave, the true disciple bloody battle broke out instantly. Ji Lao Mo sat on the upper seat, watching coldly, showing his devilish nature. Cha Sheng, you raid the formation. I'll try my hand too. Ren Suqiong's eyes flashed with excitement, just entering the nascent soul. There are opponents like true disciples. This is a good trial opportunity. She didn't think her safety was a problem. She just regarded Wan Rusong and Meng Jiayin as two dead people to practice with. This is of course the best practice. Zero risk, high return. Ji Chongqing thought about it. Ren Suqiong was his friend. He didn't want Ren Suqiong to capsize in the gutter. So he reminded, wait a minute. See who can't hold on. You can make up the knife. Well, I'm just entering the nascent soul stage. So I'm definitely not a match for these old school disciples. Ren Suqiong followed suit, looking at the strength they have shown. I'm still a long way behind. Ren Suqiong was not surprised by this. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect are all selected from the geniuses. Although she thinks she has the highest talent, she is not so talented that she can cross two small realms to kill disciples of the true transmission. Wan Rusong is worthy of being recognized as the first of the true transmission. He is not defeated even when fighting 1 against 2. Ren Suqiong is more concerned about Wan Rusong's fight against Lan Jujun and Wen Renjiayu. Wan Rusong is recognized as the first of the heavenly demon sect's true transmission, and Lan Jujun is also recognized as the second. Their strength is obviously better than the other three. Now with Wen Renjiayu, the fight is so exciting. However, Ji Chongqing snorted coldly while watching from the sidelines. Lan Nu, if you hold back again, I will send you to death first. Lan Jujun's heart trembled, and the lewd sound of the bamboo sword in his hand immediately filled the entire cave. Ren Suqiong didn't see that Ji Chongqing had already advanced to the late stage of the nascent soul, and his vision was even better than Ren Suqiong's. The reason why Wan Rusong was able to fight 2 people alone and not lose was that he was strong. But on the other hand, the killing power displayed by Lan Jujun was only similar to that of Wen Renjiayu. When Renjiayu tried his best, Lan Jujun was holding back. Still needs to be disciplined. In comparison, Wen Renjiayu, the widow, was very conscious. Obviously, Wen Renjiayu had completely recognized the reality. If Wan Rusong didn't die, she would be in big trouble. When Lan Jujun went all out, Wan Rusong immediately fell into a disadvantage. Ji Chongqing could confirm that it was only a matter of time before Wan Rusong was defeated. So he showed some concern for the other dead man, Meng Jiayin. Then he raised his eyebrows. Sui Tinghuai's strength is even higher than Meng Jiayin's. The two were evenly matched just now. But now, Sui Tinghuai has obviously gained the upper hand. As expected of the first genius of the holy religion, I really have to be promoted to the god of transformation before I can suppress these arrogant soldiers and brave generals. It's hard to say. The opportunity to become a god of transformation will have to be found from them. Ji Chongqing drew his sword, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next moment, Ji Chongqing's sad magic sword had pierced Meng Jiayin's lower abdomen. Ren Suqiong reacted very quickly. When he found that Ji Chongqing had taken action and Meng Jiayin was not dead after one blow, he also took action decisively. His palms were blood red, and he fell from the sky, blocking Meng Jiayin's way to fly into the sky and escape into the ground. Meng Jiayin's face was solemn, showing the fighting qualities that a true disciple of the heavenly demon religion should have. Instead of retreating, he advanced, allowing Ji Chongqing's sad magic knife to pierce his lower abdomen. He quickly approached Ji Chongqing and hugged Ji Chongqing with all his strength. Let's die together. Meng Jiayin's eyes flashed with madness. Revenge for junior brother Liu. Boom! Meng Jiayin exploded quickly. A blood shadow rolled up an endless wave of air in the cave, forcing Wan Rusong and the other three who were fighting fiercely on the other side to release their body-protecting true essence to resist the aftermath of Meng Jiayin's self-explosion. At this moment, the boundless sea of blood quickly swallowed up the entire cave. The surging bloody aura, combined with the dazzling blade light, cut the blood shadow into two pieces. Ji Changsheng walked on the sea of blood, looking at Meng Jiayin, who was cut in half by his sword and merged into the sea of blood, and sneered. You only practiced a blood river, and you dare to use the blood escape technique in front of me? This is the merit that comes to you. Ji Changsheng's blood sea vision stunned Ren Suqiong and Sui Tinghui. Ren Suqiong exclaimed, Changsheng, how many people have you killed? Ji Changsheng did not answer Ren Suqiong. His performance just now was also seen by Wan Rusong. Get out of here. A black soul flag with a roar of resentful souls appeared in Wan Rusong's hand. Ji Changsheng, you shouldn't be so arrogant as to give up using the Linglong immortal sword. Wan Rusong's eyes also flashed a trace of madness. He ignored Lan Jujuan's bamboo sword and when Ren Jiayu's attack, and infused half of his true essence into the small flag in his hand. 10,000 souls banner. Explode. Boom. Thousands of resentful souls immediately broke free from the restraints of the 10,000 souls banner and started indiscriminate attacks. Freedom. This is the era of freedom. Kill. Kill all the living people. All of them will die. Except Ji Changsheng. Everyone's face suddenly changed, and they quickly retreated. Wan Rusong, you actually practiced the 10,000 souls banner? Who gave you the courage to kill so many people? The 100 souls banner is already the limit. Do you dare to practice the 10,000 souls banner to attract the Linglong fairy sword? Ji Changsheng himself was fine, but he didn't expect that the other 4 true disciples were so shocked. What's wrong with the disciples of the demon sect practicing the 10,000 souls banner? How badly did my Linglong wife beat you? A true disciple of the heavenly demon sect was actually scared by the 10,000 souls banner. Ji Changsheng was very puzzled by this. Of course, Ji Changsheng still admired Wan Rusong very much. The 10,000 souls banner is a great merit. Wan Rusong was also in the situation of the 10,000 souls devouring the Lord at this time. But he looked at Ji Changsheng and kept sneering, Ji Changsheng, let's enjoy the 10,000 souls biting together. Ji Changsheng opened the 10,000 people umbrella without any hurry. He shook his head helplessly. Let me teach you how to use the 10,000 souls banner. In Wan Rusong's stunned eyes, the 10,000 souls banner that he had just exploded became the nourishment of Ji Changsheng's 10,000 people umbrella. The resentful souls that were just arrogant and biting everywhere were suppressed by Ji Changsheng's 10,000 people umbrella as if they had met their nemesis. Ji Changsheng walked among the 10,000 souls, waving the sad demon knife again without any fireworks. Brother Wan, please take a seat for the 10,000 people umbrella. 1 minute later, Ji Changsheng looked at the 10,000 people umbrella in his hand, which was shining with more and more merit and golden light, and laughed up to the sky. The aura of the divine transformation cultivator enveloped the entire cave, and quickly enveloped the entire holy church. Chapter 138 Demons are dancing wildly. The young master goes down the mountain to explore a new scientific way to cultivate demons. When Ji Changsheng was promoted to the god of transformation, the young master competition of the heavenly demon sect, which had not yet begun, was officially declared over. Even if Ji Changsheng no longer used means to control the 3 people who were still alive, they were no longer qualified to compete with Ji Changsheng in the face of realm suppression. Not to mention, they were all ashamed of their achievements in the heavenly demon sect skills. He has the 10,000 souls banner. There is a blood sea vision. Not only that, I just saw the white bone Taoist palace. Lan Jujun. When Ren Jiayu and Sui Tinghui looked at each other, the 3 true disciples of the heavenly demon sect finally saw what the real demon looked like. Lan Jujun knelt on the ground with a plop. Congratulations to the young master for returning to the throne. Under the leadership of the young master, the holy sect will surely prosper. The young master is a man of both literary and martial virtues, and will benefit the people. He will enjoy eternal blessings and live as long as the sky. She wanted to be loyal, but when Ji Changsheng heard Lan Jujuan's words of loyalty, he almost hit her. Change the words of loyalty. It's unlucky. Ji Changsheng frowned. Lan Jujun was confused. Master, isn't this the word you said to the leader? She was afraid that Ji Changsheng would dislike her if she said other words, so she deliberately quoted the lines used by Ji Changsheng. Why does this dog master still dislike himself? She didn't know that Ji Changsheng didn't dislike herself. But you Lao Mo. Forget it. You'd better stop flattering. Ji Changsheng decided to give his slave a break. You were all flattered before. If you don't have the experience of flattering others, don't do things you are not good at. This young master has always been pragmatic. As long as you work hard, you don't need to really be a dog. Ji Changsheng's generosity made Wen Renjiayu and Sui Tinghuai feel relieved. They didn't want to be dogs, but they still underestimated Ji Changsheng's magnanimity. Ji Changsheng flicked his right hand, and 2 teacups appeared in front of him. Drink it. And from now on you will be official members of the Demon Suppression Group. Follow me well in the future, and you will have a bright future. When Renjiayu and Sui Tinghuai were silent, Lan Zhujun laughed. She had been caught in the rain, so of course she didn't want the 2 of them to hold an umbrella. Master, these 2 are hesitant, which shows that they still have second thoughts. I think it's enough for the true disciples of the Holy Church to keep 3 people, and there's no need to keep so many. After Lan Zhujun finished speaking, Wen Renjiayu and Sui Tinghuai gritted their teeth and drank the spiritual tea in front of them. In fact, they didn't know what was in the spiritual tea, but they knew they had to drink it. Ji Changsheng quickly showed them the effect of the Demon Desire Sutra. He snapped his fingers and said calmly, "It hurts." Plop! 3 times in a row. Lan Zhujun, Wen Renjiayu and Sui Tinghuai all struggled on the ground in pain. The 3 of them had strong willpower and did not cry out, but from the signs of struggle on their faces, Ren Suqiong felt terrified. Cha Sheng, what is this method? Ji Changsheng was also slightly surprised, as he looked at the 3 people struggling back and forth on the ground. The power of the Holy Lady of Hahuan may be stronger than he imagined. It seems that I have to remind Brother Chao to be careful of Zhuofanghua. It is difficult for those who cultivate righteousness in Danqing Pavilion to guard against such unpredictable methods. But as long as he does not conflict with the Holy Lady of Hahuan, it should not be a big problem. If everyone knows the Devil's Desire Sutra, they can restrain each other. At worst, we can just exchange chess pieces. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng's eyes lit up. If the Holy Lady Hahuan really used the Devil's Desire Sutra to control other people, then the intelligence network of the Holy Lady Hahuan would become half of his intelligence network in the future. The Holy Lady Hahuan had cheated him, so it's not too much for him to collect some interest. Collect? Ji Changsheng snapped his fingers again. Lan Zhujun, Wen Renjiayu and Sui Tinghuai all breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Changsheng said calmly, "Don't worry. As long as my realm and status keep suppressing you, you will never have any problems. In fact, it only took me half a month from foundation building to transformation, and you have no hope of surpassing me." Several people were speechless. This is indeed the progress of an animal. Each of the 5 true disciples of the Holy Church has stayed in the nascent soul realm for no less than 10 years. Wan Rusong has even stayed in the nascent soul realm for 30 years. This is a very normal situation. Ji Changsheng is a pervert. How can he be promoted from nascent soul to God in one day? How can anyone catch up with him? So you don't have to worry. I won't need to control you in this way in the future. The gap between us will get bigger and bigger, and you will soon feel honored to work for me. What can they say? Lan Zhujun could only grit his teeth and said, "Master is right. Lan Nu will definitely work hard." Well, can you 3 solve the death of Wan Rusong and Meng Jiayin? Ji Changsheng asked. If they can solve it, let them solve it. If they can't solve it, he will solve it himself after his first wife comes back. Lan Zhujun said decisively, Meng Jiayin can be handed over to Lan Nu. Ji Changsheng just showed off his magic skills, which made Lan Zhujun very nervous. Especially, Ji Changsheng just found out that she was not working hard. So Lan Zhujun is now trying her best to show herself. She must not let the dog master settle the score later. Her great-grandmother was the leader of the Hahuan sect, and her backer was the Hahuan saint. Although Meng Jiayin was also a true disciple, Lan Zhujun could indeed suppress his death. There will definitely be troubles. But in front of Ji Changsheng, she no longer dared to show off her merits, just hoping to avoid mistakes. When Renjiayu gritted his teeth and took the initiative to speak, "Leave Wan Rusong to me. I will let the family solve it. But there are some troubles with the leader." The leader took Wan Rusong as his adopted son. If the leader insists on investigating Wan Rusong's death, our Wen family can't resist. Yu Linglong is about to ascend, and Yu Laomo has more say in the Tianma sect. So when Renjiayu is not very sure, Ji Changsheng said, "Leave the pressure from the leader to me." When Renjiayu breathed a sigh of relief, if Ji, young master, can convince the leader not to investigate further, Then I can completely suppress Wan Rusong's death. Very good. Just say that the younger brother still needs to be accepted. Being a boss requires personal care. And it is easy to be exhausted. Ji Changsheng was satisfied with the attitudes of Wen Renjiayu and Lan Zhujun. Sui Tinghuai suddenly panicked. It seemed that he was particularly useless. And he was a man. Would Ji Changsheng be a male homosexual? Sui Tinghuai once thought that he was a man of steel. Until he met Ji Changsheng. He felt that people could also be a little bit tolerant. Ji Changsheng also paid attention to Sui Tinghuai. But to Sui Tinghuai's surprise, Ji Changsheng did not ask him to do anything, but frowned and said, "Brother Sui, you can obviously break through to the late nascent soul stage. Why don't you break through? Are you waiting for Su Qiong to surpass you?" Sui Tinghuai explained, "I want to polish my realm to perfection." Ji Changsheng complained, "What's the point of polishing it to perfection? By the time you reach the late nascent soul stage, I have already broken through to the refining void stage. No matter how perfect you are in the nascent soul stage, I can still crush you to death with one finger." Sui Tinghuai, unable to refute. He felt that Ji Changsheng could really advance to the refining void stage quickly. It was normal for him to be crushed to death with one finger, as they were two major realms apart. "Su Qiong, and you, improve your cultivation as soon as possible." Ji Changsheng looked at Ren Su Qiong. "You all insist on polishing your realm. How can I use people? Promote those old people of the Holy Church? I have no problem. But you will have no place to stand by then. Ji Changsheng needs subordinates. But it is not okay if his subordinates progress too slowly. They can't keep up with his pace. You stay at the Golden Core for 10 years. And stay at the Nascent Soul for another 10 years. 10 years after 10 years. I will have ascended to the sky in 10 years. Ji Changsheng pointed at the 4 living true disciples. And was very disappointed. As a disciple of the Holy Church, if you don't make progress, you will regress. If you keep wasting your time like this, you will be eliminated in the future. Ren Su Qiong, Cha Sheng. Our progress speed has exceeded 99% of the disciples of the Holy Church. Ji Changsheng sighed. So I said, there are still too many disciples of the Holy Church. And there is no need for so many wastes. The 4 of them felt their scalps tingle at the same time. I don't expect you to practice at half my speed. But this snail speed won't do. Ji Changsheng ordered. The Holy Church is now at the critical moment of life and death. And it is time to use people. If your strength can keep up, I will use you. If your strength can't keep up, I will leave the opportunity to others. In the future, you should practice well and break through the realm when you should. I want others to see you following me to enjoy the good life, so that others will not think that I abuse you. It's no problem to buy horse bones with 1,000 gold coins. And Ji Changsheng is willing to pay 1,000 gold coins to set an example for others. But the horse bones have to stand up by themselves. Sui Tinghuai smiled bitterly. We don't want to practice so slowly. But before Linglong Fairy was invincible in the world, we dare not let go of practice. Once there is too much killing, Linglong Fairy's sword will come. It's incredible that Wan Rusong can practice the 10,000 souls banner. Hearing Sui Tinghuai say this, Ji Changsheng's heart moved. It seems that the test given to him by the Holy Lady Hawan was not so easy to complete. No wonder he seemed to have stunned Saint Hawan when he showed off his magic skills when he first met her. Saint Hawan had never thought that he could practice the 100 souls banner. It's like some people say to their suitors, if you pick the moon, I will marry you. Ji Changsheng really picked the moon. At the beginning, Ji Changsheng didn't realize the value of doing this. Judging from the performance of Sui Tinghuai's 5 true disciples, he did give Saint Hawan a little shock. And repeat, Fairy Linglong really suppressed the heavenly demon sect too badly. Once they are oppressed for a long time, the backlash will be shocking once they turn over. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng frowned and said in a deep voice, Fairy Linglong is about to ascend to heaven. From now on, the cultivation world will be the world of our Holy Church. With me here, your cultivation resources will definitely increase greatly in the future. Don't worry. Thank you, young master. The 4 people thanked him sincerely this time, having witnessed Ji Changsheng's methods with their own eyes. They also have great confidence in Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng felt a little pressure. The entire Tianma sect is now full of bloodthirsty desires, just waiting for Fairy Linglong to ascend to heaven. And then the era of Tianma sect will begin. This is not good. Of course, you can practice, and you can practice magic, but the Tianma sect's practice method is definitely wrong. If these people are really allowed to practice, It will only cause great suffering. I still have to be responsible for guiding them. Ji Changsheng sighed faintly. My wife's sword can suppress the world, but it can only treat the symptoms after all. I don't have the invincible strength of my wife. So let's try to cure the root cause. When Ji Changsheng was instructing several true disciples to go the right way, he suddenly received a message from the Holy Lady of Hawan. Bring Yu Lao Mo to the soul-breaking palace. There will be a good show to watch. Ji Changsheng glanced at Lan Jujun and thought that there will be a good show to watch here too. But the good show is over here. Ji Changsheng felt that the Holy Lady of Hawan and Yu Lao Mo didn't need to know the inside story. They just needed to congratulate him on becoming the young master. As for the Holy Lady of Hawan, of course I have to go and see. The Holy Lady of Hawan has never been a person who shoots without a target. Su Qiong, contact the leader and ask him to go to the soul-breaking palace. We will go too. Ji Changsheng was ready to take them along, to give Saint Hawan and Yu Lao Mo a little shock. At the same time, he also told them the good news that he had become the young master. A moment later, Ji Changsheng had already arrived at the soul-breaking palace. Li Daoyan, wearing a mask, had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw Ji Changsheng appear, he immediately called Ji Changsheng, Changsheng. Here, follow me in. Ji Changsheng recognized the voice as Li Daoyan. Why are you hiding so tightly? Ji Changsheng asked. Li Daoyan said frankly, my identity is more sensitive in the heavenly demon sect, so it is safer to hide it. Young master. Who is this? It was Sui Tinghuai who asked. But the other three women also looked at Ji Changsheng. They didn't recognize Li Daoyan either. Ji Changsheng once again realized the value of Li Daoyan, the fake young master. Even the true disciples couldn't recognize him. So there was really no possibility that his cheap nephew would inherit the heavenly demon sect. In the past, Ji Changsheng would help Li Daoyan hide his identity. Now it is not necessary. This is our fake young master of the holy religion, the stupid son of the leader and his wife. Don't worry. He is one of us. He listens to me. The eyes of the four living true disciples, including Ren Suqiong, looking at Ji Changsheng changed again. Even that useless young master was subdued? The wife also accepted this. Who is the dog owner? He has practiced so many holy instruments, and he knows this useless young master. The true disciples looked at each other. No one dared to discuss, but their hearts were full of imagination. Ji Changsheng did not mean to explain. Being a little mysterious is a good thing for the superior. He looked at Li Daoyan. The saint said there was something interesting to watch. What was it? Cha Sheng. You are here too? Why are you together? After receiving Ren Suqiong's message, Yu Lao Mo also rushed to the soul-breaking palace. Then he found that several true disciples of the Saint Church were following Ji Changsheng. Wait, Wan Rusong is dead? Meng Jiayin is also dead? Yu Lao Mo's body was a little stiff. The previous bloody battles between the true disciples took place inside Ji Changsheng's cave, with a protective formation to cover up the breath. And it didn't take long in total. Yu Lao Mo just received a report from below, saying that the soul lamps of Meng Jiayin and Wan Rusong were extinguished. He looked at Ji Changsheng stiffly, then looked at Lan Jujun, Wan Renjiayu and Sui Tinghuai who were still alive, and soon realized the truth. Cha Sheng, did you kill Wan Rusong and Meng Jiayin? Ji Changsheng didn't say anything, just glanced at Lan Jujun and Wan Renjiayu. Lan Jujun understood what Ji Changsheng meant, took a deep breath, and reported, Master, I killed Meng Jiayin. I joined the demon-slaying team formed by the young master, and found evidence of Meng Jiayin's collusion with the Tantian Chamber of Commerce. So under the leadership of the young master, I decisively eliminated Meng Jiayin, a righteous demon. Yu Lao Mo. Wan Renjiayu quickly added, Master, I killed Wan Rusong. Like senior sister Lan, I also joined the demon-slaying team formed by the young master. And then under the wise leadership of the young master, I saw the true face of Wan Rusong as a righteous demon, and then killed Wan Rusong for the sake of justice. Yu Lao Mo's mood was very complicated. He looked at Sui Tinghuai. What did you do again? Sui Tinghuai was ashamed. The disciple has also joined the young master's demon suppression team. Yu Lao Mo was speechless. Ji Changsheng finally spoke. Congratulations. Master. Congratulations. Master. Get rid of these two undercovers planted by Tantian Chamber of Commerce in our holy church, and the future of the holy church will surely be bright. What could Yu Lao Mo say? He could only smile bitterly. These are two true disciples. The Tianma sect, as the leader of the demonic camp, has only 5 true disciples in total. It is no exaggeration to say that these 5 true disciples are likely to inherit the Tianma sect in the future. In other words, these 5 people are all reserve Yulao Mo. Even if they are worse, they are not much worse. As long as they continue to grow, the Tianma sect will definitely have 5 more masters in 100 years. As a result, Ji Changsheng killed 2 of them in a few seconds. This is also a huge loss for the Tianma sect. The true disciples can fight internally, but killing them directly is too much, and you acted too quickly. Yulao Mo was very troubled. I just asked you to pick a cave. How did you kill 2 true disciples? Yulao Mo looked at Ren Suqiong and frowned. Suqiong, didn't I ask you to watch Cha Sheng? Ren Suqiong said innocently, Master, why don't you let me kill you Ling Long? Can Cha Sheng be watched? Yulao Mo couldn't refute. Ren Suqiong added, Master, if it weren't for me, maybe senior sister Lan, senior sister Wenren, and senior brother Sui would have become righteous demons now. It can't be said that she didn't have any merit. Yulao Mo looked at the 3 true disciples who were still alive, and subconsciously felt that what Ren Suqiong said was right. Cha Sheng, you actually kept 3. You've made progress. Yulao Mo began to pua himself. Ji Changsheng was amused by Yulao Mo's words. This cheap father seemed to have been trained half by himself. In this case, he must give face. So Ji Changsheng said modestly, it's all the good of the headmaster. I just follow the local customs. Since I came to the Holy Church, of course, I have to learn the style of the disciples of the Holy Church. Yulao Mo, Cha Sheng, you really think too highly of the Holy Church and underestimate yourself. I always feel that the Holy Church can adapt to Cha Sheng. No wonder Mu Xian has a headache when he sees Cha Sheng. He now understands Mu Xian very well. He also started to have a headache. But this is his own son. What can he do? Can he kill his relatives for the sake of justice? Wan Rusong and Meng Jiayin have many high-level people in the Holy Church behind them. Their deaths will never end so easily. What are you going to do about the aftermath? Yulao Mo asked. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, Master, I am a compassionate person. I dare not even kill a chicken. Their death has nothing to do with me. Lan Zhujun immediately said, I killed Meng Jiayin. I will take care of the aftermath. When Ren Jiayi glanced at Yulao Mo and said, as long as the master does not pursue it, our Wenren family will solve the death of Wan Rusong. Yulao Mo, how did Changsheng do it? At his age, I definitely don't have such means. Yulao Mo is very worried. In 2 years, when others mention him, they will call him Little Ji Changsheng. Yulao Mo is even more worried. If Ji Changsheng stays in the Holy Church for another 2 years, will there be any living people in the Holy Church? Master, let's go in. Madam said there is a good show inside. Well, let's see what she is up to. Yulao Mo led everyone into the soul-breaking palace. The moment he stepped into the palace, Yulao Mo had an idea and concealed his breath for himself and others. He once glanced at them vaguely, and then continued to deal with the guest in front of him. Lu Mengyang, let this guest take off his disguise. This palace does not cooperate with people who hide their heads and show their tails. Lu Mengyang looked at the guest. The guest pondered for a moment, followed suit, and took off his cover. Ji Changsheng was shocked. What the hell is this? Ji Changsheng knew that Yulao Mo had covered up. With Yulao Mo's strength, the cover he made was only seen through by Yu Linglong in this world, and he was not afraid of being discovered. Yulao Mo's eyes narrowed. It is indeed a ghost thing, with a tiger head and dragon feet, python eyes and dragon eyebrows. It is a ghost goddess. He Huan Seng's reaction was basically the same as Yulao Mo's. It is said that the deputy leader of Huangquan sect, Ghost Goddess, has a tiger head and dragon feet, python eyes and dragon eyebrows. Seeing her today, it is indeed true to her reputation. The main character is a human-like person. The Ghost Goddess spoke with a gloomy and hoarse voice, saying, you should call me Ghost Mother. I am more accustomed to this name. Others also reacted. Ren Suqiong whispered, Ghost Mother, deputy leader of Huangquan sect. Wherever she goes, she will use the secret technique of Huangquan sect to make the women around her give birth to ghost babies. So she is called Ghost Mother. The most outrageous thing is that she will eat those newly born ghost babies to satisfy her appetite. 50 years ago, she fell into the hands of Qinglian's Sword Immortal, and was severely injured by Qinglian's Sword Immortal. She has not been born for 50 years. I didn't expect that she would come to our holy sect now. Ji Changsheng digested this information, and looked at Lu Mingyang. The point is that Lu Mingyang and Ghost Mother have come together, and are plotting to overthrow the leader. Ji Chansheng is right. Lu Mingyang did have this plan. Madam, Huangquan sect wants to form an alliance with our holy sect and Hahuan sect. Ghost Mother came to visit in person, and showed her sincerity. What do you think? Hahuan Saint said calmly. To form an alliance with the holy sect, we should look for the leader. Lu Mingyang smiled slightly. Ghost Mother is looking for the leader. Hahuan Saint and Lu Mingyang looked at each other, and said with emotion, Yu Linglong is about to ascend to heaven. At this time, I dare not offend you, Lao Mo. You actually want to replace her. You are really courageous, Lu Mingyang said confidently. With the help of Madame, and the help of Emperor Huangquan. How difficult is it to kill Yu Lao Mo and replace him? The Ghost Mother spoke together, Saintess. Yu Linglong is about to ascend. And Yu Lao Mo thought that his era is about to begin. But as long as you and Master Lu stand on our side, there will be no era for him. Only our era. We will usher in the prosperity of magic cultivation. Please, Madam, join us. As long as you join, the Master will personally visit the Sword Immortal. Ji Chansheng subconsciously looked at Yu Lao Mo. For a moment, Ji Chansheng was really a little worried about Yu Lao Mo's safety, because the Ghost Mother's words did not seem to be a dream. As long as the Holy Lady Hahuan joined the group, the Ghost Mother's words would most likely become a reality. The power of Fairy Linglong is intermittent, and she can suppress the world by herself. But Yu Lao Mo is still unable to suppress all the major sects of the demon cult by herself. Of course, Ji Chansheng was not sure whether his cheap adoptive father had the ability. So he asked directly, Master, if the Ghost Mother's words become reality, can you handle it? Yu Lao Mo shook his head grimly. Except Yu Linglong, no one can deal with the joint efforts of the four major sections. That's a bit troublesome. Leader, it seems that you have not become the world's #1, but you have become a thorn in the eyes of many people. Yu Lao Mo did not speak, because this is normal. All the world's #1 will be attacked by the crowd, and the one who can sit firmly is the real world's #1. Yu Linglong's reputation is also earned through fighting. Over the years, Xuandu Temple and Yu Linglong have withstood countless challenges, but Yu Linglong is still high above, and Xuandu Temple has always stood firm. So later, Yu Linglong and Xuandu Temple have a special status. Yu Lao Mo and Tianma sect also have to go through this stage. Only the world's #1 who fights through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood will leave the deepest memory for others. The other few true disciples also realize the seriousness of the matter. But they are not stupid. Lan Zhujun quickly said, since Madame asked the leader to come here, it means that she does not want to cooperate with Huangquan sect. Ren Suqiong said frankly, Madame probably did not expect Huangquan sect to be able to do this. If Madame had known that Huangquan sect had such power, she would definitely be tempted. Ren Suqiong was right. Saint Hahuan did not expect Huangquan sect to be able to do this. According to the design of Ghost Mother, the strength of their camp is indeed enough to get rid of Yu Lao Mo. But Saint Hahuan is much smarter than Ren Suqiong and Huangquan sect thought. Although Saint Hahuan was also shocked, she quickly asked a key question. Isn't Emperor Huangquan afraid that the Sword Immortal is Yu Lao Mo? This is very likely. It has been rumored that there are only 4 great Sword Immortals in the world, and Zhujiangxian is just one of them pretending to be one of them. Among them, most people speculate that Yu Lao Mo is Zhujiangxian. After all, Fairy Linglong cultivates merits, and Qinglian Sword Immortal cultivates righteousness. Yi Jianxian is a possibility, but he is dead. Yu Lao Mo's devilish style is the most similar to Zhujiangxian's style of killing people for money. However, Huangquan sect has different opinions on this. The Ghost Mother's explanation is reasonable. Zhujiangxian cannot be Yu Lao Mo. Yu Lao Mo was beaten by Yu Linglong for 20 years, and dared not leave the Holy Church. During these 20 years, Zhujiangxian did it, and more than once. In the same time and space, Zhujiangxian and Yu Lao Mo appeared at the same time. Hahuan Saint nodded slowly. This explanation is reasonable. What if the Sword Immortal is Linglong Fairy, or Qinglian Sword Immortal? Ghost Mother laughed. Qinglian Sword Immortal is impossible. He doesn't have the IQ to keep the Assassin's League running. Otherwise, Jiangxi would not be the leader of Danqing Pavilion. Hahuan Saint. Reasonable. Yu Linglong is even more impossible. She is already invincible. Why should she hide her head and show her tail? Ghost Mother said, Saint. In fact, we in Huangquan sect have already been somewhat sure of the true identity of the Sword Immortal. Oh! Hahuan Saint and Yu Lao Mo were both interested. Ghost Mother explained, Saint, don't forget the name of the Sword Immortal. Huan Saint was moved. Is the Sword Immortal a disciple of Jiejiao? Ghost Mother smiled. After the Ghost Immortal came to the world, he once told the sect master a few things. There is a poem that says, "It is good to kill the immortals, and it is deadly to kill the immortals. The immortals are surrounded by red light. The changes of the immortals are infinite and wonderful, and the blood of the Daoyuo immortals is stained on their clothes." Yu Lao Mo's expression also began to change. The changes of the absolute immortal are infinite and wonderful, and the blood of the Daoyuo immortal is stained on his clothes. Saint, please taste this poem carefully. Huan Saint looked at the Ghost Mother deeply. She guessed that Yu Linglong was the absolute Sword Immortal, but there was no evidence, and the Ghost Mother's words shook her judgment. If that is true, this is indeed feasible. Huan Saint nodded slightly. What are your specific plans and sincerity? As long as the Saint agrees, with the power of our four sects, Yu Lao Mo will have no power to resist. Ghost Mother said, as for our sincerity, is Qi enough? Huan Saint frowned. What do you mean? Qi has now fallen into the hands of our Huangquan sect. The Huangquan sect is willing to give all the food resources of 500 million people to the Holy Church, and the Huan sect for the two sects to practice. Huan Saint suddenly changed color. Yu Linglong hasn't ascended yet. How dare Huangquan sect be so bold? This is against the Immortal Sect Covenant. Ghost Mother said calmly, we haven't started yet, but the preparations have been completed. Once Yu Linglong ascends, Qi will immediately become a meal for the Holy Church and the Huan sect. At that time, the disciples of the Holy Church can practice the exercises without restraint, and the disciples of the Huan sect can practice at will. The resources of 500 million people are enough to greatly improve the strength of the disciples of the two sects in a very short period of time, and then help Master Lu and the Saint to enhance their prestige and win the hearts of the people. Hearing what the Ghost Mother said, Ji Chengxing's face suddenly darkened. No wonder my wife is so strong. Her merits are not on the surface at all. Those who are good at fighting have no glorious achievements. For hundreds of years, if there was no fairy Linglong, I don't know what chaos this world would have been like. Although there are also some despicable and filthy people among the righteous cultivators, they will at least cover up on the surface. The demon sects are too lazy to even put on a show. Without Yu Linglong's pressure on the world, these demon sects will completely let themselves go, and the end result will be the destruction of all living beings and being slaughtered. It feels like the human beings in Journey to the West who become the blood food of demons. This is of course something that Ji Changsheng cannot tolerate, let alone the merits of humanity. This behavior alone is very anti-human in Ji Changsheng's eyes. He is a human being. Of course, he does not accept anti-human demon cultivators. The Huangquan sect deserves death. Ji Changsheng's murderous intent boiled. Yu Laoma thought that Ji Changsheng was worried about him, and he was quite moved in his heart. Cha Sheng, don't worry. With me here, they can't turn the world upside down, Yu Laoma said. Ji Changsheng asked calmly, has the Huangquan sect always been so arrogant? Yu Laoma shook his head, of course not. When Yu Linglong was dominating the world, the Huangquan sect was very well behaved. The red spider lilies were offered to Xuandu Temple on time every year. Now that they see that Yu Linglong is about to ascend, they are beginning to show their true colors with their teeth bared. Master, they are afraid of Yu Linglong, but not you. Ji Changsheng was not making trouble. He was stating the facts. When Yu Linglong was there, the Huangquan sect dared not say a word. When Yu Linglong said she was going to ascend, the Huangquan sect ignored Yu Laomo and even conspired to kill him. This made Yu Laomo very embarrassed. So Yu Laomo, like Ji Changsheng, is now full of murderous intent. I will scare them and see what Madame wants to do. Yu Laomo is ready to take action, but the attitude of the Holy Lady Huan is now ambiguous. Moreover, he didn't know what Saint Huan was planning. If he attacked now, he would alert the enemy. He was worried that Huangquan sect, Huan sect and Assassins League would really unite to attack Tianma sect. Yu Laomo was not Yu Linglong after all, and he didn't have the confidence to ignore everyone in the world. Ghost Mother was also describing to Saint Huan the grand blueprint of Huangquan sect's plan for the future prosperity of magic cultivation. Saint, after Yu Linglong ascends, the world will completely usher in the era of magic cultivation. The Xianming Convention is destined to be abandoned. Without Yu Linglong and Yu Laomo, the world will not be ruled by our four families. Lu Mingyang's eyes gradually became eager. Madam, If I take charge of the Holy Church, I will definitely help you take charge of Huan sect with all my strength. Saint Huan glanced at Lu Mingyang and reminded him, don't forget. You are being targeted by Ji Changsheng. Lu Mingyang laughed, you little boy. What can you do? What about me? As for you Linglong, madam, you Linglong can't come and go freely in all places in this world. Not to mention that she doesn't have much time to stay. Ghost Mother also nodded slowly. Saint, the premise of our Huangquan sect's cooperation with Lord Lu is to help Lord Lu hide his identity and successfully survive until Yu Linglong ascends. Otherwise our cooperation will be just a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water. In this case, let's wait for 3 days. Saint Huan made the decision. After 3 days, Yu Linglong will ascend. If Lu Mingyang is still alive, there is no reason for me not to join the group. Ghost Mother and Lu Mingyang were both overjoyed. With the help of the saint, Yu Laomo is already a withered bone in the tomb. Saint, you will not regret your choice. 5 minutes later, the figures of Ghost Mother and Lu Mingyang disappeared in the soul-breaking palace. Yu Laomo showed up and frowned at Saint Huan. Why didn't you let me take action just now? Saint Huan was surprised that Ji Changsheng had so many true disciples. But she didn't get to the bottom of it now. Instead, she said to Yu Laomo, it's meaningless to kill Lu Mingyang and Ghost Mother now. And you may not be able to kill them. And I don't want to turn against them now. What do you want? Yu Laomo frowned. Holy Lady Huan said, hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. Emperor Huangquan has not even shown his head yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Master, don't you want to know how many people in the Holy Church oppose you? Yu Laomo's heart moved. You want to fish? What good will this do you? Holy Lady Huan sneered. What good will it be if you seek the skin of a tiger? Besides, Linglong has not ascended yet. And Huangquan sect dares to do this. It's simply courting death. I don't want to die with him. Li Huanyan has no confidence in Yu Laomo. But she has too much confidence in Yu Linglong. She is very sure that Ji Changsheng will definitely pass the news to Xuandu Temple. And then to Yu Linglong. As for why she should inform Ji Changsheng instead of quietly cooperating with Huangquan sect, the future described by Huangquan sect is too disorderly. And the disciples of the Holy Church also need order, so that it can last for thousands of years. Master, what do you think? Holy Lady Huan looked at Yu Laomo. Yu Laomo nodded, of course. If it is really as Huangquan sect described, and all mortals are trained to be dead, then Huangquan sect will definitely be happy. How can our Holy Church recruit disciples? No matter how nice, the Ghost Mother said. According to the prosperous age she designed, Huangquan sect will still be the only one in the future. If ordinary people are not given a chance to survive, the consequence is that everyone will become a ghost in the end. The Heavenly Demon sect cannot find a successor, and will sooner or later become a branch of the Yellow Spring sect. Of course, if Yu Laomo and Huan Shengnu do not think about the long term and only think about their own ascension, they can cooperate with the Yellow Spring sect. From the perspective of short-term interests, they can indeed get benefits. But Yu Laomo and Huan Shengnu both have their own backgrounds and families, unlike the underworld sects like the Yellow Spring sect. And those truly unscrupulous disorderly demons in the Heavenly Demon sect have already been killed by Yu Linglong. The fact that Yu Laomo and Huan Shengnu can survive already shows that they are not that evil. Master, I have an idea. Say, cooperate with Yu Linglong. Li Huanyan began to smuggle private goods. Before Yu Linglong ascends, we will cooperate with Yu Linglong to catch all these evil thieves with ulterior motives. I can also improve Linglong's favorability. Linglong has always misunderstood me, thinking that I am a demon in troubled times. Li Huanyan wants to prove with practical actions that although I, Li Huanyan, have the final say on whether the world is in chaos or not. But if you, Yu Linglong, don't want the world to be in chaos, I will help you maintain law and order. Yu Laomo didn't know about the private goods of the Saint Huan, but the proposal of the Saint Huan touched him. Cooperation with Yu Linglong is indeed possible. It is indeed difficult for me to deal with so many people alone. If Yu Linglong stands on our side, everything will not be a problem. Yu Laomo pondered and said, but the human religion has its own inheritance. If I cooperate with Yu Linglong, I must sign a city alliance. Once the Heavenly Tao contract is established, it will be difficult to regret it later. How will the holy religion develop in the future? Yu Laomo does not want to see a chaotic world. He is about to become the #1 in the world. Naturally, he hopes that the world will get better and better under his leadership, so that it will be convenient for him and the Tianma sect to continue to improve their strength. But as the leader of the Tianma sect, he certainly cannot follow the Xianmen Convention. The Xianmen Convention is definitely a restriction on the development of the demon sect. Yu Laomo wants to make his own rules. But if he cooperates with Yu Linglong, he must let Yu Linglong make the rules. This is a dead end. Saint Huan told him that this is not a dead end. Master, take a closer look at Ji Changsheng. Yu Laomo looked at Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng was full of righteousness and welcomed Yu Laomo's gaze. Saint Huan smiled and said, Master, do you think Ji Changsheng is a demon cultivator? Old demon, you nodded. Of course. Changsheng is a demon star. You probably don't know that Wan Rusong and Ming Jiayin have been killed by him. And Lan Jujun. Wan Renjiayu and Sui Tinghui have also accepted Changsheng as their young master. What? Saint Huan was shocked. She really didn't know about this. Just now, she was dealing with Lu Mingyang and the ghost mother. After hearing what old demon you said, Saint Huan knew what happened and looked at Lan Jujun in shock. Lan Jujun immediately complained. Saint, Ji Changsheng tricked me into drinking Yu Linglong's husband's ashes. Old demon Yu and Saint Huan's legs softened at the same time. They didn't dare to do this. He also poisoned me and took me as a slave. Saint, you have to save me. Loyalty is impossible. With the backer in front of her, Lan Jujun certainly wanted to defect immediately. But her backer disappointed her. Saint Huan came back to her senses from her shock, looked at Ji Changsheng, who was smiling and full of righteousness, and sighed helplessly. Jujun, I can really help you get rid of Ji Changsheng's control now. Lan Jujun's face was happy, but it immediately froze. Because He Huan Saint continued, but I help you this time. What will I do next time? He Huan Saint said faintly, could it be that this palace has been your guard? Or are you sure that you can quickly improve your strength to surpass Ji Changsheng? Or are you sure that you can kill him? Lan Jujun. Serve him well first. He Huan Saint pointed out, Ji Changsheng's character is not good, but he is always generous to his own people. As long as you do things well, he will not treat you unfairly. Lan Jujun burst into tears, knelt on the ground again, and hugged Ji Changsheng's thighs. Master, Lan Nu was wrong. Lan Nu will go to warm your bed tonight. Yu Laomo and He Huan Saint had some twitching eyes when they saw this. This is the direct descendant of the leader of the He Huan sect. It turned out that he was directly Lan Nu. The holy maiden of Huan complained, Ji Changsheng, you are playing a lot. Yu Laomo was also a little scalp tingling. If the leader of the Huan sect knew what happened, it would be strange if he didn't become an enemy of the heavenly demon sect. Changsheng, can you restrain yourself a little? Ji Changsheng spread his hands. Master, Madam, I didn't do anything. It was Lan Nu who was too dramatic. Lan Nu knelt on the ground, trembling. The holy maiden of Huan was also powerless to complain. She said to Yu Laomo, Master, you also said that there is no seed more suitable for cultivating magic than Ji Changsheng. But he is also an absolute genius in Xuandu Temple, with infinite merits. Yu Laomo's heart moved, and he somewhat understood what the holy maiden of Huan meant. As expected, the holy lady of Huan continued, Master, what future does it have for the holy church to mix with the demonic path? Don't you want to whitewash the holy church and let it be ranked among the righteous sects? Yu Laomo looked at Ji Changsheng. Madam, what you said makes sense. But our holy church's skills are indeed harmful to the harmony of heaven, and are mostly based on killing evil. What should we do? There is no demonic path that does not want to be whitewashed. Yu Laomo first sent Bing Zipping to Xuandu Temple, and later wanted to send Ji Changsheng to Danqing Pavilion, which shows his true thoughts. The demonic path has never hated the righteous path. The demonic path hates that it is not the righteous path. No one has ever hated privileges. They hate that they do not have privileges. If the heavenly demon sect really became the heavenly saint sect, perhaps today's Xuandu Temple will be the heavenly saint sect in the future. Yu Laomo is looking forward to this future. But he doesn't know how to do it, because he is a typical strongman cultivated by the traditional demonic camp. If he knew how to whitewash the demonic path, he would not send his son to the righteous path. Saint Huan actually doesn't know much. After all, the Huan sect is also a demonic faction. But Saint Huan knows how to appoint the right person to the right position. I don't know what to do either. But Ji Changsheng should know. Let him go to Qi State, and try to see if he can explore a new path for the Holy Church. Saint Huan said with a smile, Master, Ji Changsheng has just come to the Holy Church for one day, and has killed 2 true disciples, and the son of a deputy master. Do you still dare to keep Ji Changsheng in the headquarters? Old demon you. I really don't dare. God knows how many people will die in the Holy Church in a month. Saint Huan also said, let Ji Changsheng go down the mountain to cause trouble for others. It just so happens that the Huangquan sect is rampant, and Qi State has 500 million people to explore. Ji Changsheng has not made any contribution to the Holy Church since Xuandu Temple, but he has killed many people. It is definitely difficult to convince the public. He has made contributions, and the position of the young master can convince people. Master, what do you think? Yu Lao Mo's heart was pounding. Indeed, what Madam said makes sense. Cha Sheng, what do you think? Ji Changsheng told the truth. I think as long as I kill all the people in the Holy Church who don't obey me, the rest will naturally be convinced. Yu Lao Mo waved his hand. As long as you agree, I will send you to Qi State, and you will be in charge of the affairs of the Holy Church in Qi State. You can choose the disciples of the Holy Church, and you must explore a new path for our Holy Church. Ji Changsheng, why do I feel that my chief godfather is a little afraid of me? It should be an illusion. But it's not impossible to go to Qi State. The bad things done by Huangquan sect did violate his bottom line. And this is also a good deed. And it can also improve the popularity of Tianma sect. And most importantly, it is necessary to help Tianma sect change its way of life. Otherwise, after Tianma sect completely releases its shackles, it will be more threatening than Huangquan sect with Yu Lao Mo's protection. He must find a way to guide Tianma sect to the right path. Master, Madam, I can go to Qi, but I have a request. You say, cultivators above the level of spiritualization are not allowed to enter Qi. Ji Changsheng said, Qi does not allow anyone with a higher realm than me to exist. When he was in Shenhua, if there was no Linglong sword order prohibiting cultivators above the nascent soul from entering, he would not dare to toss so recklessly. Now that he has reached the level of spiritualization, he asked to be allowed to reach the level of spiritualization. Protect yourself first, then protect others. Yu Lao Mo decisively said, no problem. I will issue a magic sword ban. And cultivators above the level of spiritualization, except you, who enter Qi without permission, will die. Ji Changsheng, I think it is better to ask Fairy Linglong to issue a ban. Yu Lao Mo's face flushed, being looked down upon by his own son. So angry. But he chose to endure. I will listen to you. Then I will accept this task, and go to Qi to explore a new scientific way of cultivating magic for my holy church. Chapter 139. Go to Qi to recruit old subordinates, and start a new path of magic cultivation. But before going to Qi, I still have to clean up the holy church. Ji Changsheng said, a transport captain taught me a sentence. You must first stabilize the country before you can resist foreign aggression. I will not feel at ease if I don't clean up the holy church. Although many people think that the captain is a negative example, who says that only those who stand in the light are heroes. As the 11th Marshal of the Secret Front, isn't the captain's contribution to us not great? He was an undercover agent and became the boss. But he still kept his original intention and continuously transported supplies to his old boss. Isn't it admirable? Ji Changsheng admired him very much. So he also took the captain's words as a guide. The holy church must have a big cleansing. Master, Madam, you don't know that there are too many righteous demons hidden in the holy church. Ji Changsheng said sincerely, after our investigation by the demon suppression team. The truth is simply shocking. The holy church is at the point of life and death. I am afraid that once I go down the mountain, you will not be able to control the situation. Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan are both difficult to comment. Yu Lao Mo looked at the holy lady He Huan and motioned that you should come. I have no temper with him at all. Li Huanyan rolled her eyes unhappily. The master's strength is second only to Linglong, and he will soon be invincible. The holy church is second only to Xuandu Temple, and it will soon be invincible. The holy church is obviously thriving. So how can it be at the point of life and death? If you want to kill someone, just say it directly. Why are you looking for an excuse? Yu Lao Mo added, you can't kill anymore. If you keep killing, after Yu Linglong ascends, there will be no one left in the holy church. Ji Changsheng patiently persuaded, at least Lu Mingyang's troops can't be kept. Leave this to me. Yu Lao Mo said decisively, I will take care of it. You don't have to worry. Ji Changsheng's eyes were full of doubt. Master, Lu Mingyang has grown up under your nose. I can't rest assured. Why does he always feel that Yu Lao Mo is soft-hearted? Ji Changsheng felt that this must not be his problem. It must be that Yu Lao Mo is really soft-hearted. Yu Lao Mo. I am sure that I can suppress him at any time. Cha Sheng. You really don't have to worry. I just can't beat Yu Linglong. And everyone else is trash. Yu Lao Mo said that I was just too lazy to do it. Don't really treat me as a dish. In fact, Ji Changsheng treated Yu Lao Mo as a dish. But Ji Changsheng felt that Yu Lao Mo's fists were too hard, and he didn't understand the essence of cleansing. The important thing is not Lu Mingyang, but to get rid of all the disobedient ones. Ji Changsheng said, these few younger brothers I just accepted, such as Wen Renjiayu, are the second daughter of the head of the Wenren family. She has been taught by the family since she was a child. And she should repay the family. Aren't the territory and resources of the Lu family a good way to repay the family? When Renjiayu's heart moved. And Lan knew, after all, is the direct bloodline of the leader of the Hahuan sect. She even killed Wan Rusong. If she doesn't take advantage of the victory and beat down all the elders and disciples who support Wan Rusong, wouldn't it be a waste of opportunity? If Lan Nu can become the first true disciple of the Holy Church, the support of the Hahuan sect for her will increase greatly. Lan Jujuan's heart also moved. Brother Sui also needs resources for cultivation. But he doesn't have much background. So he can't get too many resources on his own. The resources issued by the Holy Church are also limited. Brother Sui needs unexpected wealth. Since ancient times, a horse cannot grow fat without night grass. And a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. But there are certain risks in taking action against outsiders. The Lu family, Meng Jiayin, and Wan Rusong are all confirmed righteous demons. Taking action against their factions is a just harvest. And Brother Sui's resources for promotion to the God of Incarnation will be secure. Sui Tinghui felt that the young master was wise. Master, the Holy Church needs a cleansing to complete the restructuring of power and the redistribution of resources. Ji Changsheng patiently taught, don't always rely on a pair of fists to conquer the world. Do you think you are Yu Linglong? Fighting and killing cannot solve all the problems of the Holy Church. You must learn to integrate the resources of the Holy Church. Yu Lao Mo. Uncomfortable. Being taught a lesson by my own son. What's even more uncomfortable is being despised by my own son. Why am I not Yu Linglong? 3 days later. I will also be the best in the world. We are both the best in the world. Is there a problem with Yu Linglong and I being evenly matched? Yu Linglong can solve all problems by fighting and killing. So why can't I? You be high? Yu Lao Mo was not convinced. Cha Sheng. You go to take charge of Chi's affairs. And I will let you do it with full authority. As for the disputes within the Holy Church, I will solve them myself. Yu Lao Mo is arbitrary, and doesn't want to continue to entangle with Ji Changsheng. This child is too murderous. If Ji Changsheng said, Yu Lao Mo felt that half of the people in the Holy Church would be purged. After all, it was the foundation of the demon cult. And it was too easy to catch the handle of the disciples of the demon cult. Yu Lao Mo certainly couldn't let Ji Changsheng do it. Ji Changsheng shook his head. I felt that Yu Lao Mo's vision was still too narrow. If you don't let me kill him now, I will still kill him when I become the leader in the future. A new emperor has new ministers. Moreover, this group of Tianma cult members are suppressed too harshly by Yu Linglong. Ji Changsheng felt that it would be difficult for them to listen to him and clean themselves up. They would definitely deliberately delay in executing his orders. The disciples of the demon cult trained under the old ideas will inevitably resist the impact of new ideas. This is not that they must be enemies with Ji Changsheng, but it is human nature. It is better to train a new batch of people. Well, let Yu Lao Mo stabilize the situation first. After my position in the heavenly demon sect is consolidated, I will do the cleansing. Ji Changsheng did not force it. Okay. Then the leader and the lady must control the overall situation. Don't let me do well in Chi state. But you will fail in the rear. Ji Changsheng reminded. This kind of thing has happened before. Marshal Yu won victory after victory on the front line, and was about to attack Huanglong. But Wan Yinggo chose to surrender. Ji Changsheng asked himself if he was loyal and brave as Marshal Yu. But he could not let a waste like Wan Yinggo fall into the trap. What can Yu Lao Mo say? He could only emphasize again, if Yu Linglong does not take action, this seed is invincible in the world. I hope so. Saint Hahuan suddenly said, Leader, Yu Linglong has come out of retreat. Ji Changsheng's heart moved. Yu Lao Mo also narrowed his eyes, looked deeply at the Holy Lady of Hahuan, and admired, Madam is really well informed. Even Xuandu Temple is under your watch. The Holy Lady of Hahuan smiled slightly, Master, Are you going to talk to Yu Linglong? Or should I go? Let's go together. Yu Lao Mo wanted to tie the Holy Lady of Huan to death on the chariot. The game is very complicated. Although Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan have huge contradictions, they also have huge interests in many aspects. Fighting but not breaking is their current situation. When Yu Linglong appeared, Yu Lao Mo and Li Huanyan immediately shifted their attention. Cha Sheng. You can choose any disciple under the holy teaching. Yu Lao Mo ordered. Take as many as you want to Qi State. And leave in an hour. He didn't dare to let Ji Chansheng stay in the headquarters for too long. Ji Chansheng nodded. Since Yu Linglong is back, he can go to Qi State without any worries. Yu Lao Mo is unreliable. But his wife is very reliable. He tossed so hard in Sheng State. But in the end, not even a Yuaning cultivator dared to destroy Linglong's sword order from outside. The deterrent power of Linglong Ferry can be seen. With Yu Linglong as a backing, Ji Chansheng is very relieved. I will take all 4 of them down the mountain and cultivate their strength as soon as possible. Ji Chansheng looked at the 4 living true disciples with some disdain. You are a true disciple of the Holy Church. But you don't even have 100 souls banner in your hand. It's really embarrassing for the Holy Church. The 4 of them bowed their heads together. After seeing Ji Chengsheng's umbrella of 10,000 people, they really felt the gap with Ji Lao Mo. Ji Lao Mo is qualified to say such things. You should bring your trusted followers with you. Ji Chansheng ordered. They are still needed to eliminate the disciples of Huangquan sect. And the young disciples of the Holy Church need to grow up as soon as possible. Ji Chansheng is still very young. He wants to reshape the Heavenly Demon sect. And of course, he has to start with the young disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect. The elders of the Heavenly Demon sect, who are above the level of God transformation, will not pay attention to him. The 4 of them accepted the order together. Go. Gather in front of my cave in an hour. Ji Chansheng and the 4 chose to leave. The 4 true disciples went to gather their old subordinates, including Ren Suqiang. They all have a large number of supporters. Ji Chansheng also chose to gather his old subordinates. He does not have a direct lineage in the Holy Church. But Ji Chansheng has a lot of direct lineage in the righteous sect. Ji Chansheng immediately sent a message to Li Changxi. Senior sister, do you want to go to Qi to play? Ji Chansheng confirmed that Li Changxi's realm was definitely higher than the state of transformation. But it doesn't matter. My first wife set the ban. So what's wrong with my legal wife violating it? Li Changxi didn't reply. It seems that she is busy or in seclusion. Ji Chansheng was not in a hurry. Ji Chansheng continued to contact the next concubine along the contact list. Hongya. What are you busy with recently? Ing Hongya was online and slowly typed I just returned to Danqing Pavilion. Ji Chansheng recalled that it seemed that he had just returned to the Tianma sect. Hongya. I have transformed into a spirit. Puff. Inside Danqing Pavilion, Ing Hongya sprayed a mouthful of tea on Zhua Fenghua. Zhua Fenghua was stunned. After she was brought back to Danqing Pavilion, she was unfamiliar with the place. Although Jiangxi's attitude was very good, Jiangxi was the head of Danqing Pavilion. And of course, he would not always bring her with him. Ing Hongya volunteered to be Zhua Fenghua's mentor. The 2 girls were just chatting casually to cultivate their feelings. As a result, Ing Hongya picked up the sound transmission note and saw something. And she lost her composure like this. Sister Hongya. Are you okay? It's okay. It's okay. Ing Hongya waved her hand and apologized hurriedly. Sorry. Junior sister. I was too shocked. Zhua Fenghua nodded, not taking it seriously, but curiously asked, Sister Hongya, who are you talking to? Ji Chansheng. Zhua Fenghua's eyes lit up. Benefactor? The reason why she was willing to follow Ing Hongya was because Ing Hongya went to Shenhua with Ji Chansheng and actually did her a favor. But the one who had done her the greatest favor was naturally Ji Chansheng. Ing Hongya nodded, without hiding anything, and started a video call with Ji Chansheng in front of Zhua Fenghua. Cha Sheng. What kind of beast are you? How did you become a god directly? I remember that when we separated, you had just broken through the nascent soul realm. Ji Chansheng explained. You became a god after killing a few demon cubs in the heavenly demon religion. There really are no good people in the demon religion. Ing Hongya. I really can't stand the progress of you beast. It simply disturbs my Tao heart. Hongya. Are you still in the Foundation Establishment realm? Ing Hongya said weakly. I'm 22 this year. Is the Foundation Establishment realm bad? Everyone says I'm a genius. Ji Chansheng said frankly. It's not bad. But with your cultivation level, You can only be my concubine. If you want to compete for the main wife, you're afraid they will kill you at will. Ing Hongya clenched her pink fist quietly. They? How many competitors are there? Ji Changsheng changed the subject smoothly. Go to Qi State. Don't stay in Danqing Pavilion. It's meaningless. I will help you quickly advance to the nascent soul stage. Ing Hongya looked at Ji Changsheng, who had now become a god, and really couldn't say no. In front of Ji Changsheng's beastly speed, the cultivation rules taught by the elders, who passed on the scriptures, were completely insignificant. If he could reach a new realm every day, Ing Hongya felt that he could completely accept that his foundation was not solid enough. What are you going to Qi State for? Qi State has been infiltrated by the Huangquan sect, and 500 million people will soon become blood food. A great merit is waiting for us. I will prepare my luggage right away. Okay. Then we will meet in Qi State. Ji Changsheng nodded, and then waved to Zhou Fenghua, Xiao Fenghua. Goodbye. Goodbye, benefactor. Ing Hongya decisively ended the call, and then seriously reminded Zhou Fenghua, Fenghua, stay away from Ji Changsheng. He is a scumbag. Zhou Fenghua blinked. Then why did you get close to her? Senior sister Hongya? Ing Hongya's face flushed. I am here for cultivation. Oh! Zhou Fenghua stretched out her tone. Ing Hongya pressed on directly. You are making fun of me. Hee hee. Senior sister Hongya. Don't tickle me. It's itchy. The two women happily fought together, and Zhou Fenghua laughed happily. Although she had just arrived at Danqing Pavilion, she liked this atmosphere very much. After dealing with his concubine, Ji Changsheng contacted his other confidant, Sister Qingqing. Have you returned to Xuandu Temple? Yu Qingqing seemed to be online in real time and quickly replied, yes. I just completed the true disciple ceremony. Congratulations to Sister Qingqing for being a true disciple and taking charge of the sect's magic sword. It's still early, and my master is still in charge. I will become the next law enforcement elder after the temple master is replaced. Chasheng. What do you want to talk to me about? Sister Qingqing. Do you want to become a god? I have already become a god. You just reached the nascent soul stage. Right? When the opportunity comes, it can't be stopped. Sister Qingqing. If you want to quickly advance to the god transformation realm, go to Qi State, and I will give you an opportunity. By the way, you can bring more disciples of Xuandu Temple with you. When Ji Changsheng betrayed Xuandu Temple, he cleaned himself up very well. Even if he met the disciples of Xuandu Temple again, there would be no conflict. Even if a conflict does occur, it's others who should be worried. Ji Changsheng was naturally not worried. Yu Qingqing reacted quickly. What happened in Qi? Yes, Qi was targeted by Huangquan sect, and 500 million people were in danger. Yu Qingqing's tone quickly became serious. This is an act that violates the Xianin Convention, and Xuandu Temple has the obligation to help. I will organize the disciples and rush to Qi at noon tomorrow at the latest. Ji Changsheng's style of leaving at any time will not work in major sects. Ji Changsheng expressed his understanding. Large organizations are inefficient. He has been to the end of the universe and has a deep understanding of this. By the way, Sister Qingqing, take Brother Chao Ziming with you. Ji Changsheng reminded. Brother Chao is stuck at the peak of the golden core, and I will help him advance to the nascent soul. And Brother Chao is also making rapid progress now, and can be a good helper. Well, why don't you talk to him yourself? Busy. There are a lot of people to contact. His old subordinates are not just Ing Hongya and Yu Qingqing. There are two Huan Nu and a good demon brother. After a while, his good demon brother Prince Jiao rejected his invitation. Brother Ji, recently your human race has been fighting fiercely. Fairy Linglong is about to ascend to heaven. The world has changed. The elders of the 10,000 demons have blocked the borders. You can only enter but not leave within 3 days. Ji Changsheng thought that it seemed that the demon race was really declining. At least in this world. The change in the world is a good time to fish in troubled waters. The 10,000 demons did not even fish, but hid far away. This must be a painful lesson learned from blood and tears. Otherwise it would not be like this. What a pity. I wanted to have a drink with Brother Jiao. Ji Changsheng was telling the truth. After all, this is the son of the Jiao Demon King. There is no harm in making friends. Prince Jiao said sincerely, I feel sorry for you. Brother Ji, we have a long way to go. That's fine. After ending the contact with Ji Changsheng, Prince Jiao wiped the cold sweat from his head and finally relaxed. The fox demon princess next to him sneered. Little Jiao. Why did you become so timid after going to Shenghua? Prince Jiao glanced at the unruly fox demon and reminded him seriously. The elder's reminders are all right. Don't take it lightly. Humans are cunning and cruel. Stay away from humans and cherish life. The fox demon sneered. Can we foxes be more cunning? After Yu Linglong ascends, our Wenyao kingdom will definitely expand its territory. Let me meet the Ji Chongqing at that time. Prince Jiao. Live well. The good brother rejected his invitation. But the other two Huan slaves did not refuse. Meng Jinjin not only did not refuse, but was also very happy. Master, did you kill Meng Jiayin? Ji Chongqing thought that both of them had the surname Meng, and asked curiously, do you two know each other? Meng Jinjin said, we have the same father but different mothers. Meng Jiayin is my elder brother. My father married my mother after Meng Jiayin's mother died. Meng Jiayin has always disliked me and my mother since he was a child. His death at the hands of the master is really a relief. Ji Chongqing, why did Meng Jiayin dislike you and your mother? Meng Jinjin explained, he always thought that it was my mother who poisoned her mother. And that's why she replaced her mother as the mistress of the Ming family. It's so funny. My mother is not that kind of person at all. I was the one who poisoned her. Ji Chongqing. It's hard to judge. It's really a demon cult witch. The demon cult witch here is cruel and ruthless. And the compassionate nun of Guanyin Temple is no less. Master, can I take more disciples of Guanyin Temple to Qi? Sheng Jiayan asked. Ji Chongqing was a little surprised. Yes. But if you take too many, they will be in danger. And the disciples of Guanyin Temple may not accept my style of doing things. Sheng Jiayan said faintly, Master, can you control them too? I will help you. Ji Chongqing. Well, it seems that Guanyin Temple really has no means to solve the Demon Desire Sutra. Sheng Jiayan can't find a solution. So she can only go all the way. As long as everyone's umbrellas are torn into pieces, everyone will get wet together, which is equivalent to not getting wet. Master, I want to continue to make progress in Guanyin Temple. Looking at Sheng Jiayan's weak big eyes, how could Ji Shanren bear to say no? Be good. Master will help you. An hour later, outside Ji Chongqing's cave, led by the 4 true disciples, the disciples of the demonic sect gathered more than 100 people. After seeing Ji Chongqing come out, Lan Zhujun was the first to speak. Young master, let me introduce you. Ji Chongqing interrupted Lan Zhujun. No need. We will go to Qi first. Speed is of the essence. We will get to know people later. The extras don't need to have names. It's not too late to get to know them when they're useful. Ji Chongqing pays attention to efficiency. If it weren't for the time required to set up the teleportation array to Qi, he wouldn't have waited for this hour. A moment later, Ji Chongqing and his party set foot on the teleportation array of the demonic sect to Qi. 5 minutes later, Ji Chongqing walked out of the teleportation array and instantly felt the energy coming towards him. Lan Zhujun followed closely behind, and his expression changed immediately. Master, young master, I just made an eye observation, and it seems that half of the women in Qi are pregnant with ghost babies. I'm afraid that the ghost mother has been to Qi. What a big deal. Ji Chongqing nodded. He also saw it. Qi is full of death, and the end of the world is approaching. Huangquan sect is really inhuman. Ji Chongqing said faintly. Young master, what should we do next? Everyone looked at Ji Chongqing. Ji Chongqing pondered for a moment, and said decisively, Senior Sister Lan, go open a Huichentang, a disciple of the Holy Church, with both virtue and art, benevolence and medical skills, and support painless childbirth. Forget it. Since you all don't understand, I'll make it simple. I'll help you refine the Wanhun banner first. Cultivating magic starts with practicing medicine. Chapter 140 Industrialized Demon Cultivation. Opening up the pattern. Ren Suqiong was the first to understand Ji Chongqing's meaning, but she was a little dumb when she understood it later. Chongqing, can the ghost baby be used to refine the soul flag? Ji Chongqing asked curiously. Why not? The focus of the soul flag is the soul. Don't ghost babies have souls? Ren Suqiong couldn't refute. The ghost baby has been alive since the moment it was born. Life must have souls. Even if it hasn't grown up yet, it still exists. It's just that all the previous refining of the 100 souls flag was mostly based on the souls of cultivators, or large-scale slaughter of mortals. No demon cultivator has ever deliberately targeted ghost babies. This time, the ghost mother offered so many ghost babies. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't use them? Ghost babies are not human beings. They are food for the ghost mother to cultivate. Instead of giving them to the ghost mother, it is better for us to take them and use them. Ji Changsheng said this with a regretful tone. Not only ghost babies, but countless boys and girls in the world taste the forbidden fruit every day, then get pregnant, and finally abort the fetus. Although the baby is not fully conceived, it is also a life. Aborting it means real death. If our holy church conceives this industry, we can also use the soul flag to give these babies a glimmer of hope. Let these babies live in the soul flag for 20 years. Nourish the quality of the soul flag, and improve the power of the soul flag. After 20 years, their souls will gradually grow stronger, and they can try to turn into ghost cultivators, which is a merit. The soul flag can be used as a meritorious magic weapon, and it does not necessarily have to be a magic weapon. In this way, we can serve the people of the world and improve our own combat effectiveness. It can be a win-win situation. But the group of old people in the Holy Church can only think of fighting and killing. Ji Changsheng took out his umbrella of 10,000 people. This is the path that the disciples of the Holy Church should take. We want to be members of the Heavenly Holy Church, and not always stay in the old thinking of the Heavenly Demon Church. All the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Church looked at their young master as if they were looking at an alien. This was a path they had never imagined. Lan Zhujuan's eyes lit up. Young master is right. The soul banner can indeed be used not only for fighting, but also for nourishing souls. And the ghost mother has created countless ghost babies in Qi. As long as we can help the people of Qi to complete the delivery smoothly, we can definitely have a 10,000 soul banner in our hands. Even if the quality of the soul is low, as long as the number is large enough, the level of the soul banner can be improved. Normally, the best material for refining the 100 soul banner is always the soul of the cultivator. And the higher the level of the cultivator, the better the material, and the more powerful the refined 100 soul banner will be. But as long as the number accumulates to a certain extent, quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. At this time, there are probably hundreds of millions of women in Qi who are pregnant with ghost babies. This number is enough to make up for all the quality gaps. What excites Lan Zhujun the most is that this method can really be replicated all over the world. It is safe, has low risks, and low costs. There is no reason for the righteous to cause trouble. And, young master, if we really make the business of Huichuntang a success, the Holy Church can even earn spiritual stones from this project alone. Lan Zhujun thought about it briefly and admired the dog owner's idea more and more. There is no reason for those hypocrites in the righteous to cause trouble for us. And we disciples of the Holy Church can also use this to improve our combat power and reputation. Gaining both fame and fortune is simply a win. Young master is wise. We can even imitate the ghost mother and secretly produce and raise pregnant women on a large scale. An inner disciple of the demon sect behind Lan Zhujun also had a bright idea. As long as we train 10,000 pregnant women and keep them pregnant, we can harvest 10,000 sacrifices in 10 months. We can even use special drugs to catalyze and harvest a batch in a month. If we train 100,000 pregnant women, or even 1,000,000 pregnant women, the 100 soul banner can be mass-produced. The inner disciple looked at Ji Changsheng with worshipful eyes. Young master, this way of cultivation is really too convenient. Ji Changsheng looked at the inner disciple and waved his hand with a smile. You are a talent in cultivating demons. Come and talk. The inner disciple immediately came to Ji Changsheng to accept the leader's commendation. He felt that he had met a wise leader. What's your name? Master. I'm Feng Liankui, a disciple with the golden core cultivation level. Ji Changsheng nodded. Feng Liankui. When boys and girls first taste the forbidden fruit, they can't help but feel passionate. So they get pregnant. This is something that can only be encountered by chance. How can we ensure that there will always be a large number of pregnant women? Feng Liankui said without hesitation. Just use medicine. The disciples of the Hahuan sect are professionals in this area. It's a good solution. But pregnancy is very harmful to the bodies of ordinary women. It's hard to guarantee their safety if they are always in a fertile state. Feng Liankui thought Ji Changsheng was testing him, and continued to answer without thinking. This is simple. Ordinary women are basically unable to give birth after the age of 40. At that time, we can use their flesh and blood as materials, and practice blood-related skills to maximize their value. Ji Changsheng's smile became more amiable. You are really a talent. Thank you for the compliment. Young master, if you are a talent, you should be rewarded. Ji Changsheng waved his hand. 365 blood blades directly pierced through Feng Liangkui's 365 acupuncture points, and then hung him on a tree by the road. Feng Liangkui's painful roar immediately shocked all the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. Ji Chongsheng's brazen moves scared them all. Ji Chongsheng looked around and looked at Lan Zhujun, the most powerful true disciple at present. Sister Lan, do you know what Feng Liangkui's way of death is? Lan Zhujun's face was pale. She was also frightened by Ji Chongsheng's demonic style of killing people at the slightest disagreement. No. I don't know. Lan Zhujun's voice was trembling. Ji Chongsheng frowned. The demon sect is the demon sect. The demon cub is the demon cub. No awareness at all. I still have a long way to go in reforming the heavenly demon sect. Fortunately, there are sober people in the heavenly demon sect. Sui Tinghui saw Ji Chongsheng's ruthless face, and combined with Ji Chongsheng's different attitudes before and after, he tentatively said, "Young master wants us disciples of the holy sect to walk in the sun and earn those decent spiritual stones. Let us change the way of life of the holy sect and become a sect like Xuandu Temple." Ji Chongsheng looked at Sui Tinghui in surprise. His eyes were very approving. "Brother Sui, you are good. No wonder he can rely on his talent to succeed in the heavenly demon sect without any background. This vision and judgment is also a kind of talent." Sui Tinghui breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he guessed right. "Young master, I am also guessing," Sui Tinghui said honestly, "but I agree with your point of view. If we disciples of the Holy Church can walk in the world like the disciples of the righteous path, who would want to be a demon? To put it bluntly, the disciples of the righteous path are the most arrogant. We disciples of the Holy Church used to hide our heads and show our tails when we walked around the world. If what Feng Liangkui said is true, then our Holy Church is still a demon sect and will not get any respect. No wonder senior brother Sui is ranked among the true disciples." Ji Chongsheng was more and more impressed. He looked around and his voice turned cold. "People call us the heavenly demon sect. We can't really think of ourselves as demons. We must always remember one thing: evil cannot defeat good. The Hunemo sect has no future. When we can get clean and get ashore, we must seize every opportunity to get clean and get ashore." Many disciples nodded. Ji Chongsheng was not making excuses. He was telling the truth. Victory always represents justice. No matter what, they have to be the righteous side. The heavenly demon sect has always been doing this. Otherwise it would not call itself the heavenly saint sect. Killing is allowed, but kill those who should be killed. Cultivating magic is allowed, but use the most respectable method, since you can gain both fame and fortune while becoming stronger. Don't do those dishonorable things. Ji Chongsheng instilled a new concept into these young disciples of the holy sect. Yu Linglong is about to ascend, and the leader will be the best in the world in 3 days. By then, our holy sect will be completely different from the past. Learn from the predecessors. The direction of the development of the Tianxing sect in the next 10 years is to become the second Xuandu Temple, not the demon cubs that everyone hates. If one day, the people of the world see our Tianxing sect disciples and feel closer to them than to the disciples of Xuandu Temple or Danqing Pavilion, our Tianxing sect will have completely laid a foundation for eternity. The future described by Ji Chongsheng made these young disciples of the Tianma sect a little dazed. The cake is very tempting, but they don't dare to believe it. After all, it is too challenging to their cognition. Ren Suqiong weakly put forward her own opinion. "Chongsheng, I think the path you envision is correct. If it can come true, our holy church will indeed have greater development and a more solid foundation. However, it is difficult for the people of the world to identify with our holy church's skills. Right? After all, the stronger we are, the thicker the blood evil spirit will be." Ji Chongsheng glanced at Ren Suqiong and said, "After the leader becomes the best in the world, the bloody aura can also be transformed into the aura of merit." Ren Suqiong opened her red lips. Will anyone believe this? The aura of merit is to save people. But our holy teachings really require killing. Ji Chongsheng uttered 10 words, which made everyone stuck in place, as if struck by lightning. Killing is to protect life, and killing karma is not killing people. This will be one of the lessons of our Tianxing sect in the future. Isn't it just to whitewash killing? It's not a big deal. The pattern is opened. How can killing not be a merit? Also, heaven created all things to feed people, and people have nothing to repay heaven. Our holy sect kills not for ourselves, but to repay heaven and earth. So it is called Tianxing sect. From now on, When we preach the teachings of our holy sect to ordinary creatures, this will be the purpose. Sui Tinghui savored it for a moment, and felt enlightened, opening the door to a new world. He knelt down in front of Ji Changsheng with a thump. Sui Tinghui is willing to serve the young master and die for the great cause of our holy church. Ji Changsheng looked at Sui Tinghui with appreciation again. It seems that it is true that children from poor families grow up early. He certainly knew that Sui Tinghui's loyalty was a flattery. But considering that Sui Tinghui was the first to understand his intention, Sui Tinghui should have seen that the pie he painted could actually be eaten. Once eaten, the future of the demonic sect will be really different, and the disciples of the demonic sect will naturally rise with the tide. I am in charge of all matters of the Holy Church in Qi by the order of the leader. Anyone who does not obey the orders of this young master will end up like Feng Liangkui. After Ji Changsheng finished speaking, he waved his hand again, this time with thousands of cuts. Ah! Young master, spare me. I know I was wrong. Feng Liangkui's body had been stabbed by thousands of blood blades, which was a torture he had never suffered in his life. With Ji Changsheng's current cultivation in the God Transformation realm, even if he was the weakest in the God Transformation realm, it would be easy for him to make Feng Liangkui, a mere Jinan cultivator, live a life worse than death. Ji Changsheng also used illusion to prevent Feng Liangkui's roar from scaring the people of Qi. At the same time, he used illusion to magnify Feng Liangkui's miserable condition, deepening the impression of the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. Most of the demon cubs fear power, but not virtue. Ji Changsheng can exchange sincerity with senior brother Chao Ing Hongya and others, but he does not have that kind of patience for the people of the heavenly demon sect. Just use both kindness and force. Work for me loyally, and I promise you a bright future in the Holy Church. I will make the Holy Church's pie bigger, and everyone can give more. Those who hold me back, those who have bad habits, and those who kill innocent people. I will send you to accompany Feng Liangkui to enjoy the scenery of the treetops. I will make you bleed to the last drop, taste the greatest torture in the world, and then enter the 10,000 souls banner to continue to be tortured. Do you understand? I am willing to die for the young master. Everyone knelt on one knee and swore allegiance. One hand is a carrot. The other hand is a big stick. As long as Ji Changsheng's strength can suppress it, it is not difficult to suppress the group of people in the heavenly demon sect. Of course, Ji Changsheng would not really think that this group of people have become his loyal dogs. Ji Changsheng is not so naive to expect the enlightenment of the disciples of the demon sect. He contacted his relatives and friends, not just to let them come and collect merits. Yu Qingqing will be the master of the sect's magic sword in the future of Xuandu Temple. It's just right for her to practice with these disciples of the heavenly demon sect in advance. Ji Changsheng knew that he had to kill a few people and see blood before these people would really be honest. Don't worry. There is a long way to go. Very good. I don't talk much. Now that we have come to Qi, let's get into the state. Senior Sister Lan, you are responsible for setting up the Huichentang and solving the ghost baby line. Is there any problem? Lan Zhujun pondered for a moment and spoke carefully. Master. Young master. There must be Huangquan sect monsters lurking inside Qi. I need your support. And I also need to guard against those Huangquan monsters hiding among the people of Qi. Suqiong, you will be Senior Sister Lan's deputy first. Ji Changsheng ordered. Follow Senior Sister Lan and learn well. And pay attention to the movements of the Huangquan sect monsters. No problem. Ren Suqiong readily agreed. She and Ji Changsheng are both new true disciples. But Ji Changsheng is a skipped student, and she is a normal channel, so she needs to slowly accumulate foundation. Being Lan Zhujun's deputy is in line with her current position. Senior Sister Wenren, you lead people to integrate our Holy Church's original forces in Qi, and integrate Qi's current information. I want to have an accurate understanding of Qi's current situation. The three armies have not moved, but intelligence has come first. Unlike the time in Sheng State, this time it was Huangquan sect that made the first move. And according to what Ghost Mother said, Qi has been infiltrated by Huangquan sect and can be overturned at any time. So Qi is much more dangerous than Sheng State. Although Ji Changsheng didn't think his life would be in danger, he still advanced step by step. When Renjiayu also readily agreed. Young master, give me one night. Tomorrow morning, I will send you the sorted intelligence information. Well, be careful. Qi is not a good place now. When Renjiayu smiled confidently, Shenhua cultivators are not allowed to enter and exit. In the Yuaning realm, There are not many Huangquan sect disciples who can beat me. Although most of the Huangquan sect disciples are underworld people, they are very mysterious. But in the final analysis, the Tianma sect is the leader of the demon camp. In the same level battle, the Tianma sect disciples have the confidence to sweep everything. Although he suffered a great loss at the hands of Ji Changsheng, when Ren Jiayu obviously did not lose his spirit, Ji Changsheng nodded in approval. Young master. What about me? What should I do? Sui Tinghui took the initiative to volunteer. He was more enthusiastic than Lan Zhujun and Wen Renjiayu. There is no way. Lan Zhujun is backed by the Hahuan sect. Wen Renjiayu is backed by the Wenren family. And Ren Suqiong is directly on good terms with Ji Changsheng himself. Only Sui Tinghui has no relationship with Ji Changsheng, has no foundation, and is a man. So he can't use the beauty trap. So all he can show is his attitude. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng is more generous than he thought. As long as they can do things for him well, Ji Changsheng doesn't mind whether they are men or women. Come with me to verify some of my guesses. Yes. Sui Tinghui was delighted. He felt that he was favored by the young master alone. But then his heart sank again. Lan Zhujun is a charming woman of the Hahuan sect. Wen Renjiayu is a girl from a noble family, cold and beautiful. Ren Suqiong is also graceful, and is a typical demon girl of the heavenly demon sect. But Ji Changsheng sent all three demon girls out to do things, but kept him by his side. This, Sui Tinghui's mouth was bitter. No wonder he had never heard of the rumor that Ji Changsheng liked women. That's all. At least, regardless of the facts, he admired Ji Changsheng's ability and courage. Ji Changsheng didn't know Sui Tinghui's dirty thoughts. If he knew, he would definitely hang Sui Tinghui on the tree and appreciate the scenery with Feng Liangkui. He closed his eyes and sensed the most concentrated place before the blood evil of Qi state. After a moment, he opened his eyes and locked the southwest direction. Follow me. The soldiers of the heavenly demon sect were divided into three groups. Sui Tinghui and his confidants quickly followed Ji Changsheng and came to a slaughterhouse? Young master, what are you doing in the slaughterhouse? Sui Tinghui looked at Ji Changsheng in confusion. Ji Changsheng flicked his sleeves and led Sui Tinghui and other disciples of the demonic sect into the slaughterhouse. Then, Ji Changsheng sensed the overwhelming resentment and the strong bloody aura. Sui Tinghui also instantly understood Ji Changsheng's thoughts. Such a strong resentment. Such a strong bloody aura. This is really a good place to practice the holy sect skills. Sui Tinghui's eyes lit up. Ji Changsheng looked at the endless chickens, ducks, cattle and sheep in the slaughterhouse. And a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was almost the same as he imagined. The holy religion skills are mostly based on blood, flesh, bones, and souls. Ji Changsheng pointed to the front and said to Sui Tinghui, there are cultivation materials all over the mountains. Why did the holy religion insist on using humans and monsters as cultivation materials? Sui Tinghui, it has been like this since ancient times. It has always been like this. But it is not necessarily right. Qi has a population of 500 million. How many animals are slaughtered every day? Senior brother Sui, I want you to merge Qi's breeding business and slaughterhouses into our holy religion. Ji Changsheng clenched his hands and began to look forward to the future. Qi alone has a population of 500 million. And there are more than 10 billion creatures in the world. How much blood food is consumed every day? The blood sea phenomenon. The souls turning into banners. And the bones like mountains can all be mass-produced openly. And can even earn spirit stones for the holy religion and benefit the people of the world. The second step of the transformation of the heavenly demon religion is to develop industrialized magic cultivation. Chapter 141 The Whitewashing Strategy of the Demon Cult. Corporate Management. Commercial Management. Young Master, although I think you are wise and powerful, this idea is actually a bit problematic. Sui Tinghui regained his sanity and tried to consider his words before speaking. Young Master, this is too inefficient. Humans are the most intelligent creatures, and monsters have also been practicing for dozens or hundreds of years. Killing them for cultivation materials is naturally more effective. The value of these pigs and sheep to be slaughtered is really too small. Killing 1,000 domestic black pigs is not as good as killing an ordinary pig monster. Ji Changsheng nodded. This is a very natural thing. The quality of wild beasts that have not become spirits is of course worse than that of monsters that have become spirits. But the quantity can make up for the quality gap. Sui Tinghui tried hard. The number required is too large. That's why we need industrialization. Ji Changsheng said calmly. Brother Sui, you old-school monks have stayed in the mountains for too long and lack awareness of the power of industrialization. This is also normal. Taking the industrialized technology route is the business of Ingwe. The immortal cultivators play with individual power. Although they have also referred to the root of Ingwe in recent years. In the final analysis, it is only used to assist cultivation. For example, Yu Lao Mo, who was frightened by Yu Linglong and dared not come out of the mountain for 20 years. Of course, he would not integrate the things developed by ordinary people down the mountain into the development of Tianma sect. Cognition is the most difficult to change. But in fact, as long as it can be changed, it will immediately be a new world. There were so many unparalleled national heroes in the feudal era. If they could come to the modern world, their fate would definitely be rewritten. They are not stupid. They just don't know that they can still play like that. Killing 1,000 domestic black pigs is not as good as killing an ordinary pig demon. So what about killing 10,000? 100,000? 1 million? Ji Changsheng looked at Sui Tinghuai. Can't we make up for the quality gap? Yes. But how long will it take to kill 1 million black pigs? Sui Tinghuai can be praised as the first genius of the Tianma sect. Of course, he also put 90% of his energy into cultivation. Obviously, he doesn't understand the power of industrialization enough. Ji Changsheng smiled. It seems that we have to let the disciples of the Holy Church go to Ingwe to study economics and management in the future. Brother Sui, it takes less time to kill 1 million black pigs than to kill a pig demon. We must learn to use the power of machines. Sui Tinghuai still reacted quickly. He immediately said, Young master, the relationship between Ingwe and the major sects is very ambiguous. And they rarely interact with our Holy Church. Ingwe's way may be helpful to our Holy Church, but it is difficult for them to sincerely help our Holy Church. Ji Changsheng replied calmly. That was in the past. Princess Hongya of Ingwe has agreed to be my concubine. From now on, our Holy Church and Ingwe will be a family. Although Hongya has not taken the initiative to express her feelings, Ji Changsheng thinks it is not important. Women are shy. He knows Hongya's feelings, and has unilaterally agreed. Sui Tinghuai naturally didn't know that Ji Changsheng had unilaterally agreed. He thought Ji Changsheng really got Hongya. Combined with what he saw from Ji Changsheng, Sui Tinghuai was not surprised. A true disciple of the heavenly demon sect. His status and identity were no worse than that of the princess of Ing State. Ji Changsheng also took care of it. So it is reasonable to subdue a princess of Ingwe as a concubine. If Ingwe helps, we should have no problem taking this path. Sui Tinghuai hesitated for a moment and continued, but I'm afraid there is another thorny problem. Say. Ji Changsheng didn't care about Sui Tinghuai's rebuttal. Any road forward is bound to be full of thorns. The future is bright. And the road is tortuous. Ji Changsheng certainly wants to know where the tortuous road is, so that he can think of countermeasures in advance. Sui Tinghuai reminded, the Wanyao kingdom will probably not sit idly by. Our large-scale slaughter of livestock is also cutting off the foundation of the Wanyao kingdom. After all, if we kill too many livestock, the number of monsters in the Wanyao kingdom will inevitably be exhausted. The monster race is different from our human race. Rather than relying on pregnancy and childbirth, they rely more on natural breeding. Ji Changsheng nodded slowly. That's the truth. Doing this is indeed a bit like digging a grave for the monster race. People are born by their mothers. Monsters are not. Or not just. Monsters can also be born from monster mothers. But they can also be born and raised. After decades of being irrigated by the essence of the sun and the moon, or hearing the preaching of a great man, they suddenly become enlightened. And then the beasts evolve into monsters. The latter are actually more numerous than the monster mothers. So these livestock are actually potential monsters. It's just that they haven't completed their evolution. But as long as they complete their evolution, they may evolve into monsters at any time. When the 10,000 immortals of Jeju came to pay homage, Tantian Jiaozhu often preached, and anyone could listen. Tantian Jiaozhu himself created countless monsters. This is why Jiejiao's 10,000 immortals prosperous age also led to the complete annihilation of Jeju in the conferred God tribulation. You prospered with this, and you will perish with this. Your preaching has no entry threshold at all. People accept you as registered disciples after listening to your lectures, and even accept you as personal disciples if they like you. Who can bear this kind of cause and effect? Those awakened demons go out to eat people and kill lives. And in the end, the cause and effect will all backfire on Tantian Jiaozhu and Jeju. Jiajiao's death is not unjust. Ji Changsheng tasted it and shook his head, saying, no wonder the human and demon races cannot coexist peacefully for a long time. There is a conflict of fundamental interests. It is impossible for people not to eat meat. If they do not eat meat, the human body will lack nutrition. But eating meat is eating potential monsters. It would be strange if the two races did not fight. Sui Tinghuai said, the Wanyao kingdom has learned to be smart recently. Since Yu Linglong became invincible, the demon race also knows that the general situation is in our human race. So they no longer provoke directly. Instead, they spent a lot of spirit stones to buy off many people in our human race to promote vegetarianism. Now there are really many people who believe in that nonsense, and have been insisting on vegetarianism, and persuade others to eat less meat and reduce killing. Ji Changsheng sneered. Are we going to fast forward to the era when the lives of monsters are precious? The problem is that vegetarian raw materials can also become monsters. Right? There is no difference between animals and plants. Both are forms before the evolution of the monster race. Animal life is life. But plant life is not life? Sui Tinghuai guessed. It should be that it is more difficult for plants to become monsters. There are too few of them, and they lack the right to speak within the monster race. It may also be that the monster race knows that we humans must eat, so they abandon the plant part and only promote vegetarianism. But ironically, the monster race themselves actually eat meat. Normal, double standards are the nature of all spirits. Since ancient times, it has always been the most cruel for their own people to eat each other. So how can the monster race be an exception? Ji Changsheng was not surprised at all. So if we follow what the young master said and slaughter livestock on a large scale, it will definitely cause a backlash from the Wanyao kingdom. Sui Tinghuai reminded, the Wanyao kingdom is still very strong. And this is a racial conflict. Ji Changsheng asked curiously, why? Can't the leader suppress it? Sui Tinghuai. It should be possible. Ji Changsheng became more curious. Then what are you afraid of? Sui Tinghuai. The Wanyao kingdom is in the righteous camp. If we offend the Wanyao kingdom, how can we join the righteous path in the future? Ji Changsheng smiled. Our joining the righteous path has nothing to do with whether the Wanyao kingdom agrees or not, but has a lot to do with whether the leader can be the best in the world, and whether the strength of the Holy Church can be the best in the world. It has a lot to do with it. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. But the people above the Wanyao kingdom are all those old monsters who survived the prehistoric times. Sui Tinghuai tried his best to tell Ji Changsheng all the risks. The monsters that can survive the witch and lich catastrophe and the conferred god catastrophe are not good people. Young master, are we sure we want to offend them? Ji Changsheng shrugged. If you want to become stronger, you always have to offend a big force. It's better to offend the Wanyao kingdom than to offend Xuandu Temple. Right? As for those old monsters, they are just a group of losers. They hide their heads and show their tails in the prehistoric fairyland. There is nothing to be afraid of. Our holy church has its own foothold. What Ji Changsheng really thinks of is my father, Yuan Shi Tianwang, born from the Taiqing lineage. Who cares what those old monsters think? Except for the monsters under my third uncle. I am still a little afraid of them. Aren't the others just food and mounts? Even the monsters under my third uncle seem to have become mounts in the end. What era is it now? Monster lives are not that valuable. Ji Changsheng casually said, now the human race is the protagonist of the heavenly way. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have killed and conquered all the way, and have made our human race stand up. You guys are still kneeling. Learn more from me in the future. Sui Tinghuai. I really kneel down to the young master. Although the human race is powerful now, the monster race is not so weak. In fact, Ji Changsheng also knows, if nothing unexpected happens, in the prehistoric fairy world, the sacred immortals and Buddhas with official positions are at the top of the food chain, followed by various monster kings, and finally the bottom human race. But it doesn't matter. Ji Changsheng ascended to heaven and became a god, and he was the Antarctic Changsheng Emperor who issued official positions to the gods. Only monsters are afraid of him. Ji Changsheng completely sneered at those monsters. It was decided happily. The direction of the Holy Church's killing will be changed in the future. Killing people has a bad influence. Kill more livestock. If it is not enough, kill the demons. Ji Changsheng determined the final route of the heavenly demon sect. We must let the disciples of the Holy Church, including the people of the world, get used to one thing. Our holy church is the pioneer in defending the human race. Even if it is a little extreme, we are the sharpest sword of the human race. As long as we kill enough demons, the people of the world will naturally get used to it. As for peaceful coexistence, it does not exist. When there is a conflict of fundamental interests, one party must bow its head and give up its interests. Ji Changsheng does not want to be the one who suffers. So Ji Changsheng said, in the future, we can also discuss with the high-level officials of the 10,000 demons country and let the demons take the pregnancy route. In fact, I am also very easy to talk to. Sui Tinghui smiled bitterly. Young master, we humans have been pregnant for 10 months, which is not a short time. But if the demons are pregnant, they may not be able to give birth in 10 years. Let them take the pregnancy route. The demons may become extinct, and their numbers will become fewer and fewer. Ji Changsheng said rationally, this is their business. What does it have to do with me? And according to his understanding of the general situation in the future, the demon race may really be extinct. Sui Tinghui. Of course, in the spirit of humanitarianism, we can provide some help to the Wanyao kingdom. The top leaders of the Huan sect should know how to promote fertility, and the Ying kingdom should also have experts in this area. We can do some research and experiments in fertility. Ji Changsheng said generously, as long as the thinking does not slip. There are always more solutions than difficulties. If the Wanyao kingdom is willing to coexist peacefully, we can win-win. What can Sui Tinghui say? He can only kneel down to the young master's magnanimity. No wonder his cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds. The young master is indeed more suitable for cultivating magic than him. Do you have any other questions? Tell me all at once. Ji Changsheng asked. He is also a person, and he will never consider problems comprehensively. It is necessary to check for omissions at any time. Sui Tinghui thought for a moment and nodded. The main problem is the number and the hostility of the demons. But there is a small problem. Speak. Sui Tinghui spoke carefully. Young master, the disciples of the Holy Church may find this way of cultivation a bit embarrassing. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Sui Tinghui was startled. Young master, this is not what I think. It's okay. You continue. Sui Tinghui saw that Ji Changsheng did not get angry. So he continued boldly. Take the 100-soul banner for example. In the past, our Saint Church masters used the souls of high-level cultivators or demon beasts to refine the 100-soul banner. But if we follow what the young master said, and use the souls of 100,000 black pigs to refine the 100-soul banner, then once our Saint Church disciples use the 100-soul banner, it will be 100,000 black pigs rushing towards the enemy together. The Saint Church disciples below may feel embarrassed. Ji Changsheng said calmly, it's not possible. It's definitely embarrassing. Sui Tinghui expressed his agreement with silence. In the past, when the disciples of the demon sect took out the 100-soul banner, it was a symbol of the devil. In the future, when the disciples of the demon sect took out the 100-soul banner, it became a symbol of pig head. Who can stand this? The disciples of the demon sect lost their dignity. Ji Changsheng also realized this problem. But he didn't think it was a problem. Is the inside important or the face important? Without waiting for Sui Tinghui to answer, Ji Changsheng said to himself, both are important. Ji Changsheng was still reasonable. He couldn't accept that as a cultivator. After taking action, the sea of blood was full of pig heads. The 10,000 soul banner was full of chicken crows. It was indeed a bit embarrassing. Being strong is temporary, but being handsome is for a lifetime. Especially female cultivators. If Ji Changsheng forcibly implements this measure, the female cultivators of the demon sect may completely alienate themselves from him. It is hard to imagine a charming witch with 100,000 pigs charging behind her. That scene is simply amazing. Ji Changsheng thought about it, and couldn't help shuddering. The first priority is to make our disciples stronger faster. So my choice is not wrong. Ji Changsheng first made the point clear. Sui Tinghui nodded. He also believed that according to Ji Changsheng's idea, the strength of the disciples of the heavenly demon sect could usher in a huge leap in a short period of time. But the image of the disciples of the holy sect does need to be maintained. So a compulsory course of illusion will be established within the holy sect in the future. Ji Changsheng certainly would not contribute Yoguang Luohuan. He is not so selfless. But there are many illusions in this world. As long as the illusion is used well, the inside and the outside are all there. Wait. It is not necessary to let the disciples of the Holy Church learn illusions. Ji Changsheng thought, once industrialization is started, Magic weapons such as the 100-soul banner will definitely be mass-produced. It is entirely possible to find an illusion master to set up illusions for the 100-soul banner before it leaves the factory. If it is mass-produced, it will save money and labor. I can even do it myself and treat it as a course for practicing Yogwang Luohuan. This is not difficult at all for high-level cultivators. For example, Li Chongxi and Ji Chansheng. If they are given half an hour, they will completely mass-produce the 100-soul banner containing the souls of 100,000 black pigs into a magical weapon with ethereal air, or a magical weapon with demonic air. A variety of styles you can choose. In this way, although it will waste a little time, I can use it to practice Yogwang Luohuan. And I can also completely control the style of the 100-soul banner, so that the disciples of the Holy Church will return to their hearts. Although illusions cannot be called core technology, Yogwang Luohuan is definitely a core technology. Of course, the disciples of the demonic sect can also use the 100 souls banner covered by ordinary illusions. But the one that Ji Chansheng has handled must be better. It seems that the problem is not difficult to solve. Ji Chansheng looked at Sui Tinghui. Sui Tinghui tasted it, and then nodded seriously. It is indeed possible. As long as it is an illusion that people cannot see through. It is real. It is easy to deceive yourself. Haven't you seen those men and women who live in beauty? Young Master is really the lucky star of the Holy Church. Sui Tinghui was convinced, under the wise leadership of the Young Master, our Holy Church will definitely be able to completely clean up and become a righteous sect. Ji Chansheng was very pleased that Sui Tinghui did not forget his ultimate goal of cleaning up and getting ashore. Those who don't cleanse themselves are always demons. And those who don't go ashore are always evil. Only when you go ashore can you judge others and walk uprightly under the sun. From now on, killing will be for the people of the world. Anyone who disagrees is a demon. Brother Sui, I will leave cheese slaughtering, breeding, and animal husbandry industries to you. Ji Chansheng ordered. Use legitimate means to incorporate them into the Holy Church's industry. Give them spiritual stones to those who deserve them. And allow them to make money together. And don't bully others. In the future, we will promote cheese experience to the world. Spend a lot of money to buy horse bones. And create a good model. Understood? Sui Tinghui said, the Holy Church does not lack these spiritual stones. Besides, give these leaders a few quotas for Holy Church disciples. Sui Tinghui is not a fool. And smiled and said, the leader is about to reach the top. And many people want to join our Holy Church now. In the words of the Young Master, it's a win-win situation. If there are really those who disagree, can they still compete with our Holy Church? If the Heavenly Demon Sect transforms into an enterprise, the strength of the Heavenly Demon Sect disciples is productivity. Fair competition is enough to defeat its peers. Very good, Senior Brother Sui. You are on the right track. Ji Chansheng nodded with satisfaction. The goal of the Tiansheng sect is to transform into a fairy-owned enterprise controlled by the Holy Sect. And ordinary people will follow suit to benefit from it. The Holy Sect is not the Tantian Chamber of Commerce. And the ultimate goal is not spiritual stones. Our goal is to become stronger. Therefore, we can distribute the profits to the people of the world. To be an enemy of the Holy Sect is to harm the interests of the people of the world. In this way, we can live and die with the country and share the same king with the world. Chapter 142 Pulling the goddess into the water and persuading the demon girl to change her ways. Ji Chansheng is serious about helping the Tianma sect to clean up its name and get ashore. After all, he is the young leader. And it is estimated that he will become the leader in the near future. So of course, he doesn't want to be a demon. The biggest problem that bothers the Tianma sect to clean up its name is that the Tianma sect's skills really require killing. And the special effects are too scary. It is inherently terrifying. At this time, we must follow the example of Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion. Ji Chansheng said with emotion, when three people walk together, there must be one who can be my teacher. If the Holy Church wants to be a righteous sect, the most important thing to learn is Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion. The golden light of merit of Xuandu Temple is hard currency when it is displayed. And people all over the world will worship it when they see it. The righteousness of Danqing Pavilion is pure and flawless, which makes people feel at ease. In comparison, our Holy Church's skills are indeed inherently weak. From the perspective of the pattern of the founder of the sect, our Holy Church's founder thought too shallowly. Sui Tinghui agreed with Ji Chansheng's views in his heart, but he did not dare to question the founder, and only explained, the founder did not think so much back then. So we, the descendants, need to make up for the founder. Ji Changsheng sighed lightly. In comparison, Xuandu Temple. It's too easy to worry about Danqing Pavilion. Senior brother Sui. Do you know what the greatest vitality of these two sects is? Very strong? No. It's because they have bound their respective skills to the people of the world. Ji Changsheng pointed out, people will subconsciously think that Xuandu Temple cultivates merits and virtues. So they will definitely help them. Danqing Pavilion cultivates righteousness and righteousness. So they must stand on their side. So whoever is the enemy of Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion is standing on the opposite side of the people of the world. Unless you want to destroy the world, the foundation of Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion will never fall. Danqing Pavilion fell from the top sect 100 years ago, and it returned to its peak in less than 100 years. Talents emerged in large numbers. Not only because of Jiangxi's genius, but also because of people's wishes. Sui Tinghuai was thoughtful. In contrast, our holy sect skills require killing. The more people we kill, the stronger we are. So people in the world naturally fear us like a tiger. And they all hope that our holy sect will perish. That's the reason. So killing can never be a selling point for our holy sect. Those outstanding talents, unless they are still ignorant. If they have the choice, few people will choose to join the holy sect first. If you are slow at one step, you will be slow at every step. If there is a problem with the foundation of the holy sect, it will be difficult to catch up with other righteous sects later. In fact, Ji Changsheng already thinks that the heavenly demon sect has developed to this level. But if it continues to develop, the upper limit of the heavenly demon sect will definitely not be as good as the Xuandu Temple Danqing Pavilion. The biggest problem of the Holy Church is that it seems that our own interests are completely opposite to the interests of the people of the world. Ji Changsheng complained, in theory, the more people the disciples of the Holy Church kill, the stronger the Holy Church will be. But if you look at it over a long period of time, all the people have been killed by the Holy Church. How will the Holy Church develop in the future? How will the disciples of the Holy Church become stronger in the future? From the root, there is a big problem with the thinking of the Holy Church, and it cannot develop sustainably. Sui Tinghuai was convinced because what Ji Changsheng said was indeed the truth. From the beginning, our Holy Church was not aiming for eternal prosperity. Sui Tinghuai said, I'm afraid the founder of the Holy Church really didn't think that far ahead. Young master, you are right. The Holy Church's skills and ideas are too eager for quick success. This is also a common problem of many demon sects, focusing only on the present and not the long term. Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, Xian Du is looking to make the cake bigger, while the Holy Church is always thinking about grabbing the cake. There is only so much in total. So what if it is all grabbed? Of course, if we make the cake together, we can get a larger share, and it can also be passed on to future generations. If we could only see the cake now, the disciples of the Holy Church in the future will starve to death sooner or later. How can they live? By then, they will not even have the resources to practice. Sui Tinghuai could not refute it. It is obvious that the Tianma cult does have this problem. We want to let the world know that the Holy Church is also standing with them. The Holy Church brings them great benefits, and will allow them to live a better life. In this way, if their children have outstanding talents, they will change their first choice to our Holy Church. Ji Changsheng said, in terms of history, we cannot compare with other righteous sections. The only thing we can fight for is the future. Seize the brief few years when the leader is invincible in the world and quickly whitewash it successfully. In the future, more and more talented people will join the Holy Church, forming a positive cycle. The brief few years when the leader is invincible in the world? Sui Tinghuai grasped the key point and said curiously, the leader must be invincible for at least 100 years. Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, not necessarily. Maybe only 2 or 3 years. Why? Because after a while, when my strength becomes stronger, I may ask him to ascend. Ji Changsheng's main point is to exchange sincerity for sincerity. Now I still need the leader to protect me from wind and rain. And when I don't need him anymore, he can ascend. Sui Tinghuai knelt on the ground again. Young master, this is not a topic I should listen to. It doesn't matter. I treat you as my own. Ji Changsheng said casually, after I let the leader ascend. I don't think I will stay for too long. After I ascend, the Holy Church can no longer rely on people, but must rely on excellent systems. Senior brother Sui, I am very optimistic about you. Please don't let me down. Sui Tinghuai trembled and dared not say a word. He originally thought that Ji Chongqing's idea of becoming invincible in the world and forcing the leader to ascend in 2 or 3 years was simply a dream. But he soon thought of Ji Chongqing's promotion from nascent soul to God within 1 day. For others, it might be a dream. But for Ji Chongqing, it might really be possible. Even judging from Ji Chongqing's current promotion speed, Ji Chongqing's estimate of 2 or 3 years might be conservative. So Sui Tinghua didn't dare to express any opinions, and could only bow his head and swear allegiance. Master, I am loyal to you. It's okay if you are not loyal. Anyway, I can kill you at any time. Ji Chongqing still insisted on a true heart for a true heart. Sui Tinghua wanted to cry. That would require even more loyalty. Go and do the work. If you do well, you may be able to hand over this business of the Holy Church to you in the future. Ji Chongqing did not forget to make a promise. Everyone, you too, I will be the leader in the future. As long as you do a good job, you will be the core backbone of the Holy Church in the future. Follow this young master to welcome the new future of the Holy Church. Believe me, that day will come soon. Ji Chongqing did not mind showing his ambition. No one will buy into the idea of being gentle, kind, respectful, frugal and modest in Tianma. The way to go is to use a carrot in one hand and a stick in the other. As expected, all the disciples of Sui Tinghua's school knelt down and swore allegiance again. Ji Chongqing didn't care. I have basically explained everything I should say. You can understand what you can understand. And force yourself to understand what you can't understand. Go ahead and do it. I'll go to Lan Zhujun to see. Although the things Sui Tinghua is responsible for are trivial, they are not that complicated in actual operation. And the resistance they encounter is not too great. Because Ji Chongqing doesn't care about making money at all. The Tianma sect has never been a sect that aims to make money. Ji Chongqing's goal is to cleanse the Tianma sect. And his ultimate goal is to gain merit and cultivation. Most of the Tianma sect's disciples join the Tianma sect to become stronger. So there is really no fundamental conflict of interest between the Tianma sect and the people of the world. The cultivation is left to the Tianma sect. And the spirit stones are distributed. Tantian Chamber of Commerce is a money-making slave. But the Tianma sect is not. As long as the money is enough. Does the dark history of the Tianma sect matter? It is no exaggeration to say that Ji Chongqing is preparing to build the Tianma sect into a serious charity organization and become a serious philanthropist. With status, fame, and style. Are spirit stones important? With power, you will naturally have money. Even if you really have no money, the Tianma sect will have the ecological niche of Xuandu Temple by then, and can cut off the demon sect like the Tantian Chamber of Commerce at any time. What's the point of bullying ordinary people? If you want to cut, you have to cut the leaks of the demon sect. This is in line with Ji Chongqing's vision for the future of the heavenly demon sect. Sui Tinghua is responsible for a very important part. But it is not difficult. The difficulty lies in Lan Zhujun inside. The ghost baby was created by the ghost mother, who is the deputy leader of the Huangquan sect and the top power in the world. Ji Chongqing doesn't know how many tricks the ghost mother has left. But the animal husbandry industry cannot be let go. And the medical industry cannot be let go even more. Both are related to birth, aging, illness and death. And the medical industry is more directly related to human birth, aging, illness and death. In essence, it is more suitable for practicing the heavenly demon sect skills than animal husbandry. If possible, it should be brought under control as much as possible. Just now, Lan Zhujun sent a message to Ji Chongqing, saying that he encountered some troubles. After Ji Chongqing dealt with Sui Tinghua's affairs, he immediately rushed over. A moment later, on a long street somewhere in Qijing City, Ji Chongqing saw Lan Zhujun. At this time, she was confronting a woman in white medical clothes. Ji Chongqing's eyes lit up. Qi version of doctor's clothes temptation. What's the situation? Ji Chongqing took the initiative to walk over. Lan Zhujun was relieved to see Ji Chongqing appear, and then learned the style of the dog owner to put a hat on the other side. Young master, I suspect she is a demon from Huangquan sect. Ji Chongqing, you learn pretty fast. Ji Chongqing looked at the woman opposite again carefully. The Jindan cultivation is not worth mentioning. Medical clothes are very slim. But Ji Chongqing is not a person who cares about clothes. She is very beautiful. But Ji Chongqing will never be tempted by beauty. Looking a few more times is not considered being tempted by beauty. Ji Chongqing was silent for a moment, and forced his eyes away. Senior sister might come to Qi. The first wife will ascend in 3 days. The concubine will arrive soon. Don't think about these things for now. Ji Changsheng turned his attention to Lan Jujun again and frowned. A mere female cultivator in the Jindan realm. Do you need to call me over? As soon as Ji Changsheng finished speaking, he saw a bunch of heads popping out from all around. He was shocked. Lan Jujun explained, "Young master. This is it. This woman's cultivation is not worth mentioning. But she has a great reputation in Qi and is the #1 doctor in Qi. If we touch her, these ordinary people will fight us to the death. Young master, you said that we try not to be enemies with ordinary people." Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows and focused his attention on Lan Jujun again. Lan Jujun added, "Young master, there is something strange about this woman. I just tried to attack her, but was blocked by the turtle scale on her neck." Lan Jujun is a true disciple of the Tianma sect, with a late nascent soul cultivation. His real combat power is enough to fight against a nascent soul peak half-step into the spirit. He attacked a Jinan cultivator, but he didn't break the defense. This is really strange. So I suspect she is a demon girl from the Huangquan sect, Lan Jujun said. Ji Changsheng stared at the turtle scale on the neck of the female cultivator opposite for a moment, but found nothing. Ahem. Ji Changsheng doesn't know much about magic weapons now. However, there was a sound from his wife's jade sword. A light came from the jade sword, which scared Ji Changsheng. He suspected that his wife's jade sword had a monitoring function before. Otherwise, she wouldn't have acted so sharply at the border of Shenghua. Sure enough, Ji Changsheng probed into the jade sword with his consciousness and took the initiative to ask for accusations. "Wife, you are spying on me because you suspect that I am unfaithful to you? There is not even this basic trust between us?" "Yu Linglong, wife?" Ji Changsheng coughed lightly and said shyly, "You can call me husband." Yu Linglong, stunned. It was the first time that someone dared to tease her. It was a fresh feeling. Ji Changsheng felt the murderous aura. So he quickly changed the subject. "Wife, what do you think of my vision for the future of the heavenly demon sect?" "Not bad. Pay attention to the name. Don't commit suicide." "Okay. Wife, do you want to die?" "Ahem. Fairy, is there anything strange about this woman?" Yu Linglong's next words made Ji Changsheng's heart move. "That tortoise piece has a very interesting origin," Yu Linglong said. "I suspect it is a fragment of the river map in Luoshu." Ji Changsheng had no expression on his face, but he was deeply shocked. Although he didn't know much about many magic weapons in this world, he knew something about the treasures of the prehistoric fairyland. As the southern emperor of Changsheng, this is normal. The river map and Luoshu are also treasures that can be ranked in the prehistoric fairyland. It was once the treasure of Emperor Jun, the leader of the 4 emperors of the demon clan. Later, the demon clan declined, Emperor Jun died, and the river map and Luoshu fell into the hands of Emperor Shi. And since then, it has become a treasure of humanity, and was even once known as the source of human civilization. Yu Linglong's story was similar to what Ji Changsheng knew. The river map and Luoshu originated from the stars in the sky, and contained profound principles of the universe and astrology. In the ancient times, it was known as the Universe Magic Cube. It was originally the treasure of the demon Emperor Di Jun. After Di Jun's death, it fell into the hands of Emperor Shi. Later, Emperor Shi lived in seclusion in Huiyun Cave. It is said that the river map and Luoshu were damaged in the battle. There is a lot of water behind this, and I don't know the details. This woman may have a great cause and effect. If I were you, I would never offend her easily, and try to make friends with her. Understood. Ji Changsheng did not have any greed. The complete river map and Luoshu are still worth a try, but the fragments are not worth it. Seeing that Yu Linglong did not have any other instructions, Ji Changsheng also turned his attention back to the opposite side. "What's your name?" "Girl?" "Luo Qingling. I know you. You are Ji Changsheng. And now you are a demon of the heavenly demon sect." Luo Qingling's expression was extremely alert. "It was you who killed Uncle Sheng." "Uncle Sheng?" Ji Changsheng was a little stunned. "I have killed a lot of people with the surname Sheng." "Which one is it?" "Luo Qingling. It is indeed a demon. I once went to Sheng country to study, and Jiayan is my good friend." "Jiayan? You mean Sheng Jiayan?" Ji Changsheng suddenly realized. "You and her are good sisters?" "Yes. You killed Jiayan's father and poisoned her. You are really a demon." Luo Qingling said vigilantly, "With me here, Yu Tianma sect will never do anything to the people of Qi." Ji Chansheng looked at Luo Qingling, who was as tense as a little hedgehog, and fell into deep thought. It seems that Sheng Jiayan has said bad things about me behind my back. Jiayan said that you poisoned her and forced her to call you master. Ahem. Slander. Sheng Jiayan is deliberately slandering me. Ji Chansheng was angry. What's wrong with Sheng Jiayan? She said all the truth. Do you still want my image? Miss Luo. Right. If you contact Sheng Jiayan again, I guarantee she will admit that she is slandering me. Luo Qingling obviously does not have Sheng Jiayan scheming. Seeing Ji Changsheng's intense reaction, she really thought that Ji Changsheng was slandered, and sent a message to Sheng Jiayan in front of Ji Changsheng. Jiayan, is Ji Changsheng really as shameless as you described? No. He is even more shameless than I described. Sheng Jiayan's voice spread out from Luo Qingling's sound transmission note. Ji Changsheng is a traitor who looks loyal and lustful as life. Meng Zhenzhen, the demon girl of Huan sect, used her charm on him, but was controlled by him because he was too shameless by nature, and he was even better than the demons of Huan sect. Qingling, if you meet Ji Changsheng, you must stay as far away from him as possible, and never fall into the hands of this demon. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. The atmosphere instantly became very awkward. Luo Qingling looked at Ji Changsheng, whose face gradually turned pale, and even felt a little embarrassed for Ji Changsheng. Jia Yin, it may be too late. What do you mean? Sheng Jiayan hadn't reacted yet. Ji Changsheng said faintly, Fairy Sheng actually had such an impression of me, which really surprised me. Fairy Sheng, we have a long way to go. Master? Ah, I was just possessed. Sheng Jiayan decisively ended the call. The atmosphere became more and more awkward. Luo Qingling once thought that she had hallucinations, and asked tentatively, Master? Ji Changsheng blinked. A little embarrassed, Miss Luo is too polite. I am not a casual person. You are indeed a demon from the demon cult. Luo Qingling's face flushed, and she realized that she was teased, and stamped her feet in anger. Anyway, I'll never let you. The heavenly demon sect run rampant in Qi. Lan Zhujun was very displeased with Luo Qingling's behavior, and whispered, Young master, what should we do with this demon girl from the Huangquan sect? Ji Changsheng said decisively, of course we have to drag the good family into the water, and persuade the demon girl to become a good person. Ah? How? Lan Zhujun was a little confused. Ji Changsheng said calmly, I think this girl meets the requirements of our heavenly saint sect to accept disciples, and has the appearance of an inner disciple. Miss Luo, are you willing to join our saint sect? Luo Qingling widened her eyes. How is it possible? I can't live with the demon sect. What a coincidence. So do I. Congratulations. Miss Luo, from now on you are a disciple of the saint sect. Without waiting for Luo Qingling to refuse, Ji Changsheng said leisurely, if you don't agree, I will kill Sheng Jiayan. You also saw that Sheng Jiayan called me master. Miss Luo, for the sake of your good sister, are you willing to feed the demon yourself? You? Luo Qingling hesitated. Lan Zhujun was stunned. Young master, is she pretending? She didn't believe there was such a simple woman in the world. Ji Changsheng was more innocent. He believed, whether she was really or pretending, the important thing is that she is very beautiful. I'm wrong. The important thing is that she is very suitable to be the spokesperson of our holy church in Qi. Ji Changsheng looked at the shadowy people of Qi. This is all human hearts. With Luo Qingling alone, he can control the hearts of many people without bloodshed. Miss Luo, have you found that many women in Qi are pregnant with ghost babies? Ji Changsheng asked. Luo Qingling nodded and became alert again. Is this also the work of your heavenly demon sect? If you know more about the cultivation world, you will know that this is the work of the ghost mother, and our holy church is here to solve this problem. Luo Qingling didn't believe it. The heavenly demon sect is here to save people. Do you think I'm stupid? Ji Changsheng nodded sincerely. I can see that you are really stupid. God is fair. He gave you the talent to practice and study medicine, but probably sacrificed other talents. Ji Changsheng is the same. God gave him a handsome face, but deprived him of the talent to be a villain. Luo Qingling, since Miss Luo doesn't believe it, why don't you stay with me and see how our holy church saves the country and the people? Ji Changsheng invited. People have many misunderstandings about the holy church. I would like to ask Miss Luo to be a supervisor. Seeing is believing. Hearing is false. What do you think? Miss Luo? Luo Qingling met Ji Chongqing's sincere eyes, and began to hesitate again. Are you serious? Of course. I even intend to ask Miss Luo to be the person in charge of our holy church in Qi. Ji Chongqing is talking nonsense. It is impossible to be the person in charge. He is going to let Luo Qingling be the spokesperson of the Heavenly Demon Church in Qi. Use Luo Qingling's reputation to endorse the Heavenly Demon Church. Of course, Ji Chongqing will not cheat her. After all, Ji Chongqing is really going to build the Heavenly Holy Church seriously. The Holy Church has opened a series of Huichun halls in Qi. Miss Luo, since you are the first divine doctor in Qi, you should also know one thing. What is it? Studying medicine can't save Qi. Luo Qingling's eyes began to be confused. She is just an ordinary female doctor. She is far from the realm of Mr. Xu Ren. Not to mention resisting Ji Chongqing's deception. Ji Chongqing patiently instructed, Miss Luo, join the Holy Church, and you will see Huichun blossoming all over Qi. And our disciples of the Holy Church will also become the patron saints of the people of Qi. How many people can Miss Luo save with her own strength? Our Holy Church is different. We have a detailed plan. Plan? Yes. Our Holy Church's skills benefit the country and the people. From blood to skin. From skin to psychology. From psychology to soul. No matter what problems the people of Qi have, our disciples of the Holy Church can help them solve them. Ji Chongqing sincerely invited, Miss Luo, join us. If you don't join our Holy Church, you will abandon your learning, be sorry for the sisterhood, and be ashamed of the people of the world. Ah. Okay. Can you really save Qi? Don't worry. People who know me know that I never lie. Ji Chongqing's smile is very innocent. Miss Luo, now let's discuss how to have children. Sorry. How to solve the problem of ghost babies. Chapter 143, The Demon Sex Strategy for the Qi Kingdom. A sudden change in style. Backdoor listing. Your eyes are so sincere. Are you really here to solve the ghost baby problem? Luo Qingling felt Ji Chongqing's sincerity. Lan Jujuan's face was dark. Where is the sincerity in the dog owner's eyes? Are you blind? Master, I suspect she is pretending to be stupid to confuse you. Lan Jujun never wanted to believe that there is such a stupid woman in the world. Ji Chongqing smiled and touched Lan Jujuan's head, comforting her, be good. Don't make trouble. You are not pretending to be a slave girl to confuse me. Do you think I care? Lan Jujun, why can you say such shameless words so bluntly? Aren't you afraid that the idiot opposite will be scared? She soon discovered that Luo Qingling was not afraid, but looked at Ji Chongqing with more trust. No wonder. This demon girl from the demon sect tried to assassinate you many times, but you could still resist killing her. Jiayan is not dead either. I may have misunderstood you. Luo Qingling was embarrassed. Lan Jujun was stunned. Am I abnormal? Or is this woman abnormal? Wait. Lan Jujun suddenly thought of something, grabbed a disciple beside him and asked with a frown, what did the young master say just now? The disciple told the truth, Sister Lan. You said Luo Qingling was a demon girl from the Huangquan sect. And the young master said you were a demon girl from the Hahuan sect. And you tried to assassinate him many times. But he gave you the opportunity to turn over a new leaf. And the same goes for others. After he came to the Holy Church, he will definitely lead the disciples of the Holy Church to change their ways and become a Holy Church that truly benefits the world. Lan Jujuan's body was shaking slightly. Illusion. Fake. All this is fake. Ji Chong. She was about to say to Ji Chongqing, don't go too far. But she met Ji Chongqing's eyes head-on. Then it was like a basin of cold water falling from the sky, completely waking her up. Master, I was wrong. Lan Jujun regained her sanity and immediately switched back to Lan Nu mode. I will definitely correct it. Ji Chongqing smiled and touched Lan Jujuan's head again. Be good. My patience has never been limited. You can do whatever you want. I like to see beautiful women do it in front of me the most. Lan Jujuan's body trembled again, and her heart was cold. If she believed Ji Chongqing's words, she would be Luo Qingling. Ji Chongqing was obviously speaking in a sarcastic way. Whoever believed it would be stupid. Lan Jujun knew that the dog owner would definitely not have much patience. If she died, there would be Wen Renjiayu to take over. And if Wen Renjiayu died, there would be Ren Suqion to take over. No one is irreplaceable. Therefore, be careful with your words and actions to make the dog owner happy. Lan Jujun even realized that if her great-grandmother had not been the leader of the Hahuan sect, she would have already moved into Ji Chongqing's woman umbrella. While Lan Zhujun was reflecting deeply, Luo Qingling had already had a clear understanding of the Tianmo sect and Ji Chansheng. So that's how it is. After you joined the Tianmo sect, you wanted to lead the Tianmo sect on the right path. What a great ideal. Luo Qingling's eyes were full of respect. Educating the demon is much more difficult than slaying demons. Lan Zhujun. What kind of illusion did this stupid woman see just now? She soon found out. Ji Chansheng nodded. His tone was 3 parts helpless, 3 parts heroic, and 4 parts sacrificing his life for justice. The old fan-shaped statistical chart. It is indeed difficult to lead a sect like the Tianmo sect to turn from evil to good. But Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said, if I don't go to hell, who will? Miss Luo, you are in Qi state, and you may not know much about Sheng state. I will send you a video of Liantian Shuijing later, and you will know what happened in Sheng state. It is not me who betrayed the righteous path, but the righteous path betrayed me. Ji Chansheng pointed to the Tianmo sect disciples behind him, and continued, I said in front of Master Mu of Xuandu Temple and Linglong Ferry, the strongest person in the world, and Master Yu of the Tianmo sect, that wherever I am, there is the righteous path. I joined the Tianmo sect to make it the world's #1 righteous sect. If Miss Luo doesn't believe it, I have a video to prove it. People who know the business know the importance of law enforcement recorders. Ji Chansheng certainly knows the business. And when it comes to his own highlights, Ji Chansheng has recorded them. There are videos and the truth. And the main point will never be misunderstood by people in the righteous path. Luo Qingling has already believed it 99%. It felt like Ji Chansheng was getting taller and taller. That's probably difficult. Yes, of course it's difficult. Ji Chansheng pointed at the disciples of the heavenly demon sect headed by Lan Zhujun again. For example, Senior Sister Lan. She is a true disciple of the holy sect. And her grandmother is the leader of the Hahuan sect. She is a demon and unscrupulous. Even so, I took the risk of offending both sects and still suppressed her by force. Miss Luo, you also saw that Senior Sister Lan was very dissatisfied. She is still a demon in her bones. Luo Qingling nodded. She did see it. It is said that what you hear is not true, and what you see is true. Her eyes will not deceive her. There are many demons in the Holy Church who are as evil as Senior Sister Lan. I want to bring them back to the right track and make them good people who benefit the people of Qi. This is not something I can do alone. Please help me. Miss Luo. Ji Chansheng said his true purpose step by step. Miss Luo. I have no relatives in the heavenly demon sect. And I am constrained everywhere. There is not even a single person around me who can be used. For the sake of the people of the world. Miss Luo. Are you willing to join the Holy Church and help me? Lan Zhujun and Ren Suqiong forced themselves to hold back their nausea. They really admired how Ji Chansheng had the nerve to say that he was constrained everywhere in the Holy Church and there was not a single person around him who could be used. You are now holding the jade sword of the fairy Linglong. And you have become the young master of the heavenly demon sect. Who in the Holy Church has to obey your orders? Ji Chansheng said it was not important. For the demons of the demon sect. Of course. You play with both kindness and force. For the goddess of the righteous path. You have to switch modes and play moral kidnapping and justice for the world. This is called tailoring policies to the individual and adapting to local conditions. Obviously, Luo Qingling really fell for this. Okay. I'll help you. Luo Qingling's face flashed with holy light. And her eyes were full of a sense of sacrifice. But very happy. Ren Suqiong whispered, Chansheng can sell this woman and let this woman help her count the money. Lan Zhujun was also numb. I thought she might be pretending to be stupid. But now it seems that she is really stupid. Ji Chansheng deliberately amplified their voices, so that Luo Qingling would not be unable to hear. Then he reprimanded Luo Qingling in front of her. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. You are still too deeply influenced by the previous demon cult, and do not understand the truth, goodness and beauty of the world. Miss Luo is chivalrous and kind-hearted. And I also value the world. We share the same ideals. How can you short-sighted people understand? Luo Qingling smiled and didn't care. They are originally demon women of the demon cult. Of course they don't know what kindness and virtue are. Whether Mr. G is lying to me or not. As long as the ghost baby of Qi is dealt with well. I don't mind. And I don't think Mr. G is lying to me. Merits and virtues will not lie. Ji Chansheng has silently revealed his merits and virtues at this time. As I said, Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion are really 100 years ahead of the demon cult in terms of concept. If Ji Changsheng was in Xuandu Temple, he would not need so much nonsense to gain Luo Qingling's trust. It is only when he went to the heavenly demon cult that he needed to use some rhetoric. But merits and virtues are still hard currency. Ji Changsheng also sent a video recording of Liantian Water Mirror. Miss Luo, this is what I did in Shengwu, and the reasons and consequences of my withdrawal from Xuandu Temple. I believe that after you read it, you will be able to make your own judgment. Luo Qingling received the video recording, but did not look through it immediately. Instead, she nodded to Ji Changsheng and said, I believe in Mr. Ji. You follow me. Luo Qingling brought Ji Changsheng and his party to a clinic. As the #1 genius doctor in Qi, Luo Qingling certainly has his own territory. Mr. Ji, take them to sit for a while. I will sort out the information of the ghost baby and deal with a few patients. I will come back in a quarter of an hour. Miss Luo, please go ahead. And you can also watch the water mirror video I gave you. Although Ji Changsheng knew that he had gained 99% of Luo Qingling's trust, he had to add that 1%. Once it was added, nothing Sheng Jiayan said would work in the future. Luo Qingling nodded and entered the working state. Ren Suqiong waited until Luo Qingling left before speaking. Changsheng, is there anything strange about Luo Qingling? Yes, but it has nothing to do with Huangquan sect. This is one of the reasons why Ji Changsheng was so patient in communicating with Luo Qingling. Even if there were no fragments of the river map and Luo Shu as suggested by his wife, Ji Changsheng would not kill innocent people indiscriminately. He would most likely choose to recruit Luo Qingling. But he would not do such a big trick, because of the fragments of the river map and Luo Shu. Luo Qingling's weight increased. So Ji Changsheng tried to deceive her in the mode of long-term peace and stability. Luo Qingling is something that our holy church urgently needs now. What? Credibility. Ren Suqiong and Lan Zhujun looked at each other, and found confusion in each other's eyes at the same time. The two demon cult witches had never come into contact with such a high-sounding word. Ji Changsheng patiently pointed out, if the holy church wants to change its ways, it must gain the trust of the people of the world. However, the stereotype left by the holy church on the people of the world in the past is too deep, and it has committed too many sins. If we say we want to change, who will believe us? At this time, we need those prestigious people to endorse our holy church. Luo Qingling is such a person in Qi state, and we must win her over to stand on the side of our holy church. As long as Luo Qingling says that we can trust our holy church, the holy church can change its ways in Qi state with half the effort. This belongs to the category of United Front Studies. Ren Suqiong and Lan Zhujun, the two demon women of the demon cult, became more confused. The words in Ji Changsheng's mouth became more and more lofty. It was completely different from the education they had received before. Ji Changsheng frowned and said, the basic education of the heavenly demon cult is really too poor. What did they teach you in the past? Ren Suqiong said it bluntly, teach us to rob, kill and set fire. Ji Changsheng, does this thing need to be taught? To put it simply, Luo Qingling said that our holy church is good, and the Qi people who were saved by Luo Qingling will believe that our holy church is good. On this basis, as long as our holy church does a good job on the surface, it can really be completely cleaned up. At least in Qi. A word from a person with great reputation like Luo Qingling is more useful than us working hard for a year or two. Lan Zhujun whispered, she is so stupid. Who would believe her? Ji Changsheng glared at Lan Zhujun. It is because she is simple that she can gain the trust of others. Just like me. If I am not simple and kind, would you surround me and listen to my orders? Ren Suqiong, Lan Zhujun, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. That's the end of the story. They didn't dare to refute. So Ji Changsheng naturally thought they agreed with what he said. We can't just talk. We need to take some practical actions, and let Luo Qingling and the people of Qi see that all of our disciples of the Holy Church are great doctors. Let's go and save some patients. Ji Changsheng stood up, and the others hurried to follow. Luo Qingling's clinic is not small, and it is already the size of an ordinary city hospital on Blue Star in Ji Changsheng's impression. Combined with Qi's 500 million population and Luo Qingling's reputation as Qi's #1 doctor, this is normal. Ji Changsheng soon saw Luo Qingling. At this time, she was communicating with a middle-aged woman. Annie Wang, you have severe septicemia. Recently, our Qi has been dead, and you have inhaled a lot of toxic gases, which have spread throughout the body through blood circulation and grown and multiplied in the blood. Now your internal organs have begun to fail. At this point, Luo Qingling frowned. The attack is too fast. It doesn't look like an ordinary septicemia. I'm afraid it's really like what Master Ji said. It's the style of the Huangquan sect. Ji Chansheng looked around and saw 5 people in the ward. Almost everyone was like this middle-aged woman, with blood necrosis and organ failure. And they could die at any time. Ren Suqiong said to Ji Chansheng, "It is indeed the work of the Huangquan sect. It seems that the ghost mother not only created the ghost baby, but also did other things in Qi." Ji Chansheng nodded slightly. The 3 paths entered the sea, and the death aura was everywhere. From now on, the world will be in trouble. The Huangquan sect deserves to die. Once the spiritual environment of heaven and earth is affected, there will be many strange diseases in the future. The only ones who will suffer are the people of the world. And it will even spread to ordinary cultivators. So the Huangquan sect let the 3 paths enter the sea and pollute the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which will cause public anger. Yu Linglong could have suppressed herself and waited a few more years to ascend. But after she realized that the ghost fairy had descended to the mortal world and the 3 paths had entered the sea, she could no longer sit still. The world has not yet realized the seriousness of the evil that Huangquan sect has committed this time. Qi State is unlucky, and was the first to be targeted by Huangquan sect. Ji Chansheng and Ren Suqiong did not deliberately lower their voices when they spoke. So Luo Qingling quickly discovered them, and was a little surprised. "Mr. Ji, what are you doing here?" Ji Chansheng said calmly, "Of course. To cure diseases and save lives." Luo Qingling, "Can the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect cure diseases and save lives?" "I said that I joined the Heavenly Demon Sect to lead them to turn from evil to good. I also said that the skills of the Holy Sect have 2 sides. As long as they are used well, they can benefit the country and the people." "Miss Luo, I never lie to women." Lan Jujun silently lowered her head and rolled her eyes. Ren Suqiong tried hard to control her physiological reaction. Luo Qingling believed it. "Can the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect cure Aunt Wang and the others?" Ji Chansheng said to Ren Suqiong, "Sister Ren, let Miss Luo see the methods of our holy sect." Ren Suqiong's professional quality is still excellent. She simply checked the conditions of the 5 patients, and then shot out 5 blood lines from the 5 fingers of her right hand. A moment later, the blood of the 5 patients was all drawn out by Ren Suqiong, forming 5 blood-colored balls in the air, which scared Luo Qingling and the doctor behind her. "How can you kill people here?" A female doctor behind Luo Qingling blurted out. Ji Chansheng smiled slightly. "Be patient. Soon." Ren Suqiong's left hand ejected 5 true fires, attached to the 5 blood-colored balls. In less than a minute, the 5 blood-colored balls that had been a little black just now had visibly restored their bright blood-red color. Then Ren Suqiong returned the patient's blood to their bodies. The whole process took only about a minute. Then Ren Suqiong shrugged. "It's done." The doctors behind Luo Qingling were stunned. Luo Qingling didn't have time to be shocked and quickly began to check the patient's condition. After a moment, Luo Qingling murmured, "It's really all cured. It would definitely not be so simple to let her treat it. It would not be so fast." Ji Chansheng continued to smile. "Miss Luo, I said that the practice of the Holy Church is very suitable for curing diseases and saving lives. Let's go. Take us around more. I'll show you the new style of the disciples of the Holy Church." After a moment, Luo Qingling appeared in the orthopedic ward with Ji Chansheng. A woman with broken legs was holding the doctor's hand and crying bitterly, "Doctor, save me. My husband is gone. If I lose my legs, my daughter will not be able to survive. Doctor, please save me." The doctor was a man, and his tone was full of regret. It was too late to send her here, and her legs were already shattered and could not be reattached. Ji Chansheng glanced at Lan Jujun. Lan Jujun did not dare to talk nonsense, and circulated the bone-melting meridian, placing both hands on the woman's shattered legs. Under the gaze of the crowd, the legs that had just been shattered slowly returned to their original state. 2 minutes later, Lan Jujun controlled the legs and placed them directly on the woman, and used the blood path technique to help the woman complete the blood circulation in her legs and the whole body. He even helped her deal with the small problem of bone hyperplasia. Then Lan Jujun clapped his hands and said to Ji Chansheng, "Young master, let ordinary disciples do this kind of thing in the future. I am a true disciple, and it is a waste of my talent to do these things." Luo Qingling and the doctors were completely stunned. Is this really a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Is it fake? Can the disciples of the heavenly demon sect cure diseases and save lives? Ji Changsheng told them that they really can. And when the disciples of the heavenly demon sect do the work of doctors, they can even consider changing their careers. Because the heavenly demon sect's skills are simply born to be doctors. Blood Dao skills can treat blood diseases. Bone magic skills can help patients reshape their bones. Soul Dao magic skills can treat mental problems. Even plastic surgery and sex can be solved by the heavenly demon sect's skills. A quarter of an hour later, Luo Qingling only had one feeling: I must join the heavenly demon sect. She saw a new upward path for her career. Ji Changsheng also made the invitation like this: Miss Luo, we have acquired your clinic. The price can be premium. And spiritual stones are not a problem. The Holy Church will regularly send out experts to see patients every month. And I will also stipulate that the ordinary disciples of the Holy Church must complete the number of patients they treat every year. So, Miss Luo, are you willing to join our Holy Church to participate in this great event? This wave is called backdoor listing. Chapter 144. The long day is finally over. Luo Qingling was flattered when she heard Ji Changsheng's invitation. Mr. Ji, after I join the heavenly sacred church, can I practice the Holy Church's skills? She used to think that her medical skills were very good. In fact, they were very good. But seeing the performance of the disciples of the heavenly demon sect today, Luo Qingling opened up a new world. So the magic skills can be used like this? She really wants to practice the magic skills of the heavenly demon sect now. And I believe that it will definitely improve her medical skills a lot. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, of course. I have always believed that there is nothing wrong with the skills. But the people who use the skills are wrong. In the past, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect only used the magic skills to kill people. After I join, everything will be different. I will lead the disciples of the Holy Church. And from now on, saving people is the first priority. And I also welcome Miss Luo's supervision. The Holy Church opens the door to convenience and welcomes all people with compassion. Luo Qingling, a rich woman with her own property and reputation, asked to join, and the heavenly demon sect would certainly accept her. What's more, she herself is still a golden elixir. If you don't want it, you will be a fool. The burden is these doctors led by Luo Qingling. Compared with the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, their efficiency is too poor. However, retaining the employees of the previous company will make it easier for the company to complete a smooth transition, although it will definitely increase some costs. There is no rush to wait until the listing to let the fittest survive. Based on this idea, Ji Changsheng continued to paint a rosy picture. These doctors led by Miss Luo can also retain their original titles and treatments and continue to work in the clinic. They can still deal with ordinary people's diseases. For those doctors with outstanding performance, the Holy Church also welcomes them to join. Many doctors were tempted by Ji Changsheng's promise. Master, would you like to consider it? If our clinic is acquired by the heavenly saint religion, maybe we won't be out of pocket in the future. Master, you used to pay for the clinic and were often asked for money. If we have the heavenly saint religion as a backing, the situation will be much better in the future. Ji Changsheng was a little surprised when he heard the doctor's discussion. He thought this clinic was profitable. Are there any clinics that don't make money these days? Miss Luo, is your clinic not profitable? Luo Qingling was a little ashamed. I can only treat illnesses, not do business. The female doctor behind Luo Qingling said, Mr. Ji doesn't know that Miss is kind, but simple-minded. When she encounters people from difficult families who come to see a doctor, Miss often directly treats them. Over time, the clinic began to lose money. Several big businessmen who invested in Mrs. Clinic at the beginning have withdrawn their capital and left. Now Miss is running the clinic at her own expense. The Luo family's property is almost lost by Mississippi. Ji Changsheng. Although it's a bit outrageous, it's something that Miss Luo can do. Every profession has its own specialty. There are very few full professional players, like the Tai Chi saint. Most people are good at just one thing. Newton, the great scientist who laid the foundation of classical physics, was cut to pieces in the stock market and finally left a sentence. I can calculate the movement of celestial bodies, but I can't predict human madness. The transport captain is also good at playing politics. But in the early days, he tried to do business. As a result, he was in debt of more than 600,000 yuan. He still asked Huang Jinrong, a gangster tycoon at the time, to help him settle it. Since then, The captain realized that my talent is in transportation, not in the business world. So he chose to become a transportation captain. If the captain is a business genius, it is hard to say what will happen in the future. For example, Ji Changsheng is born to be a good person. If he is asked to be a demon, no matter how hard Ji Changsheng tries, it will not work, because he is pure by nature. Even if he comes to a place like the Tianma sect with deep sins, he will only lead a group of demons to transform into great philanthropists and national medical experts. Obviously, Luo Qingling's talent is only in studying medicine. It is too unlikely to succeed if you expect scientific research talents to run a business. Luo Qingling lowered her head in shame. Obviously, she also knew that she had failed in running the clinic. But it doesn't matter. Ji Changsheng is here. And the savior is here. The Tiansheng sect is willing to become the major shareholder of this clinic. You may not understand what I mean. Anyway, we have bought this clinic. How much is it worth in spirit stones? The Tiansheng sect can pay 30% more. Problems that can be solved with spirit stones are not problems. As I said before, the Tianma sect does not care much about money. Luo Qingling whispered, Mr. Ji, just pay off the debt of the clinic. I have borrowed 10 million high-quality spirit stones from Tontian Chamber of Commerce, and have not paid them off. There is no money on the books. Everyone. It seems that this clinic is still a negative asset. Lan Jujun curled her lips. The dog owner thought this was a little rich woman. But now she is stupid. Right? In fact, she is a poor ghost who owes money. Ji Changsheng said that Lan Jujun was too narrow-minded. Not only was he not stupid, he laughed instead. Miss Luo, you probably haven't realized one thing yet. What is it? Tontian Chamber of Commerce is finished. Ji Changsheng said calmly. All accounts related to Tontian Chamber of Commerce can be written off. Ji Changsheng understood Luo Qingling's late realization. After all, Yu Linglong went on a killing spree at the Tontian Chamber of Commerce headquarters, which happened today. It was a really long day. A lot of things happened on this day, and Ji Changsheng hasn't digested them yet. And naturally others haven't fully adapted to it. Ji Changsheng even thought of something and asked proactively, is the Qi branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce still operating normally? Luo Qingling nodded subconsciously and murmured, today, I was urged to pay back the money on time. Otherwise the clinic would be auctioned off to pay off the debt. Sure enough, he is a demon from the demon cult. He still doesn't forget to ask for money when he is about to die. Ji Changsheng habitually labeled the Tontian Chamber of Commerce as a demon from the demon cult. Then he looked at Ren Suqiong. Suqiong, take a few people to destroy the Qi branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, and seize all the spirit stones of the Qi branch. No one is allowed to move them. We will use those spirit stones to buy Miss Luo's clinic. When Ji Changsheng finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Luo Qingling was stunned. Mr. Ji, I owe the Tontian Chamber of Commerce money. Ji Changsheng waved his hand and said seriously, Miss Luo, you are wrong. It is the Tontian Chamber of Commerce that owes the people of the world money. The members of the Tontian Chamber of Commerce, who account for less than 5% of the population of Qi, occupy 95% of the spiritual stones of Qi. Is this normal? Of course not. They use the background of the demons of the Tontian Chamber of Commerce to cruelly plunder the spiritual stones of the people of Qi. This situation seriously hinders the development of Qi. The people of Qi urgently demand the redistribution of spiritual stones. So the Holy Church responded to the call of the people of Qi, destroyed the Tontian Chamber of Commerce, and redistributed the spiritual stones. Take from the people, and use it for the people. Luo Qingling was confused. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect were also confused. They could understand that the young master wanted to rob the spirit stones of the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. But they couldn't understand why the young master could explain his actions so righteously. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect still lacked experience in mixing with the righteous way. Ren Suqiong blurted out, Changsheng, how do you know that the members of Tontian Chamber of Commerce account for less than 5% of the population of Qi, but occupy 95% of the spiritual stones of Qi? Have you been to Qi? Ji Changsheng frowned and said, Suqiong, it's time. You still care about these details. Is this important? The important thing is that Tontian Chamber of Commerce has been identified as a demonic organization. When our major righteous sects encounter a demonic sect like Tontian Chamber of Commerce, everyone can kill it. Ren Suqiong said weakly, Young master, our holy church is still a demonic sect in the eyes of the world. So we are taking this opportunity to draw a clear line with the demonic sect. This time, Yu Lao Mo sent Ji Changsheng to Qi and gave him enough support in terms of personnel, allowing Ji Changsheng to choose freely. But he did not provide financial support. Yu Lao Mo also knows Ji Changsheng. Changsheng is a kid who focuses on doing it himself and having enough food and clothing. It is highly likely that he will not need his support. This is indeed the case. What was done in Sheng should be done in Qi. Routine is not afraid of being old. As long as it works. Tontian merchants have money. The wealth of this evil cult organization should be confiscated. Su Qiong, go and do it. If there is resistance, first use courtesy and then force. Those who are stubborn will be killed without mercy. Ji Changsheng's tone was as calm as ever. Those spiritual stones originally belonged to the people of Qi. And it is just right for our holy church to use them again to benefit the people of Qi. Yes. Ren Suqiong could not understand the legitimacy of Ji Changsheng's behavior. In her eyes, Ji Changsheng's behavior was no different from the previous style of the Tianma cult. It was not in line with Ji Changsheng's general direction of whitewashing the Tianma cult. And it was easy to give others a handle. But when she thought about Ji Changsheng's lack of money, it seemed understandable. Money is not everything. But not having money is absolutely impossible. In fact, Ren Suqiong and others thought too shallowly. The wealth of Tontian Chamber of Commerce was supposed to be divided up. And the Xuandu Temple and the Tianma cult should take the lead in dividing it up. Yu Linglong of Xuandu Temple took action. The Tianma cult will soon be the #1 in the world. The two parties jointly defeated the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. So of course, they had to sit down and divide the fruits. It's just that things happened too quickly today. Before the two parties sat down to discuss a specific division plan, Ji Changsheng started the thunder action again. Of course, he couldn't wait for the two sides to discuss a specific plan before taking action. By the time Xuandu Temple and the Heavenly Demon Cult have finished their dispute, he might have already solved the Qi state issue. First, take control of all the spiritual stones left by the Tontian Chamber of Commerce in the Qi state branch. After Ren Suqiong and a group of Heavenly Demon Cult disciples left, the others came back to their senses. Many people wiped the cold sweat from their heads. Luo Qingling actually hadn't fully reacted yet. But she subconsciously reminded, Mr. Ji is right. The headquarters of the Tontian Chamber of Commerce has been destroyed by Fairy Linglong. In this case, President Quan of the Qi State branch of the Tontian Chamber of Commerce is likely to transfer his wealth out. And many princes and nobles in Qi are on good terms with President Quan. In this case, it seems that there are many demons hidden in Qi State. Ji Changsheng's face became serious. If anyone causes trouble for our holy church in the future, it will probably be the demon hidden in Qi State. Lan Zhujun was speechless. She felt that the dog owner's methods were not much better than hers. She just pointed at Luo Qingling and said that she was a demon from Huangquan sect. It didn't work. The dog owner also used the same trick. So could it work? What is the difference? Lan Zhujun didn't understand yet. She had to think about it carefully. But Ji Changsheng didn't give her time to think further. Senior Sister Lan, you take a group of disciples to rescue more patients and try to clear this clinic tonight. Tomorrow we will officially open the signboard and launch a new logo. Ah? New logo? Mr. Ji? What is your specific plan? Everyone couldn't quite keep up with Ji Changsheng's thinking. For them, the trick of backdoor listing was still a bit too capitalistic. The disciples of the demonic sect practiced magic, and Luo Qingling and others studied medicine. Obviously, they don't know much about capital operation. Ji Changsheng looked at Luo Qingling carefully again, and then asked, Miss Luo, are you famous in Qi? Luo Qingling was a little embarrassed to say. It was still the same female doctor who spoke proudly. Miss is the first famous doctor in Qi, and is also known as the first beauty in Qi. Everyone knows her. As long as she has the ability, all Qi people who have difficult and complicated diseases will first come to Miss for treatment. Very good. Ji Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. This is the spokesperson we want. Now this clinic is called Shanatang, which is too unmemorable. I originally wanted to call it Yuechantang. But since Miss Luo is the signboard, from now on, this clinic will be called Luoshan Clinic. Ah? Luo Qingling was very embarrassed. Master Ji, don't be like this. It's too embarrassing. What's so embarrassing about this? Ji Changsheng didn't care. Miss Luo is well known in Qi. Of course, we have to maximize her influence and call it Luoshan Medical Clinic. And we have to let all the people of Qi know that the director of Luotian Medical Clinic is Miss Luo. I still want to be the director? Luo Qingling was scared herself. Master Ji, I'm okay as a doctor, but I really don't know how to run the business as a director. I can't even pay the salaries of the doctors below. If she could pay them, she wouldn't have owed the chief branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce 10 million high-quality spirit stones. To be able to run a medical clinic to this extent, Luo Qingling must be a talent. Ji Chansheng said calmly, don't worry, Miss Luo. I'll just let you hang a title. You can focus on treating patients and saving lives. You don't need to be responsible for the business. Luo Qingling breathed a sigh of relief. Lan Jujun looked at Luo Qingling with pity, thinking that this silly girl was really sold and still helped the dog owner count money. The dog owner meant to make you a puppet. You are the director on the surface, but you actually have no power at all. That's true. But Ji Chansheng was not trying to trick Luo Qingling, but to make the best use of her talents. Sister Lan, put the logo of our Tianxing sect on the plaque of Luotian Medical Clinic. Ji Chansheng ordered. Miss Luo is the spokesperson of our Tianxing sect in Qi. With the influence of Miss Luo, we must quickly make the name of the holy sect famous. At the same time, we will use Luotian Medical Clinic to truly help the people of Qi treat difficult and complicated diseases. Within a week, I hope that the disciples of the holy sect can rely on their superb medical attainments to spread word of mouth among the people of Qi, and establish the recognition that our Tianxing sect's medical care is far ahead. Lan Jujun. Master, are we serious? Nonsense. Do you think I'm kidding you? Lan Jujun tried to defend himself. But how can we have time to treat ordinary people all the time? We still need to practice. Ji Chansheng understood this. In fact, curing diseases and saving lives is also a kind of practice. While you are curing diseases and saving lives, it is also a process of mastering the holy teachings. Of course, I don't deny that this is very inefficient, especially for true disciples. It is almost ineffective. This is also the reason why Lan Jujun resisted. For those outer disciples who are just starting out, they can indeed improve their cultivation through practice. But for Lan Jujun's level of true disciples of the Tianma sect, it is useless. So we need to do a good job of classifying doctors. Most of the diseases suffered by ordinary people in Qi state do not require the intervention of true disciples. Ordinary outer disciples are enough to solve them. Senior Sister Lan, this task is also given to you. According to the different cultivation levels and contributions of the disciples of the Holy Church, they will be divided into different levels in Luotian Medical Clinic and undertake different tasks at the same time. Lan Jujun. Young Master, can you explain it in more detail? Ji Chansheng said patiently. For example, ordinary outer disciples can be made to be resident doctors in Luotian Medical Clinic, responsible for treating most ordinary patients. In exchange for contribution points, inner disciples can be promoted to the first level and become attending physicians, responsible for treating some difficult and complicated diseases. And the fees here can be higher. Although our holy church does not seek to make money, we can't follow Miss Luo and operate at a loss. Luo Qingling blushed, but nodded quietly to agree with Ji Changsheng's point of view. The feeling of owing money is really unpleasant. Ji Chansheng continued, as for true disciples like you, Senior Sister Lan, you can become senior doctors. The price you pay is sky high. Try to control the number of sales every year and make it the signboard of Luotian Medical Clinic. Of course, the more sales you make, the more rewards you will get. The life, old age, sickness and death of the medical clinic is a natural place for cultivation for our holy religion. Whoever has more contribution points can get higher resources first. At this point, Ji Chansheng pointed to himself. Above the true disciples are this young master and other high-level people of the holy religion. Such an existence can be called for the national players. Theoretically, we don't need to cure diseases and save people. We just need to keep researching ways to cure diseases and save people, and then pass them on to you. Senior Sister Lan, please take the trouble to sort out a set of effective promotion systems to benefit both patients and disciples of the Holy Church. More work, more pay. Less work, less pay. No work, no pay. Lan Jujun was stunned. Young Master, in this way, wouldn't the disciples of the Holy Church become workers? Ji Chansheng asked curiously. What else? Can the Holy Church still support you? Killing and arson are not healthy development models after all. It is a pity not to use the vigorous energy of the monks to work and create value. since such a change is likely to cause dissatisfaction among the disciples of the Holy Church. Senior Sister Lan, you must make it clear to the people below that all this is your suggestion. The young master is good, but the traitors around the young master are too bad. Lan Juju and Silver Teeth almost broke. Lan knew, understand. Night fell. The long day is finally coming to an end. Chapter 145, The Righteous Path That Came a Day Late. The Tianqing sect that was far ahead. Ji Changsheng had a good sleep. As a divine transformation cultivator, in theory, Ji Changsheng could stay awake for 100 years without feeling tired. However, too many things happened today, and Ji Changsheng felt that he was too tired, and he should have a good sleep to reward himself. From the early morning when he planted Golden Lotus in the Sea of Blood, condensed Yuaning with merit, to his becoming the young master of the Tianqing sect, and then to Qi State planning the transformation of the Tianma sect. His day was really fulfilling. It's not good to be so busy. It's better to slow down. Let the brain and body empty. So he prepared to fall asleep. At this moment, his first wife disturbed his sweet dream again. You Bihai and I have reached a consensus that cultivators above the level of spiritualization are not allowed to enter Qi. All the major sects of the righteous path will send teams led by true disciples to Qi to solve the hidden dangers of the Huangquan sect. The righteous and evil paths have always had a grudge, and they are likely to attack the team of the heavenly demon sect. You be gentle and don't hurt them. Ji Changsheng smiled. Wife, I am a kind person. I don't even want to step on an ant to death on weekdays. So how could I hurt them? You should be worried about my safety. Yu Linglong ignored Ji Changsheng's address and continued, stay away from Qingqing. She is the only person in the world who has a blood relationship with me. If you dare to touch her, I will make you suffer when you ascend to heaven in the future. Ji Changsheng began to express his loyalty. Wife, I like you. Of course. Senior sister came first. At most, I will add Hongya. I promise that I have no thoughts about Sister Qingqing. Yu Linglong. The colorful sword energy blooming from the jade sword vividly expressed Yu Linglong's mood at the moment. Ji Changsheng decisively shut up. The next day, Ji Changsheng was woken up by Wen Renjiayu. And Wen Renjiayu was shocked. Young master, why are you still sleeping? No. I mean, why don't you let Lan Jujun, that little bitch, warm your bed? Ji Changsheng looked down, tidied his clothes calmly, and then said calmly, I'm not the kind of young master who is dissolute and lawless. Don't think too much. I use you because of your high cultivation and strong abilities, not because of those messy things. When Renjiayu believed it, because she saw with her own eyes that the young master was very angry. But he didn't let the female disciples warm the bed. When Renjiayu admired that he could still have such self-control in the Tianma sect. Young master is indeed a man who can do great things. Ji Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. Senior sister, are you interested in changing your name to Wenren Dashi? When Renjiayu's pretty face turned red, and she quickly changed the subject. Young master, I have almost figured out the situation in Qi, but it's a bit tricky. How tricky is it? There are indeed disciples of Huangquan sect lurking, but we can't find their traces. When Renjiayu said this, and her face turned from blushing to solemn. The Huangquan sect skills are really too dark, and they are too good at lurking to find the traces of the Huangquan sect's monsters. The disciples of Guanyin Hall are actually the best. Guanyin Hall? Yes. The skills of Guanyin Hall are somewhat restrained by Huangquan sect, and the Guanyin of Guanyin Hall and the ghost mother of Huangquan sect are mortal enemies. When Renjiayu knew that his young master had only been in power for a few days, and might not know much about some of the secrets of the cultivation world, so he took the initiative to explain. The goddess of childbirth, also known as the goddess of descendants, is the current master of the Guanyin temple. The cultivation method of the goddess of childbirth is special, and has a deep blessing. It is easy to get pregnant after worshipping the goddess of childbirth. Ji Changsheng frowned and said, is this method serious? Why does it sound a bit wrong to me? When Renjiayu said, many people felt that it was wrong at first. How could anyone really make people who worship her pregnant? Like the young master. Most people in the cultivation world at that time believed that the goddess of childbirth used magic, or even simply destroyed the innocence of people. But Xuandu Temple, the investigation team of the immortal sect, was sent out jointly with Danqing Pavilion. But no problems were found. Everything happened naturally. Ji Changsheng still felt something was wrong. Could it be the reincarnation of a great power? When Renjiayu nodded, My ancestor also guessed that the Guanyin of childbirth is likely to be the reincarnation or reincarnation experience of a great power in the prehistoric immortal world. Otherwise there would be no such good fortune. In fact, there is another shocking rumor in the market that the Guanyin of childbirth and the ghost mother are the same person. But Fairy Linglong personally endorsed the Guanyin of childbirth. And later the ghost mother fell into the hands of the Qinglian sword immortal, and was cut out of her true body by the Qinglian sword immortal. This rumor was refuted. Ji Changsheng nodded slightly. He had seen the true body of the ghost mother at the Hawan Saint. It was so scary. It didn't look like a human at all. The contemporary Guanyin Hall was mainly dedicated to that thing. And the Guanyin Hall could not continue to operate. It was also because of this rumor that Guanyin and Ghost Mother became mortal enemies. Guanyin had challenged Ghost Mother to a duel many times. If Ghost Mother had not been avoiding the fight, Guanyin would have killed her long ago. After Guanyin became the master of Guanyin Hall, she vigorously cleared out the disciples of Huangquan's sect and did not even give face to Fairy Linglong. It is said that in order to kill Ghost Mother, Guanyin had fought with Emperor Huangquan, and the two sides were evenly matched. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that it seemed like another person was stronger than the master. Master, are the masters of the major sects eating together? Are you going to sit at the table with the children? You have to stand up. Don't let my strength surpass yours in a few days, or you will not be able to hold your head up. In order to target the Huangquan sect, especially the Ghost Mother, the child-giving Guanyin created a lot of skills. When dealing with the disciples of the Huangquan sect, the Guanyin Hall has always been the vanguard. That's not right. Yesterday at the border of Sheng country, the Guanyin Hall did not seem to show much hostility to the Huangquan sect, Ji Changsheng said strangely. When Renjiayu carefully reminded, young master, is there a possibility that you poisoned the disciple of Guanyin Hall and controlled her yesterday at the border of Sheng country? Ji Changsheng. It seems that there is such a possibility. When Renjiayu continued to remind, when Fairy Linglong discovered the conspiracy of Huangquan sect, Guanyin Hall would definitely take action. But there were no Huangquan sect disciples at the border of Sheng country yesterday. They all went to judge you. As for what happened later, young master, only one day has passed. Guanyin Hall is also the top fairy gate of the righteous way. Their reaction cannot be so fast. They always have to go through the process of passing orders. Speaking of this, when Renjiayu couldn't help but complain, you are too efficient. It is normal that Guanyin Hall has not reacted yet. Ji Changsheng was convinced by Wen Renjiayu. He has always been a reasonable person. What you said makes sense. Guanyin Hall just reacted a little slowly. Wen Renjiayu thought that Guanyin Hall's reaction was not slow at all. It was you who was too fast. As far as I know, the disciples of Guanyin Temple are also on their way to Qi State and may arrive today. Ji Changsheng continued. Originally, the major sects of the righteous path did not have such efficiency. It was just that Fairy Linglong was about to ascend. The major sects of the righteous path also wanted to seize the remaining time before Fairy Linglong ascended and handle as much as they could. Otherwise, after Fairy Linglong ascended, they would become taller. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng suddenly felt a sense of urgency again. How is Su Qiong's progress? When Renjiayu reported, it's going very smoothly. When I came to report to the young master, I passed by the headquarters of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in Qi State, and saw that junior sister Ren had already entered. That's good. Ji Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. We must control the spiritual stones of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce before the major sects of the righteous path come. Otherwise there will be a lot of wrangling later. Senior sister Wenren, please continue. I've basically finished talking. Young master, if we want to catch the monster of Huangquan sect, we need the help of the disciples of Guanyin Hall. But you seem to have offended Sheng Jiayan. The current walking of Guanyin Hall? Ji Changsheng waved his hand. Sheng Jiayan and I didn't know each other until we met. And we have already forgiven each other with a smile. When Renjiayu couldn't help but remind him. But as far as I know, young master, you killed her father and confiscated her family's property. This can also forgive each other with a smile? Can Guanyin Hall really cultivate a true Buddha? Ji Changsheng was a little surprised by Wen Renjiayu's reaction. I have already forgiven her. What else does she want? Wen Renjiayu. I lost. Compared to the young master, I am indeed unworthy of being a disciple of the heavenly demon sect. If the young master and the Guanyin Temple have indeed become friends, then we can wait until the people from the Guanyin Temple arrive before we make any plans. When Renjiayu said, although our holy sect and the Guanyin Temple also hated each other before. Now that we have a common enemy, the Huangquan sect, we can temporarily put aside our prejudices. No, waiting is not my style. Our holy church must take the initiative. Ji Changsheng sorted out his thoughts and said, Senior Sister Wenren, take your people and visit the important officials of the court of Qi, as well as the group of people who really have the say in Qi. Wenren Jiayu asked, Young Master, what is the purpose of my visit? Show goodwill and see if I can make friends with them. To be more precise, see if they are willing to support the development of our holy church in Qi with practical actions, and if they are willing to benefit the people of Qi with practical actions. Ji Changsheng's style of putting labels on people right away still made Wenren Jiayu a little uncomfortable, but she forced herself to adapt. What if they don't want to? Ji Changsheng pointed out. As long as they are wholeheartedly for the country and the people, they will definitely be willing to support our holy church. If they don't want to, then they are naturally the hidden monsters of the Huangquan sect. To deal with the monsters of the Huangquan sect, there is no need to follow the rules of the rivers and lakes. Just take them down directly. Wenren Jiayu, it's the style of the young master. In this case, the number of Huangquan sect disciples may suddenly increase. Wenren Jiayu reminded again, Young master, among the major sects of the righteous path, Xuandu Temple has the fewest disciples. Among the major sects of the demon sect, Huangquan sect has the fewest disciples. Huangquan sect is a sect of the underworld, and they have extra requirements for their disciples. And the court officials of Qi are all living people, saying that they are Huangquan sect monsters. I'm afraid it's not very likely to stop the world's mouths. Ji Changsheng followed suit. What you said makes sense. Huangquan sect, a sect of the underworld, has a different style from other sections. Then, you can say that those who do not support our holy church have reached an agreement with the monsters of Huangquan sect, and are waiting to join Huangquan sect after death. So whoever is the enemy of our holy church, we will make their souls fly away. The 100 Souls banner just needs materials, and I think they are very suitable. When Renjiayu knelt down to Ji Changsheng, Young master, what is the difference between what we do and the previous style? Of course there is a difference. In the past, the Holy Church only killed people and did not reason. Now we put the blame first. Sorry. We reason first and then kill people. Of course, you can also reason after killing people. Ji Changsheng patiently instructed, as long as our purpose is just, even if the means are a little cruel, the people of Qi will definitely understand. Before Wenren Jiayu digested the young master's teachings, Ji Changsheng taught her another trick. Senior sister Wenren, do you know illusion? Of course. Wenren Jiayu nodded, but then added, I'm sure you won't be as good as the young master. It doesn't matter. There are only two people in the world who are better at illusion than me. The first wife and the main wife. It doesn't have to be too clever. Just enough to confuse the people of Qi. Ji Changsheng pointed out, the Huangquan sect is evil and wants to kill the people of Qi. Our holy church is righteous and is here to save them. So, you can act out a scene of being attacked and assassinated by Huangquan sect disciples, and then use the excuse of arresting Huangquan sect disciples to contact the court officials of Qi. When Renjiayu's red lips slightly opened, speechless, she didn't lose unfairly. As true disciples of the Tianma sect, the 5 of them used to compete in cultivation strength. Ji Changsheng started to play military tactics. No wonder the Holy Church always loses to the righteous, and sometimes can only suffer in silence. The Holy Church really needs a hero like the young master to lead them in transformation. Sister Wenren, do you have any other questions? No. I'll do it right away. Remember to pay attention to safety. If the Huangquan sect disciples are a little bolder, they may take advantage of your acting opportunity to make a real play. When Renjiayu smiled proudly, Young master, I am much worse than you in playing tricks. But in terms of sneak attacks and battles, I did not get this true teaching of the Holy Church by playing tricks. Ji Changsheng did some reading comprehension. It seems that you really want to change your name to Warendashi. Otherwise you would not dare to play tricks on me like this. Wenren disappeared from the room in an instant. She really felt that even if Ji Changsheng had reached the God transformation realm, he might not be her opponent in a one-on-one fight. She was promoted to the nascent soul realm through actual practice. And it was the late nascent soul realm. Ji Changsheng was just cheating. Wenren felt that she had the strength to fight, but she was still under the control of Ji Changsheng. Playing tricks was the limit, but she did not dare to really provoke Ji Changsheng. Otherwise she might be the one warming the bed tonight. What Renjia ran fast. And Ji Changsheng did not chase her. Now it was more important to do business. He walked out of the room. And then his eyes lit up. Young master. It's all cleaned up. Lan Zhujun saw the satisfaction in Ji Changsheng's eyes, and hurried over to show off, according to your instructions. All the patients in the clinic were treated overnight, so as not to delay your plan today. Ji Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. Well done. There is a reward. Lan Zhujun's eyes also lit up. What reward? As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly held the pillar next to her. Ji Changsheng. He swore to heaven that he just subconsciously activated the Demon Desire Sutra. The Hahuan sect is really too evil. He wanted to make his Huannu happy. Why did Lan Zhujun react like this? It's all the fault of the technique. Young master. Lan Nu thanks young master for the reward. Lan Zhujun didn't know whether he wanted to kill someone or cover his face. Why did this dog owner have so many tricks? How did he do it? Although Lan Zhujun's great-grandmother was the leader of the Hahuan sect, her great-grandmother didn't practice the Devil Desire Sutra. The one who knows the effect of the Devil Desire Sutra best is Li Huanyan. The second is Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng is also a beginner, so he needs to use Huan Nu for experiments frequently. Luckily, Lan Zhujun enjoyed the positive effect of the Devil Desire Sutra. Luo Qingling happened to pass by and came over curiously when she saw this scene. What's wrong with senior sister Lan? Why is your face so red so early in the morning? Nothing. Lan Zhujun tried hard to control herself and stood up, but she fell back on Ji Changsheng. Seeing this, Lan Zhujun simply broke the jar. Young master praised my good performance last night, so he gave me a reward. Luo Qingling was not misled by the ambiguity in Lan Zhujun's words, because Ji Changsheng slept in her room last night, and it was her arrangement. She and Lan Zhujun worked all night, which is why the clinic is so empty today. It is impossible for Lan Zhujun to mislead her impression of Ji Changsheng. Luo Qingling even shook her head and said helplessly, Sister Lan, don't stir up trouble between me and Ji. Young master. Young master was resting last night, and we were busy together. You really need to change your demon cult habits and learn more from young master. Luo Qingling has decided to formally join the heavenly demon cult. So she began to treat herself as a disciple of the heavenly demon cult and changed the way she addressed Lan Zhujun and Ji Changsheng. Lan Zhujun's silver teeth almost broke again. Young master. I was wrong. She hugged Ji Changsheng again. She could hardly stand. Ji Changsheng felt that every time he practiced the Devil Desire Sutra, he could feel a huge surprise. Okay. Well done is well done. This is the reward you deserve. Ji Changsheng felt that he was really a good man. Sister Lan was really busy last night, but the effect was very good. Sister Lan is really too strong. Luo Qingling was an honest person, and he said what he saw. Sister Lan has a strong cultivation base and is proficient in many holy teachings. Now Sister Lan's efficiency in curing diseases and saving people is even higher than mine. Last night, many people in Qi said that they had fallen in love with someone else. And Sister Lan also got a nickname Goddess Lan Xian. Goddess Lan Xian? What's going on? Ji Changsheng was a little curious. Luo Qingling explained, Sister Lan's surname is Lan. She saved many people yesterday. The people of Qi saw it, so they all praised Sister Lan for her kindness and kindness. Over time, Sister Lan became the goddess of kindness. I mean, many people of Qi knew it last night? How did they know it? Luo Qingling blinked, and then said, in order to allow me to pay off my debts as soon as possible, the Qi branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce provided our hospital with a batch of water mirrors, so that people across the country can see the process of my treatment of patients. President Quan seemed to mean to help me promote it and attract more patients to our clinic for treatment, so that I can earn more spiritual stones. I disappointed him. Indeed, more patients came to see the doctor. But when she saw that the person was pitiful and found that the other party could not afford the consultation fee, she started to save people for free. So the more patients come, the more compensation they have to pay. Tontian Chamber of Commerce has good ideas, but unfortunately, they met a great benefactor like her. Ji Changsheng sighed. Tontian Chamber of Commerce is really a good person. It helped me a lot. Doesn't this mean that the Holy Church has been cleansed halfway now? In fact, the effect is better than Ji Changsheng thought. Luo Qingling pointed outside the door. Now there is a long queue at the door of the clinic, and many people come to see Senior Sister Lan for treatment. Lan Jujun was still holding Ji Changsheng at this time. Didn't come back to his senses. Ji Changsheng patted the head of Goddess Lan Xian and smiled and ordered, Goddess Lan, go take a shower and change clothes, and attend the opening ceremony of our Luotian medical clinic later. Luo Qingling took the initiative to suggest, young master, now the fame of Goddess Lan Xian has begun to catch up with me. There is no need to use my fame as a signboard. Why not call it Tiansheng Medical Clinic? I really don't want to run a clinic anymore. She also knew that her previous business model was unsustainable. But she just couldn't think of a solution. Ji Changsheng was willing to take over. And she was very happy. Moreover, the Tianma cult had completely conquered her, and she's patience in one night. Ji Changsheng didn't expect the effect to be so good. The main reason was that the previous Tianma clinic disciples really didn't know how to play to their strengths, and didn't understand the role of live broadcasting. Then call it Tiansheng Medical Clinic. Qingling, you and senior sister Lan will be the main signboard of our Tiansheng Medical Clinic. I authorize you to handle the ghost baby incident. Ji Changsheng made the decision. The situation is very good. When the Tiansheng Medical Clinic was established, the people of Qi celebrated. The true disciples of the major sects of the righteous path led their disciples to gather at Xuandu Temple with unprecedented efficiency, and then set foot on the teleportation array to Qi. Hua Pingjin, a true disciple of Guanyin Temple, said, Master's order is urgent. This is the first time I have seen people from our major sects gather so quickly. The demons from the demon sect will definitely not be able to react in time. Sheng Jiayan hesitated. The demons from the demon sect may not be able to react in time. But the master is also in the demon sect, and has already arrived in Qi. No one knows Sheng Jiayan's mentality at this time. The seriousness of what happened in Qi is far higher than that of Sheng. So this time, the true disciples of the major immortal sects will lead the team. Yu Qingqing has already been ranked as a true disciple of Xuandu Temple at this time, and still holds a leading position in this team. Yu Qingqing said to Hua Pingjin, Senior Sister Hua, according to reliable information, the Ghost Mother has created hundreds of millions of ghost babies in Qi. Guanyin Temple is best at dealing with Huangquan magic. After arriving in Qi, we still need Senior Sister Hua to take the lead. Hua Pingjin chuckled and said, Don't worry, Junior Sister Qingqing. Guanyin Temple will take the lead and will never let the people of Qi be poisoned by the Huangquan sect's demons. Thank you, Senior Sister Hua. We are all righteous immortals, and we are of the same blood. You don't have to be polite. A quarter of an hour later, Qi, the capital. As soon as Hua Pingjin walked out of the teleportation array, she felt what Ji Changsheng felt when he first arrived yesterday. The yin energy is overwhelming, and the death energy is spreading across the country. The Huangquan sect is really not a human being. Hua Pingjin's face turned cold. She glanced and her face became more gloomy. More than half of the women are pregnant with ghost babies. This is bad. This person will have a difficult delivery. This elder sister, please stop. I will help you get rid of the ghost baby. Hua Pingjin reached out to stop an elder sister. The elder sister looked at Hua Pingjin and asked, Are you a doctor from the Tiansheng sect? Hua Pingjin frowned. Tiansheng sect? Do you mean the Tianma sect? Where can the Tianma sect get a doctor? I am a disciple of the Guanyin Temple. What Guanyin Temple? I have never heard of it. The elder sister pushed Hua Pingjin's hand away. I will not see a doctor who is not from the Tiansheng sect. Both Luotian and Lanqing goddess said that the medical care of the Tiansheng sect is far ahead. The disciples of the major sects of the righteous path were all confused. Chapter 146 If you don't support Tiansheng Medical, you are not worthy of being a Qi citizen. Hua Pingjin looked at the others in confusion. What happened? Yu Qingqing was a little uncertain. Is the Tianma sect converted? From what the elder sister said just now, it seems that the Tianma sect is curing diseases and saving people. Chao Ziming's eyes lit up, and he said with certainty, It must be junior brother Ji who is leading the demon leader of the Tianma sect to turn over a new leaf and become a new man. Among the righteous sect's team, there are those who are familiar with Ji Changsheng and those who are not familiar with Ji Changsheng. Of course, during the Shengwu trip, Ji Changsheng completely became famous all over the world. So when Chao Ziming said this, everyone reacted. But everyone became more and more confused. Hua Pingjin scratched her head and looked at Sheng Jiayan, Junior Sister Yin. How long has Ji Changsheng been in the heavenly demon sect? Sheng Jiayan. One day. Hua Pingjin looked at Chao Ziming again, Junior Brother Chao. In one day, Ji Changsheng can lead the demon leader of the heavenly demon sect to change his ways and become a new man. Why don't I believe it? Chao Ziming said confidently. Senior Sister Hua, you know nothing about Chongqing's personality charm. Chongqing is the kind of person who can infect the people around him with his own human brilliance. Even the demon leader of the heavenly demon sect can be inspired by him. Really? Hua Pingjin scratched her head again. This seems to be different from the information she heard. But Sheng Jiayan did not get into trouble at the hands of Ji Chongsheng. After Master Niankong returned to the Guanyin Temple, she also praised Ji Chongsheng. So Hua Pingjin did not have any negative impressions of Ji Chongsheng. She just thought it was too outrageous. Not only her, but others also thought it was too outrageous. Ziming, even if Ji Chongsheng really has great charisma, can the demon of the heavenly demon sect listen to him? The one who spoke was Wei Tingbao, the person in charge of this trip of Danqing Pavilion, who was also from Du Zongxing's line. Du Zongxing was his master's last disciple, and was considered his direct junior brother. However, after Jiang Shi returned to Danqing Pavilion, all of Du Zongxing's line were included in the investigation, and they were not allowed to leave the mountain without orders before the results of the investigation came out. Only Wei Tingbao, who had been devoted to practicing hard to seek the opportunity of transformation, was spared, and was also appointed by Jiang Shi as the person in charge of Danqing Pavilion this time. The relationship between them is very subtle. Wei Tingbao did not have any ideas about Ji Chongsheng himself. He could not understand. Ji Chongsheng just promoted to the nascent soul realm yesterday, and it was the weakest nascent soul, as far as I know. This time all the major sects are led by true disciples. If nothing unexpected happens, the leader of the heavenly demon sect this time should be Wan Rusong or Lan Zhujun. Chao Ziming began to waver a little. He has confidence in Ji Chongqing's charisma, but there is no intuitive feeling about Ji Chongqing's breakthrough speed. Ying Hongya has an intuitive feeling about this. After looking at Wei Tingbao, Ying Hongya still reminded him, Uncle Wei, if nothing unexpected happens, there should be an accident in the Tianma sect. Wherever Chongsheng goes, there will be accidents. She is too confident in Ji Chongsheng. Wei Tingbao, recalling the information he got about Ji Chongsheng in his mind, Wei Tingbao found that he could not refute it. What his chief niece said seemed to be true. I guess Wan Rusong should have been defeated by Chongsheng. Ying Hongya shrugged and said, Lan Zhujun should still be alive. Goddess Lan Xian is talking about her. Ji Chongsheng had discussed this with Ying Hongya before, but he didn't tell her in such detail. Ying Hongya didn't plant any undercover agents in the demonic cult. She made her own judgment based on her understanding of Ji Chongsheng. That is, Ying Hongya seemed to be a little behind Ji Chongsheng when she was with him on weekdays. In fact, it was not Ying Hongya's fault. But others were even more confused. For example, senior brother Chao had been completely brainwashed into the shape of Ji Chongsheng. In comparison, it was not easy for Ying Hongya to maintain independent thinking and know that Ji Chongsheng was not a good person. The leader of the heavenly demon sect this time must be Ji Chongsheng. Uncle Wei, I suggest that both sides sit down and talk. Ying Hongya took the initiative to say, in the next 10 years, the cultivation world will inevitably see the decline of Taoism and the rise of demons. Therefore, try not to be too hostile to the heavenly demon sect. Based on my understanding of Ji Chongsheng, I can be sure that he will definitely take control of the heavenly demon sect in the next 10 years. It is beneficial to make friends with him. And he can still be reasonable. What Ying Hongya didn't say was that Ji Chongsheng only talked about his own principles. And it was okay for others to agree. But she didn't think it was a big problem. Although Chongsheng is not a good thing. As long as you make friends with him, you won't suffer. Wei Tingbao hesitated. Danqing Pavilion cultivates righteousness, and can't be too flexible. He looked at Yu Qingqing. Junior sister Yu. What do you think? Yu Qingqing said decisively, understand what happened in Qi before making any plans. That's right. Wei Tingbao nodded. Hua Pingjin was still unwilling to give up and once again stopped a woman who was at risk of killing 3 people. Sister, you are pregnant with twin ghost babies, and the situation is very dangerous. If you don't get effective treatment within 2 hours, it is very likely that 1 will die and 3 will die. Let's find a place, and I will help you solve the hidden danger first. The woman looked at Hua Pingjin's clothes. There was no symbol of Noah from the Tiansheng sect. Aren't you a doctor from the Tiansheng sect? Hua Pingjin tried to explain, Sister, I am a true disciple of Guanyin Temple. Tianma sect is a demon sect, and our Guanyin Temple is the orthodox sect of Guanyin Bodhisattva. I will definitely help you solve the problem. Really? I don't believe it. The woman is very independent in thinking. Lotus Goddess and Orchid Goddess said that the world has many misunderstandings about Tiansheng sect. Don't look at what the world says. Just look at what Tiansheng sect has done. The doctors of Tiansheng sect are kind and benevolent. And everyone who has seen them says they are good. I still believe in Tiansheng sect. And why are you talking nonsense with them? A female doctor in Tiansheng medical uniform ran over in a hurry. She glanced at the disciples of the Orthodox sect and didn't recognize any of them. That's normal. The doctors trained by Luo Qingling in the past were all Orthodox doctors who had little contact with the cultivation world. After Ji Changsheng bought the clinic for 0 yuan, he didn't dismiss them. So this group of people became die-hard supporters of Tiansheng Medical. The salary is improved. The path to promotion is clear. The background is strong enough. And the skills can be improved. Where can you find such a good job? Not to mention that employees also have employee benefits. To say that Tiansheng Medical is a demon sect is to destroy their rice bowl. This is the benefit of a smooth handover and not dismissing the original employees. Although it will certainly increase operating costs. As long as people's hearts are not scattered. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce will definitely make up for the losses of Tiansheng sect. Ji Changsheng feels that this wave is not a loss. And I told the young master about your situation. The young master said that Tiansheng Medical will give priority to treating patients with acute and severe diseases. And the doctor's relatives will be treated at half price. And free within half a month. You are pregnant with twin ghost babies. Which fully meets this condition. If Luotian and Launching Goddess have time, they may help you personally. Even if they don't do it, it must be the attending physician who will do it. There is basically no risk. And relax. The woman was overjoyed. Jinjin, I thought you had a promising future back then. And my aunt's love for you was not in vain. Jinjin pulled her aunt away quickly. And before leaving, she looked at the group of righteous disciples with a vigilant look. The young master said that there will be many cultivators coming to Qi recently. And many people are prejudiced against Tiansheng sect. I warn you. Don't frame our holy sect. The 500 million people in Qi are firmly on the side of the holy sect. And you will never be allowed to slander it at will. Hua Pingjin. Righteous disciples. After Jinjin and her aunt left, Hua Pingjin rubbed his temples. It's a problem. The heavenly demon sect no longer kills and burns people, but has changed to curing diseases and saving people. Hua Pingjin was in a very heavy mood. If things continue like this, who is the heavenly demon sect? Who is the Guanyin Temple? She saw through the sinister intentions of the heavenly demon sect's transformation at a glance. They want to join their righteous path. The problem is, if the heavenly demon sect becomes the righteous path, then there will be one more top sect in the righteous path, and one less top sect in the demon path. There are too many interests involved behind this. There can't be only the righteous way, and only the evil way in the world. Both sides need each other. Balance is the best state. Once the balance is broken, one side will inevitably pay a painful price. Hua Pingjin doesn't know what will happen in the future. But it is obvious that at least now in Qi, Guanyin Temple's work has been taken away. If Guanyin Temple loses its core technology and can be replaced by the heavenly demon sect, how can Guanyin Temple deal with it? Thinking of this, Hua Pingjin's vigilance was raised to the highest level. We must not sit idly by. The heavenly demon sect has wolfish ambitions. They are deliberately confusing the people of Qi. Hua Pingjin said in a deep voice. Chao Ziming disagreed. Sister Hua, whether the heavenly demon sect has deceived the people of Qi or not, at least the people of Qi have gained real benefits. Hua Pingjin frowned. Junior brother Chao, are you speaking for the demon sect? You should be responsible for what you say when facing major issues. Chao Ziming smiled. Sister Hua, if you had put such a big hat on me a week ago, I really couldn't stand your pressure. Now, I have grown up. As long as the heavenly demon sect can sincerely seek benefits for the people of Qi, I will certainly be happy to see it happen. The goal of the disciples of Danqing Pavilion is to eliminate all injustices in the world and to seek welfare for the people of the world, not for the disputes between sections. Chao Ziming said proudly. Sister Hua, you are suppressing me with the boundary between righteousness and evil. You underestimate Chao and Danqing Pavilion too much. Hua Pingjin looked at Chao Ziming deeply, and did not continue to use righteousness to suppress others. Instead, she nodded slowly and said, Junior brother Chao has a firm heart and a solid spirit. It is only a matter of time before he breaks the pill and becomes an infant. Chao Ziming smiled slightly. I have to thank Junior brother Ji for this. Therefore, he will not be as narrow-minded as before. Nor will he turn a blind eye to those behaviors that are obviously conflicts of interests, but harm the people of the world. I still remain suspicious of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Everyone knows what the Heavenly Demon Sect has done in the past. I don't believe that a group of evil demons can become a national expert in healing and saving people overnight. Hua Pingjin said in a deep voice. I also hope that senior brother Wei and junior sister Qingqing will remain vigilant and not be deceived by the demons. If the Heavenly Demon Sect wants to do evil, it will only be more terrifying than the Huangquan sect. Wei Tingbao and Yu Qingqing both nodded. Yu Qingqing was fine. She knew that it was most likely that Ji Changsheng was in charge of the overall situation. So she was not very worried about the development of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Wei Tingbao did not understand Ji Changsheng, and he and Hua Pingjin found it difficult to accept the sudden change in the style of the Heavenly Demon Sect. It was too challenging for their cognition. However, the Heavenly Demon cult's treatment of illnesses and saving lives did not conflict with the Danqing Pavilion in essence. So Wei Tingbao was relatively calm. He nodded and said, Hongya, you are familiar with Ji Changsheng. Contact Ji Changsheng to see if he is in Qi and ask if he is the one who caused the Heavenly Demon cult in Qi. Okay. When Hongya contacted Ji Changsheng, Hua Pingjin also started to act. Jia Yin, you take our disciples of Guaning Hall to treat illnesses and save lives. Hua Pingjin ordered. In any case, our Guaning Hall cannot be inferior to the demon cult in treating illnesses and saving lives. The Huangquan magic is strange and unpredictable. The Heavenly Demon cult is also in the magic camp. And it is definitely not as good as us in dealing with the Huangquan magic. As long as we do better than the Heavenly Demon cult, the people of Qi will naturally choose us. This is involution. Sheng Jiayan reminded carefully. Sister Hua, what if the people of Qi don't let us rescue them? I think they have already identified the Heavenly Demon Sect. Hua Pingjin said, Qi has a population of 500 million. And the Heavenly Demon Sect cannot cover the whole country. Qi is deeply infiltrated by the Huangquan monsters. And it is not something that the Heavenly Demon Sect can solve alone. The Heavenly Demon Sect wants to eat alone. But they don't have that ability yet. Go ahead, and let the people of Qi see the ability of our Guaning Hall. And they will naturally choose us. Hua Pingjin's idea is not wrong. In terms of targeting the Huangquan sect's skills, the Guaning Hall is indeed better than the Heavenly Demon Sect. It's a pity. She met Ji Changsheng. After Hua Pingjin led the disciples of the Guaning Hall to enter the mode of curing diseases and saving lives, Hongya had already contacted Ji Changsheng. Then, Hongya once again realized Ji Changsheng's shamelessness. After ending the contact with Ji Changsheng, Hongya looked at Wei Tingbao with a strange expression. Uncle Wei, Ji Changsheng said he will soon start the Liantian water mirror of Qi. We just need to wait for a while. There are large screens of Liantian water mirror in major public places in Qi. It has to be said that there are really many good people in Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. They are always able to provide help to Ji Changsheng. Wei Tingbao was a little surprised. Isn't Liantian water mirror the work of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce? Will the Qi branch of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce listen to Ji Changsheng's orders? Hongya. This morning, the Qi branch of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce has been named Ji. Wei Tingbao. This is in line with his understanding of the style of Tianma cult. But soon, Ji Changsheng refreshed his understanding. After a while, the large screens of water mirrors in major public places in Qi were forcibly activated. Ji Changsheng used the spiritual stones and facilities of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce to broadcast the opening ceremony of Tiansheng Medical Clinic live. He also invited His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who is also well known in Qi, to be the host. The Crown Prince was invited by Wen Renjiayu. He is very easy to talk to. Before Wen Renjiayu put the knife on his neck, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince expressed his willingness to fully support the development of Tiansheng sect in Qi. In contrast, the Emperor of Qi was not so good, and Wen Renjiayu was rejected. After receiving the news from Wen Renjiayu, Ji Changsheng decisively judged that the Emperor of Qi might be a demon from Huangquan sect, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had the appearance of a holy emperor. So Ji Changsheng gave the host of the opening ceremony to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. At the opening ceremony, Ji Changsheng first explained to the people of Qi the murderous hand of Huangquan sect against Qi, focusing on the purpose and importance of the holy sect coming to Qi tomorrow. Then, Ji Changsheng showed off the core technology of Tiansheng Medical Luo Qingling and Lan Jujun. The popularity of these two women in Qi is terrifyingly high now. After the core technology display is completed, the storyboard will continue to broadcast the video of Luotian and Lanqing goddess curing diseases and saving lives for the people of Qi, and continue to help them accumulate popularity and help Tiansheng's sect accumulate people's hearts. Then, Ji Changsheng began to talk about why the people of Qi chose Tiansheng Medical. I must tell you honestly that in our cultivation world, the mortal enemy of Huangquan sect is Guanyin Temple. Guanyin Temple has always been the best at dealing with Huangquan magic. So if you have enough wealth, you can also seek help from the masters of Guanyin Temple, as long as you can get faster and better treatment. We in Tiansheng sect are happy to see it. Of course, you must have enough wealth. Guanyin Temple is good in everything, but the medicines it uses are too expensive, all of which are magical medicines in the cultivation world. Moreover, Guanyin Temple has its own lineage, and the methods are not passed on to outsiders. So the number of patients that can be treated is limited. The prince said at the right time, "What about the Tiansheng cult?" Ji Changsheng smiled and said, "The Tiansheng cult has opened the door to convenience. The doctors who used to treat patients and save lives in Luotian clinic will still be retained by our Tiansheng clinic, and their salaries will be increased. If they can treat more patients, the holy cult will also let them go to the holy cult headquarters for further studies to help them improve their medical skills. The same goes for others. As long as they pass the assessment, they can join our Tiansheng clinic. Those who perform well in Tiansheng clinic will also get the opportunity to go to the holy cult headquarters for further studies. The holy cult welcomes all people from Qi." After everyone digested the information, Ji Changsheng continued, "In addition, with the sincere cooperation of Luotian and goddess Lanqing, the treatment of Tiansheng clinic will soon be 100% Qiized. In other words, all the medicines in Tiansheng clinic can be found in Qi. All the medical tools in Tiansheng clinic can be obtained from Qi. The Tiansheng medical clinic is produced and purchased locally. All doctors in Qi are selected from Qi. Perhaps this will make Tiansheng medical clinic slightly inferior to the Guanyin Temple in terms of treatment methods. But we insist on being the Tiansheng medical clinic of Qi, insisting that all upstream and downstream industries and all medical clinics in Qi can benefit, and insisting that all Qi people can get the best treatment at the cheapest price." The prince was very excited and blurted out, "If you don't support Tiansheng medical, you are unpatriotic and unworthy of being a Qi citizen." Ji Changsheng waved his hand and said seriously, "Tiansheng medical clinic does not engage in moral kidnapping, and all Qi people have the right to choose freely. All disciples of the Holy Church are not allowed to force Qi people to stand in the name of patriotism. Our Holy Church has only one purpose: to let Qi people get the best treatment and the greatest benefits." The audience applauded. The opening ceremony was a complete success. Hua Pingjin and the disciples of Guanyin Temple led by her were messy in the wind. Chapter 147. The young master arranges 10 insurances and 5 medals for the disciples of the Holy Church. Ing Hongye glanced at Hua Pingjin, whose body was constantly shaking, and felt a great sympathy in her heart. Disciples of Guanyin Temple are worshipped wherever they go, and have never seen such tricks as Ji Changsheng. Ing Hongye kindly comforted, "Senior Sister Hua, Changsheng actually did not discredit your Guanyin Temple, and even persuaded the people of Qi to accept your treatment." Hua Pingjin was so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. "Should I thank him?" Ing Hongye blinked. "It's not impossible. I am familiar with Changsheng. I can introduce you to each other as a middleman. Give you, Senior Sister Hua, a chance to thank me on the spot." Hua Pingjin glared at Ing Hongye. Ing Hongye spread his hands. "I am afraid of you just because you have a high level of cultivation? If you have the ability, come and fight me. Although everyone is in the same camp on the surface. As a princess of Ing State, Ing Hongye's favorite sect is Danqing Pavilion, followed by Xuandu Temple. One of these two families openly supports the Ing Kingdom, and the other one secretly protects the Ing Kingdom. The other 3 righteous sects, to put it bluntly, they are enemies of the Ing Kingdom. They may be on good terms on the surface, but Ing Hongye has not really forgotten the grudges between them. Sympathy for the Guanyin Temple, that does not exist. Ing Hongye only gloats over other people's misfortunes, and then gives Ji Changsheng a thumbs up, praising Ji Changsheng for his good work. If the Ing Kingdom had the ability to discuss the other 3 righteous sects, it would have done it long ago. There is still a lack of talents like Ji Changsheng. Ing Hongye thought that he had to persuade his father when he went back this time, whether he could get Changsheng a title of a consort or something, so that Changsheng could go to our Ing Kingdom to play. Maybe the tentacles of the other 3 sects can be completely driven out of Ingwe. Hua Pingjin really couldn't do anything to Ing Hongye. In fact, she couldn't care about Ing Hongye now. Ji Chongqing's sincere words just now made Hua Pingjin feel cold all over. This Ji Chongqing is a traitor who looks like a loyal man, and is more evil than you Lao Imo, Hua Pingjin said in a deep voice. Brother Wei. Sister Qingqing. This kind of demon can't be kept. Give him 10 years. And I don't know what the Tianma sect will become. Yu Qingqing didn't say anything. Wei Tingbao was also digesting the shock that Ji Chongqing gave him. Not only Hua Pingjin had never seen this style of Tianma sect, but Wei Tingbao had also seen it for the first time. He was also confused. Only Ing Hongye and Chao Ziming, who were relatively familiar with Ji Chongqing, were very calm. Chao Ziming retorted again, Sister Hua, what you said is unreasonable. If Chongqing is given 10 years, the Heavenly Demon sect might really become the Heavenly Saints sect. My righteous sect will have one more pillar, and countless people in the world will benefit from it. What's wrong with that? You? Hua Pingjin took a deep breath and didn't argue with the fool. But Chao Ziming was not the fool she thought. I know what Sister Hua is really worried about. It has nothing to do with the people of the world. She is just worried that the Heavenly Demon sect will really become the Heavenly Saint sect, and the interests of the Guanyin Temple will be damaged. Chao Ziming sneered. Sister Hua probably thinks I am a fool, but I think about the problem based on the righteousness. Does Sister Hua really take the purpose of the Guanyin Temple of Compassion to heart? Hua Pingjin found that she was a Yuanying true disciple, but was speechless after what Chao Ziming said. Chao Ziming took advantage of the victory and continued. If Guanyin Bodhisattva came in person and saw the seeds of merit such as longevity, she would certainly be very happy. If all families in this world are reunited, and the people of the world are free from illness and disaster, then even if the Guanyin Temple is destroyed, Guanyin Bodhisattva will definitely be satisfied. Senior Sister Hua, you are too narrow-minded. Hua Pingjin didn't know how to refute. The best way to deal with moral kidnapping is to treat people in their own way. Ing Hongye glanced at the righteous senior brother Chao, and thought that senior brother Chao could really become a master now. If senior brother Chao could understand that longevity is not a good thing in essence, then it would be a great success. Having said that, I saw through that longevity is not a good thing in essence. But my cultivation progress was slow. Senior brother Chao understood what he should understand, and didn't understand what he shouldn't understand. But his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Am I wrong? Ing Hongye began to reflect on herself. Subconsciously ignored the fact that she had only been building her foundation for a few days. Ziming, be careful with your words. Wei Tingbao stopped Chao Ziming's moral kidnapping. They are all from the righteous sections. He is the oldest and most advanced among the righteous group this time, so he has the obligation to maintain the group atmosphere. It is impossible for his team to have internal strife before seeing the Huangquan monster. Then he, the leader, will have no face to return to Danqing Pavilion. Sister Hua, Ziming is still young. Don't bother with him. Wei Tingbao was apologizing for Chao Ziming on the surface. But in fact, if you listen carefully to Wei Tingbao's words, there is no nutrition at all. It is completely biased. Chao Ziming thought Wei Tingbao was supporting him, so he simply added, Sister Hua. In fact, it is very simple for you to crack the trick of longevity. Guanyin Temple gives more benefits than Tianma sect. Ing Hongye came back to his senses and nodded immediately. Brother Chao is right. The Heavenly Demon sect is a demon sect after all. As long as the Guanyin Temple can do better than the Heavenly Demon sect and charge lower fees than the Heavenly Demon sect, there is no reason for the people of Qi not to support the Guanyin Temple. Hua Pingjin's chest began to ache. These two guys are really more annoying than the other. She didn't know where Ji Chongqing's spirit stones came from, but the spirit stones of the Guanyin Temple were not blown by the wind. Charges are lower than the Heavenly Demon sect? Cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. There are so many mouths behind the Guanyin Temple waiting for a share. Hua Pingjin has already been ranked among the true disciples of the Guanyin Temple, and is not so naive. She knows that if she dares to make any unusual moves, the group of people behind her will directly treat her as a sacrifice. The answers to some questions are obviously very simple, but they just can't be answered. This is where things go wrong in this world. While Chao Ziming and Ing Hongye were enthusiastically giving advice to Hua Pingjin, the Prince of Qi was also privately asking Ji Chongqing, young master, if you treat Guanyin Temple like this, what if Guanyin Temple and our holy church compete with each other? Yes, our holy church. The Prince of Qi took the initiative to apply to join the Heavenly Demon sect, but he only became an outer disciple. Both Ji Changsheng and himself thought that he was more suitable to be the emperor of Qi. So the Prince of Qi just made a pledge of allegiance. And Ji Changsheng also included the Prince of Qi into the Holy Church system to reassure His Royal Highness the Prince. Ji Changsheng laughed out loud at the prince's concerns. What can Guanyin Temple use to compete with our Holy Church? The prince said, if they also lower the price or implement a localization strategy. Won't our Holy Church have no advantage? Ji Changsheng laughed again. Your Highness. You are as naive as an ordinary citizen asking you why you don't give him half of your money when you are so rich. Prince, there are many problems in this world. As long as the superiors are willing to give up some benefits to ordinary people, 90% of them can be solved. Why would anyone do that? The prince was speechless. When I was in Shenghua, if Tantian Chamber of Commerce had agreed to earn less spiritual stones, I wouldn't have to kill so many people. But they are really stingy. Ji Changsheng shook his head. These people would rather die than give up the slightest benefit. They can think of all kinds of useless methods, but they won't use truly effective methods. Of course, I will use truly effective methods. So what can Guanyin Hall use to compete with me? After all, the prince has not yet become emperor, so his understanding of the world is far less profound than Ji Changsheng. He worriedly said, Young master, what if Guanyin Hall also gives it all? In order to deal with the Holy Church, Guanyin Hall has reason to pay some price. It's useless to give it all. The Holy Church and Guanyin Hall are in different situations. There are many things that the Holy Church can do, but Guanyin Hall can't even copy it. Ji Changsheng said calmly. Let's talk about the simplest one. I opened Tiansheng Medical Clinic and gave profits to the people of Qi. I used the spiritual stones of Tantian Chamber of Commerce. In the future, when Tiansheng Medical Clinic is self-circulating, it will use the wealth generated by the upstream and downstream industrial chains of Qi. To put it bluntly, it is the spiritual stones of the people of Qi. How can Guanyin Hall copy the answers? Let them pay out of their own pockets. Do you really think they are Guanyin Bodhisattva descended to the earth? The Holy Church is not aiming to make money, and Guanyin Hall can't do it. Not to mention that even if Guanyin Hall can do it, the forces behind Guanyin Hall will not agree. Are there other forces behind the Guanyin Temple? To be precise, they are the behind-the-scenes promoters who made fortunes with the Guanyin Temple. The Guanyin Temple can be compared to a big tree with countless branches and roots. Let me give you an example. Tiansheng Medical Clinic needs to spend 100 high-grade spirit stones to buy a medicinal material from a pharmacy in Qi State. But the Guanyin Temple buys this medicinal material from the Ma family, a family of cultivators. The Ma family marked the price at 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. The extra 900 spirit stones are taken by the Ma family with 400, and the remaining 500 are used to pay the filial piety. Respect the senior officials of Guanyin Temple. Ji Changsheng said this and looked at His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Guanyin Temple wants to learn from Tiansheng Medical Clinic, wants to reduce costs, and even wants to buy medicinal materials in Qi. Your Highness, do you think the Ma family can agree? Can the senior officials of Guanyin Temple, who have been worshipped by the Ma family for so many years, agree? Do you think such a situation is rare in Guanyin Temple? The old tree barks are tangled. How could they cut their own flesh? Hearing Ji Changsheng's analysis, the Crown Prince was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. That makes sense. Guanyin Temple has its own system, and it is impossible for it to give benefits to our Qi State. So it is difficult to compete with the Holy Church. The Holy Church has tied up the upstream and downstream industrial chains of our Qi State. The cost is not high, and it can also lead Qi State to progress together. The people of Qi State certainly support the Holy Church. But I still have one thing I don't understand. Young Master, the size of the Holy Church is even larger than that of Guanyin Temple. How did the Holy Church do it without these old tree barks obstructing it? Ji Changsheng said calmly, it will be there in another 10 years. As for now, of course, it is because the Holy Church has entered a new field. Those old guys in the Holy Church never thought of doing this before. And they are still entrenched in other industries. They haven't reacted yet. As for the future, they will definitely make trouble. The demonic sect has its own fixed income areas, and they are all lucrative. For example, arms. The demonic sect is one of the world's largest arms dealers, and it may even be the largest. Another example is mineral resources. Whether it is a spiritual stone mine or other mineral resources, as long as it is useful for cultivation or valuable, the demonic sect has a large share. Basically the second largest shareholder. The largest shareholder is Xuandu Temple, with Fairy Linglong. Xuandu Temple does not need to fight at all. And naturally many forces will choose to become vassals of Xuandu Temple. The demonic sect is second only to Xuandu Temple. And the way it eats is far uglier than Xuandu Temple. But who makes the demonic sect's fist second only to Xuandu Temple? So the demonic sect is really not short of money. There is no shortage of places to make money. The real high-level officials of the demonic sect and their vassal forces are all entrenched in those industries. If Ji Changsheng starts to attack those industries, the situation he faces is equally difficult. However, the medical industry and animal husbandry industry are still an undeveloped blue ocean market for the demonic sect. Ji Changsheng was the first to try something new in the heavenly demon sect. And the former heavenly demon sect leaders had not yet reacted. Of course, it would be useless even if they reacted. Ji Changsheng smiled calmly. The opening of a new era must always be built on the ruins of the remnants of the old era. Your Highness, don't worry. I have the final say on the future of the Holy Church. The heavenly demon sect is certainly not brighter than the Guanyin Temple. But once Ji Changsheng was in power, he dared to make a major change. Unless there is a demon like Ji Changsheng in the Guanyin Temple, it will not be able to compete with the heavenly demon sect in the same environment. The prince was reassured. After all, he had joined the Holy Church, and his interests were tied to the Holy Church. And he also realized the key point. So he said sincerely, "Young master, you must take care of yourself. The safety of the Holy Church depends on you." Ji Changsheng smiled and patted the prince's shoulder. "Your Highness, you must also protect yourself. The safety of Qi will all depend on you in the future." Ji Changsheng never treats his friends unfairly. The development of Tiansheng Medical Clinic in Qi will rely more on Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Majesty has been deceived by the demon of Huangquan's sect, and may have met with an accident. Your Highness, you are very important to Qi now. The Crown Prince's face was flushed, not affected by his father's safety at all. And he said seriously, "With the help of the Holy Church, I believe that Qi will be able to restore peace as soon as possible, so that the people of Qi can live and work in peace as soon as possible. Your Highness, I think you have the appearance of the Holy Emperor of Qi. I believe that under your leadership, Qi will be more prosperous than before." Click. The handshake between Ji Changsheng and His Highness the Crown Prince was cleverly captured. Their friendship symbolizes the everlasting friendship between Tiansheng Church and Qi. Are you disciples of Guanyin Temple? When Luo Songjian, an inner disciple of Tianmo sect, saw the unique clothes of Guanyin Temple disciples on Hua Pingjin and others, he was not afraid, but his eyes lit up. "Quick! This is the master of Guanyin Temple. There are too many people queuing at Tiansheng Medical Clinic. Guanyin Temple is not bad either. You can find disciples of Guanyin Temple for treatment." Luo Songjian brought a group of people. Hua Pingjin glanced at them, and her eyelids jumped. How to describe it? This group of people is not the target customers of Guanyin Temple at all. They are dressed too tattered. They are pale and stooped. They don't look like they can afford the medical fee. Hua Pingjin's first reaction is that the demons of the Tianmo sect are deliberately blackmailing Guanyin Temple. Sheng Jiayan also saw it, and asked in a low voice, "Senior sister, should we save them?" Hua Pingjin still knows the importance of the matter. Guanyin Temple can't be silenced in the first shot in Qi. Originally, the righteous sects came to Qi together, but they didn't expect to get much benefit. But in fact, they must get the benefit. Qi is in ruins, and it was tossed by Huangquan sect, which made it easier for the major sects to divide the territory later. But Ji Changsheng intervened and came a day earlier, which put all their calculations at risk of failure. The more this is the case, the more Guanyin Temple cannot retreat at this time. Otherwise, it will really not be able to stand up in the future. Save. Hua Pingjin gritted her teeth. Sheng Jiayan was a little embarrassed. "Sister, the spiritual medicines we brought are indeed very expensive. If we use too much now, it will be inconvenient to buy them later. This is a trick of the demons of the heavenly demon sect. We can only admit it, but we can't suffer in silence." Hua Pingjin made a decisive decision. "Everyone line up and come one by one. Although the heavenly demon sect is using your lives to consume the spiritual medicines of our Guanyin Temple, the Guanyin Temple is not a demon sect like the heavenly demon sect. We always take everyone's lives as the most important." "Ah? This female bodhisattva. You misunderstood." The hunchback middle-aged man in the lead said, "Female bodhisattva. We pay for the consultation." Sheng Jiayan blurted out, "Can you afford the consultation fee?" The middle-aged man said with some excitement, "We couldn't afford it originally. But the hundreds of us were originally medicine servants. who cultivated medicinal materials for Luotian medical clinic. Later, the monsters of Huangquan sect were rampant, and the medicinal materials we cultivated were contaminated into poisons, which also caused us to suffer from serious diseases. After the young master acquired the clinic, he said that we suffered work injuries, although it has nothing to do with the Holy Church. Since the Holy Church has acquired the clinic, it should be responsible for our safety. So the Holy Church will help us recover our health. Hundreds of us have been treated in Tiansheng Medical Clinic, but there are indeed too many patients in the clinic, and the disciples of the Holy Church are too busy. Our condition is the mildest, so we took the initiative to give the opportunity to others for treatment. If the female bodhisattva is willing to treat us, the young master has said that he will pay all the consultation fees. If the female bodhisattva is unwilling, don't slander the Holy Church. That's right. The Holy Church is not a demon. Taoist sect. My husband is already terminally ill. It was the goddess Lan Xian who personally helped him to heal. Now he is almost well, and he didn't ask for a single spiritual stone. Can your Guanyin temple do it? Our condition is not serious, Dr. Luo. Otherwise we can wait for 2 more days to avoid wasting the spiritual stones of the Holy Church. Luo Tsongjian was a little embarrassed. The young master means that the righteous immortal sects are of the same blood. He wants to make friends with the Guanyin temple, and he also believes in the ability of the disciples of the Guanyin temple. So he asked everyone to seek help from the Guanyin temple. Everyone, please be patient. I believe that the disciples of the Guanyin temple are just prejudiced against our Holy Church, and they don't really want to deliberately embarrass everyone. This Guanyin temple sister, please rest assured that the young master has equipped all the staff of the Tiansheng Medical Clinic with Tiansheng Medical Insurance. As long as they are injured while working for the Tiansheng Medical Clinic, our Tiansheng Medical Clinic will bear all the expenses. Hua Pingjin felt more and more chilled. The Tianma cult did this, and Guanyin Hall really couldn't follow. She still believed that the Tianma cult was deliberately setting a trap for Guanyin Hall to jump into. But even if it was a trap, the Tiansheng Medical Insurance mentioned by this Tianmo cult disciple was probably not fake. The demons of the demon cult are used to buying people's hearts. Sheng Jiayan blurted out again. It just hit Hua Pingjin's inner thoughts, but it also directly angered the patient opposite. An older sister exploded when she heard this. How can the Holy Church buy people's hearts by paying for our medical treatment? Even if it is buying people, you Guanyin Hall should buy them too. Sheng Jiayan said calmly. Buddha is merciful. Guanyin Hall has never tempted people with benefits. Ji Chansheng did this just to spend a lot of money to buy fame. But in fact it will only cultivate lazy people. If this continues, it will be too late for you to regret. We set high prices in Guanyin Hall to encourage people to work hard and live a good life. The demons teach you only small profits, and Guanyin Hall gives you great justice. A group of people left spitting. Hua Pingjin looked at Sheng Jiayan and felt a little numb. Junior Sister Yin, are you an undercover sent by Ji Chansheng? Sheng Jiayan was shocked. Oh no. Is this seen through? Test? It must be a test. Sister Hua, is there anything wrong with what I said? Hua Pingjin looked at Sheng Jiayan with an innocent face, shook her head helplessly, and said, Sister Yin, you have Buddha nature and can understand the teachings of our Guanyin temple. But these people of Qi are not at a high enough level. They can't understand. You shouldn't say such things to them. Hua Pingjin knew that it would be difficult for Guanyin temple to gain a good reputation in Qi, but she was unwilling and could not accept it. Guanyin temple could not gain a good reputation. So why could the heavenly demon sect? Is this fair? Hua Pingjin looked at Luo Tsongjian, frowned and asked, I see that you are also in the Golden Core realm. As an inner disciple of the heavenly demon sect, are you willing to treat ordinary people in Qi? Ji Chansheng did this. Don't the disciples of the heavenly demon sect feel dissatisfied? She couldn't figure out how Ji Chansheng did it. Luo Tsongjian told her the truth. This fellow Tao is from Guanyin temple. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. It was not the young master's idea to establish the Heavenly Saint Medical Clinic, but Senior Sister Lan's idea. The young master is good, but there are too many villains around him. Hua Pingjin. But the young master is still very wise. His original intention is to hope that our disciples of the holy sect can get better treatment and a safer practice environment. Realm. Although there are witches like Senior Sister Lan who keep slandering us, the young master still brings us many benefits that we didn't have before. For example, Luo Tsongjian said, the young master just announced that from now on, We will provide 10 insurances and 5 funds for our disciples. Although we disciples of the Holy Church were also majestic in the past, we are fighting for our lives in the end. The young master said that the disciples of the Holy Church will still have to fight for their lives in the future. But he will help us solve our worries. If we have an accident in our practice, or there are casualties in the battle, the Holy Church will be responsible for the rest of our lives. We treat the people of Qi State and make money and fame for the Tiansheng Medical Clinic. And in the end, it will all be fed back to us. With the young master, we will no longer have any worries. Hua Pingzhen's face was pale, and even her body was a little shaky. She realized one thing: the heavenly demon cult. I'm afraid it will really be far ahead of them in the righteous way. Chapter 148. 10 insurances and 5 golds? Luo Songjian's words made many righteous disciples feel jealous. I want to join the heavenly demon sect after hearing this. Okay. The heavenly demon sect wants to play like this. Right? This is to slap our righteous disciples in the face. Yu Qingqing heard this and took the initiative to speak. Xian Du Temple has not been slapped in the face. Xian Du Temple disciples have long had this kind of treatment. Or even better, all other disciples of Xian Du Temple raised their heads and chests. The disciples of Danqing Pavilion and Guanyin Temple were all speechless. Being the best in the world is awesome. The treatment of Xian Du Temple disciples is indeed better than what Ji Chansheng is giving to the heavenly demon sect disciples now. There is no way around it. Xian Du Temple is an elite education, and disciples are scarce. And there is also the world's strongest person, Linglong Fairy, with more money and fewer people. So the treatment cannot be bad. Fairy Linglong dared to destroy the leader of a top fairy sect when a younger disciple died in her sect. It's not comparable. In addition, the heavenly demon sect has a large number of people after all. Ji Chansheng is not the real Southern Pole Chansheng Emperor yet. He can't turn into a real spirit stone, and can't give better treatment. But it can't compare to Xuandu Temple. But it can still beat other righteous sects, including Danqing Pavilion. Danqing Pavilion emphasizes self-sacrifice. In terms of treatment, it is really not as generous as Ji Chansheng. The heavenly demon sect is deliberately raising the treatment of its disciples to alienate us righteous disciples. It was Sheng Jiayan who blurted it out. She was angry. Her angry face flushed. Her body has already reacted, which means that the master is nearby. She must use anger to express her loyalty and cover up her abnormal reaction. Ji Chansheng has evil intentions. We can't be fooled. Hua Pingzhen thought of the hatred between Sheng Jiayan and Ji Chansheng for killing her father, and she understood Sheng Jiayan's reaction. Others also knew these inside stories, so not many people were surprised by Sheng Jiayan's hatred for Ji Chansheng. But understanding is understanding, and it is too difficult to accept that the treatment of Guanyin Temple disciples is not as good as that of Tianma sect. Sister Yan, you and Ji Chansheng have a hatred for killing your father, so you will be blinded by anger. We have no grudges with Ji Chansheng. Sister Hua, our Guanyin Temple can't be compared with Tianma sect. Right? Some disciples of Guanyin Temple began to express dissatisfaction. This surprised Hua Pingzhen. Yu Qingqing and Wei Tingbao were also a little shocked. Wei Tingbao whispered, "What's going on? Even if you have ideas, you should discuss them in private. Why are the disciples of Guanyin Hall fighting openly in front of people?" Yu Qingqing's eyes were full of light, and she seemed to be thinking, it seems like she is possessed by a demon. No one is a saint. Everyone understands that they feel psychologically unbalanced when they hear that the treatment of the disciples of the demon sect is far better than their own. But openly expressing their dissatisfaction is another matter. And in front of Hua Pingzhen, this is a betrayal of Guanyin Hall. Many things in this world are like this. The elders of Guanyin Hall can do bad things, but the disciples must never say it to their faces. Normally, the disciples of Guanyin Hall are not fools, and no one will do such stupid things. So, now is an abnormal situation. Yu Qingqing analyzed. One thought can make you a demon. One thought can make you a Buddha. The Guanyin Hall's skills can restrain the Huangquan sect, and vice versa. In the main venue set up by the Huangquan sect, the emotions of the Guanyin Hall disciples were somewhat abnormal. Not only this disciple, Hua Pingzhen and Sheng Jiayan also lost their composure and did not behave as calmly as usual. Wei Tingbao nodded slightly. He also felt that after coming to Qi, he was surrounded by the death energy of Huangquan, and his emotions always felt a little depressed, as if negative emotions could explode at any time. But after the righteous energy was circulated, the situation would be alleviated. Now it seems that the disciples of Guanyin Hall were more affected. Hua Pingjin seemed to realize this and said in a deep voice, Junior Sister Xiao, you are confused by the Huangquan magic. I'm not. Junior Sister Xiao said loudly. Senior Sister Hua, I'm not confused. I'm just suppressed in Guanyin Hall. What the Tianma sect can do, the Guanyin Hall, a righteous sect, can't do. Who is the righteous way? Who is the evil way? It's ridiculous. Hua Pingjin's face sank. But before she could get angry, Junior Sister Xiao continued, in recent years, the treatment of Guanyin Temple disciples has been cut again and again. But the families of the 33 elders have become more and more prosperous. Last year, Senior Sister Hua, your nephew openly showed off his family's luxury. Hundreds of inner disciples petitioned for an investigation. But no results have been given so far. Your nephew has even joined the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Hua Pingjin's face was already livid. Junior Sister Xiao, I think you have been completely deceived by the demon cult. Open your mouth and talk about the demon cult. Shut up and talk about the demon cult. I don't think Guanyin Temple is much brighter than the demon cult. Junior Sister Xiao sneered. Is it the demon cult that made your nephew show off? Is it the demon cult that made Guanyin Temple fail to produce an investigation result for a year? Senior Sister Hua, your pretending to be fair really makes me feel sick. I quit. Junior Sister Xiao flipped the table directly. This fellow Taoist of the Tian Sheng cult. I want to join the Tian Sheng cult. Can you introduce me to it? Okay. Of course. Luo Tsongjian was stunned. What's going on? Hua Pingjin was also stunned. This Junior Sister Xiao didn't dare to speak loudly in the temple. She never stood up to cause trouble. She was the kind of person with the least sense of existence. What's going on now? Is the Huangquan magic particularly effective for her? Or did I offend her in some way? Not to mention them. Even Ji Changsheng in the dark was a little confused. He admitted that he did run the Devil Desire Sutra to amplify the negative emotions of the righteous people. But the disciples of Danqing Pavilion and Xuandu Temple were obviously not affected. Some of the disciples of Guanyin Hall were affected. But it was also limited. Hua Pingjin obviously had an IQ online all the time. And Sheng Jiayan's blurts were all performed. What's the situation with this Junior Sister Xiao? Wait. Ji Changsheng quietly ran the Devil Desire Sutra again. Then he found that Junior Sister Xiao's delicate body trembled slightly. And her teeth gently bit her red lips. Understood. Madam asked me to say hello to you. Ji Changsheng started the secret voice transmission. Junior Sister Xiao looked calm and just nodded slightly. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. No wonder Yu Lao Mo has always been afraid of the Holy Maiden of Huan. Li Huanyan's connections are really terrifying. This Junior Sister Xiao is obviously not a particularly important chess piece. And her talent is not enough to lurk in the upper echelons of Guanyin Temple. But she jumped out at this time to stab Hua Pingjin. And the effect was remarkable. After the people's hearts are scattered, it will be difficult to leave the team. Hua Pingjin will soon realize this. As for Ji Changsheng, he had already understood it. So he asked Lan Zhujun to formulate the welfare benefits of 10 insurances and 5 funds for the disciples of the Holy Church overnight last night. With the benefits, people will be attracted. When you are the boss, you should let your subordinates follow you to enjoy the good life. Otherwise, why would others follow you? Is it because you are poor? Is it because you treat them poorly? Ji Changsheng is not so unreasonable. When he saw this Junior Sister Xiao jumping out, Ji Changsheng knew that Guanyin Temple might have become the target of the Holy Maiden Huan. Both the Huan sect and the Guanyin Temple are famous for the dominance of Yin and the decline of Yang. Sure enough, like repels like, and opposites attract. Ji Changsheng quietly dispersed, and no longer paid attention to these righteous people. He knew that they would come to pay their respects soon. He had to prepare early. Ji Changsheng's judgment was correct. When Luo Tsongjian took Junior Sister Xiao away, Hua Pingjin simply took a look at the faces of the other disciples of Guanyin Temple, and knew that they could not sit and wait for death. Ji Changsheng, the demon from the demon sect, was completely different from the demon she had met before. He was not evil at all, and was determined to transform himself. His style of doing things was more righteous than the righteous. This is too scary. In the previous education of Guanyin Temple, the devil was not like this. As soon as she thought of this, a younger disciple of Guanyin Temple asked weakly, Sister, why is the Tianma sect different from what I learned in the temple? Didn't the teacher say that the disciples of the Tianma sect are full of evil spirits, And the people under the rule of the Tianma sect are suffering? Hua Pingjin did not answer this question. After closing her eyes and thinking for a moment, she made a decision. Brother Wei, Sister Qingqing, we have to sit down and talk with Ji Changsheng. Yu Qingqing nodded. She also felt that she had to talk. Although she knew that Ji Changsheng was going to reform the Tianma sect, she was really impressed by the fact that he provided 10 insurances and 5 funds for the disciples of the Tianma sect and opened Tiansheng Medical. Wei Tingbao did not refuse. Ji Changsheng gave him a little shock. He must see what kind of demon can be so showy. Ji Changsheng did not let them down. When they arrived at the headquarters of Tiansheng Medical Clinic, they saw an endless long dragon. Huangquan sect is not a good son of man. There are too many problems with the people of Qi. Tiansheng Medical Clinic has been surrounded by people and is fully operating at full capacity. However, although there are many people, it is not chaotic. After Luo Qingling's clinic was acquired by Ji Changsheng, it had the backing of Tianma sect. In terms of maintaining order, Tianma sect naturally has deterrence. Hua Pingjin and the others were not attracted by the crowd. Hua Pingjin first looked at the couplet at the door of Tiansheng Medical Clinic. Then the corner of his eye twitched fiercely. Chao Ziming clapped his hands in admiration. It is indeed the handwriting of Junior Brother Ji. This couplet is so well written. It fully expresses Junior Brother Ji's vision and thoughts. Senior Sister Hua, you should learn more from Changsheng. Hua Pingjin stared at the couplet. I hope that people in the world are free of diseases. So why not let the medicine on the shelf be covered with dust? Horizontal banner, peace in the world. This vision, this mind, this bearing. Thinking about it again. This is actually a clinic opened by the Heavenly Demon Sect. Hua Pingjin felt black in front of her eyes. How can Guanin Hall compete with such a Heavenly Demon Sect? Chao Ziming. Ing Hongya. Here. When the righteous disciples were being influenced by the justice of the old demon Ji, Ren Suqiong waved to Chao Ziming and Ing Hongya not far away. They had met in Shenghua and were relatively familiar with each other. So Ji Changsheng asked Ren Suqiong to pick them up. Ing Hongya deliberately asked for accusations. Sister Ren, does Ji Changsheng not take old friends seriously? He didn't even come out to pick up Senior Brother Chao and me in person. Ren Suqiong explained. The young master is studying the ingredients and pricing of the Queen's Tears with Senior Sister Lan and Master Luo. And he is a little busy now. Young master? Chao Ziming grasped the key point. What young master? Ren Suqiong looked at Chao Ziming in confusion. Don't you know? Chao Ziming. Should I know? Ren Suqiong. Well, it seems that you really don't know. Changsheng is now the young leader of our holy church. All matters of the holy church in Qi are under the full responsibility of Changsheng. Chao Ziming had actually guessed the latter. But Chao Ziming never expected that Ji Changsheng would become the young leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. How could Changsheng suddenly become the young leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Chao Ziming said in shock. Ren Suqiong was also shocked. You may not believe it, but he just advanced to the nascent soul realm yesterday and became a spirit in the afternoon. Chao Ziming. Others. Most of the people present had heard of Ji Changsheng's name and knew some information about him. Therefore, the impact of Ji Changsheng's transformation into a god was particularly great for them. There was silence in the room. Hua Pingjin was the first to react. What did you say Ji Changsheng was researching? Ren Suqiong looked at Hua Pingjin with some pity, with one tears. Hua Pingjin's eyes went dark again. And he gritted his teeth and said, Ji Changsheng is going to copy our Guanyin Temple's Guanyin Tears? Guanyin Tears, the core product of Guanyin Temple, is also the largest pillar industry of Guanyin Temple. Without a doubt, Guanyin's Tears are the best healing elixir in the world, including the cultivation world. There are no other products that are better than Guanyin Tears, and they cannot be mass-produced like Guanyin Tears. It is difficult to achieve better results than Guanyin Tears if it can be mass-produced like Guanyin Tears. Qi is now being ravaged by Huangquan sect, and it is in urgent need of elixirs like Guanyin Tears. It is no exaggeration to say that Guanyin Tears can solve more than 90% of Qi's current diseases. But 90% of people in Qi cannot afford Guanyin Tears. The core audience of Guanyin Tears is not ordinary people, but practitioners. No one knows that Hua Pingjin came to Qi with an important mission, which is to promote Guanyin Tears in Qi. The cultivator market is close to saturation, and Guanyin Tears has occupied the largest market share. If you want to expand profits, you can only develop the civilian market. Qi is the first stop chosen by Guanyin Temple. It just so happens that Qi is being ravaged by Huangquan sect at this time. And the unique environment also allows guanine tears to have a market. If the Qianma sect wants to grab the market for guanine tears, Hua Pingjin will have failed before this trip even begins, which is something she absolutely cannot accept. Unfortunately, things are not subject to her will. Ren Suqiong spread his hands and said, in the words of the young master, what we are studying in the Holy Church is the Queen Hua's tears. Queen Hua plagiarized guanine. Haha. Even Guanine Bodhisattva herself would not dare to say that. Moreover, we will try our best to produce 100% of the medicines needed for Queen Hua's tears in Qi state, which is completely different from Guanine's tears, and there is no competition. That would be weird. There must be competition. And Qi state's medicines are produced in Qi state, which can bring down the price. Not to mention how many jobs Queen Hua's tears can bring to Qi state, how much revenue it can increase Qi state's treasury, and how much market share it can eat up from Guanine's tears. Hua Pingjin thought about it briefly, and felt that the future of Guanine Temple in Qi, and even in the world, was bleak. No. It must not be like this. I want to see Ji Changsheng. Please. Ren Suqiong knew that Ji Changsheng had already set up the stage, and was waiting for the protagonists to make their debut. Hua Pingjin took the lead, followed by Wei Tingbao and Yu Qingqing, and walked towards the interior of Tiansheng Medical Clinic. Ying Hongye grabbed Ren Suqiong's hand and asked affectionately, Sister Ren, what are the 10 insurances and hardware that Changsheng has arranged for your disciples of the Holy Church? Ren Suqiong shook her head and said, I haven't had time to see it. But I heard Changsheng talk about it. It's probably pension, medical care, work injury, marriage, childbirth, major diseases, blessed land and caves, etc. Changsheng means that as long as the disciples work hard for the Holy Church, we must strive to relieve their worries, help them solve all aspects of food, clothing, housing and transportation. Ying Hongye, you are really much ahead of the righteous way. Does the Tiansheng Church have so many spiritual stones to squander? Ren Suqiong smiled awkwardly but politely. The Tiansheng Church does have so many spiritual stones, but the leader didn't give them to Changsheng. These benefits were obtained by her for Ji Changsheng, thanks to the old irons of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce for their support. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce has 10 billion spiritual stone subsidies. Whoever uses it will know. While Ren Suqiong and Ying Hongye were talking, the anxious Hua Pingjin had already arrived at the director's office of Tiansheng Medical Clinic and happened to hear Ji Changsheng talking to Luo Qingling. Qingling, after 100% domestic production, how much of the therapeutic effect of Huahuang tears can be compared to Guanine tears? Luo Qingling, about 80%. If we don't require 100% domestic production, we can achieve superiority in some aspects regardless of cost accumulation. But the price will be higher. Ji Changsheng said, then we will start with 80%. And then continue to develop and improve. You can discuss it with Senior Sister Lan. I only have one request. To make all the industrial chains in Qi that rely on medicinal materials alive, so that the people of Qi can afford to use Huahuang tears when they are sick. Don't worry, young master. We are just starting to develop, and we need trial and error and improvement. So the cost will definitely be high. Give me 3 months. No, give me 1 month. And I will be sure to reduce the cost and strive to make the mass-produced Huahuang tears only 1/10 of the price of Guanine tears. Absolutely not. Hua Pingjin pushed the door open. She was completely anxious. Ji Changsheng, this is unfair competition. Guanine Hall will never agree. Ji Changsheng looked at Hua Pingjin with a strange look. We develop it ourselves, set our own prices, and sell it to the people of Qi. What does it have to do with you? You set the price so low, deliberately disrupting the market for Guanine tears. Ji Changsheng was even more puzzled. Then why don't we lower the price of Guanine tears as well? Qingling, have you studied Guanine tears? Are Guanine tears worth so many spirit stones? Luo Qingling shook her head and said directly, you can still make a lot of money even if you cut the price of Guanine tears in half. Ji Changsheng spread his hands. Then this is the Guanine Hall. The problem is that our Tiansheng Medical Clinic is different from the Guanine Temple. The first thing to consider is whether the people of Qi can afford the Queen's tears when they are sick. The price of Guanine's tears is too high, which is too unfriendly to the people of Qi. Xu Xingjia cannot agree with it. This time Hua Pingjin blurted out, how is Guanine's tears expensive? It has been this price for so many years. Ji Changsheng, don't talk nonsense with your eyes open. The people of Qi can't afford Guanine's tears. They should look for their own reasons. Have their wages increased over the years? Have they worked hard? Ji Changsheng looked at the Liantian water mirror in the corner, which was broadcasting live, and gave Hua Pingjin his applause. Chapter 149. Ji Changsheng dared to swear to the heaven in the name of his third uncle Lingbao Tianzuan. He really wanted to use the Demon Desire Sutra, but he didn't have time. In other words, Hua Pingjin really spoke his mind. It's hard to judge. Ji Changsheng could only give his applause. It's hard for others to judge either. Wei Tingbao's jaw almost dropped, thinking that he had hallucinations. He looked at Chao Ziming in astonishment. Ziming, what did you hear just now? Chao Ziming said solemnly, I heard the arrogance of Guanyin Temple. Wei Tingbao. So I didn't hear it wrong? Is this something you can say? He could understand that Hua Pingjin would think so in his heart, but really saying it out loud? Is he crazy? Yu Qingqing glanced at Ji Changsheng, and didn't find that Ji Changsheng used magic skills. So she nodded and said, it seems that he is indeed crazy. Is the magic of Wangquan's sect so restraining to Guanyin Temple? At the end, Yu Qingqing was a little strange. Why didn't she feel anything? Ying Hongya reminded carefully, Sister Qingqing, is there a possibility that it has nothing to do with Wangquan's sect's magic? Hua Pingjin is just like what senior brother Chao said. She stood too high and became arrogant. Yu Qingqing didn't quite understand. She didn't stand too high either. Ying Hongya. It's really hard to explain this to someone named Yu. But Ji Changsheng understood. He glanced at Hua Pingjin, who was still immersed in the mood of losing control, and cast an illusion on Liantian water mirror in the room without making a sound, quietly covering it up. I thought I had to use some tricks. At least let the Devil Desire Sutra take some blame, so that Tiansheng Medical Clinic could climb up by stepping on friendly competitors. Now it seems that the Devil Desire Sutra is not necessary at all. You will suffer for your own mistakes. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that I didn't mean to trick you. You said it yourself. And I didn't put a knife on your neck. So Ji Changsheng was angry. Hua Pingjin. Right? I don't agree with what you said. We in the Holy Church don't agree. Hua Pingjin may not know Ji Changsheng very well, but Ji Changsheng knows Hua Pingjin very well. Among Ji Changsheng's slaves, Sheng Jiayan is the most loyal. She is more loyal than Ming Zhenzhen, because in the Hawan sect, it is not shameful to recognize a master. There are many demon girls in the Hawan sect who recognize their masters, as long as the master is strong enough. It is still an honor. But in the Guanyin Temple, recognizing a master is not only shameful, but also life-threatening. The Guanyin Temple can't afford this loss of face. Sheng Jiayan can't afford this risk. And Sheng Jiayan really wants to improve. Therefore, before the Guanyin Hall group arrived, detailed information about Hua Pingjin was already on Ji Changsheng's desk. Guanyin Bodhisattva is compassionate and saves people from suffering. I didn't expect that the younger generation of disciples of the sect she passed down would be so arrogant. It really shames the Bodhisattva and disappoints the world. First of all, we must distinguish who is the enemy and who is the friend. Hua Pingjin looks like she will become an enemy now. She has problems with her own emotional management. So it's not others' fault. Guanyin Hall, stay neutral first. Don't kill her with one stick. Guanyin Bodhisattva, hold her up high. Maybe she is a friendly army. Yu Linglong said that during the conferred God tribulation, Taoist Sihong worked for the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. Rounding off, Guanyin Hall is the sect founded by Ji Changsheng's younger brother, which is equivalent to his subordinates. Just teach your subordinates a lesson. This is to deal with the internal affairs of the sect. In this world where gods and Buddhas can show their holiness, you can make a big deal. But it is best not to make gods and Buddhas. Therefore, Ji Changsheng only caught Hua Pingjin and beat him. And at most, he would take advantage of the situation to step on friendly merchants. Ji was born in poverty, and knows the sufferings of the world. Hua Pingjin. If the disciples of Guanyin Temple don't even know how difficult it is to survive, then Guanyin Temple should change its name as soon as possible. You are simply bringing shame to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Ying Hongya translated Ji Changsheng's words. Guanyin Bodhisattva is good, and the bad things are all done by Guanyin Temple below. Guanyin Temple may also be good, and the bad things are done by Hua Pingjin himself. Hua Pingjin. It's hard to be a good person. When translating to this point, Ying Hongya looked at Hua Pingjin with a bit of excitement. Ahem. It's impossible to pity. Hua Pingjin deserves it. Hua Pingjin also heard that Ji Changsheng was going to put a big hat on her, and calmed down a little. She quickly scanned the room. Hua Pingjin was certain that she didn't find Lian Tian Shui Jing. Ji Chongqing's cultivation was higher than hers at this time. And the level of Yaguang Luohuan was directly connected to Daluo. Even though Hua Pingjin also practiced the top inheritance method, she still couldn't see Ji Chongqing's illusion. So, she was ready to exchange her true heart with Ji Chongqing. Ji Chongqing, you are the young master of Tianma sect. Why do you have to be so hypocritical? Ji Chongqing said seriously, although I am the young master of Tiansheng sect now, I have never forgotten where I came from. I was a poor man in a small town, from the people of the world. And I am determined to lead Tiansheng sect to benefit the people of the world. After saying this, Ji Chongqing showed his married golden lotus without saying anything. It made his image even taller. And there was a video and the truth. It made Brother Chao's blood boil. Chongqing is indeed a role model for our generation. The disciples of the demon sect were stunned. They thought that the young master's acting skills were too good. The people of Qi were convinced. Young Master Ji is indeed a great hero. And the Tiansheng sect is indeed a good place. It also made Hua Pingjin want to vomit. She didn't believe a word of Ji Chongqing's words. Moreover, she understood why junior sister Xiao said that she felt sick when she saw her. She used to say these lines of Ji Chongqing. At this moment, Hua Pingjin understood junior sister Xiao. Don't blame her. I have to change. Wait. Why are the disciples of the demon sect better at acting than the Guanyin temple? Hua Pingjin looked at Ji Chongqing, and her heart was chilled again. If this person is in charge of the demonic sect in the future, it will be a great threat to the Guanyin temple. She couldn't let Ji Chongqing go on like this. Since young Master Ji said so, doesn't it prove my previous statement? Hua Pingjin tried to refute Ji Chongqing through debate. Young Master Ji changed his fate through his own efforts. And he can buy Guanyin tears without any pressure. The people of Qi can't afford Guanyin tears. Of course. Because they are not as hardworking as young Master Ji. Ji Chongqing slammed the table in anger. It's just nonsense. It's unreasonable. First of all, Ji has nothing. Although I am the young master of the holy sect, I can't afford Guanyin tears. Ji Chongqing directly took out all his family assets. There was only a dry piece of high-quality spirit stone in total. Nothing else. It's not fake. Ji Chongqing is just that poor. The treatment of Xuandu Temple disciples is very good. But Ji Chongqing resigned before he even got his salary. The treatment of Tianma sect disciples is also very good. But Ji Chongqing hasn't waited until next month's salary. So, Ji Chongqing is now a poor guy. But Ji Chongqing doesn't care. Being poor is not a shortcoming in his eyes. At least not for him. If Tontian Chamber of Commerce was as poor as him, they might be living well now. If Senior Brother Chao was not a poor guy, he would not follow him wholeheartedly. Spiritual stones are sometimes also shackles. It doesn't matter if there are no spiritual stones. As long as he is determined and has a stable position, he can ask Uncle San for money at any time when he is short of money. Ji Chongqing's clean hand shocked everyone. Hua Pingjin was dumbfounded. I was originally a poor boy. Fame and fortune are like floating clouds to me. I founded Tiansheng Medical Clinic for the purpose of that couplet. I wish there is no disease in the world. So why not let the medicine on the shelf gather dust? Hua Pingjin, you used me as an example. You made a wrong calculation. Hua Pingjin was speechless. She really couldn't imagine that the young master of the Tianma sect could be so poor. Secondly, Ji Chongqing, got to where I am today and became the young master of the Tiansheng sect. Not by hard work, but by luck. Ji Chongqing didn't care about putting himself in the lowest position. 1 is fate. 2 is luck. 3 is feng shui. 4 is accumulating good deeds. And 5 is reading. 6 is reputation. 7 is appearance. 8 is respecting gods. 9 is making friends with nobles. And 10 is keeping in good health. The development of all spirits in the world is mostly like this. If you only work hard, there are too many people who work harder than me. Hua Pingjin, do you think you have come to where you are today by hard work? What do you think the efforts of ordinary people are useful for? They work hard, but they can only maintain their survival. Do you think they can afford Guanyin tears by hard work? Ji Chongqing sneered directly. Qingling, call Sister Tian over. Luo Qingling stood up and looked at Guanyin Hall with some dissatisfaction that could not be concealed. Even when she looked at her good sister Sheng Jiayan, she was no longer as intimate as before. She called a big sister wearing the uniform of Tiansheng Medical Clinic, and the big sister immediately lowered her head after seeing Sheng Jiayan. Sheng Jiayan blurted out again, Tian Zuzhu. Why are you here? Junior Sister Yin. Who is this? Hua Pingjin asked. Sheng Jiayan said, she and I participated in the Guanyin Hall disciple assessment. I remember that her grades were not bad at that time. Tian Zhu. Why are you here now? Hua Pingjin and others were a little surprised. Because Sheng Jiayan looked like a 28-year-old girl at this time. She was bright and beautiful. And Tian Zhu's face was already vicissitudes. And her eyes were evasive. Tian Zhu's answer made Hua Pingjin and other disciples of Guanyin Hall speechless. The assessment of the outer disciples of Guanyin Hall requires a Guanyin tier. And my family can't afford it. Ji Chansheng sneered. Hua Pingjin. You are probably going to say that Sister Tian's parents didn't work hard. Right? Isn't it? Hua Pingjin tried to argue. Junior Sister Yin's parents worked very hard. Yes. Sheng Jiayan's parents were born as princes of Sheng State. Ji Chansheng said faintly. Because of corruption and abuse of power. I ordered them to be beheaded. KO. Hua Pingjin completely collapsed in the chair. She knew that she had lost in this debate. But Ji Chansheng did not let her go. After Sister Tian failed the assessment of Guanyin Hall, she returned to Qi State and joined the clinic under Qingling's name. And worked there for 12 years. She worked diligently for 12 years. Rushing to work overtime every day. And working an average of 6 hours a day. The treatment of the clinic is good. And Qingling has never owed her salary. But until now, all her property is only enough to buy half a Guanyin tier. Ji Chansheng began to kill people and hurt their hearts. Hua Pingjin. You may not know that people like Sister Tian, who have a stable job and a fixed income every month, are better than 80% of people in Qi. Tell me, what's the use of just working hard? It's not them who should reflect. But you? Junior brother Ji said well. Chao Ziming was directly ignited when he heard it. What's the fault of the people? They are already in such a difficult situation. Are you still a human being if you squeeze them? Junior brother Ji. You did a good job. I support you. Ji Chansheng and Chao Ziming smiled and hugged each other. It's been a long time since we last met. It seems that something is wrong. After not seeing each other for a day, Senior brother Chao is still as passionate and righteous as ever. Senior sister Hua. Learn from Chansheng. Chao Ziming sincerely advised. It's not the Tiansheng sect that can defeat the Guanyin Temple, but your own arrogance and ignorance. Hua Pingjin was too lazy to deal with such a fool. She took a deep breath and said to Ji Chansheng, Master Ji, Guanyin Hall has paid a huge cost to develop Guanyin tiers, so the price cannot be reduced. We must protect the wisdom and patents of those R&D personnel. Ji Chansheng expressed his understanding, although I think that your Guanyin Hall is deliberately falsifying the cost. And the so-called R&D cost has long been earned back. But I will not interfere. If you insist on committing suicide, our holy church can't stop you. So your Huahuang tiers cannot be priced too low. Hua Pingjin tried to put pressure on Ji Chansheng with her eyes. Wei Tingbao realized one thing. Will Guanyin Hall go bankrupt without Guanyin tiers? Ing Hongya whispered, bankruptcy is definitely an exaggeration. But 90% of the elders of Guanyin Hall and the affiliated forces behind them are entrenched in the profit chain of Guanyin tiers. If Hua Pingjin can't keep the price of Guanyin tiers, she will be eaten alive when she returns. No wonder she reacted so strongly. Wei Tingbao seemed to be thinking. Although the disciples of Danqing Pavilion also need spirit stones to maintain operation, they don't take this too seriously. He always felt that Hua Pingjin's previous reaction was a bit extreme. Now it seems that the interest groups involved behind Guanyin tiers may have kidnapped the entire Guanyin Hall. If so, Wei Tingbao couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. Are both the righteous and the evil going to be reshuffled? Linglong Ferry is about to ascend. Danqing Pavilion has been dormant for 100 years. Tianma sect is ready to go. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce has been trampled. And Huangquan sect has been making frequent moves. Now Guanyin Hall seems to have problems. This is a sign of a major reshuffle. Wei Tingbao originally thought that Hua Pingjin's reaction was not right, and was going to stop it. As the leader of the righteous sect on this trip, he didn't want Hua Pingjin to fall in his team. But now, Wei Tingbao chose to be quiet. Let's wait and see. Ji Chansheng naturally didn't know what Wei Tingbao was thinking. And he was amused by Hua Pingjin's request. All the medicinal materials needed for Huahuang tiers come from Qi, and have nothing to do with your Guanyin temple. I want to make Huahuang tiers affordable for the people of Qi. What does it have to do with you? Hua Pingjin reminded, Master Ji. Vicious competition is not good for both of us. It doesn't matter, as long as it benefits the people of Qi. Ji Changsheng said casually. I don't care about making money. Then what do you care about? The people of Qi benefit. You? Does the Heavenly Demon Sect allow you to act like this? The Heavenly Saint Sect naturally allows it. But the Demon Sect does not allow it. The demons of the Demon Sect can be killed by everyone. Ji Changsheng clearly distinguished between the righteous and the evil. Those who are my enemies must be the evil cult monsters. Hua Pingjin was still unwilling to give up. How can you offer such benefits to the disciples of the Tianhua sect without making a profit? Ji Changsheng looked at Hua Pingjin strangely and complained. Don't you know how high the profit of Guanyin tears is? I said that I don't care about making money. But it's not that I don't make any money at all. Tiansheng Medical Clinic integrates the upstream and downstream industrial chains of Qi State. And it will definitely make a profit after forming a cycle. And we will also launch high-end products and sell them to those wealthy customers. For making money, it's okay to be decent. Our Tiansheng sect just doesn't have as big an appetite as your Guanyin Hall. If the people above eat less, they can benefit countless people below. For this kind of thing, does Guanyin Hall still need our Tiansheng sect to teach? Guanyin Hall is really getting more and more decadent. Bang! Hua Pingjin slammed the table and stood up. Ji Changsheng. Is the Tianhua sect determined to be the enemy of our Guanyin Hall? Ji Changsheng asked back. Is Guanyin Hall determined to be the enemy of the people of Qi? I'm asking about your attitude now. Hua Pingjin pressed on step by step. Ji Changsheng waved his hand, removed the magic, and pointed to the Lintian water mirror that was broadcasting live with a smile. Now the people of Qi are asking about your attitude. Hua Pingjin looked at the Lintian water mirror in the corner, and her face suddenly turned pale. Ji Changsheng. You are plotting against me. Ji Changsheng smiled. If you put the people in your heart, no one can plot against you. If you don't put the people in your heart, you will fall from the altar sooner or later. Hua Pingjin. Apologize. Plop. Hua Pingjin knelt directly on the ground, and tears flowed down instantly. A true disciple of Guanyin Temple. The quality is still excellent. She realized that she was in trouble. But as long as the apology was sincere, there should be room for redemption. I'm sorry, everyone. I made a slip of the tongue. I was deceived by the magic power of the demons of the Heavenly Demon Sect and forgot that I was originally an ordinary person. Guanyin Temple can come to this point, always adhering to the law of Guanyin Bodhisattva, relying on the support of the people of the world. Even if there are demons of the Demon Sect deliberately framing me, I should not forget my original intention. Listening to Hua Pingjin's apology, Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. So, what the people of Qi heard was, that's almost enough. I have already apologized. What else do you want? People of Qi. The anger value is rising rapidly. Ji Changsheng looked at Hua Pingjin, who was kneeling on the ground and crying but still did not forget to throw dirty water on him, and shook his head slightly. He had a good impression of Guanyin Temple before. But this Hua Pingjin does not know how to behave. Good words can hardly persuade the damned. And mercy without salvation will kill people. Sheng Jiayan. If Hua Pingjin dies, can you have the final say among the other disciples of Guanyin Temple? Hearing the master's message, Sheng Jiayan controlled her excitement and nodded silently. So Ji Changsheng pronounced Hua Pingjin's fate. Sister Lan, Hua Pingjin is handed over to you. Do whatever you want. Ji Changsheng said calmly. A true disciple of Guanyin Temple. She should be very suitable to be the main soul of your Wan'an banner. Lan Jujuan's eyes lit up. Master, can I kill her? You are free to do whatever you want. If Guanyin Temple troubles you, I will protect you. Ji Changsheng waved his hand. This is the reward that this young master paid you in advance. You will be busy later. Since Hua Pingjin apologized, Tiansheng Church should also step on friendly merchants and do a live broadcast to sell goods. The goddess Luotian and the goddess Lan Xian sell Wawang tears. Ji Changsheng wants to ask, how did Tiansheng Church lose this battle? Chapter 150. Live streaming with goods is what Ji Changsheng thought of when he planned to enter the medical and animal husbandry industries. He just didn't want to make money for himself. But the Tiansheng sect must have a healthy operation. Otherwise it would be impossible for the younger brothers to work with peace of mind. After getting the Lintian water mirror from his uncle, Ji Changsheng felt that the conditions for live streaming with goods were complete. The uncle was responsible for providing the equipment for the live broadcast room, and also provided a subsidy of 10 billion yuan to ensure that it was the lowest price in the whole network. The anchor of the live broadcast room, Luo Qingling, simply came to the door by herself. A local star. She is very popular. has a very good reputation, and is relatively simple-minded. Now she has completely believed that Ji Changsheng is a good person. Ji Changsheng feels sorry for this simple girl if he doesn't lie to her. If he doesn't lie to Luo Qiling, he might have to give her a discount in the future. If he were to lie, at least he wouldn't sell her to northern Myanmar, and he could let her see her career path. He is really too kind. The only thing that is a bit difficult is the connection and logistics transportation. But this world has a teleportation array, so logistics will not be a big problem. As for the connection, Ji Changsheng is going to ask King Hongya for advice. The technical means of this world are actually higher than those of Blue Star, and Ji Changsheng does not think this is a technical problem. It is a bit unexpected that Lan Jujun suddenly became popular. It inexplicably gave Tiansheng Medical Clinic a new sign. This is of course a good thing. Although Lan Jujun is not as easy to fool as Luo Qiling, Ji Changsheng knows how to teach students in accordance with their aptitude. Luo Qiling is easy to deceive. Cross it out. Luo Qiling is a simple-minded person, and there is no conflict with him. Just exchange sincerity for sincerity. As long as others do not take the initiative to offend him, Ji Changsheng will not easily take the initiative to attack others. Anyone who Ji Changsheng takes the initiative to attack is basically not considered a human being. And to deal with Lan Jujun, a demon called Demon Girl who is not easy to fool, you only need to work hard to practice the Demon Desire Sutra. By the way, don't forget to pay her salary. Although Ji Changsheng himself has no money, he is still very generous to his subordinates, even if it is a happy slave. As long as he recognizes him as the master, the treatment will only increase and not decrease. For example, Lan Jujun. Although her tasks will be heavy in the future, Ji Changsheng also treats her very well. Lan Jujun is very satisfied, looking at Hua Pingjin, who is kneeling on the ground crying and apologizing as if looking at a pig to be slaughtered. But as she watched, Lan Jujun felt a little strange. Why does this Hua Pingjin always speak the truth? Another illusion? Lan Jujun did not see any trace of illusion at all. But Hua Pingjin clearly said what she thought in her heart, and none of them could be said in front of the live broadcast. Lan Jujun couldn't think of a second explanation except for the illusion. Master, should I take Hua Pingjin out now? Lan Jujun asked. Don't worry. There are still people in Xuandi Temple and Danqing Pavilion. If you kill Hua Pingjin directly, it will be difficult to explain to the righteous side. You have to arrange a reasonable death for her. You can't really make yourself an enemy of the world. Otherwise it will be difficult to move forward. Hua Pingjin is the leader of the disciples of Guanyin Temple this time. Ji Changsheng directly attacked Hua Pingjin. It is difficult for Wei Tingbao and Yu Qingqing to stand by and watch. Otherwise, they will not be able to explain themselves afterwards. Then give them a reason to explain themselves. Ji Changsheng has always been considerate and thoughtful. So Ji Changsheng took the initiative to think of a way for Hua Pingjin. Hua Pingjin, if apologies are useful, then what is the use of our Tianxing sect? I think it is difficult for the people of Qi to forgive you. And because of your words and deeds, it has also brought a huge negative impact on Guanyin Temple. In my opinion, if you really want to apologize and want to do good for Guanyin Temple, just commit suicide. Ji Changxing's expression was very sincere. The dead are the greatest. I believe that as long as you are willing to commit suicide to apologize, the people of Qi are kind-hearted and will definitely forgive your rude words. Hua Pingjin glared at Ji Changsheng again with tears in her eyes. Ji Changsheng, you finally revealed your wolfish ambitions. Don't judge others by your own meanness. The people of Qi are kind-hearted. How could they be as vicious as you? They must have forgiven me after seeing my sincere apology. Ji Changsheng thought that there might really be fools who would do this. There is no way. It is unrealistic that there are not a few idiots in Qi with a population of 500 million. There must be people with bad brains to make normal people look normal. But everyone has the responsibility to protect idiots. The IQ of idiots is not fully developed. And Hua Pingjin is still thinking of fooling them. He is simply not a human being. He is very much like the style of the Huangquan sect demon. So that's why he always feels that Hua Pingjin is wrong. All this is rounded up. Very reasonable. Ji Changsheng understood everything. So what the people of Qi heard was, Ji Changsheng, you are dreaming. It is not easy for me, a true disciple of Guanyin Temple, to bow my head and apologize. Am I not giving them enough face? What else do you want me to do? Ji Changsheng angrily scolded, asshole. I don't think you realize your mistake at all. Hua Pingjin, mistake? What mistake? I am willing to apologize. and the people of Qi will follow. If I was not afraid of being punished by Guanyin Temple and affecting my future, do you think I would apologize to these ordinary people? Ji Changsheng was trembling with anger. You are simply stubborn. I think you are the demon of Huangquan sect. Hua Pingjin sneered. Who is the demon of Huangquan sect? Our Guanyin Temple has the final say. Ji Changsheng. You are also naive. Do you really think that speaking for these ordinary people in Qi will be of any use? Forget it. I am too lazy to talk to you. You were right before. 90% of these ordinary people in Qi can't afford Guanyin tears. So there is no need to care too much. This is nonsense. There are many things that ordinary people can't afford. But in the end, it still has to be passed on to them. Guanyin tears are of course very expensive. But as long as the means are more flexible, the civilian market can be opened up. Tantian Chamber of Commerce is very good at lending spiritual stones to those poor people first. Then double the amount to squeeze them out of their bones and marrow. There is always a way. Of course, not everyone can distinguish these principles clearly. Hearing Hua Pingjin's arrogant tone and arrogant attitude, many people's anger has exploded. There are also some people who feel something is wrong the more they listen. Wei Tingbao became more and more confused. Hua Pingjin is crazy. Is this something he can say? Thinking of Ji Changxing's origin from the Youguan lineage of Xuandu Temple, Wei Tingbao looked at Yu Qingqing and asked in a low voice, is it the illusion of the Youguan lineage? Yu Qingqing. It must be. She didn't think Hua Pingjin could be so stupid. But she couldn't confirm this. And even if she could, she wouldn't say it. Or else it would be to ruin Ji Changxing's plan. Ying Hongya answered Wei Tingbao's words for Yu Qingqing, Uncle Wei. This is not an illusion. This is mind reading. And what he said is all Hua Pingjin's inner thoughts. Wei Tingbao was speechless. He really couldn't deny this. In fact, half of the practitioners present guessed that Ji Changsheng might have used an illusion. And what they saw and heard might not be true. But before they could question it, Chao Ziming took the lead in blowing the charge for Ji Changsheng. Changsheng. Why are you being polite to the Huangquan sect monster? I think we should just take her down. If there is resistance, kill her without mercy. Chao Ziming learned a lot from Ji Changsheng in Shenghua. And he has begun to apply what he has learned. His words were full of murderous intent. To deal with a Huangquan sect monster, there is no need to follow the rules of the rivers and lakes. Senior brother Wei. Senior sister Qingqing. You should fight together. And don't be careless. Wei Tingbao had a black line on his face. Yu Qingqing looked up at the roof. Ji Changsheng laughed out loud. Brother Chao is still a wise man. He felt that Chao Ziming was becoming more and more like the master of Danqing Pavilion. He would definitely vote for Brother Chao when the next Danqing Pavilion elected a leader. Chao Ziming was full of justice. It's not my wisdom, but my righteousness that told me that this which is from the demon sect. Otherwise, how could she say such a rebellious thing? I don't believe that the disciples trained by Guanyin Temple have such a style. Ji Changsheng was more and more relieved. Brother Chao really grew up. He also began to learn moral kidnapping. Unless you want to kill Guanyin Temple and Tantian Chamber of Commerce with one blow, it is important to separate Hua Pingjin from Guanyin Temple. It must be made clear that they are dealing with Hua Pingjin, not Guanyin Temple. And Brother Chao is right. I don't believe that Guanyin Temple can cultivate such a demon-like disciple. I think we have the obligation to help Guanyin Temple rectify the style of the sect and take down this demon who is cheating under the name of Guanyin Temple as soon as possible. I am not against Guanyin Temple. I am helping Guanyin Temple rectify the style of the sect. As long as the matter is done, Guanyin Temple will not make any more fuss for a dead person after weighing the pros and cons. It can only bite the bullet and admit this matter. I even have to say thank you to Ji Changsheng. Sister Lan. Sister Ren. Take Hua Pingjin away. Ji Changsheng's ulterior motive is revealed. Treat her well, and make sure she tells the whereabouts of the demon of Huangquan sect. Yes, young master. Lan Zhujun and Ren Suqiong are ready to fight. The atmosphere has basically been set. The steps are also set for others. Yu Qingqing and Ji Changsheng looked at each other, pondered for a moment, and decided to remain silent. Hua Pingjin may have fallen into Ji Changxing's trap later, but not at the beginning. He who brings trouble upon himself will suffer. Xuandu Temple has no need to protect such a person. Besides, the leader of the righteous team was not her, but Wei Tingbao. It was the Guanyin Temple that should have come forward to mediate for Hua Pingjin. And it was not her turn to do so. So Yu Qingqing pretended not to see anything. Wei Tingbao wanted to remain silent like Yu Qingqing. This was a dispute between the Guanyin Temple and the Heavenly Demon Sect. You disciples of the Guanyin Temple should solve it yourself. Can you still watch Hua Pingjin being punished by the Heavenly Demon Sect? Then Wei Tingbao found that the disciples of Guanyin Hall really watched Hua Pingjin being cornered by the Tianma cult without any reaction. Wei Tingbao was speechless. The fellow disciples of Guanyin Hall were too real. The enemy has bullied you. At least fight back together. They really pointed to him as the leader. Wei Tingbao had no choice but to step out. Wait a minute. Seeing Wei Tingbao stand up, Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Ji Changsheng also read the information about Wei Tingbao. Ing Hongye gave it to him. Wei Tingbao is a true disciple of Du Zongxing's lineage. And he had a good relationship with Du Zongxing before. But after Jiang Shi returned to Danqing Pavilion, he launched a major investigation of Du Zongxing's lineage from top to bottom. And Wei Tingbao was sent to Qi State to be entrusted with an important task. The meaning of this is very subtle. And Ji Changsheng can only guess that Wei Tingbao is actually Jiang Shi's man. Moreover, Ing Hongye also said that Wei Tingbao had a good relationship with the royal family of the Ing Kingdom. And he even went cockfighting and horseback riding with Ing III when he was young. For this multifaceted person from Danqing Pavilion, Ji Changsheng rationally thought that it would be better not to make him an enemy. Of course, if Wei Tingbao himself insisted on being upset, Ji Changsheng would not hesitate to deal with the Huangquan sect monster. So Ji Changsheng smiled slightly and took the initiative to say, Brother Wei, is Danqing Pavilion going to protect the Huangquan sect monster and be an enemy of the people of Qi? Wei Tingbao. It was really hard for him to accept this style of the Tianma sect when he saw it for the first time. You are a disciple of the demon sect. And learning magic skills is okay. Why are you learning to put a hat on others? Wei Tingbao smiled bitterly and said, Master Ji, Danqing Pavilion will never be an enemy of the people of Qi. Nor will it protect the Huangquan sect monster. But there may be a misunderstanding about Sister Hua. After considering his words, Wei Tingbao also gave Ji Changsheng a way out. The Huangquan sect's magic is quite restraining to Guanyin Temple. In my opinion, Sister Hua may have been confused by the Huangquan magic. So she spoke without thinking. I didn't. Ji Changsheng didn't refute. But Hua Pingjin jumped out. Brother Wei, don't belittle our Guanyin Temple just to promote Danqing Pavilion. Danqing Pavilion's skills are not restrained by Huangquan sect. But Guanyin Temple's skills are restrained by Huangquan sect? Brother Wei, who are you playing tricks on? The people of Qi who were originally a little shaken immediately stood on Ji Changsheng's side again after hearing this. What the witch said makes sense. Sheng Jiayan also glared at Wei Tingbao and said coldly, Brother Wei, I will report your remarks to Guanyin Temple. Guanyin Temple will also reserve all rights to investigate your remarks. I only express my strong protest on my own behalf. Guanyin Temple disciples will never be deceived by Huangquan magic. Wei Tingbao, I am not afraid of godlike opponents. But I am afraid of pig-like teammates. He knew that Sheng Jiayan and Ji Changsheng had a grudge for killing their father. So he did not think that Sheng Jiayan was Ji Changsheng's person at the first time. But subconsciously thought that Sheng Jiayan believed Hua Pingjin's words and began to protect the reputation of Guanyin Temple. He had nothing to say. I am saving your people. But you don't appreciate it. If Wei Tingbao was not the leader of this team, he really wanted to give up. But looking at Yu Qingqing who stayed out of the matter, Wei Tingbao could only sigh again helplessly. The leader has the responsibility of the leader. He really had no choice. I made a mistake. Wei Tingbao gave in again. But this time it was the turn of the disciples of Danqing Pavilion to be dissatisfied. Brother Wei, what's wrong with you? Chao Ziming frowned and said, You are a true disciple of our Danqing Pavilion. How can you bow to Guanyin Temple? Let junior brother Ji investigate Hua Pingjin's affairs. What does it have to do with our Danqing Pavilion? Brother Wei, you are not colluding with Hua Pingjin in private. Right? Wei Tingbao was shocked. Ziming, what nonsense are you talking about? I am your senior brother. Chao Ziming was not afraid. Junior brother Ji said, I love my teacher. But I love the truth more. So he argued, then what are you doing? Brother Wei? Standing up for a witch from Huangquan sect? Even standing against the people of Qi? Brother Wei, in your eyes, are the welfare of the people of Qi and the reputation of Danqing Pavilion not as important as Hua Pingjin? It's hard for me not to think too much. Wei Tingbao was stunned. Is this Xiao Ziming? Where is the silly boy from the past? Why is he so good at using official language and accusing others of wrongdoings? He can't stand it. Who has corrupted my Xiao Ziming? As a true disciple of Danqing Pavilion, Wei Tingbao has just come out of seclusion. But he hasn't been in seclusion for long. And can't adapt to the changes in the current situation. It hasn't been a few days. What's going on? Wei Tingbao tried to explain. I brought junior sister Hua to Qi. It's impossible for something to happen right after she came to Qi. And junior sister Hua is not usually like this. After coming to Qi, her temperament suddenly changed. I suspect there is another reason behind this. Master Ji, junior sister Hua is a woman after all. Can we sit down and have a good talk? Maybe we can resolve the past grudges. He still tried to be a tinker. But this time Ji Changsheng still did not express his opinion. And the party Hua Pingjin exploded again. Wei Tingbao. Don't be too extreme. Wei Tingbao? How dare you assume my gender? Hua Pingjin angrily said. What basis do you have to say that I am a woman? Wei Tingbao was really confused this time. He had never seen a version that evolved to the European and American servers. You are not a woman. Wait. Guanyin Hall. Wei Tingbao thought of the ancestor of Guanyin Hall. Sihong Taoist. During the conferred gods' tribulation, Sihong Taoist was one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, sitting under Yuan Shi Tianwang, and a male cultivator. After the conferred gods' tribulation, Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Western sect returned to his position. Female body. After realizing this, Wei Tingbao was dumbfounded. Is it possible that Hua Pingjin is really a man? Hua Pingjin is still angry, even if I am really a woman. So what? Wei Tingbao. Do you look down on women? I am a true disciple of Guanyin Temple, a great monk in the late Yuanning period. Do I need a man like you to pity me? Do I need you to stand up for me? Wei Tingbao. The arrogance of a male monk revealed from your bones makes me sick. The disciples of Guanyin Temple applauded Hua Pingjin under the leadership of Sheng Jiayan. Sister Hua said it well. Why do you assume the gender of our disciples of Guanyin Temple? We disciples of Guanyin Temple would rather die than have this kind of arrogant sympathy for male monks. Wei Tingbao. You are insulting all of us disciples of Guanyin Temple. The advanced ideas from Guanyin Temple directly numbed the conservative Wei Tingbao. As an old-school monk, he deeply felt that he could not adapt to the American version of Guanyin Temple. So Wei Tingbao made a decisive choice. Master Ji. You are right. Hua Pingjin should be the demon of Huangquan sect. Ji Changsheng smiled and waved his hand, asking Lan Zhujun and Ren Suqiong to take Hua Pingjin out, and looked at Sheng Jiayan thoughtfully. The American version of Guanyin Temple, just now, was told to him by Sheng Jiayan. She seemed to have found a shortcut to the top of Guanyin Temple. This one knew is really something.